World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1338 to Chapter 1361. Clang, a crisp sound rang in Fang Ping's ears. It's time for morning classes. He could vaguely hear voices. Fang Ping looked over. At this moment, they were in a majestic palace. This was a room. The door of the room was wide open. Shadows beside him ran toward a square in the middle of the palace. Fang Ping was not the only one. There were many rooms. There were rooms in all directions. At this moment, the doors of each room were wide open. Shadows and real people walked out, yes, real people, like Fang Ping, people who were trying to break through the levels. Fang Ping looked around. He was the only one in this room. Cat and Iron Head were not there. However, Fang Ping soon saw Cat in a room opposite him. Iron Head was not there. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He quickly understood. Maybe Iron Head had not broken through enough levels and was separated from him during the teleportation process. This was one of the last 3 levels. Not everyone could come here. Fang Ping and Cat were here. A few others were here too. Fang Ping saw Xianxia and the Thunder King. Both of them were in this level now. Not only these two, Fang Ping glanced over and saw a few others. Moon Spirit, Fang Ping did not say anything since Moon Spirit was here. However, in the next moment, Fang Ping's expression darkened. Feng, Hong Yu, Hong Kuan, and Li Zhu were all here. They were all in this level. This was not right. These people had not broken through so many levels. Logically, they could not all be here at this time. Although the levels were random, according to Fang Ping's previous experience, there would not be many people in the last 3 levels. Unless someone was guiding them secretly, in this place, who could guide these people here secretly, the Dao Tree, Fang Ping snorted coldly in his heart. He might have been tricked. Maybe the Dao Tree had sensed his speed and schemed against him. At this moment, opposite Fang Ping, Xianxia growled, Fang Ping, don't leave the room. As long as you don't leave the room, you will be isolated from this level. No one can enter your room. Fang Ping paused. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the open room. There seemed to be a thin energy shield at the door of the room. Not to kill me, but to restrict me from breaking through the levels? Fang Ping suddenly had this thought in his mind. For this stage, he guessed that it was likely that the Dao Tree was secretly guiding him. If he had a conflict with someone, the Dao Tree might have sensed it or seen it. He had brought all these enemies to this stage. However, the goal was not to kill him. Of course, it could also be related to the characteristics of the checkpoint. Still, it was necessary to trap Fang Ping or slow down his progress. Would Fang Ping dare to go out now? Several cultivators who had broken through to the 8th level were all there. They were all his enemies. Fang Ping looked at Li Zhu, who was in the room beside him. He had a vague feeling that Li Zhu might have broken through 8. Li Zhu, Hong Kuan, Hong Yu, and Feng. Fang Ping would not be too worried if he encountered any one of them. However, if he encountered all 4 powerhouses, even if Fang Ping had forged his jade bones, he would definitely be beaten to death if he went out. On the other side, Hong Kuan's expression was unfriendly. He looked at Fang Ping, cursing in his heart. He had just broken through a stage. They had broken through the North Imperial Pass. He was considered unlucky. At North King stage, he was tormented badly by North King. Fortunately, he was very strong. In the end, he chose an extremely dangerous move and smashed the North King into the void. After the Hand of Rules descended and killed the North King who had just appeared was still in a daze. He followed the old rules. In this way, King Kuan had successfully broken through. Now that he had just broken through and saw Fang Ping, how could King Kuan be happy? However, looking around, God Creation Envoy, Chaos, Heavenly Dog, none of them were there. King Kuan suddenly laughed and said loudly, Fang Ping, come out and break through the stage together. Aren't you extremely fast? Let's try together. Fang Ping did not step out of the room. He looked at King Kuan and smiled. What's the hurry? Without me, can you guys break through? I'm not in a hurry. I'll let you guys go for a round. Hong Yu and the others did not say anything. Li Zhu stepped out of the room directly and then returned to the room. There were no restrictions. After thinking for a while, Li Zhu walked to Jianghao's room and punched. The void trembled slightly. As if there was a barrier at the door of the room, it rippled slightly but did not shatter. Li Zhu tested it, then looked at Fang Ping and chuckled. Fang Ping, looks like you don't have to come out anymore. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He took out the sofa and sat down, then smiled. Li Zhu, you broke through 8? That's fast. Li Zhu did not reply. On the other side, Hong Yu walked out too. He frowned slightly and said slowly, you killed King Yi? Nonsense, I didn't kill him. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Fang Ping said lazily, I sent you guys away earlier. Why would I kill him? You guys killed him yourselves, right? Hong Yu frowned and did not say anything. If Heavenly King Yi was dead, then so be it. It was nothing. He glanced at Fang Ping, then at the others, his brows furrowing again. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, this stage. What a coincidence. What a coincidence, obviously, he felt that something was wrong. What a coincidence. Other than Fang Ping and Jianghao who had broken through many stages, although the others had broken through many stages, it was too much of a coincidence to say that they had reached the same stage as Fang Ping and the others. Someone was leading them to this stage together. If nothing went wrong, it should be to restrict Fang Ping. On the other side, Feng also walked out of the room, chuckling. Interesting. Fang Ping, I broke through earlier than you, yet you and I can actually meet each other in 2 stages consecutively. No, this is the 3rd stage. What a coincidence. As she said that, Feng shook her head and laughed. It's not a good thing to attract too much attention. They were not stupid. Fang Ping suddenly entering a wolf's den was probably not a coincidence. The Dao tree, Fang Ping chuckled. What's wrong with that? Don't you guys want to break through anymore? Let me tell you, either you guys leave together, or, don't leave. Or else, you'll suffer. As he said that, he laughed again. I'm not in a hurry anyway. I've broken through 10 stages. This is the 11th stage. I've taken all the benefits that I deserve. I'll just wait. As for us appearing together, you guys should think about how to deal with the one behind us. It was hard to tell whether this was the Dao tree or someone else. The possibility of it being the Dao tree was higher. This fellow was hiding behind the scenes. It was a pity that Fang Ping had seen through it. Now that the powerhouses knew of its existence and made such a scene, how could the powerhouses who had broken through 8 not be on guard? Fang Ping was not in a hurry now. His vitality had not completed the conversion. Actually, he needed some time to complete the conversion. This was like a safe house. It was nothing for him to wait here for a while. He did not believe that these people could trap him here forever. On the other side, the cat poked its head out to take a look. It asked curiously, liar, we're out. Is this defensive shield still there? I don't know. Fang Ping really did not know. He laughed. Li Zhu, help me try. Are the other people's defensive shields still there? If they are, we can go back by ourselves. How about I play hide and seek with you guys? Li Zhu ignored him. Feng laughed. With a wave of his hand, he hit the door of the room that Li Zhu came out from. With a rumble, the void trembled slightly. There were ripples on the surface of the water. Feng smiled faintly. It's still there. He was not in the mood to help Fang Ping. Instead, he wanted to test if this thing was still there. If it was, to him, it was also a form of protection. Moreover, the sudden appearance of such a setting in this level made him slightly worried. Why was there an additional defensive shield in the room, and it was very resilient? Normally, this kind of level would not do such useless things. As for protecting the challengers, was it necessary? Since it appeared, it meant that these rooms might be used for something. Jianghao, Thunder King, Moon Spirit, the cat, these people had not left the room at this moment. The cat thought for a while. It poked its head out and retracted its head. After repeating this a few times, the cat said happily, liar, we can play hide and seek. He could run out when they were not paying attention. And then run back, it should be fun. Fang Ping was speechless. This stupid cat. Did it think that these fellows were that stupid? They could just set up a trap to lure you out. Playing hide and seek was more like catching a turtle in a jar. Anyway, he would not go out now. If he went out, these fellows might kill him if he was not careful. Although he encountered Feng previously, this fellow did not do anything and was very easy to talk to. That was because he knew that he was no match for Feng Ping and the others. Hong Kuan ran last time because he knew that he could not do anything to Feng Ping, so he ran very fast. Now, a group of people was here. They could not kill Feng Ping. If they could kill Feng Ping, none of them would give up. Feng Ping was not in a hurry. It was good to let them try to clear the level. He felt that the last 3 levels would not be easy. Moreover, it was not right to make this safe house. Why would they make a safe house out of nowhere, out of so many levels? Only Heavenly Emperor Zhan's side had isolation. However, Heavenly Emperor Zhan's side seemed to have originally wanted everyone to learn separately. It was fine if the classrooms were not in the same room, but why did they make this thing for this level? Feng Ping thought about this and said, "Everyone, whose level is this? Does anyone recognize this?" Hong Yu and the others ignored him. Jiang Hao, however, knew and said, "It's the level that Dong Huang is guarding." Dong Huang? Feng Ping nodded slightly puzzled. He tried to stretch out a hand. Why did Dong Huang make this safe house? When his hand was stretched out, the others ignored him. If this guy was capable, he could come out with his whole body, otherwise, breaking his hand would not be of much use anyway. Feng Ping sensed for a while and did not find anything unusual. At this moment, on the square in the middle of the palace, shadows took their seats. These people should be the disciples who listened to Dong Huang's teachings in the past. However, this place only showed shadows, not too real. At this time, a shadow descended from the sky. Below, everyone bowed in admiration. "Welcome, Master." Dong Huang had arrived. Feng Ping turned his head to look. It was a little far away. There seemed to be a protective shield around the square, so he could not see clearly. He was quite curious about Dong Huang. This guy appeared in many ancient books, but most of them had the image of a good guy. He heard that he had a good relationship with Celestial Emperor Badian. Celestial Emperor Badian had asked him for help to beat up Celestial Emperor Annihilate. It was also at that time that he met Wang Ruobing and chased away Heavenly Dog. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Zhan pointed arrows at the emperors in the Celestial Court. This was also one of the parties who stopped the fight. He seemed to have a good relationship with the 4 emperors, the kind that was neutral. Moreover, he was one of Zhan's teachers. Was he going to preach? How were they going to pass this round? Why did they get so many disciples here? Feng Ping was still thinking. Feng and the others were walking toward the square. Moon Spirit also did not say a word. She left the safe house and followed behind everyone, walking toward the square. Feng Ping and the others, on the other hand, were like prisoners, not daring to leave. Feng Ping cursed in his heart. "I'm also quite curious. These bastards better get lost as soon as possible." Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and run out, only to be beaten to death. Hong Kuan and the others had just arrived around the square. In the sky, Dong Huang said, "Today, you're still talking about force." Feng Ping hurriedly listened. He could hear the voice. Since he could hear it, he was not in a hurry. Perhaps he could pass the round without going out, so there was no need to go out and find trouble for himself. Force, vitality force, and spiritual consciousness force, a higher level of strength, those who are not heavenly kings, or even those who have not broken through to the 8th strongest state, can't control it. However, the path of cultivation lies in breakthrough, in creation. As Feng Ping listened, Feng and the others had already walked to the square. Dong Huang acted as if he did not see them, continuing to talk to himself. After talking for a while, Feng Ping somewhat understood. Dong Huang felt that if the force was stronger, then he could let his disciples master it. They did not necessarily have to break through to the 8th level to try it. If his disciples could master force when they were weak, then their combat strength would be even stronger. This was also considered a breakthrough. Could I pass the round just by mastering force? That's not difficult. Feng Ping thought. If that was the case, this round might be difficult for others, but it was not difficult for him and the cat. One man and one cat, both had mastered force. As he was thinking, Dong Huang suddenly said, according to the method I taught you yesterday, try to convert force. As soon as he said that, in the square, the shadow suddenly divided into 3 rows. Hong Kuan and the others looked left and right, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this moment, even Fang Ping felt something different. Among the disciples who were divided into 3 rows, someone suddenly unleashed their own strength. Mind power, vitality power, and life power. The 3 rows of disciples unleashed different strengths. They were 3 types of strength. There were many people, and their strength back then should not have been weak. At this moment, with everyone's combined strength, the 3 strong forces suddenly intertwined in midair. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Feng's expression changed slightly. Hong Yu seemed to have thought of something. In the next moment, without a word, he turned around and ran. Before he left, he passed by Moon Spirit and growled, "Go back to the house." Moon Spirit did not hesitate. She turned around and ran. At this moment, Hong Kuan, who was at the front, also had a drastic change in expression. He turned around and ran back to his house. As he ran, he scolded, "Lunatic." Fang Ping was still in a daze. In the square, under the intertwining of the 3 forces, suddenly, a strong force exploded. This origin power, however, was extremely unstable. Fang Ping did not have time to say anything. Boom, this loud sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Fang Ping's house was shaking. At the door, the defense shield was also shaking violently. Rumble, countless forces were destroyed. Forces exploded everywhere. The 3 forces were out of balance. The produced force actually exploded. Fang Ping knew how strong the force was. Moreover, there were many disciples under Dong Huang. The 3 forces created by these people were actually formed by the rule. They were all very strong. This explosion was actually equivalent to the explosion of countless rule powers. This time even Fang Ping was affected in the house, let alone those who were closest to them. They all ran back to their rooms frantically. Although they were broken 8, the force just now was condensed and transformed by all the disciples under Dong Huang. Although the projection was not as strong as before, it was still extremely destructive. At the back was Li Zhu. This guy did not know the inside story, so he ran slightly slower. This explosion blasted Li Zhu's flesh and blood everywhere. With a muffled groan, he turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye and quickly went back to his safe house. On the other side, Hong Yu and the rest were also affected. They all groaned. Feng's physique was indeed slightly weaker. He turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He rushed back to his room hurriedly. Rumble, the explosion continued. In the sky, Dong Huang sighed. The control of force is still not balanced enough. The output of vitality force is slightly higher. Although the force has been converted, there is an imbalance. As he spoke, Hong Kuan, who was also slightly injured, went back to his safe house and could not help but curse, "Lunatic." Back then, there were countless disciples of Dong Huang. They were all F*King killed by you. Why are you doing this to break through? Feng also recovered quickly. He said in exasperation, Dong Huang has more disciples than anyone else. Even the earthly emperors are not as good as him. So many of them have died, and you're still experimenting. How many years had it been? They had almost forgotten about this. Did Dong Huang have few disciples? How was that possible? Dong Huang was the second top-notch powerhouse to become an emperor after the divine emperor. Before the other emperors became emperors, he was already an emperor. Of course, he had many disciples. But now, many of the other emperors had come out. What about Dong Huang? It seemed like there was only one saint. There were only 2 or 3 of them. They were not even as good as the spirit emperors. Everyone had almost forgotten about the ancient times. Now, Hong Kuan and the others suddenly remembered. Wasn't it because of this bastard's experiments that many people died? Of course, in that era, countless people died in order to explore the martial way. During the early stage of the martial way, countless people self-destructed in order to explore the martial way. These were actually not a big deal back then. But now, they wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it, what the hell, he exploded as soon as he arrived. This destructive power was even close to breaking through the 9 levels. Alas! With a sigh, Dong Huang said softly, "It still doesn't work." It still failed. As soon as he said this, the countless shadows that had been blown to pieces in the square suddenly condensed and returned to the safe house. Seeing this, Li Zhu was also dumbfounded. He could not help but say, "Is it going to be like this forever?" They were really unlucky. They had just entered and almost died in the explosion without knowing anything. Of course, they would not die so easily, but they were definitely unlucky. Even now, the powerful destructive power was still shaking the void. It was just a test, and it was over, and Dong Huang's projection disappeared in the blink of an eye, gone. At this moment, everyone finally knew why the safe house was built. Without it, even if they were extremely powerful and could withstand the instantaneous explosive force, they would still be injured, and the injuries would not be light. The key was it going to be like this forever, or just once? Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. The safe house was obviously not useless. It was very likely that this was a cyclical process. They had considered that it would be like this forever, even if they broke through to 8 levels. That was why they built the safe house. Everyone was quiet. Fang Ping suddenly grinned. TSK, everyone, does it feel good? I think it might be done once a day until you break through. You guys go out and experiment. Anyway, I'm not going out. Humph. Hong Kuan snorted coldly. When the energy fluctuations outside dissipated, he frowned and continued walking out of the safe house. As soon as he walked out, the morning class has begun. The shadows gathered in the square once again. Hong Kuan's expression changed. Just like the previous cycle, the shadows gathered in the square one after another. After a while, Dong Huang arrived again. Welcome, Master. Still talking about the force today. Standing outside the house, Hong Kuan's face turned green. On the other side, Li Zhu said hurriedly, "We can't go out. If we go out, we'll start repeating this scene." Hong Kuan was too lazy to respond. Nonsense, I can feel it. At this moment, 3 waves of energy gathered again. Then, a deafening rumble was heard again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hong Kuan had already run into his safe house. Right now, his face was as black as a sheet. What was this? Wouldn't stop until he blew us up. Once he went out, the scene would repeat. Under the cycle, he would blow you up. If he went out, of course, he would not be blown up in one go. If he could not do it once, he would do it twice, thrice. After dozens of times, he would die even if he had broken through to 8 levels. From the looks of it, this was the trend. At this moment, Fang Ping could not stop laughing. He guffawed. Go out. Didn't you not let me go out? Go out, all of you. After mocking him for a while, Fang Ping asked curiously, what is Dong Huang trying to do? He keeps repeating this scene. His obsession is quite deep. Do you know what he's trying to do? Feng was currently healing his flesh. When he heard that, he felt a little helpless. He said in a low voice, Dong Huang used to have countless disciples. Later on, there were a lot fewer. Some top-notch disciples seemed to have disappeared. I heard that there was an accident when he was experimenting with a new combat technique. Many people died. Dong Huang might not be satisfied. This scene might be a reenactment of the scene where his top-notch disciples died one after another. This scene must have happened in the past. Dong Huang let his disciples experiment with converting their force. In the end, there was an accident and many people died. Was that why it became an obsession? Since they had broken through the levels until now, everyone had more or less understood it. These levels might be the manifestation of the obsession hidden in the hearts of some emperors. Could it be that Dong Huang could not let go of it all this time, hence this level appeared? Fang Ping rubbed his chin. Could it be that Dong Huang wants us to save people? That was not easy, Fang Ping egged him on. I know how to break through this level. Maybe he wants you to save all his disciples before the explosion comes. That way, you can break through the level. Actually, it's not that difficult. Hold on for a while and bring those apparitions back to the house. You might be able to pass this level. This was not an unfounded guess. However, their faces were dark. Nonsense. They ran fast just now. How would they have time to save people? If they wanted to save people, they would have to stay where they were for a while. Donghuang's projection had been destroyed once in the area with the strongest explosion power. It had condensed rapidly. This was taking their lives. If it exploded a few more times, wouldn't it kill them? However, it had to be said that the possibility of this happening was still there. Moreover, it was not small. Fang Ping continued egging them on. The few of you can join forces. 4 of you can break through level 8. Plus Moon Spirit. Forget it. Don't go for Moon Spirit. It's not worth it to blow her up. Let them try. Maybe they can succeed. Fang Ping grinned. The 4 of you are all breaking through level 8. Why are you afraid of this? Why don't you go and try? If the 4 of us join forces, I don't think they can blow you up. I've estimated the power. With this level of explosion, you won't die unless it happens 20 times in a row. The few of them looked unfriendly. Hong Kuan let out a cold hump and frowned. Don't be sarcastic. You have to break through too. Fang Ping, your physique is not weak. If you want to try, come out too. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Was he stupid? All of them were here. If he went out, plus the power of the explosion, 1, 2, 3 of them might be killed by you. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. He rubbed his chin and said, Donghuang is also a research maniac. No wonder Chief Donghuang didn't appear. Did he blow him up? The power just now might have been stronger during the explosion. Donghuang might have protected some of them, but he probably could not have protected everyone. In real life, maybe even those who had broken through level 8 would be blown up. No wonder there were so few people in East Emperor sect. This person also liked to set off fireworks. Fang Ping lamented, Donghuang and I have a common hobby. Say, is he teaching me how to use the combat technique of combination to convert force to blow up powerhouses like you? We humans have a group of death warriors. Let's not talk about it. Maybe it'll be useful if we study it. Fang Ping continued rubbing his chin. Speaking of which, it might not be useless. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression darkened. Hong Yu said in a low voice, there are people in Heavenly Court. This is too harmful. Fang Ping, don't you dare act recklessly. If Fang Ping really mastered this method, a group of people could combine their combat techniques and convert force. The force had already gone through a qualitative change, plus the power of the explosion. 10 true gods, converted to force, might be stronger than a saint. Plus the power of the explosion, 10 true gods might be able to unleash a heavenly king's strike. Of course, the result was obvious. The true gods who used this method could not even think about living. However, there were many humans who were not afraid of death. 10 true gods unleashing the power of a heavenly king's strike. What about 10 venerable emperors? What about 10 saints? Hong Yu felt that it was necessary to dispel Fang Ping's idea. Otherwise, who knew what this lunatic would do? If one day he, Martial King, and the rest joined forces and used this move, even those who had broken through level 8 would be blown up. Fang Ping laughed. That's true. It's too hurtful. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Everyone, try again. I think it should be like what I said. Saving people can clear the stage. If you move faster, there might be a chance. No one paid attention to him. However, Hong Yu and the rest looked at each other, frowning slightly. The method to clear the stage might be like what Fang Ping said. That would be troublesome. Saving people? How were they supposed to save them? Even if they saved them, there were about 100 people in the plaza. Would they send them back to their rooms one by one? If that was the case, they felt that they would be blown to pieces. For a moment, everyone felt like their heads were about to explode. Rescuing people was difficult. Moreover, it was only Fang Ping's theory. No one would take the bait easily. Of course, this was a possibility. At this time, Hong Yu said slowly, the force explosion is because the 3 parties provide unbalanced energy. If we can balance the energy of the 3 parties, will it maintain the balance of the force and prevent the explosion? After he said that, Hong Kuan said coldly, that's not one person. That's hundreds of people. There's a slight imbalance in the energy of hundreds of people. How are you going to control it? Hong Yu laughed. Dong Huang said earlier that vitality is slightly stronger. We can weaken some of the vitality force or increase some vitality or mentality to maintain the balance of the force. Li Zhu interrupted, that's what you said, but these hundreds of energies are not one person's. The difference in energy is also very small. You have to measure the slight difference among these hundreds of energies and control it precisely. You can even perform a slight change in energy before balancing it, that's asking too much of us. Li Zhu said helplessly, and if we're not careful, there will be an explosion. It's fine if it happens once or twice. But if it happens too many times, we will only become weaker and weaker. In the end, we will lose control of our energy and fail completely. Hong Kuan said coldly, during this period, if an asshole appears and you control it, and he adds a little bit of energy, hee. As he said that, he looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping looked innocent and said innocently, Hong Kuan, are you talking about yourself? Then you're too much of an asshole. Hong Kuan sneered and said disdainfully, I'm talking about you. In my opinion, this round might not only be a test of that. It might also be a test of the team's cooperation because we're not going to pass it alone. If that's the case, there are more things to consider. What is Dong Huang trying to do? Teach combat techniques? Fong Ping laughed. Is Dong Huang trying to tell us that we can only unleash powerful combat techniques when we work as a team? Oh right. Fong Ping continued laughing. Maybe it's not just that. I think Dong Huang might not only be thinking about saving people and balancing things. He might even want to save people after balancing things out. I don't believe he wants his disciples to be disposable consumables. Maybe he wants them to be a final combat force. Fong Ping rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, if that's the case, then the test might be on how to save people after the balance is achieved. While achieving the enhancement of combat strength, his disciple will become a kind of trump card for him instead of a consumable. This was much more reliable than what he had said before. Even Fong pondered and said, the possibility is very high. Someone must have passed before. According to the previous checkpoints, there should be some benefits to clearing them. When we fulfill Dong Huang's wish, what will we gain? How can the weak pass the test? Li Zhu thought for a while, then said with a smile, what did we get? We got the way to combine our origin power, the structure of our origin power, and how to make it more stable. We've gained a bit from being able to maintain a balance between hundreds of different energies. It's easier to do this alone. In this way, we will have a clearer idea of where to go in the future, won't we? Of course, there were benefits. Putting everything else aside, if they succeeded and let 10 sages come, they might be able to unleash a battle prowess that surpassed 7. If the 10 sages could survive, that would be terrifying. And this was only 10? What about 20? Would he be able to unleash the power of breaking through 8? What about the 30th? Not only that, Dong Huang's disciples had different abilities too. Different abilities could also be mixed, depending on how much power each person provided. If they could also master this method, if the true god martial artists in the catacombs joined forces, they would be doomed if they encountered a heavenly king now. However, if tens or hundreds of true gods joined forces, they might be able to kill a heavenly king. If tens of thousands of rank 9 joined forces, they might also be able to kill a heavenly king. In this way, some of the middle and low-end combat strength would become a kind of trump card for all parties, and they would no longer be insignificant figures. They were thinking about this. On the other side, Moon Spirit said coldly, I'm thinking, did Dong Huang actually cultivate such a group of people back then? Did he hide a group of people and use them as a trump card? When they joined forces at the critical moment, they once killed an emperor. As soon as she said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Moon Spirit said indifferently, until now, only one of Dong Huang's disciples has revived. I suspect that Dong Huang's disciples may have participated in the war back then. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been completely wiped out. Dong Huang was the second-ranked emperor. He was extremely ancient, however, who under him was famous, Heavenly Emperor Zhan did not count. And the Divine Emperor, the Tao Tree, Heavenly King Yi, Dragon Transformation, and even the Qing Tong Sage of Weiyu Mountain, the Medicine God Emperor of Medicine God Island, and another Sage of Medicine God Island, this might not be all of the Divine Emperor. Under Spirit Emperor, there was a Heavenly King powerhouse like Lin Zi. No matter how one looked at it, Dongwang's disciples were the weakest. Everyone pondered. If that was the case, it was really possible. Back then, some of Dongwang's disciples were still alive. Of course, many of them died. Were those people really dead, or were they hidden by Donghuang? Donghuang was experimenting with the origin-force combination method. Perhaps he had already succeeded. This place was only a part of his memory. Then what role did Donghuang play in the battle when the heavenly realm was destroyed back then? Everyone was silent for a while. Hong Kuan frowned and said, no matter what, we still have to try. First, balance the origin force. Second, save people. Third, let the origin force maintain balance while saving people. Completing any one of these three could be the way to break through. As he said that, Hong Kuan said coldly, but no matter which one it is, there must be no interference. Among us, some people don't have the demeanor of a powerhouse at all. They are ruthless, shameless, despicable. Fong Ping yawned. Seeing him looking over, he cupped his hands casually, his face full of agreement. You're right, there is such a kind of person, but it's not me. I don't know. Anyway, I don't think I'm that kind of person. You might be talking about your younger brother, Hong Yu. King Kuan was a little tired. He said in a low voice, so we must eliminate such unexpected factors, or else we won't be able to break through. We also have to be careful of being plotted against. Everyone looked at Fong Ping. Including Jiang Hao and the others, and that cat. The cat stared at Fong Ping with its eyes wide open, its face full of curiosity. If they wanted to kill you, what would you do? Fong Ping's face darkened. He said coldly, don't give me that. Come in and kill me if you can. What does this have to do with me? If you didn't provoke me first and threaten me, would I be your enemy? Fong Ping snorted. Some people never look for their own mistakes. They only know how to blame others. If the divine sect didn't play tricks on Earth, would I be your enemy on purpose? If the catacombs didn't have the intention to invade Earth, would I be your enemy? After years of killing, tens of millions of humans have died. Now that a few of your people have died, you're upset immediately? Fong Ping scolded, it's best if they kill you. If you're not convinced, then let's drag it out together. Let's see who can last longer. Coincidentally, I've gained a lot here. If I start cultivating now, even if I have to endure for 10,000 years, I won't die. I'll see if you guys die and how long your lifespans are. As soon as he said that, their expressions turned ugly. Feng Xiao chuckled. Fong Ping, since we're here, everyone wants to break through. Why don't we cooperate? I'm afraid of death. Fong Ping said indifferently, you're all in the same group. I'm afraid of death. I'll wait a little longer. I'll wait for the God Creation Envoy and the others to come. It's impossible to cooperate. I trust you guys, but you guys won't trust me. As Fong Ping said that, he smiled and said, but there's something we can try. Every now and then, one of you will go out and trigger a force riot. We'll investigate where the force imbalance is. This was not a problem. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao thought for a while and said, we can't keep going in and out of the room. If we keep going, this seal will break and the breakthrough will fail. Fong Ping looked at him in surprise. Hong Yu frowned slightly too. You still remember about the Demon Emperor? Jiang Hao shook his head, then nodded slightly. I remember a little, not much. But if we go in and out too much, the seal will break. I know this. How did the Demon Emperor break through back then? I don't remember. Jiang Hao saw that they did not believe him. He said lightly, there's no need to lie to you guys. Because Unquestionable Jian said that everyone's breakthrough method is different and the rewards are different. So, don't use his memory to disturb me. Let me use the same method as him to break through. Everyone agreed with this. Everyone's method was different. If Unquestionable Jian had really left behind his method, then Jiang Hao might follow him. In that case, Jiang Hao would only be the second Unquestionable Jian. If Fong Ping had Unquestionable Jian's method, he might also pass through like Unquestionable Jian. Then, he would not have gained as much as he did now. A powerhouse's thought process was usually this unique. There's a restriction on entering and exiting the house. In that case, if the house breaks, we'll either exit the arcane realm or be killed. Because without the safe house, no one could withstand the continuous outburst of force. Whether they would fail and exit directly or continue to endure the outburst of force, they could not be sure. In that case, this round was quite risky. We might die. Xianxia replied, if we didn't break through the first few rounds, we might exit the arcane realm. In this round, there's a high chance of death. As soon as he said that, everyone did not even dare to leave the house. Hong Kuan had already exited twice. Right now, he said in a low voice, how many times do we have to exit before the seal breaks? I don't know, Xianxia thought for a while and said, no matter how many, we won't give you 100 chances. It might be even less. This was even more difficult, everyone looked at each other. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was everyone's target of caution. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Too lazy to care about them, he began to close his eyes and cultivate. Vitality conversion, having forged his jade bones, he actually needed time to convert his strength. It just so happened that he could cultivate a little longer in this round. It could also delay the others from breaking through. It was quite good. Rumble, the sound of an explosion rang out again. Li Zhu hurriedly retreated to the safe house. At this moment, it had been a while since they entered. Although Fang Ping was still there, a few of them began to probe. Li Zhu retreated while Hong Kuan stayed outside the safe house, defending with all his might. In his hand, he grabbed a wisp of gray energy. It was turbulent force. He did not enter the safe house because it was within the rules. The force would dissipate the moment it entered. If he wanted to probe, he would have to come out and endure the outburst of force. While analyzing the cause of the force explosion, Hong Kuan said in a low voice, unquestionable Jian and the others could break through that year probably because they did not endure the force attack. That means that he has shocking talent and amazing eyesight. He did not need to probe to discover the cause of the imbalance of force. Or, there must be other ways to break through. When unquestionable Jian was in this round, the most he could do was use the strength of a saint. He could not withstand the outburst of force. If that was the case, he either discovered the flaw of the force remotely and balanced it, or he used other ways to pass. Fang Ping looked at his vitality that had converted quite a bit. He yawned and said, simple. Kill Dong Huang. Anyway, I think killing Dong Huang might be a solution. Everyone can kill Dong Huang when he descends. Maybe there won't be any more problems. Really, think about it. Without Dong Huang's orders, how could there be a joint attack? Of course, there won't be an explosion of force. As soon as he said that, no one could refute him. It made so much sense, this was not fake. If they killed Dong Huang, would the others not listen to their orders? Because no one gave the order, Hong Kuan did not say anything. He checked the force and returned to the safe house. He did not go in. This place kept on exploding. If this went on for a long time, he would not be able to hold on. Fang Ping did not care about them anymore. He looked at the gradually dissipating force and fell into deep thought. Previously, North King had told him that these 3 rounds might have some methods to completely unify. Actually, after so many rounds, Fang Ping had already felt that each round actually had its own characteristics. It was gradually making up for some of everyone's shortcomings. Was Dong Huang's round just for the force? Was it that simple? That was true. Force fusion was a very difficult thing to do. However, Emperor Nan's vitality restoration technique actually overlapped with this. What can Dong Huang's round teach me? At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to see something. He suddenly glanced at the cat from the corner of his eyes. On the other side, the cat was bored from being locked up. At this moment, the cat stretched out its claws and was playing with the outburst of force. As if it was playing with a ball of yarn, the cat was playing with it enthusiastically. One moment, it was squeezed into a ball, the next moment, it was squeezed into a small fish, and the next moment, it was squeezed into a small tiger. As if sensing that Fang Ping was looking at it, the cat turned its head and looked at Fang Ping innocently. Then, it sheepishly retracted its claws. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. This cat. No, this round might not only test those things. Yes, the fusion of force and the combo combat technique were all huge gains. However, for Fang Ping, he had actually already obtained these in the previous rounds. The biggest overlap was in the vitality restoration technique. The overlap between Emperor Nan's round and this round was too big. This cat is swimming in the force. Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. What did it mean, body honing? Could it be that the outburst of force here was actually helping the challengers hone their bodies? So that the force will no longer explode, but maintain balance. The imbalance of force here may not be a real imbalance, but it needs us to make up for some of the imbalances and allow ourselves to fuse with these force. Fang Ping's gaze changed again. Maybe this round of Donghuang's might have other hidden meanings. The imbalance of force would cause an explosion, but the balance of force was actually the best strength for honing the body. This, Fang Ping had a deep understanding of. Back then, after he achieved balance, he used the force to hone his body. It was also at that time that the degree of honing of his jade bones appeared. It was also at that time that his several types of strength fused and transformed his bones from golden bones to jade bones. This round is for honing the body? Fang Ping felt that he might have discovered the true meaning of this round. The first 10 rounds were for them to make up for their flaws. The last 3 rounds might be for them to integrate the gains from the previous rounds. The changes in each round made them stronger and stronger. If that was the case, if Unquestionable Sword discovered this, then it might use his discovery to fuse itself into the chaotic force and hone itself. This way, he would not be hurt. It would only make him stronger. Fang Ping felt that if he really discovered these special points, it was highly possible that he could pass this round this way. This was not a round, but a gift. Fang Ping glared at the cat. Seeing that no one was paying attention to it, he signaled with his eyes for it to retreat immediately. He could see the cat playing with the force and discover some clues. The others could too. However, for now, the others had not considered this point. That was why they had been analyzing the reason for the imbalance of force. Fang Ping did not want them to take advantage of this. Of course, very soon, Fang Ping realized that things were not that simple. At this time, King Kuan suddenly said, every time the force outburst, the unbalanced force is actually different. It's not fixed. Damn it, this round is harder than we thought. Every time, it's a different force that's out of balance. As soon as he said this, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, if he wanted to hone his body, then he would also need to master a different force supplement during every outburst process so that the force would not be out of balance. If I didn't go through Heavenly Emperor Zhan's round, I wouldn't be able to achieve such precise force supplement. If I didn't go through Emperor Nan's round, I wouldn't be able to clearly understand the composition of the force. The previous rounds were actually prepared for the later rounds. Fang Ping understood. This mystic realm was indeed to make people more versatile. At this time, Fang Ping looked at the others and smiled. I'll go out and take a look. Everyone, don't waste the opportunity to enter and exit. I'll be at the door. Don't think of killing me. As Fang Ping said that, he walked out of the safe house. The others did not say anything. It was good to let Fang Ping try. As soon as Fang Ping went out, the scene began to loop again. Fang Ping watched for a while and muttered, I still think that killing Dong Huang is not bad. Too bad it's too far. I'm afraid that if I go and kill him, you guys will kill me before I come back. Forget it, I'm not going. At this time, the scene continued. Very soon, it was time for the force outburst. Fang Ping stood at the door. The force spread and exploded in an instant. Fang Ping was surrounded by the force. At this moment, his flesh was so strong that he felt like his flesh was about to explode. He quickly composed himself and quickly analyzed the cause of the force imbalance. In this explosion of force, there were hundreds of forces. Fang Ping frowned and quickly began to investigate and analyze. Mentality, vitality force, and vitality are all different. There's a slight difference, but it's not big. The ratio of the three is not 1, 1, 1. It's about 100, 101, 99. Fang Ping had the force himself. He could investigate more clearly than King Kuan. Very soon, Fang Ping had some conclusions. The three forces were unbalanced and different, which led to the force outburst. I need to replenish one part of mentality and 2 parts of vitality to make the force in this place balanced. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly grabbed a strand of force and quickly filled it with strands of mentality and vitality before the other party exploded. The initially violent force suddenly calmed down. Of course, only the strand in his hand. Fang Ping let the force roll in his hand. It did not explode. Fang Ping tried to absorb it again. As expected, his flesh seemed to be tempered. The force surged in his flesh. Fang Ping's system did not have the function to recover force. Even if it did, he might not use it to hone his body now. But in this place, it was possible. Fang Ping's gaze changed. The system could recover vitality force and other forces. He did not need to recover himself. Instead, he could use it to replenish and make up for the imbalance of power in this place. After conversion, it would become force and then be used to hone his body. However, conversion in a small area was fine. Large scale, including integrating his entire body into the force, this required him to have superb control over his strength and be able to convert it in time. Interesting. Donghuang's stage actually has this function. While Fang Ping was thinking about this, someone stretched out his arm as if by accident and shot out a wisp of vitality force. The force that had yet to erupt completely suddenly exploded in all directions with a loud boom. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated to the safe house and said angrily, "Childish. Stupid bird. I didn't go far. Go ahead and blow me up. If you blow me up, won't I blow you up later?" Hong Kuan sneered. "Just drag it out. I'm just trying. Not to mention, this power is more unbalanced and the explosion will be more powerful." He was the one who did it earlier. Fang Ping thought this guy was childish. "I didn't go far. What's the use of blowing me up?" On the other side, Li Zhu and Hong Yu were having a headache. Was King Kuan that free? If you blew Fang Ping up, wouldn't this guy keep blowing you up? Don't you want to clear the stage? Fang Ping, on the other hand, thought of many things at this moment. His eyes suddenly lit up and he murmured in his heart, "It's not one person clearing the stage, but many people. Could it be that there's a deeper test? If I can quickly determine how much energy they add in and analyze it, then the energy they add will also become a part of the force and hone my body." The more Fang Ping thought about it, the more terrified he felt. If Dong Huang can do this and someone uses force to fight him, he can quickly capture some of the imbalances and turn the enemy's force into his body honing strength. Not only that. Fang Ping thought even more. Even if the enemy uses vitality force or mentality, he can completely make his force lose balance and directly absorb it to replenish it, turning it into a part of his strength. If that's the case, the enemy's attack power will instead become his power to hone his body? He can do this? Fang Ping swallowed. He did not think that Dong Huang was that scary before. But now, if Dong Huang could really achieve such accurate judgment, absorption, and conversion, then Dong Huang could be said to be invincible. Of course, if the other party's strength control was also terrifyingly strong, like Heavenly Emperor Zhan who had 100% control, then Dong Huang might not be able to make use of it. But as long as it was not 100%, if Dong Huang could do this, then he was almost invincible. 5 people. When Mia said 5 people, including Dong Huang, Fang Ping thought that Mia had overestimated Dong Huang. When North King ranked his strength, Dong Huang was in the top 3, equal to Heavenly Emperor Reverse and Emperor God. At that time, Fang Ping felt that what North King said was not accurate. But now, who was first among the top 3 that North King mentioned? He only said top 3 and did not specifically say first and second. Did that mean that in North King's mind, Dong Huang was actually on the same level as the other 2 powerhouses? He was a level higher than the other emperors and venerable emperors? These people are causing trouble and exploding their energy. If I can quickly analyze the composition of the energy, I can quickly replenish my strength and make the force balance again. This is considered borrowing strength. But these people can't do it. So, they dare not come out and can only stay inside. If they come out, they have to be careful of losing the balance of their energy and getting killed by the explosion of the force. They can only watch helplessly as I temper my body. They don't even dare to cause trouble. This is a good way to piss people off. But these people are extremely powerful. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to quickly analyze the Composition of their energy. Fang Ping realized that this level had a very high requirement for personal qualities. He had to be powerful in all aspects. Maybe I can try to do a small-scale conversion honing. Fang Ping looked at Dongwon's projection from the corner of his eyes. If his guess was right, this guy was indeed in the top 3 powerhouses. Imagine, when North King punched, he absorbed the energy and turned it into force to hone himself and even hurt North King. How frustrated would North King be? Does this count as the star transposition art? Or even better, borrowing strength to fight strength was not enough. He could also replenish and strengthen his own strength. As for why he listed North King, it was because that guy bragged that he was very powerful. Dong Huang. Fang Ping did not feel anything else during this trip to the arcane realm. He only felt that all the emperors and venerable emperors were really not simple. He might have underestimated these guys in the past, each was more cunning and difficult to deal with than the last. Was the silly celestial emperor Badian really stupid, or had he discovered something and purposely helped Iron Head? Was North King, who seemed easy to fool, being fooled on purpose, or did he have other motives? At this moment, Fang Ping was a little uncertain. Maybe you thought you were fooling them, but in fact, they were the ones snickering. Fooling a fool was quite fun. Fang Ping was that idiot. Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. No way, after all, it was just a projection, not the real body. Did he really have so many thoughts? No matter how I think about it, it seems that the Beast Emperor is the dumbest. Indeed, the demons are the dumbest. Fang Ping comforted himself. Others might have fooled him, but the Beast Emperor definitely did not, because he did not give it a chance at all. He killed it dozens of times directly. Whatever, I want to try. If I succeed in this level, my body might become more perfect and powerful. Even the conversion of force might accelerate. Fang Ping decided to not care so much. He would try it first. 10 levels passed. Yi is dead too. Just as Fang Ping was about to try, the young man who was observing the levels in the basilica murmured. Would he be able to pass this stage so quickly? This time, the young man even used some of his trump cards to gather these people together. He passed 10 levels. Not just Fang Ping, the young man also looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao passed 10 levels too. Then at Hong Yu. Hong Yu passed 7 levels. King Kuan passed 8 levels, more than Hong Yu. Li Zhu passed 7 levels too, Feng did the same. These people passed the levels extremely quickly. It had not been long since they came in. The young man fell into deep thought. Should he try to pass all the levels now? No, not many people passed the levels of Emperor God and Emperor Heaven Reverse. Few people passed the levels and the barriers were strong. It might not be successful. If the young man wanted to pass the final level, he might have to pass all the levels. The young man turned his head again and looked at another image. It was also a sealed basilica. In the basilica, an old man was sitting cross-legged. He had been sitting there for a long time. Everyone else was passing the levels but he was not. The young man frowned slightly and murmured, "Zhen, what are you trying to do now? This place might not be able to pass 9 levels." It was not that easy to pass 9 levels. The young man had been sitting there for a long time. He never tried to leave. Was it because he knew he could not leave or because he had other plans? The young man was observing Heavenly King Zhen. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, Heavenly King Zhen opened his eyes. He stared straight ahead, motionless. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. He murmured, "Which shameless bastard peeked at me? I've seen you a few times and you're still peeking. Aren't you afraid you'll go blind?" He calculated the time. It had been 7 or 8 days since he came in. He wondered if Fang Ping and the others had come in and how many levels they had passed. "Qiong, don't you want to come in for a chat?" Heavenly King Zhen stood up suddenly and shouted. No one answered. "Why keep me here? Are you afraid that I'll kill you?" Silence. Heavenly King Zhen sighed. He walked around and suddenly looked at the top of the basilica. With a sudden laugh, the subduing Heavenly King took out a crystal chip from his pocket and said with a smile, "This is the latest movie projector developed by humans. Aren't you tired of watching this old man? This thing could be a good thing." In the past, it could not be used in the catacombs. It took a lot of manpower and material resources to research. Forget it, you've lucked out. I won't look at it anymore. You can have a look. As he spoke, he enlarged the crystal and threw it into the air, instantly covering the roof, at this moment. In the hall where the young man was. Suddenly, something different appeared on the screen. The young man looked over and his face darkened. On the screen, there were two people. They were all men, one of them was even kneeling. Of course, it wasn't some messy little movie. The man kneeling on the ground had 3 big words above his head, Peeping Tom. Ancient characters, the one standing seemed to be the heavenly King Zhen. At this moment, with a slap, the person kneeling on the ground flew up. Pa, another slap, slap after slap, the other party cowed out and begged for mercy. Grandpa, spare me. The young man could not hear the voice, but there was a text accompanying it. That's right, he even had words on him. High tech, the one that the heavenly King suppressing had taken out could play movies from Earth, and it could also be transformed by one's own energy input. It would be a complete waste if the heavenly King suppressing didn't make movies. Who is your grandfather? The heavenly hound is your grandfather. A string of words appeared above the subduing heavenly King's head. It was a silent movie version. Pa, with a single kick, he turned his opponent into a pig's head. Pong, pong, pong. A series of violent beatings caused the kneeling man to burst into tears. The scene continued to play out everything. The more the young man watched, the more irritated he became. The young man was not surprised that Jin Zhen had discovered some clues. But, wasn't this guy too bored? Was that necessary? Boring. The young man harumphed coldly, and was just about to turn off the screen when, after some thought, he decided not to. If he did, he would have no idea what the town was up to. The young man did not close it, and the scene continued to play out. From being pummeled at the start, to being stuffed into a cesspit, bitten by a dog, ridden by a pig. All kinds of bizarre things happened. That was not all. Soon, a group of wretched men appeared on the screen. There were some names marked on it. The Sea Guardian, the Kuan Peng, was enormous. The son of the earthly emperor, Hong Kuan, had a strong body. These people or demons transformed into wretched men and began to touch the kneeling man. The young man felt that he had to kill the town. Damn, what was this guy thinking? He had lived for so many years, yet he was so childish, so boring, so wretched, so hateful. Although the person who had turned into a peeping Tom had no face in the scene, and the subduing heavenly king did not know if the person peeping on him was the divine emperor or someone else, it did not stop him from disgusting people. In the next moment, an invisible scene happened on the screen. The young man's face was dark. This old guy who had lived for tens of thousands of years actually used this to disgust him. It was unexpected. The accompanying text continued, and some vulgar words marked in ancient characters appeared. The young man really could not watch anymore. With a cold snort, he waved his hand, and the screen turned dark. He could not watch anymore. If the subduing heavenly king used other methods, even if he meditated for 100 or 1,000 years, the young man could continue watching. He had patience. But watching this scene was really unbearable for the young man. Disgusting. In the Divine Emperor Hall, the subduing heavenly king was whistling a tune in a good mood. Still peeping? This old man has better, exclusive short movies that haven't been played yet. The subduing heavenly king chuckled and said, for example, the Kuan Peng's transformation and the Beast Emperor's transformation haven't started yet. I hope you can continue watching. The subduing heavenly king stroked his beard and murmured, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors can all evolve? No, forget about the spirit sovereign, you're lucky. The monster race can all evolve and let you see. The subduing heavenly king laughed wretchedly and quickly returned to the appearance of an expert. This old man is a decent person, it was someone else who peeped at me first. Otherwise, this old man, an expert, would not do such a thing. The feeling of being spied on lessened a lot. The subduing heavenly king laughed again. It seemed that the peeping fellow had already seen the scene and did not want to watch any more. The subduing heavenly king pondered for a while and began to walk around the hall. He fiddled with it here and there. Soon, the subduing heavenly king panted and chuckled, it's getting more and more interesting. I hope it's of some use. After thinking for a while, he looked at the main entrance of the hall again. Xiong, are you there? If you are, let me out for a chat. If you don't let me out, I'll go out myself. You really won't let me out? If you don't let me out, I'll go out. The subduing heavenly king laughed and walked towards the main entrance. The door of the hall was tightly shut, and the power of the rule filled the air. It was very strong. The subduing heavenly king glanced at it and chuckled. The power of the rule in this place has all gathered here. You really think highly of this old man. Say, why do you have to lock me up? I haven't been able to go to other places to take a look until now. As the subduing heavenly king spoke, his hand gently brushed the door of the hall. A gray force filled the air and slowly eroded the power of the rule. Gradually, the power of the rule spread out. The subduing heavenly king smiled and said, "It's not weak. It's not a problem to lock up Guan Hongkuan and the others, but this old man is not Hongkuan." Soon, the power on the door began to fade. A lot of the power of the rule was directly destroyed. The subduing heavenly king casually pierced through the door of the hall and went out. At the same time, another subduing heavenly king appeared in the hall, sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The subduing heavenly king was full of smiles. Then, he grabbed the void with one hand and the power of the rule spread out. The subduing heavenly king began to repair the door that had just been broken. In the blink of an eye, the door was sealed, and it was the same as before. Outside the hall, the subduing heavenly king rubbed his chin and was quite satisfied. He smiled and said, "Not bad, it's not inferior to the God Creation Envoy's counterfeiting ability." Then, his figure changed, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a stranger. No, it wasn't a stranger, it was Xiong, the appearance of the divine emperor. The subduing heavenly king was very satisfied. His aura fluctuated slightly, and in an instant, his aura became somewhat strange. Look at my heaven-concealing technique. With a low shout, a lot of power of the rule appeared outside the subduing heavenly king's body. The power of the rule filled the air, and his aura became even more blurry. At this time, the subduing heavenly king walked towards another hall in front of him. As he walked, he said coldly, "How dare you impersonate this emperor? Die." In the hall in front of him, a figure slowly appeared. He looked exactly the same as the subduing heavenly king. The only difference was his attire. In the blink of an eye, the subduing heavenly king's attire changed. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "It's still a little lacking. You're a researcher, and I'm a martial artist. No, I have to change." After saying that, the subduing heavenly king's appearance did not change, but his temperament instantly changed. The previously cold him now had a hint of gentleness. His face was filled with the aura of a scholar, and there was even a hint of elegance on it. Like a teacher, the subduing heavenly king had his hands behind his back. His voice had also changed as he said with a faint smile, "There's no benefit in pretending to be this emperor. Why bother?" On the other side, the divine emperor looked at him and said softly, "Zhen, long time no see, Zhen, long time no see." The divine emperor sighed once again, and the subduing heavenly king sighed as well. Then, he smiled and said, "Don't say it. It's been too long since we last met. I've forgotten some of your habits. Come, come, come. Come to think of it, you can be considered my martial uncle. You haven't taken care of me for so many years. How ungrateful." The subduing heavenly king nagged, "Master couldn't have been killed by you, right? Forget it, the old fellow isn't weak either. You might not have the ability to do so. I don't want to care about you guys being so mysterious." However, the subduing heavenly king sighed again, "But can't you tell me something? Give me some benefits? We're all family, yet you're still so petty." "There's nothing I can say." The subduing heavenly king shook his head and said, "Forget it, cut the crap. Those things you said might not be useful. Your projection seems to have been erased by someone. Could it be that someone erased your memory? Who did it? I smell this. It's a little familiar. Looks like it's not you spying on me. This is the smell of the tree you planted? That tree is spying on me?" The subduing heavenly king rubbed his chin and quickly gave up this action. This habit was not good. It was all led astray by Zhang Tao and Fang Ping. He put down his hand and continued to put his hands behind his back. The subduing heavenly king muttered, "That tree is already so strong. There's no justice in this world. Say, if you give me some benefits, I'll become an emperor. How can I forget you? But you won't. Forget it, I'll just beat you to death and replace you." "Oh, there's still the power of the rule on your head, does that mean you have other uses?" The subduing heavenly king nagged. The divine emperor opposite him did not say anything else. A palm condensed a large amount of power of the rule and slapped toward him. The heaven-suppressing heavenly king followed suit and struck out with his palm. He sent a palm over, and it was also rule force. However, heavenly King Zhen was still not satisfied. "Quite strong power. It's a bit hard for me to control it. Suppressing my own power and forcefully changing it into this power. Forget it, that's enough. Outside is the rule power, inside is my own power. Anyway, those guys are very stupid, they won't be able to see it." The heaven-suppressing heavenly king smiled and said, "Breaking through the levels, right? There should be quite a few levels. Sooner or later, someone will come to this level. Should I set up some difficulties for them to break through? For example, if they tell me that they peed their pants when they were young and describe the process in detail, I will let them pass?" After laughing for a while, the heaven-suppressing heavenly king and the divine emperor quickly exchanged over 1,000 moves. Heavenly King Zhen's movements were becoming more and more similar to him. Seeing that it was about time, heavenly King Zhen didn't delay any longer and directly grabbed at the God Emperor. Just as the God Emperor was about to retreat, heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, "Come, have a taste of the sleeve universe." With a wave of his hand, heaven and earth changed color. The sky was dark, rumble, the area where the divine emperor was located was directly covered in darkness. In the blink of an eye, the divine emperor disappeared. Heavenly King Zhen shook his sleeves and said with a smile, "Great immortal Zhen Yuanzi is here. Ahem, I am Qiong. You can stay in my sleeve for a while." "You don't say, this move is quite useful." "As expected, I still need to watch more to stimulate my creative ideas." It seemed extremely easy for heavenly King Zhen to capture the divine emperor. Without saying anything else, heavenly King Zhen walked into the hall that the divine emperor had just come out from with his hands behind his back. His movements, form, and posture were exactly the same as the divine emperor just now. He was now in charge of this level. The peeping guy should be that tree. That guy should be in another level. Wait a minute, he should still need this old man. Heavenly King Zhen thought and looked in the direction of the hall where he was previously. At this moment, there seemed to be some changes in the sky over there, and a tiny, almost invisible tentacle spread out from the void. In the blink of an eye, the tentacle disappeared. In the hall where the young man was, the scene of heavenly King Zhen sitting cross-legged and cultivating appeared again. Not only that, heavenly King Zhen, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, also looked up and gave a middle finger. Interesting. He really passed through this level. It seems like this guy has grasped quite a bit of the rule power here all these years. He's very strong. Heavenly King Zhen wanted to rub his chin, but quickly gave up and continued to think. Would he be able to get any benefits this time? Also, don't let anyone save my trapped fake body. Fang Ping and the God Creation Envoy, don't even think about saving me. Just let me be trapped to death, I don't mind. Just as heavenly King Zhen easily subdued the divine emperor. The others were also moving. At the human emperor's level, the human emperor sent away a challenger. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and the teleportation channel was forcefully sealed by him. He would not receive anyone in this level. The human emperor looked at the condensed rule power in the sky and frowned slightly. He did not move. Although he had broken the rules, he had only sealed the passageway. It was not as if he did not let others pass. If you have the ability, you can come in and break through. Spirit Emperor's checkpoint. The Spirit Emperor dragged a dead dog and looked at the sky. After thinking for a while, he opened the passageway and kicked the dead dog in. Woof. You evil bitch, if you come and bite you to death next time, I will spare your life this time. The heavenly dog roared. It was as if the dead dog from before was not him. At this moment, the heavenly dog became arrogant once again. Didn't you send me through obediently? Do you think I am no match for you? I just wanted to pass earlier and deliberately let you go. If you have the guts, let's fight for another 300 rounds. Bang, the passageway closed and the heavenly dog fell to the ground. The Spirit Emperor's entire body was overflowing with cold air. This dog deserved to be beaten to death. The heavenly dog widened its eyes, dumbfounded. What's wrong? What's wrong? Didn't he leave? Why did he come back? At the side, the three cats covered their eyes with their short claws. They couldn't look at it anymore. The big dog was so pitiful. If I send you away, you should just leave obediently. It's over. This time, he was really going to be beaten into a dead dog. Woof. A mournful dog barked. The heavenly dog was about to go crazy. It wasn't like this. Heavenly Emperor Xian. Heavenly Emperor Xian appeared again with little cat in his hands, looking aggrieved. Heavenly Emperor Xian muttered, "Don't break the rules to steal the seed's energy. You stupid cat, the seed has already realized that something is wrong. I can't hide it for too long. You exchanged the seed's energy for some useless food." Sigh. Little cat risked its life to steal a bunch of small fishes. If it wasn't for him secretly shattering the rules, it would have been killed long ago. Even so, it still wanted to steal and exchange it for food. What a fool. Meow. What are you barking for? After this, you should disappear. But that's true. It's not bad to be a satisfied cat before I die. Meow. Is it delicious? Heavenly Emperor Xian suddenly smiled and took a bag of snacks from little cat's paws. You are a smart cat. You even know how to bribe me. Let me have a taste. After so many years, perhaps I can have a real meal. He tore open the bag, took a chip, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed slowly and suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes. He said softly, "You stupid cat, you know how to buy people's hearts. Go, don't steal too much. This little bit of power is not enough to stop me." Meow. Little cat flew into the sky, tore through the sky, and disappeared instantly. Heavenly Emperor Xian looked up at the sky and laughed. He really wanted to go out and take a look. Perhaps he would never have the chance again. Beside him, another person appeared. This person was like a child, and he shouted, "Read properly." After shouting, the child's tears flowed down. He choked and said, "Master, send them out of seclusion. The power of the rules has been depleted, and this place is no longer safe." Silly child. Heavenly Emperor Xian chuckled. They are already dead, so how can they be safe? Let them learn more and pass down my cultivation technique. I won't leave my name in life, but I will leave my name in death. That way, my life will not be in vain. Master, after this, you can leave. Leave alive, you don't have much lifespan left. Spend tens of thousands of years here with me. Sigh. With another sigh, Heavenly Emperor Xian looked up at the sky and smiled. This time, I have obtained some opportunities for you. When you go out, observe more and speak less. Don't choose sides easily, and don't trust those people easily. They have accompanied me for tens of thousands of years. That's enough. The child choked and was speechless. Heavenly Emperor's voice became softer. I will create some opportunities for you. Pretend that you have just awakened and appear in the three realms. Remember, until the last moment, do not reveal your strength, Master. The child choked. I want to take revenge for you. Revenge? After killing so many times, there is no more grudge. Furthermore, you won't be able to take revenge. Then, do you have any last wishes? The child became even more sorrowful. Last wishes. Heavenly Emperor Xian was speechless for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed. Go and take a look at the inheritor of my source. If he doesn't like to study, send him to school and let him read thousands of books before letting him leave. Heavenly Emperor smiled. His smile was bright. The child choked again. At this moment, a cat fell from the sky. Heavenly Emperor Xian caught it casually. With a burst of energy, the nomological force was destroyed. Cat was holding onto a huge ball of life force. Meow. Heavenly Emperor Xian laughed again. Don't go. If you want to exchange for something delicious, you can do so in a few days. If you go now, I won't be able to protect you. Meow, Big Cat is gone. What should I do? Two Cat stopped meowing and started to speak. Stupid cat, it still wants to exchange for your fish. Go and exchange for it. It will do it. Heavenly Emperor Jean laughed and threw Two Cat aside. He walked away and patrolled the school. This school was about to be destroyed. It was a pity. The child behind him cried and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Two Cat passed a bag of chips over and meowed. Delicious, delicious. Little guy, remember to take care of Big Cat. Big Cat said that there are people bullying it. There are many bad people. The child received the chips and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Master said that you know how to buy people's hearts. You really know how to use it. You want to buy me over a bag of food? Meow. Two Cat looked dejected. I don't have any more. I only have a few bags left. Do you want more? I don't want it. I'll keep it for myself. The child smiled and was no longer sad. He opened the bag and took out the chips. He chewed them slowly, just like Heavenly Emperor Jean. Heavenly Emperor Jean could not taste it, but the child could. The more he ate, the more bitter it tasted. His tears fell again. Two Cat looked at him strangely and meowed. I'm crying because of the delicious food. I must take good care of Big Cat. I will. I will. The child nodded and smiled. His tears evaporated. You bought me over with this bag of food. Azure Cat. Call me Two Cat. If Big Cat is here, I won't be Azure Cat anymore. The child smiled. Two Cat, do you want to go out with me? No, Two Cat scurried out and shook its fat butt. Big Cat is already outside. I don't want to go out. The teacher is dying. I will go with him to another world to eat delicious food. Drip, drip, the child's tears fell again. Could it be that he could not avoid this day? In front, Heavenly Emperor Jean was patrolling the school with a smile. Behind him, a cat was jumping happily. He was the only one who could not see through life and death. Donghuang checkpoint. Fong Ping walked out of the safe house again. Hong Kuan and the rest looked at him. Fong Ping smiled. Why are you looking at me? Do you want to come out together? They did not say anything. Right now, they were still analyzing the pattern of the force explosion and the way to balance it. Fong Ping, on the other hand, stood at the door, watching the scene in the square from afar. Boom, the force exploded again. A powerful force swept over. Fong Ping's eyes glowed. From afar, he started analyzing the flaws of the unstable force. Mentality replenishment 2, vitality replenishment 1, Fong Ping quickly analyzed the flaws this time. Analyzing the flaws was not enough. The energy needed to be perfectly integrated into the force. If he was not careful, the force would explode. Fong Ping took a deep breath. The moment the force attacked him, he rushed straight into a huge ball of force. Boom, a portion of the force exploded in the force ball. The force was endless. Fong Ping could only replenish it within his control. Out of his control, he did not dare to recklessly replenish it, in case it caused an even bigger explosion. Fong Ping grunted. He quickly controlled the force around him and replenished the energy he needed. Right now, Fong Ping had integrated a small portion of the force. Li Zhu and the rest looked at him. Li Zhu frowned slightly. Hong Yu's gaze flickered. Fong Ping's improvement was frightening. He had balanced a portion of the force. This meant that Fong Ping's control and analysis of force had reached a peak. This was not something that could be achieved just because one was strong. Fong Ping's improvement was too fast. To them, Fong Ping might be strong, but he did not know much about this. Now, it seemed like they had underestimated him. The few Breaking 8 powerhouses present did not dare to say that their control of force was better than Fong Ping's. Otherwise, they would not have been waiting to judge and look for patterns. Li Zhu and Hong Yu looked at Hong Kuan. Hong Kuan attacked and exploded Fong Ping once. Should he try again? Hong Kuan's expression was dark. He could not be bothered with them. If you want to do it yourself. Right now, Hong Kuan ignored them. He looked at Fang Ping, at the force ball. Fang Ping's jade bones exploded, his flesh turning transparent. He could not help but look solemn. This guy was even scarier than his father's checkpoint. He had forged jade bones. Not only had he forged his jade bones, but even his golden body had been tempered to the extreme. Which stage was he trying to pass? How did he become so strong so quickly? Jade bone, Hong Kuan murmured and exhaled softly. He had shattered a gate. It wasn't the gate of qi and blood, but the gate of energy. Ancient warriors cultivated qi and blood, but there were still some who cultivated energy. Since Emperor of Heaven Reverse began to cultivate energy, there were others who followed suit. At the later stage of Hong Kuan realm, he switched to cultivating energy. He broke the door of energy. He, whose gate of life had yet to shatter, was on the verge of doing so. This also meant that he hadn't forged his jade bones, but his bones were much stronger than ordinary golden bones, 9 refinements, close to the level of jade bones. Now, however, Fang Ping had forged jade bones. Hong Kuan did not cause trouble this time. Since Fang Ping had come out, he would not do something pointless. He wanted to see what Fang Ping was up to. Balance the origin power, save someone, or something else? Hong Kuan stared at Fang Ping without blinking. Because Fang Ping was outside, the outburst of origin power had not stopped. However, Fang Ping was not seriously injured. He quickly balanced the origin power around him. Although the origin power around him kept squeezing him and even exploded in many places, Fang Ping's small piece maintained its balance. The small ball of origin power that Fang Ping guided began to expand quickly. New clusters of origin power surged in. Fang Ping started to feel strained. He could not control them. Around him, there were some explosions. Fang Ping's flesh glowed, resisting these explosive forces. Hong Kuan was still watching. Not only him, but the others were also paying attention. They knew Fang Ping's personality very well. He would not wake up early without benefits. The first time, he could say that he felt it, but the second time, he came out very quickly. This was not as simple as feeling it. He might have discovered something or found a way to pass the stage. Fang Ping also knew that everyone was staring at him. Suddenly, he looked at Moon Spirit. Multitasking, he smiled and said, "Moon Spirit, I promised you before that I would gift you a body of jade bones. However, I didn't expect that I would forge my jade bones so quickly, and even forge my 9 refinements physique. If that's the case, I don't want to dismantle the jade bones anymore." Moon Spirit looked at him, saying nothing. Fang Ping smiled again. "I still have a lot of powerful vitality left from this arcane realm. The origin power explosion here is actually also a good place to hone your bones. You can absorb the vitality and repair yourself. Forging your bones will be even more effective. You won't die from the explosion so easily. You have half a jade bone to begin with. I believe that you will be able to forge real jade bones very soon." Moon Spirit's eyes moved slightly. Before she could speak, Fang Ping laughed and said, "If you're interested, come and forge your bones by my side. I'll protect you." Shameless. No one said this, but it rose in everyone's hearts at the same time. Jiang Hao and the others rolled their eyes. Why must you let Moon Spirit hone her bones by your side? Do you really think no one knows what you're up to? Fang Ping smiled again. Moon Spirit, do you want to try? Now that the 3 realms are in chaos, your jade bones are still incomplete. If this goes on, I'm afraid you'll be stuck at the early stage of Broken 7 for a long time. Moon Spirit gave him a deep look. Everyone knew what Fang Ping was trying to do. If she went to Fang Ping's side, would Hong Yu attack Fang Ping? Right now, Fang Ping might want to stay outside forever, but he was worried that someone would plot against him and use her as a shield. However, the temptation of jade bones was irresistible. If Hong Yu did not attack, would Li Zhu attack? What about Hong Kuan? As for Feng, if the others did not attack, he would not interfere either. Moon Spirit glanced at Hong Yu, who was not far away. Hong Yu's expression did not change. He did not look at Moon Spirit, but at Fang Ping. After staring for a while, he said coldly, "Since you promised Moon Spirit that I'll give you a set of jade bones, why don't you just break your bones and fulfill your promise?" Fang Ping smiled. "I promised Moon Spirit, not you." Aren't I discussing it now? Do you want to absorb my bones or my pure vitality? Fang Ping said playfully, if I break my bones and Moon Spirit absorbs them, she'll be connected to my bones. Besides, my bones. Aren't you afraid that I'll tamper with them? Hong Yu, what do you think? Hong Yu's expression was slightly ugly, but he did not say anything. Fang Ping smiled and looked at Moon Spirit again. Moon Spirit, you choose. You're also a martial artist who broke through rank 7. Besides, it's actually very dangerous for you to come here. Some people might not care about that. I don't really have much hope. Why don't I help you test it out? Moon Spirit looked at him. She, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up and walked out of the safe house. The force around her exploded instantly, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Moon Spirit did not care about this. She revealed her crystal-clear bones and walked towards Fang Ping step by step. She said coldly, of course I want to forge jade bones. So what if I take the risk? If I really attack, I might still stand a chance. If you, Fang Ping, dare to do it, I, Moon Spirit, dare to do it too. A set of armor appeared outside Moon Spirit's body, covering her bones. It was not completely exposed, and she did not continue to let others see her flesh explode. Pink Skull, when Moon Spirit walked to Fang Ping's side, her gorgeous appearance had long disappeared. All that was left was her skull. She was as cold and arrogant as ever, even though she had turned into a skeleton. Moon Spirit did not lower her head. She said coldly, I agree. I'll use my vitality to exchange for it. However, you have to help me forge jade bones successfully. If I fail, you still have to provide your vitality. Sure. Fang Ping agreed without hesitation. A jade bottle shot toward her. At this moment, a powerful wave of mentality swept over. Someone had been waiting for this. Feng rushed out of the safe house immediately. His mentality erupted, even temporarily suppressing the force that had erupted. The jade bottle was flipped open. At this moment, another powerful wave of mentality erupted. Hong Yu stepped out of the safe house, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He said coldly, Feng, that's not yours. Feng was also a mentality illusionary world. At this moment, he was standing on an island, surrounded by the sound of crashing waves. Feng's gaze was like the sun and the moon. He said coldly, I want it too. To him, forging his jade bones was more urgent than breaking through to the 8th rank. His flesh had always been weak. His bones were not strong. Although his mentality was incomparably strong, it had suppressed his progress in other areas. He had no choice but to look for annihilation to ask about the ultimate path. But was he willing? He was not willing. If he really wanted to walk the path of the ultimate path, he could have asked annihilation. But he did not. Because he did not want to become an ultimate emperor. He wanted to become a sovereign. At this moment, with such a large amount of vitality before him, how could he not be tempted? Hong Yu, are you trying to stop me? Feng's eyes were cold. I know very well what kind of person you are. You are a heartless person. Why do you have to pretend? You went to the Divine Palace before the war in the Heaven Realm. Do you really think I don't know? What? As soon as he heard this, Hongkuan walked out of the safe house. His hair flew into the air as he shouted, Feng, say that again. Feng sneered. Hongkuan, I think your father's death has something to do with Hong Yu. Earthly Sovereign must have been prepared, but he was still killed. Earthly Sovereign is so powerful. Apart from Emperor God and Emperor of Heaven Reverse, who else can kill him? Was Earthly Sovereign powerful? Very powerful. According to the ranking, he should be ranked 4th among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Emperor Do, Emperor God, Emperor East, after those 3 would be Earthly Sovereign. What was more, Earthly Sovereign was prepared. It would not be easy for the others to kill him, even if they worked together. But Earthly Sovereign was dead, Feng sneered. Hong Yu built the Earthly Sovereign dynasty in the name of Earthly Sovereign. You have always been against him. Don't you have any ideas? I'm afraid you have. Hong Yu must have been to the place where your father died. He even took away his imperial qi. Does he have the ability to do that? There must be other emperors helping him. Who is helping him? He became an inspector. Do you think the inspector was built by the human sovereign, without the approval of the emperor god? Do you think the other emperors would let Hong Yu build the dynasty and gather the fate of the three universes? Hong Kuan was enraged. His energy soared to the sky. There were some things that he knew. There were some things that he suspected. But today, Feng said that Hong Yu had been to the divine palace. Hong Kuan shouted coldly, Hong Yu, tell me, did you go to the divine palace after father left those words or before? Boom, there was an explosion of energy and the origin forces nearby. Hong Kuan did not care at all. He let the energy attack him and shouted again, tell me. Before this, it was nothing. After this, he, Hong Kuan, would not forgive Hong Yu. On the other side, Fong Ping was surprised. There was a good show to watch. Although the two brothers were enemies in the past, it was impossible for Hong Kuan and Hong Yu to fight to the death. But now, judging from Hong Kuan's words, if Hong Yu really went to the divine palace after Earthly Emperor told them something, Hong Kuan might kill him. Did Hong Yu betray Earthly Sovereign? Before the war, Earthly Sovereign seemed to have left some last words for his two sons, including some benefits. He must have told them something too. Did Hong Yu betray Earthly Sovereign? Hong Yu's expression was cold. He said in a low voice, I did not betray father. Let me ask you. Before or after? Hong Kuan's long hair turned from black to red. His murderous aura soared to the sky. This meant that he was really angry. He could endure anything but his father's death because of Hong Yu's betrayal. That was their father. Moreover, their father had doted on them since they were young. How could Hong Yu do that? How dare he? Clang, a crisp sound reverberated in all directions. It was the sound of a sword. A long sword appeared in Hong Kuan's hand. At this moment, Moon Spirit frowned slightly. Her body trembled slightly. A long sword appeared in front of her, but she quickly suppressed it. Earthly Sovereign Sword. Moon Spirit had the Earthly Sovereign Sword and the North Sovereign Saber. She had never given the Earthly Sovereign Sword to anyone. Hong Kuan and Hong Yu had never asked for it either. But today, this sword appeared on its own, with the intention of gathering at Hong Kuan's side. Hong Kuan did not care about this. The demigod longsword in his hand instantly turned blood red. He growled, I'll ask you again. Before or after? Hong Yu looked at him and said softly, after. Bastard. Hong Kuan was furious. He attacked with his sword. On the other side, Feng Gang wanted to continue snatching it. Hong Yu frowned and growled, brotherly, stop him. Li Zhu sighed and walked out of the safe house. He looked at them, then at Moon Spirit, feeling helpless. He actually hoped that Feng Gang would calm Moon Spirit down. But now, he and Hong Yu were one. Hong Yu had made it clear that he would not allow Feng to snatch it. He could not say anything. As he blocked Feng Gang's way, he said, King Kuan, this is only Feng's side of the story. Even if brother Yu really went to the divine palace back then, it does not mean anything. Why do you have to use force? These two brothers were both at the Breakthrough 8 level, and they were not weak at that level. Including him, there were 3 top-notch cultivators at the Breakthrough 8 level. Moreover, King Qian and the Weapon Master were almost at the Breakthrough 8 level. Once they did so, they would have 5 cultivators at the Breakthrough 8 level. They would be one of the top forces in the 3 realms. But now, the brothers were already at each other's throats. Li Zhu felt a little regretful. He still wanted to explain and fight for it. But to powerful cultivators like them, Hong Kuan was certain that Hong Yu had betrayed the Earthly Sovereign. Moreover, Hong Yu was unwilling to say anything. This gave Li Zhu a headache. Hong Kuan continued to question him, but Hong Yu remained silent and did not explain. Wasn't this intensifying the conflict? Sometimes, Li Zhu really did not understand what Hong Yu was thinking. Take Moon Spirit for example. What was Hong Yu thinking? Feng wanted to attack them. If he hardened his heart and they attacked together, both Feng Ping and Moon Spirit might be killed. Was it really hard for Hong Yu to give up on their relationship as husband and wife? Although he was unhappy, Li Zhu did not say anything else. Hong Yu's attitude was clear. If he did not attack, there would be a gap between the two of them. The heavenly court's strength had already been greatly damaged, and the human strength had increased. Feng Ping and the others had made it clear that they wanted to take revenge. It would be stupid to cause internal conflict now. Li Zhu did not say anything else. He flew into the air and blocked Feng. Rumble, origin forces exploded in all directions. Li Zhu let out a muffled groan. Feng also trembled slightly. Fighting in such an environment was a fatal test for everyone. If everyone worked together to resist, it would be better. There should not be too much danger. But now, not only did they not work together, but they also wanted to fight. If this went on, they would all be in danger. Fang Ping could not be bothered with the four of them. Moon Spirit quickly grabbed the jade bottle in her hand. The next moment, a thick wave of vitality surged. Feng and Li Zhu were actually jealous. But Li Zhu thought about it and still did not turn his head. Feng wanted to snatch it, but Li Zhu was blocking him. Even if he and Li Zhu died together, there would be no benefit. Feng's expression changed for a while. He let out a cold humph and did not say anything. But he did not enter the house. At this moment, he was also quickly balancing the origin forces. As a powerhouse in the path of mentality, a strong mentality was still very helpful in analyzing the origin forces. The origin forces that exploded around him were slowly being balanced. On the other side, the two brothers did not stop. At this moment, Hong Kuan was furious. Holding a longsword, he charged toward Hong Yu. Hong Yu was also a top-notch powerhouse with a broken 8. At this moment, he was fighting and retreating, not saying a word. Hong Kuan could not do anything to him. Both sides were fighting. Initially, Feng only wanted to try to balance the origin forces. But soon, Feng's expression changed slightly. He turned his head to look at Fang Ping. He sensed something. The origin forces around Fang Ping had decreased slightly, his mentality was strong. He could sense some changes. At this moment, his mentality exploded rapidly, covering the surroundings. In the next moment, even though Fang Ping had stopped moving, he still felt something. Seeing the wisp of origin forces on Fang Ping's arm, Feng's gaze sharpened instantly. Using origin forces to hone his body, such boldness, actually, he knew that origin forces could be used to hone his body. But there was too much origin forces here, and it was not balanced. If he was not careful, he would explode. Once that happened, his body would explode. So in the beginning, he did not think in this direction. However, at this moment, seeing Fang Ping do it, Feng's expression changed for a while. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. I'll do it too, I won't live if I don't go crazy. Until now, he still had a broken 8 gate. Maybe it was because he lacked some ruthlessness. Sometimes, worrying too much might not be a good thing. Body honing, his body was very weak. This had always been his biggest weakness. If he could successfully hone his bones with the help of origin forces today, his strength would also increase greatly. Humph! A muffled groan was heard. Opposite him, Li Zhu was slightly stunned. Feng's body suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood exploded, a wave of origin forces overflowed from his body. This time, Li Zhu was also a smart person. But he had never come into contact with origin forces before, so he did not know much about some of its effects. Li Zhu's expression changed. Suddenly, he turned to look at Fang Ping. Seeing his look, Fang Ping knew that these people already knew. He did not waste any more time and quickly shouted, "Big cat, come out and use origin forces to hone your body." Meow? The cat was still watching the show. Hearing Fang Ping shout, it said strangely, "Why do you want to hone your body? This cat has jade bones and jade body." Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Was it that fast? Then convert origin forces, done converting. Then. Stop talking nonsense. Go to Xianxia and the others and help them try to balance their origin forces. Convert origin forces to hone their bodies and bones. Fang Ping was helpless. This cat was getting stronger and stronger. After converting origin forces, he did not expect his body to have reached such a level. Other than the vitality conversion from jade bones, which had not been completed, the cat was almost at its peak. As he shouted, Fang Ping said to Li Zhu and the others, "Everyone, there's no need for us to kill each other. Everyone can gain something from this round. If you keep me busy and I keep you busy, in the end, we will not gain anything." Our enemies are not each other, but stronger powerhouses. Although Fang Ping hoped that Hongkuan and Hong Yu would continue fighting, these two fellows were fighting so hard that the surrounding origin forces were extremely unstable. Everywhere was exploding. Even he could not take it anymore. At this moment, Fang Ping said again, "King Kuan, your father was killed by a top-level emperor. It's useless even if you kill Hong Yu. Why don't you stay here and use origin forces to hone your body and bones? If you don't become an emperor, how are you going to take revenge?" With the two of them fighting, these people could forget about honing their origin forces. The triggered origin forces kept exploding. Fang Ping was already losing control. Moon Spirit was trembling all over. If it was not for her abundant vitality that was repairing her body and bones, she would have been blown to death. On the other side, Hongkuan's expression changed again and again. Suddenly, he roared, his eyes blood-red. "Hong Yu, I will settle this score with you in the future." He wanted to become stronger too. He had come here for the sake of becoming stronger, not for the sake of killing and exterminating his enemies. Origin force honing, let's try. Hongkuan quickly retreated to his door. The surrounding origin forces were also quickly calmed by him. These people were all top-level powerhouses. They had done their research before, so it was easy for them to calm the origin forces. On the other hand, Moon Spirit's control was not good enough. If it was not for her abundant vitality, she might have been blown to death by the origin forces. Fang Ping saw this and heaved a sigh of relief. Forget it. He would continue honing his body and bones first before converting origin forces. If nothing unexpected happened, he might be the one who lasted the longest. Once the others were one step ahead of him, they would definitely not stand by and watch him continue. When that time came, he would try the shifting stars ability. Fang Ping did not say a word. He quietly honed his body. Around him, the origin forces were rapidly expanded, converted, absorbed, and forged. His jade bones and golden body were becoming more and more compatible. Previously, he could only be said to be wearing a layer of skin. The attachment to his bones was not as tight. Now, his bones and flesh were beginning to gradually fuse, and they were no longer repelling each other. Because the strength of his bones was much stronger than his flesh had always been suppressed by some force. The speed at which his jade bones converted vitality was also increasing. The conversion of origin forces was also speeding up. Fang Ping's gaze was determined. In this round, he wanted to digest all the gains. He wanted to complete the qualitative change in his vitality and complete the conversion of origin forces. He wanted to see if he could make another big improvement. Everyone was improving. There were more and more people who had broken through 8. The Tao tree might even break through 9. In this mystic realm, there might be more than one person who had broken through peak 8 or 9. The Tao tree, the Spirit Emperor's clone, the Emperor's clone, the clone of an unknown powerhouse who came in with Sherpa, these fellows were all terrifyingly powerful. Fang Ping did not want to help others at the last moment and gain nothing. He could only watch the show. Only those who had broken through 8 were qualified to participate. Thunder rumbled. At this moment, everyone was silently forging their bones and flesh. Some people's flesh exploded, some people's bones shattered. Fang Ping also made a few mistakes and was blasted into a sorry state by the origin forces. On the other side, the cat toyed with the origin forces and almost blasted Jiang Hao and the Thunder King to death. However, this cat's control over its power was extremely high. Although the two of them were in a sorry state, there were no fatal injuries. They were constantly recovering and strengthening. A group of opponents gathered at this round, but it ushered in the peace of forging. The powerhouses of the 3 realms all knew one thing. Strengthening oneself was the most important thing. Killing the enemy was second. In a situation where they could not strengthen themselves, only then would they think of ways to destroy the enemy and stop the enemy from becoming stronger. This was the right path. The jade bones were becoming more and more compatible with his physical body. His qi and blood were also undergoing a qualitative transformation. Fang Ping, on the other hand, decided to use the vitality restoration technique. He released the force from before and turned it into vitality once more, undergoing a qualitative change in his body. 4. 7 million calories vitality. After force restoration, Fang Ping's vitality had reached 4. 7 million calories. His mentality had also reached close to 50,000 Hz. At this moment, his qi and blood were rapidly strengthening, and his mental power was also increasing slightly. Among the 4. 7 million calories of vitality, only a small portion had undergone transformation after the birth of the jade bones. But now, it had risen to a shocking level. The jade bone and the physical body fused together, and the blood qi flowed more smoothly. 4. 8 million, 4. 9 million, Fang Ping's basic vitality was increasing at a rate of 100,000. But soon, with this kind of improvement, some problems also appeared. For example, the Great Tao seemed to have been broken again. This was because his physical body was too strong, and his qi and blood were too strong, suppressing the Great Tao. The saint-level Great Tao was really not enough. 5 million cal. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's body trembled slightly. 5 million calories. This time, his physique had proven to the heavenly king realm in the truest sense. While Li Zhu and the others were cultivating, they were also watching Fang Ping. However, he could not understand Fang Ping. Fang Ping's strength fluctuated between strong and weak. He would convert his force into vitality for a while, then convert it back into vitality for a while. From the looks of it, Fang Ping did not feel any stronger than before. However, they could vaguely feel that Fang Ping was still rapidly becoming stronger. Jade bones. How would Fang Ping, who had forged jade bones, transform? They had no idea what was going on with Fang Ping. If it were them, their qi and blood would also change qualitatively after forging their jade bones. However, during the qualitative change, they would begin to unify, and the amplification of the Great Tao would also weaken. However, this was something that could only be obtained after breaking 8. Where was Fang Ping? In the process of his qualitative change, would the amplification of his Great Tao decrease? Also, Fang Ping's Tao collapsed at the drop of a hat. Right now, everyone really did not quite understand his state. 6 million cal, 7 million cal, the refinement process was still going on, and his origin power was erupting non-stop. Fang Ping swept up even more force. At this moment, everyone had formed a small circle, converting the force around them. The circle that Fang Ping swept through was the largest one. Body forging and bones tempering, of course, depended on the strength of the body and bones. In this place, the strength of Fang Ping's bones and flesh was only slightly weaker than Song Mao's. However, this cat had already been honed to its limit. There was no need to continue honing now, which made Fang Ping seem stronger. The cat's basic vitality was probably around 8 million calories now. If converted into force, it would be close to 16 million calories. In reality, Fang Ping might not be as strong as the cat. Even if Fang Ping successfully converted all of his vitality later and reached more than 9 million calories, he would still be no match for the cat. Because Fang Ping's mentality was not enough, he could not convert it into an equivalent amount of force. A vitality of 9 million calories would require a mentality of 90,000 Hz to convert into 900 force and 18 million calories vitality. As for Fang Ping, his mentality was only at 50,000 Hz. The cat, on the other hand, had already undergone a qualitative change in its spiritual power. It was frighteningly high. In terms of mentality, Fang Ping was a hindrance. After converting it into origin power, there was a high probability that it wouldn't be as powerful as the ash cat. Fang Ping could not help but admit that humans were not as good as cats. 8 million cal. At this moment, Fang Ping's vitality had reached 8 million calories. Not far away, however, Feng seemed to have reached his limit. Feng's body flickered with light. His flesh and blood were in tatters, but his bones were much stronger than before. At this point, Fang Ping was having a headache. Alright, stop fooling around. Among these people, if any of them had reached their limit, they would not let the others continue. As expected, the corners of Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He was very satisfied. Bone honing had a pretty good effect. However, his physique was not too strong, at least it was considered the weakest among the group. Right now, it had reached its limit, peak 9 refinement. It was faintly beginning to transform toward jade bones. According to Fong Ping, that was a 1% degree of honing. Activating Jade Bone honing meant that Feng's bones had reached the standard of a normal rank 8. This was because rank 8 martial artists who did not shatter their life gate were usually at this standard. Feng was already very satisfied. He was a person who mainly cultivated mentality. His physique had reached the standard of a normal rank 8. When the life gate was shattered, he should be able to forge jade bones. This was much stronger than expected. However, now, since he could not become stronger, he could not let others become stronger. The moment the corners of Feng's mouth curled up, Fong Ping hurriedly shouted, "Hung Yu, stop cultivating. Moon Spirit is about to forge jade bones. Feng is going to cause trouble." Before Feng could say anything, Hung Yu, who was still cultivating, had a slight change in expression. In the next moment, his mentality swept toward Feng. Moon Spirit was indeed about to forge jade bones. She was already close to the jade bone realm. Now that she had absorbed so much vitality, the forging of jade bones was almost complete. Her body was already shining. Feng cursed under his breath. His mentality swept over too. Boom, their mentalities triggered a big explosion of force. Hung Yu's mentality formed a crystal wall, setting up a barrier around Moon Spirit. Fong Ping did not have this treatment. He was affected by the explosion of force. The surrounding force also exploded instantly. Fong Ping cursed in his heart. "Can't you count me in?" On the other side, Jiang Hao and the Thunder King were already full. At this moment, they had returned to the safe house. Fong Ping was playing with a ball of yarn. No, it was a ball of force. Fong Ping was exhausted. "I'm already in this state. Can't the stupid cat come and protect me? Big cat, cast a wall for me." Fong Ping had no energy left to do this. He could only ask Big Cat for help. When the cat heard this, it tossed the ball of force in its paw away and ran toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not care at first. In the end, cat. An angry roar rang through the sky. King Kuan was furious. He was in the middle of cultivating. Suddenly, a ball of force appeared. It was an unbalanced ball of force, triggering an explosion of the force he had absorbed. Boom, a loud cry rang out. The cat that was running toward Fong Ping was stunned. Then, it shook its head. "It's not me, I didn't do this." The cat felt a little guilty. It had just thrown it away casually. It did not know that it happened to be thrown toward King Kuan, causing the force to be unbalanced. At this moment, King Kuan's face was covered in dust from the explosion. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Some of his bones were broken. He was guarding against others, but he did not guard against the cat. This cat had been playing beside him. Like a stupid cat, it squatted on the ground and played with a ball of yarn. He almost ignored the cat. In the end, he did not expect this stupid cat to suddenly throw a ball of force in before it left. "Cat!" King Kuan roared. He was half dead with anger. "Even a cat is bullying me?" Feeling guilty, the cat hurried toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping's head hurt. King Kuan was not cultivating anymore. "Big cat, go back. Don't run toward me." Fong Ping was speechless. "I asked you to help me, not to harm me." "King Kuan, it's a misunderstanding." Fong Ping wanted to help the cat explain, but King Kuan was furious. "Misunderstanding your ancestor. You must be the one who secretly ordered it. I won't forgive you." As soon as he finished speaking, a longsword pierced through the air. Fong Ping felt wronged. "It's really not. If you're unhappy, you can go fight with the cat now. Why are you taking it out on me? The cat is not cultivating now. It can fight with you, but I still need to cultivate." "King Kuan, it's a misunderstanding. Don't go too far. If I don't cultivate, don't even think about it." King Kuan was furious. Why would he listen to his explanation? As the longsword pierced through the air, he also attacked. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that he flew over the cat's head, but he did not stop. The cat sat on the ground in a daze, hesitating. Should I go or not? The liar asked him to leave. Should he leave? King Kuan did not hit him and went to fight the liar. It should have nothing to do with him, right? This was their grudge, not his, right? The cat thought for a while and felt that it was better not to get involved for now. The more people there were, the stronger the explosion, and the stronger the force explosion. It was better to retreat first to prevent the explosion from getting worse. Therefore, in the next moment, the cat turned around and walked toward his safe house. Yes, he walked. This cat was too lazy to run. No one was hitting him anyway. Fang Ping was about to vomit blood, especially when he saw the cat run away with an innocent face. He was depressed. Stupid cat, this is the enemy you provoked. You're leaving just like that. Don't you feel guilty at all? Can't you go fight with King Kuan? Although he was depressed, Fang Ping was also furious. He still needed some time to complete the vitality conversion. If he missed this opportunity, he might need another 2 or 3 days. However, he did not have that much time to waste in this place. 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 hours was too much. He still had to convert the force. King Kuan, this bastard, how dare he bully him? Fang Ping felt wronged. It was obvious that King Kuan was bullying him. The cat threw a ball of yarn. It was the force ball, not him. Why did he hit him? Hong Kuan, don't be so shameless. Fang Ping shouted angrily and threw a punch. In this place, when his vitality blasted out, it was not only his own destructive power, but also a large amount of force. Boom, an earth-shattering roar sounded again. This time everyone stopped cultivating. The explosion caused an even bigger explosion. On the other side, Li Zhu was also helpless. He looked at them with a gloomy expression. He thought that Fang Ping would be the last one. He thought that he could still cause trouble for Fang Ping before Fang Ping made a move. Unexpectedly, before Fang Ping's side was in chaos, Feng and Hong Yu were in chaos, followed by Hong Kuan, and then everyone was in chaos. Li Zhu stopped cultivating. Without a second word, he charged toward Fang Ping. As for the reason, there was no need. Anyway, he would attack Fang Ping if he could. If he could not, he would give up. It was that simple. You've gone too far. Fang Ping was frustrated. Suddenly, his vitality erupted. This time, except for the small part of Moon Spirit, he unleashed his vitality force. The overflow of vitality force caused a large amount of force to explode in all directions. Boom. This time, the explosion was even more intense. In this place, the weakest one was not Feng but Li Zhu. This guy had just reached the peak of the golden bones, and he had not started forging his jade bones. This violent explosion was suppressed by Feng's mentality outburst. Li Zhu also unleashed it, but it was difficult for him to block everything. With a bang, the bones in his hand exploded and broke. Li Zhu was also anxious. In this damn place, no one knew if you would hurt yourself more when you attacked others. The force explosions did not stop. At this time, Hong Kuan's attack arrived. Fang Ping judged and gritted his teeth. I'll absorb your strength. He quickly added his vitality and mentality to the force ball that was about to explode. Hong Kuan's attack was comparable to vitality force, while Fang Ping replenished his vitality and mentality. But, it was not that simple. Fang Ping did not even analyze how much energy Hong Kuan had before the explosion happened. Creak, like glass being scratched by metal, the force explosion cut on Fang Ping's skin, causing blood to flow. This time, however, it did not tear his flesh. It was much better than before. Everyone fought in the force ball. Explosions occurred everywhere, and no one gained the upper hand. Soon, Li Zhu was the first to give up and quickly went into his safe house. At this time, Moon Spirit's flesh recovered instantly. With a low growl, she absorbed a large amount of vitality, and her body erupted with a dazzling light. Boom, vitality skyrocketing, Moon Spirit's forging was successful. This time, her vitality overflowed, causing countless force explosions. Even though Moon Spirit's flesh had just recovered, it exploded instantly. Hong Yu also spat out blood. Seeing this, he shouted, Moon Spirit, go into the house. Moon Spirit did not waste any time and quickly went into her safe house. As soon as she left, Hong Yu stopped fighting and retreated hurriedly. Seeing this, Feng quickly retreated as well. On the other side, Hong Kuan sneered. He also retreated a few steps and entered his safe house. As for Fang Ping, Seeing that these guys had retreated into the safe house and were looking at him, he said helplessly, "Is there a need for that? My vitality conversion is almost complete. It's just a little bit more, just a day or two. Do you guys have to delay me for a day or two? Is there a need for that?" These people were all glaring at Fang Ping. As long as Fang Ping dared to balance the force, they would dare to interfere and cause trouble, blowing up this bastard Fang Ping. Fang Ping had no choice but to quickly return to his safe house. As soon as he returned, everyone looked at each other. Fang Ping sighed. "Look, I haven't broken through yet. I think to break through this level, I might need to balance all the force in a large area before I can save them. Now that you guys are stopping me, I'll stop you too. Is there a need for that? Let me complete the conversion quickly, and I'll break through with you guys. How about that?" Li Zhu sneered. "Even if you don't break through, we'll still delay you for a few days. Don't break through the level. We're not in a hurry. This kid is getting stronger too fast. 2 days of delay is 2 days of delay." In the same 2 days, if their strength did not change and they did not break through a level, Fang Ping might become a lot stronger. People like you just can't stand to see others doing well. Fang Ping cursed and quickly went out of the safe house. He immediately performed the force conversion and continued the honing. Li Zhu and the others walked out of the safe house one after another, attacking Fang Ping. Boom, another explosion sounded. Fang Ping retreated again. Everyone hurriedly retreated too. If they did not retreat, the other forces would explode again. As soon as they retreated, Fang Ping went out of the safe house again. At this time, Feng said coldly, "One by one, come out of the safe house. This guy has done it more times than us. If he wants to waste our chances of leaving the safe house, do it one by one. Don't come out all at once. Let's see who can last longer." As soon as she said that, everyone had a tacit understanding. At this time, Li Zhu was the first to walk out. He threw a punch and retreated immediately without looking. This time, Fang Ping did not leave. Instead, he looked at his energy cluster and quickly began to analyze it. Li Zhu only wanted to explode the force cluster. The explosion of this move was not too strong. Fang Ping quickly analyzed it. The moment the fist force landed, Fang Ping quickly replenished other forces. The fist shadow drilled into the force cluster. Everyone thought that there would be an explosion, but they did not hear any sound. At this moment, everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was pleased with himself. He laughed and said, "Thank you. The force is richer." Again. As he spoke, he quickly honed. Seeing this, Li Zhu's expression changed slightly. Hong Kuan shouted, "This guy integrated your force into the force. Damn it." Fang Ping was getting stronger and stronger. Li Zhu's attack earlier was not considered powerful, but it definitely had the strength of a saint. What did this mean? It meant that in the future, when a saint bombarded Fang Ping could use today's method to convert the force into the force he needed. The others would only become his energy provider. This guy adapted too quickly. Hong Yu did not say a word. Instead, he stretched one hand out of the safe house and slapped at Fang Ping. Fang Ping took a look and analyzed it quickly. However, it was a little cryptic. He hurriedly retreated into the safe house. Boom, there was another explosion. Fang Ping did not care. When Hong Kuan slapped the explosion, he walked out again and continued to absorb the force to hone his body. 5 million cal, 6 million cal, Fang Ping's vitality was still increasing rapidly. As for him, he was now trying to analyze the force of breaking 8, thinking of a way to integrate the force and turn himself into a roly-poly doll. No matter how you hit me, I will not fall. However, breaking 8 was too powerful. If it was that easy, Fang Ping would have broken 8 and become invincible long ago. After trying a few times, he was almost blown to death. Fang Ping could only choose a guerrilla strategy, absorbing bit by bit and honing bit by bit. The others did not dare to stay outside. If they did, Fang Ping would blast them too. Far away. The old cat was about to doze off as it watched. These guys were so bored, Fang Ping went in and out. The others did the same. Here and there, it made the cat dizzy. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He accompanied them slowly. Although the efficiency was much lower this way, these people's continuous attacks also made him have a deeper understanding of the force of breaking 8. If these guys dared to do this again, even if they did it a few hundred times, he was confident that he could analyze their force composition. If he met them in the future, they would be disgusted. His vitality was transforming bit by bit. His flesh was also beginning to glow with a jade color. Seeing that the transformation was about to be completed, Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. The membrane behind him seemed to be much weaker. When he just passed through it, he felt like it would shatter in the next moment. Once it shattered, the safe house would be gone. Those breaking 8s would not let him go. Fang Ping stopped going in and out. He entered the safe house and began to quickly convert the remaining force. Seeing that he was no longer going in and out, the others roughly guessed that Fang Ping must have reached his limit. If this went on, he might be eliminated if he destroyed the safe house. Fang Ping did not care about this. Forget it. He would delay here for a while and convert on his own. After about 7 or 8 hours, everyone was maintaining silence. Li Zhu and the others wanted to go out and take a look. In the end, there was still a cat. The cat was also throwing force clusters, making it difficult for everyone to think of a way to pass. Wealth, 230 billion points. Vitality, 9, 2 million calories, 9, 2 million. Mentality, 51,000 Hz, 51,000 Hz. Jade bones, 99%, with vitality. Qualitative change, source world, 971 meters. Combat techniques, godslaying saber techniques, plus 15%, origin path, plus 80%, pseudopath, strength control, 98% limit outburst, 175812000 cal/179400000 cal. It had been a day since everyone had entered this stage. At this moment, Fang Ping's body trembled slightly. He had completed the vitality qualitative change at the Jade Bone stage. 9, 2 million cal, this was his current limit. His basic vitality was frighteningly high. However, the amplification of origin path had been reduced to 80%. The decrease was also frightening. Even so, Fang Ping's limit outburst had still reached about 18 million calories. It had not reached the stage of breaking 8, however, Fang Ping knew that this was not his limit. He could still do one more thing. Convert it into force. But convert it into force. If he wanted to convert it quickly now, he had to achieve a balance between his vitality and mentality. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. 9, 2 million calories vitality and 51,000 Hz. Mentality could be converted into 7. 15 million calories vitality and 71,500 Hz mentality. In that case, that would be 715 force. One force was equivalent to a vitality of 20,000 calories. In that case, after the balance, he could convert it to a vitality of 14. 3 million calories. This was his limit. The 15% amplification of godslaying saber techniques would not change. He was afraid that if the Tao collapsed completely, he would be at a disadvantage. Without the amplification of origin, with only godslaying saber techniques, his limit would only be 16 million calories, slightly less than now. However, once the amplification of origin was used, he could still maintain a little. Even if it was only a 10% increase, he would not be at a disadvantage. Fang Ping licked his lips. Could he still hold on with this Saint-level Tao? If he could hold on and maintain an increase of more than 25%, he could break 8. He had officially reached the limit of 20 million cal. Fang Ping took a deep breath. He had gained too much in this mystic realm. When he entered, it was barely the limit of 10 million. Even so, it was still because of the high increase. Now, as long as he could maintain an increase of more than 25% in the origin, he could break 8. Can the Saint-level Tao hold on? This was the only thing Fang Ping needed to consider now. As long as he did not collapse completely, he should actually convert it into force. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Why did he have to do this? Just do it, anyway, even if he collapsed completely, with the amplification of godslaying saber techniques, he would still have 16 million calories of outburst. Compared to now, there was a difference of about 2 million. It was a lot more, but it was not much. Fang Ping did not care about Li Zhu and the others, his heart filled with determination. When he converted to force, the amplification of origin could still be maintained at more than 25%. Just wait and see, at that time, he would be considered to have just broken 8. There was not much difference between him and Li Zhu. In addition, his physique was stronger. He could not hammer Li Zhu to death. Thinking of this, Fang Ping grinned at Li Zhu, who was opposite him. Li Zhu could not help but frown, feeling a little uneasy. Suddenly, he shouted, "Fang Ping, don't tell me you're going to break 8? He dared not believe it. Mother **Ker, you just broke 6 a few days ago, and now you're breaking 8, otherwise, why are you looking at me like that? Fang Ping grinned, shaking his head. No way, how is that possible? I've only broken 7. How can I break 8? You have too many tricks up your sleeves. Are you trying to push me to the opposite side of everyone? Li Zhu, don't purposely create public opinion for me. I know exactly what you're up to. Fang Ping laughed for a while. His laughter made Li Zhu shudder. Something was wrong, this bastard was not really going to break 8, was he? He was in disbelief. He looked at Hong Yu and the rest, his expression extremely gloomy. Fang Ping breaking 8. They could imagine how arrogant this bastard would be. Because he had the ability to compete with them, if he met them one-on-one, he might even be able to defeat powerhouses of the same rank. This was Fang Ping's usual style. They looked at each other, their expression strange. How was that possible? If that was really the case, then it was too fast. This bastard Fang Ping, how many benefits did he get from these trials? Hong Kuan could not help but let out a low humph. He said coldly, I didn't get any benefits from the few trials I went to. I'm afraid this bastard got rid of all of them. The more he thought about it, the more hatred he felt. There were no benefits from the Badian Emperor. There were no benefits from the Earthly Emperor. There were also limited benefits from the West Emperor. His mentality increased a little. It was the same with the North Emperor. He did not get anything. Hong Kuan was furious. He was afraid that Fang Ping had gotten all of them. Otherwise, he would not have gotten no benefits at all, right? They looked at Fang Ping, their gazes solemn. Fang Ping was smiling like a flower. Was he really going to break 8? As for Fang Ping, he looked embarrassed. I want to keep a low profile. I haven't broken 8 yet. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Seriously. Seeing everyone looking at him, Fang Ping explained again, if I haven't broken 8, how can it be so fast? It's only been a few days. I just think I might have found a way to break through. Don't listen to Li Zhu. None of them said a word. They could not beat Fang Ping now. They could not tell if he was telling the truth or lying. They looked at each other and sighed. If he had broken 8, it would be fine. Even if Fang Ping had broken 8, he might not be able to do anything to them. Besides, they had 4 powerhouses who had broken 8. If Fang Ping dared to come out and not run, they would not kill him. They were afraid that this guy's allies would come. Heavenly King, Subduing King, and God Creation Envoy were powerhouses who had broken 2 gates. Chaos, Stonebreaker, and almost broke 8. Heavenly Hound, that was also a breakthrough 8. Thinking about it, everyone had a headache. If Fang Ping, this madman, did not break 8, the others might not fight them to the end. But if this madman broke 8, with him charging at the front, it would be troublesome. The 4 of them looked at each other for a while, thinking a lot. Maybe it was time to contact the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor might have broken 2 gates too. Also, they did not know if King Qian had broken 8. If he had, they would have 6 powerhouses who had broken 8 on their side. At this moment, everyone subconsciously thought that they were in the same group. It could not be helped. If they were not in the same group, they might be killed separately by Fang Ping and the others. They became more serious. Hong Kuan did not speak anymore. The most important thing now was to break 2 gates. He was not far from forging jade bones and breaking the life gate. After this time, he might succeed in forging. He was about to break through the 2nd gate and confer the title of Old Antique on him. Hong Yu could not figure it out. He tried to make the Palm Imprint Envoy break 8 as well. Only then would they have the strength to fight against the humans. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Once upon a time, the humans could be destroyed at will. Now, all forces in the three realms had to join forces to resist and not be destroyed by the humans. Dao Tree. At this moment, Li Zhu thought about more. Maybe the Dao Tree could not be killed. Or use the Dao Tree to weaken the human's strength. Even if they could not kill Fang Ping, it would be best if Sherpa, Wan, and the others died in the chaos, lest they became the humans' helpers. Previously, when they found out about the existence of the Dao Tree, they wanted to join forces with Fang Ping and the others. Actually, they did not have to worry too much. But now, Li Zhu had changed his mind. Fang Ping was too much of a freak. When Fang Ping entered this time, he was also in a period of multiple metamorphosis similar to Tsang Mao's. Now, these metamorphoses were gradually completed. Like Tsang Mao, he was actually just short of an origin metamorphosis. If they metamorphosed again, the man and the cat probably wouldn't be able to break through to the 9th gate. However, it was very likely that they would surpass the 2nd gate. Keep a low profile. Even if I really break 8, I have to pretend to be weak. Fang Ping made up his mind and began to convert his force. He wanted to be a low-key expert, just as Fang Ping began to convert. The outside world. Earth. Old Zhang was finally going to war. Yes, it was time to go to battle. It had been almost 2 days since Heavenly King Zhen and the others had left. They had finally settled some things. The main army had already been recruited. This time, they were going to sweep through the 3 realms. The moment they entered the catacombs, Old Zhang smiled and said, "The 3 realms are better now. The powerhouses have all run away, and there's only one Palm Imprint envoy left. He doesn't dare to fight with us now." The powerhouses of the 3 realms were almost all gone. Now, the human race was strong and well-trained. He, Dragon Transformation, and Lin Zi were all at the Heavenly King realm. The reason why they were delayed for a day was actually related to Old Wang. Originally, they had already gone to war. Old Wang suddenly had a breakthrough, so he had to stop for a day. Old Wang finally completed a transformation, and his strength reached the Heavenly King realm. At this moment, Old Wang frowned. He thought for a while and said, "It's only been less than 2 days. But Fang Ping killed Heavenly King Yi previously. Don't tell me that guy has reached the peak of breaking 7 now?" Who was Heavenly King Yi, a top-notch powerhouse who had broken 7, in the end, he was killed. His origins shook, and the outside world could feel it. It had only been less than 2 days. Could it be that Fang Ping had become more powerful? Old Wang felt that he should be in despair. He was in a hurry and did not even care about fighting Heavenly Emperor. He fused what needed to be fused and learned what needed to be learned. Anyway, he did not care about the future. It was all for his strength. In addition, Dong Huang helped him once and found many opportunities overseas. Today, he had also proven his Heavenly King realm. But Fang Ping killed Heavenly King Yi. Was this his own strength, or did he join forces with others? Old Zhang also sighed and shook his head. Who knows? If this guy comes back this time, he might surpass me and rank high among the breaking 7. Old Zhang ranked the lowest among the breaking 7. If Fang Ping really came back, he might really surpass him. Old Wang was also helpless. There was no way to compare. This was something that could not be helped. Both of them were discussing these. Fang Ping was also thinking about a problem while converting his force. Sherpa, King Wan, and King Qian might all enter the breaking 8 after this. Li Zhu has already entered the breaking 8, and I killed Heavenly King Yi. Fang Ping was thinking now. How many more were there in the breaking 7? Palm Seal User, Moon Spirit, Old Zhang, only 3, Fang Ping sighed. If he succeeded in breaking 8, the stupid cat might not be ranked by others. In that case, Old Zhang directly entered the top 3 from the last place in breaking 7? How fortunate. Fang Ping sighed. Look, he entered the top 3 from the last place without doing anything. Although it was very likely that he would still be in the last place, he was still in the top 3, right? There were many people in the 3 realms who had broken 7 previously. But now, some died, and some broke through. Especially this mystic realm, Fang Ping actually felt a little pity. Old Zhang and the others did not come. If they came, Old Zhang might still have a chance to go further. Old Wan too. Old Jiao did not come either. Iron Head, this idiot, was almost reaching the Heavenly King realm. He really felt sorry for the others. I still have to collect more vitality. I know all the cultivation methods, but I have to collect some other good stuff. Seed, Fong Ping thought of the silkworm baby again. He did not know who the seed would belong to this time. This seed was most likely a projection. It could create such a mystic realm or even a bigger heavenly realm. Even if it was a projection, it was terrifying. Fong Ping could not even guess how much vitality the seed had. At least the vitality they consumed now was projected by the seed. After going out this time, the three realms will probably be reshuffled again. Fong Ping glanced at the few people opposite him. Hong Kuan and Feng were currently cultivating with their eyes closed, as if preparing to break through the second gate. Li Zhu and Han Yu, on the other hand, continued to test the force, probably thinking of a way to break through. As for Moon Spirit, Jiang Hao, and the Thunder King, they had just gained a lot and were now digesting everything. Fong Ping looked at the cat again, his face darkening again. What was this stupid cat doing again? Is it taking inventory of its warehouse? At this moment, in the house where the cat was, there were many things in front of Big Cat. Fong Ping was speechless. There was everything: food, drink, play, and many toys. There were even clothes that the cat wore. It was probably made by Feng Yuan. Did Big Cat have nothing better to do, so it decided to check its assets? Sensing Fong Ping's gaze, the cat bared its teeth and smiled, then kept the items. However, it was divided into two piles. Big Cat felt that it was time to leave since he had reached level 11. Before he left, he wondered if he could see Second Cat and Third Cat. If he saw them, he would give them some delicious food and drinks. He had to go back. When he went back, he would ask Chubby Face to buy more. Second Cat and Third Cat were his little brothers. He had to take care of them. At this moment, the cat had long forgotten some things. According to the time here, these two cats had lived here for at least 100,000 years. They were much older than him. Moreover, the two cats here might not be sleeping. Compared to them, the cat was a child. Third Cat is so fat. Give me some benefits. Give it less. Second Cat still owes me 3 fish. Give me 3 fish, then I can give it delicious food, the cat muttered for a while, calculating how much was appropriate. Although he had saved a lot of things, if the 3 realms were to be destroyed one day, he had to prepare something for his future meals. He could not give too much. The cat was checking his collection. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was trembling in fear. As he converted his force, the Tao continued to collapse. Fong Ping was a little scared. Don't collapse, a 25% increase, at least leave more than 250 meters for me. However, the Tao that was tens of thousands of meters before was now collapsing very quickly. A long time ago, it had collapsed less than 1,000 meters. The lollipop stick was getting shorter and shorter. Now, Fong Ping felt that if he looked at the brain nucleus, it might not be a lollipop, but a round apple. His Tao was the apple's little tail. Stop collapsing! Fong Ping shouted in his heart, but he did not stop the conversion process of the force. He balanced his vitality and mentality and began to convert them with the vitality revenue return technique. Combined with the vitality and the unification fusion force, the conversion speed was also extremely fast. In the past, Fong Ping could also convert force, but it was not stable. Since learning the vitality revenue return technique, his force conversion was extremely stable. It had to be said that Emperor Nan's vitality revenue return technique was still very helpful to Fong Ping. 1 hour, 2 hours, the time since Fong Ping entered this place was getting longer and longer. As for Li Zhu and the others, they were now trying to break through. The cat also stopped messing around. They divided the work and began to try to convert the entire area's force. They no longer waited for the force to explode. Instead, as soon as they got out, they went straight to the square. When those people were divided into 3 groups of force eruptions, they began to add their force to balance. However, such a large-scale force eruption was a little strenuous even for a few people working together. If they were not careful, they would be blown up. Emperor Dong Huang here seemed to only know how to say a few words. He had been watching everyone balance their force. He did not care about them, nor did he communicate with them. After they tried a few times, Fang Ping's snow-white skin suddenly turned gray. The gray color flashed and disappeared, from head to toe. Immediately after, Fang Ping returned to his original state. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. It was done. However, the essence could sense that the great Tao was so short that he wanted to cry, but no tears would come. In fact, he didn't even dare to try to sense exactly how long it was. Was it 250 meters? It was hard to say. The tens of thousands of meters of Tao collapsed like this, and it looked a little unstable. This gave Fang Ping a headache. It seemed that only the Heavenly King realm's Tao was suitable. I have to kill a Heavenly King and deprive him of his Tao. It's hard to preserve the Tao even if I kill the one who broke 7. There's hope for the one who broke 6. Before entering the last stage, I have to kill one first. Stripping away the Tao for storage will be of great use at critical moments. Other than those beginner martial artists, there aren't many who broke 6, right? Fang Ping thought for a while. Those who broke 6 were Tianji, Xinghong, Lu Shan, Yin Fei, and King General. The other few saints might break through to the Heavenly King realm. Yuan Gang, Xue Li, Tianji, the governor, and unquestionable swords master, Gong Yuzi, all had hopes of breaking through to the Heavenly King realm. There were also the other 2 saints under the emperor, and a few others among the 36 saints. They all had hopes. However, many of them should have died. Tianji and Xinghong could break through the Beast Emperor stage. They must have killed the saints. He did not know if Tianji and Yuping were dead or not. When he thought of Tianji, Fang Ping suddenly thought of someone in surprise. Celestial fate, it was strange. Fang Ping suddenly wanted to laugh. He actually forgot that there was still a broken 6 Heavenly King. He really forgot. Heaven's fate had no sense of existence now. This guy looked like he had seen a ghost when he saw him. Fang Ping had never seen him fight before. Not thinking about it anymore, Fang Ping looked at the data again. He did not want to look at it, but he had to. It must be 250 meters long. There must be. Fang Ping comforted himself for a while. There must be. Although he did not investigate, at a glance, he felt that there was. Wealth, 230 billion points. Vitality, 0 calories, 7, 15 million. Mentality, 0 hertz, 71,500 hertz. Force, 715 raw, 14, 3 million calories. Jade bones, 99%, with vitality. Qualitative change, source world, 971 meters. Combat techniques, godslaying sword techniques, plus 15%, origin path, plus 30%, pseudo path, strength control, 98% limit outburst, 203203000 cal/207350000 cal. Awesome. Fang Ping screamed in his heart, not bad. He still kept 300 meters of Tao and increased it by 30%. In this way, his limit was as high as 20 million calories and above. Moreover, his strength control was also extremely high. 98%. It seemed like it was like this before, but now, this feeling of having all the power in my hands was even stronger. I'd broken 8, 20 million cal could probably break 8. Fang Ping's limit outburst data showed that it had already exceeded 20 million calories. In addition, Fang Ping still had the weapon enhancement and the jade bones enhancement. Breaking 8, that was definitely a sure thing. His physique foundation was even more terrifying at this time. 14, 3 million calories. Vitality. What did this mean? Even among the beginner martial artists, with the combat techniques enhancement, he could pass as a powerhouse who had broken 7. Among the beginner martial artists, if he did not rely on origin, probably only Sky Arm, Underworld God, and a few others who had broken 8 could defeat him. Back then, Emperor Badian did not use origin and went to Chu mainland. In the end, he was defeated. And now my foundation might have reached the level of Emperor Batian's extreme path back then. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Although there was still some origin enhancement, it made his breakthrough to 8 a little unstable. But he had indeed broken 8, this short Tao might not be able to support him in battle for a long time, but he was already prepared to capture and kill a Heavenly King who had broken 6. At that time, if he used Heavenly King Tao at the crucial moment, it might be even more terrifying. If the Heavenly King Dao can be maintained for 1000 meters, that would be a 100% enhancement. The limit is more than 30 million calories. At this moment, Fang Ping was determined to kill a Heavenly King who had broken 6, and the kind that could kill quickly. If his enhancement was 100%, reaching 30 million calories, then he would be a powerhouse who had broken 2. And this might be his winning talisman this time. Here, no one dared to believe that Fang Ping, who had just broken 7 previously, could have the standard of breaking 2 in the blink of an eye. Not to mention the others, even Fang Ping did not dare to believe it. This time, the rewards were really too great. Now, he actually still had a chance to have a qualitative change. Of course, this time, he might not have the chance to succeed. Who knew where that bastard King Zhen had gone? King Kuan did not use the Heavenly King Seal in the previous fight, which meant that the Heavenly King Seal was not in his hands. Then, it was most likely still with King Zhen. Bastard, I passed 11 stages and still didn't meet you. Coincidentally, didn't you break 6? You're still at peak 6, and your Dao is more stable. You better not meet me, or else, I'll take both the Heavenly King Seal and the Dao. Killing King Zhen was the best deal for them. Actually, he could not kill others at the same time. Fang Ping was looking forward to it. Should I just wait here and leave after King Zhen arrives? Kill King Zhen. As long as he killed him, all of Fang Ping's goals this time would be achieved. As for the last seed, he did not think about it now. Many people who had broken 9 were fighting for it. Moreover, Fang Ping was not sure if there would be an emperor at the last moment. Whoever obtained the seed might become the emperor's target. The powerhouses of the 3 realms were all tempted by the seed. This thing was actually not easy to obtain. I've broken 8. Fang Ping's heart was filled with emotions. In 3 years, I reached the stage of breaking 8. Who would dare to believe it? I still have to make something else, Fang Ping thought for a while. Maybe now was a good time to make a clone. Moon Spirit was half jade before. Fang Ping gave her a lot of life force, but there was still some left. Out of the 600 small fish, he used about 400 to forge his jade bones and flesh. As for Moon Spirit, she used about 100. Fang Ping still had about 70 to 80 left. It should be enough to forge a clone. A small fish was equivalent to the life force of a saint-level powerhouse. About 70 to 80 fish was actually equivalent to a powerhouse who had broken 8. However, the prerequisite was that this powerhouse had not successfully forged his jade bones. Fang Ping glanced at the few people who were still working hard. He was too lazy to bother with them. He was not in a hurry anymore. He wanted them to break through and wait for King Zhen to come. That fellow had not appeared yet. It was probably because he kept missing Fang Ping. That meant that King Zhen had broken through many stages. He might reach Dong Huang very soon. Not far away. On the plaza, Li Zhu and the others had been paying attention to Fang Ping. At this moment, Li Zhu transmitted his voice. Fang Ping is suddenly smiling brightly. Did he gain something? Feng couldn't help but ask, can he really break through 8 stages? I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. From beginner martial arts until now, I have only broken through 8 stages. It's already difficult for me to break through 2 stages. How can Fang Ping break through 8 stages so quickly? Jealousy, he was really jealous. His tens of thousands of years couldn't compare to Fang Ping's achievements in a few years. He even wanted to die. Moreover, Fang Ping cheated him of his heaven sealing technique. On the other side, Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly said, Old Feng, does your heaven sealing technique mean that as long as your mentality is stronger than others, you can seal their origin? What a pain, Hong Yu and the others looked at Feng strangely. You even taught him the heaven sealing technique? Are you crazy? King Kuan snorted. Idiot. Needless to say, he was tricked. Just as they finished scolding, Fang Ping asked curiously, Everyone, can you tell me the strength of your mentality? Although I can sense it, it's not very specific. Tell me so I can decide if I want to cultivate it or not. Otherwise, if it doesn't work on you, it'll be useless for me to cultivate it. I don't have Old Feng's hobby of targeting the weak. I like to fight the strong. Everyone was tired. Li Zhu glanced at him and frowned. Fang Ping, you have always been on the path of tempering your bones and vitality. Your mentality isn't very strong. It's useless even if you cultivate it, tisk. Fang Ping sneered. You make it sound like you are strong. Is your mentality at 100,000 hertz? Li Zhu said nothing. He could not be bothered with him. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, those who have broken through 6 usually have at least 50,000 hertz. Those who have broken through 7 should have about 70,000 hertz, right? Those who have broken through 8 are probably close to 100,000 hertz. Those who have broken through the mentality door should have gone through a qualitative change, which is equivalent to 200,000 hertz. In other words, powerhouses who have broken through 8, mentality powerhouses have a mentality of 200,000 hertz, which is equivalent to 20 million calories vitality of the vitality path. In that case, Hong Yu and Old Feng have gone through a qualitative change. The heaven sealing technique is useless against them. As for Li Zhu, you have only broken through 8. You haven't broken through the door yet, which means your mentality is only at the level of 7. In that case, it should be around 80,000 to 90,000 hertz. Fang Ping was a little depressed. He was too strong. Actually, Fang Ping had gone through a qualitative change once too. However, this cat could not break through. Although its mentality was strong, this cat did not like to use it for anything. There were no powerhouses who specialized in mentality who knew how to use it. Therefore, even if Fang Ping's mentality was strong, it could not be compared to those who had broken through 8. If Fang Ping learned the heaven sealing technique. Fang Ping suddenly looked at Fang Ping. If this cat learned it, then it could really seal some of those who had broken through 8. At least, it could seal those who had not broken through the mentality door. As for himself, his mentality was just a little over 70,000 hertz. He could seal those who had broken through 6, but it would be difficult for him to break through 7. That's good too. I should learn it. The seal's Dao of breaking through 6 is easier to kill. It's easier to strip Daos. Fang Ping still decided to learn it. This cultivation method was not bad. It was very useful against those heavenly kings who had broken through 6. Previously, when this fellow was dealing with the patrol, he had sealed a few heavenly kings who had broken through 6 at once. At this time, Fang Ping began to learn the heaven sealing technique while forging his clone in the source world. After learning this technique, when he encountered those who had broken through 6 in the future, he would seal them directly and kill them instantly. This would also prevent these fellows from bragging to him. Fang Ping went into cultivation once again. Feng and the others looked at each other. Very quickly, Li Zhu cursed in a low voice. No one knew who he was cursing. That idiot Feng actually threw away his heaven sealing technique. If Fang Ping learned it, he felt that Fang Ping's mentality would definitely not be lower than 50,000 hertz. In the future, martial artists who were below the Heavenly Court's Heavenly King level would better run away immediately when they saw him. In the past, he would have to chase after you to kill you. Now, he could just seal you directly. There was no need to chase after you. Fang Ping forged his avatar in the origin world. A doppelganger made entirely of life force gradually took shape. Fang Ping began to drip blood. Droplets of blood landed on the avatar, making the avatar more agile. At this moment, Fang Ping was only forging a clone prototype. If he really wanted to forge a doppelganger that could pass off as real, he would have to cut off his own mental power, or even his brain. However, Fang Ping could not allow his strength to be affected now. He was only creating a model for now. After forging the avatar, Fang Ping began to learn sealing technique. One had to admit that Feng was quite talented. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have broken through 8. So that's how it is. Before this, Fang Ping felt that sealing other people's Daos was just a little more origin chi. He just had to block other people's Daos directly. At this moment, however, Fang Ping knew that he had underestimated the situation. If it was that easy, it wouldn't be considered Feng's unique secret technique. Cast the wall, find the connection point. In order to create a wall of origin energy, one had to make sure that the wall wouldn't collapse or collapse. It had to be seamless, completely blocking the connection of the other party's origin Great Tao. This was very difficult. As for the origin sealing technique, it was split into 2 parts. The first was to use one's origin chi to forge a seamless wall. An impenetrable defense, it would not be easily broken by the opponent. Otherwise, the so-called seal would become a joke. Forging one's own origin wall was an extremely important aspect of the heaven sealing art. The second point was to block the other party's path. Everyone's Tao was different in width and height. How could the wall you forged be the most compatible with the other party's Tao and become a door that completely blocked the other party's Tao? This was something that was extremely difficult to judge. As for the heaven sealing art, one of its special characteristics was to quickly outline the embryonic form of the other party's great Tao door and find the supporting point of the other party's great Tao door so that he could create that wall. It sounded simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. The reason why one needed to have a powerful mind power was so that they could invade the other party's source world and investigate its structure. Fang Ping pondered for a while. The second point was not too difficult for him. He could break into the other party's origin directly to see what the other party's portal looked like. However, the first point, which was to cast a wall, was quite difficult for a beginner. Of course, without the second point, it was actually extremely simple. The sky sealing art is quite suitable for me. Wall forging. Origin chi will no longer be dispersed, but will instead be used to forge walls. This is a unique secret art. Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Actually, the sealing sky technique could only seal fellows who were weaker than him. Although Fang Ping thought it was not bad, he did not think it was too awesome. But the wall forging technique with origin energy was truly formidable. His origin energy was overflowing with a lot of energy, or rather, everyone's origin energy was as soft as cotton candy. If this origin chi was used to forge walls and bricks, I might be able to build a city in the source world. In fact, I might as well build a wall of Genesis chi around cities like Demonic City and Yang City. This way, the other party will not be able to destroy my source world if a battle breaks out in the source world. Fang Ping, who did not have a great Tao of origin, still had his source world. This was especially true now that his brain had fused with the source world, so he needed to protect it even more. Otherwise, if the source world were to shatter, his brain core would also shatter. To me, the sealing of the heavens isn't important. What's important is the forging of origin energy, or a compression technique. In Fang Ping's opinion, compressing origin energy into a wall was far better than sealing. He could even use origin energy to forge and compress his source world entirely. This way, even without origin soil, his source world would be more realistic. That's not right, Fang Ping murmured. Origin soil. Origin energy compression. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Was the origin soil really unrelated to origin energy? That couldn't be right. Origin energy compression, could it be compressed into origin soil? At the thought of this, Fang Ping hurriedly raised his head and looked at Feng, shouting, "Old Feng, don't be so busy." Boom. The sound of an explosion was heard. Feng was a little distracted by his shouting and made a mistake in filling in the air, triggering an explosion instantly. At this moment, Hung Yu and the rest almost cursed out loud, fleeing toward their own safe houses. Bastard, Feng's mistake led to a complete collapse. The origin energy in other places was collapsing rapidly. Feng also fled quickly, his expression dark. In the blink of an eye, he went into his safe house and looked at Fang Ping opposite him. His expression was frighteningly ugly. Fang Ping shrugged. I was just shouting. You're the one who can't comprehend it, and now you're blaming me? Old Feng, shut up. Don't be impatient. It's not good to be impatient. Fang Ping laughed. Let me ask you a question. The key point of your sealing sky technique is the technique of compressing origin energy. I'm thinking about a question. When origin energy is compressed to an extreme, can it be compressed into origin soil? Feng wanted to scold him, but at this moment, he frowned slightly. When it came to these secret techniques, sometimes it was difficult to discuss with others. However, there was a limit to one person's strength. Often, some secret techniques would have major problems. Feng was actually quite satisfied with his sealing sky technique. However, the sealing sky technique could not be used against stronger opponents. This made him feel a little helpless. At this moment, when he heard Fang Ping discussing the sealing sky technique with him, Feng's eyes flickered. he said in a low voice, theoretically, it's possible. The sealing sky technique compresses origin energy, which is a kind of solidification. As for origin soil, it's actually some ownerless origin energy. After a long time, it gathers, solidifies, stabilizes, and forms origin soil. As for substances like origin water, they are essentially origin energy. However, because of the different environments, different places, and some differences in compression ratio, in the end, they form different forms of origin objects. After thinking for a while, Feng continued, just like what you humans have researched, the composition of all things has some common elements. As for origin objects, their common element is origin energy. Theoretically, it's possible? Feng Ping asked in surprise, have you not succeeded in compressing it before? Feng frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, first, we need to use origin energy. Everyone will not produce too much origin energy, but there are too many places where it is needed. Solidify Dao, open up Dao, amplify origin, solidify origin world. All these require the use of origin energy. Therefore, origin energy is not unlimited. You cannot use as much as you want. Second, compression requires a lot of origin energy and time, as well as your control of origin. Let's talk about compressing origin soil. According to my speculation, perhaps only myriad clouds' origin energy can be compressed into a small piece of origin soil. There are many difficulties in this. If you compress it too much, if you don't control it well, the origin energy will explode during the compression process. Feng shook his head. Myriad clouds' origin energy is enough to blow up your origin world. A self-destruct bomb. Feng Ping said suddenly, this is good stuff. Old Feng, don't spread this secret technique around. Feng Ping widened his eyes. Are you stupid? If we can blow up our own, of course, we can blow up others too. This compression technique of yours is very advanced. Please don't spread it around. It's fine if I learn it, but those who don't follow the right path will learn it. Think about it, when you're fighting with someone else's origin, if you put dozens of bombs of compressed origin energy on them, F***ck, won't you blow them up in an instant? The surroundings were eerily quiet. It was so eerie that it was frightening. Hung Yu and the rest looked at Feng faintly. You, F***ck your ancestors, you opened up a new way of thinking for Feng Ping. You're done for. The few of them wanted to kill Feng. The corner of Feng's mouth twitched. After thinking for a while, he said, it's too unstable. Actually, I've tried it before. It's already extremely difficult to compress myriad clouds' origin energy into one portion. Even if it explodes at this level, the effect will be limited. If you go any lower, you might not even be able to control it. Before you can send it to the enemy's origin world, you'll be blown up. Feng Ping scolded, aren't you stupid? You should stabilize your own origin world and use this compression technique to do so. This way, you can actually entice others to fight in your origin world. If you blow it up directly, the others will die and you'll be heavily injured. Actually, it's still worth it. We can't fight with Feng Ping's origin in the future. At this moment, the few of them had the same thought. This lunatic would most likely do it. Lunatic. Once he stabilized his own origin world and they went in, he would release these self-destruct bombs. They would be blown up, and he would be blown up. Of course, it would be a loss if they died. Feng was deep in thought, but he still said in a low voice, the consumption is too high. This is not a simple consumption. For us, origin energy is not unlimited, I have it. Feng's heart twitched. Mother ***, what you said made sense. This fellow seemed to be able to create it, he was done for. Even if his mentality was strong and could invade this fellow's origin world, it was better not to go in the future. Be careful of being blown up. What was this? Was he shooting himself in the foot? Feng was helpless. It was fine if the other party did not learn it before. Now that he had learned it, would he still dare to seal Feng Ping's origin? Moreover, this fellow's situation was very special. Even if he sealed it, he suspected that he would not be able to seal it. He had to be careful of being blown up by him. Feng had opened up a new train of thought and a new battle strategy for Feng Ping. His origin world was powerful, but it was not too powerful. If powerhouses came and invaded it, even if Feng Ping could chase them away, he would still be heavily injured. Now, Fong Ping muttered, yes, I've modified my own origin world. Like a city, I built origin walls, origin earth, origin sky, then I'll make some origin bombs. Whoever comes, I'll kill them all. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, do you think that around 10,000 clouds can be compressed to the level of origin earth? Fong did not really want to communicate with him. However, at this moment, he felt that if he did, he might be able to broaden his horizons. This fellow Fong Ping was too daring, a compression technique. A technique that he had previously treated as part of the seal, had been extended by Fong Ping to blow up those top-notch powerhouses. 10,000 clouds should be possible. However, I've already told you about the difficulty. In reality, it's almost impossible for you to do it. Origin Earth. That's a real world. Fong Ping licked his lips and said, this compression technique of yours is the key to you sealing people and making it impossible for them to break through. However, I still think that the effect of sealing isn't too good, old Fong. When you seal people, the invasion of origin chi doesn't actually need the other party's consent. You can invade them directly by force. Since you can seal them, you can change some of their structures. This wall of yours is no longer a wall, but a bomb. You said it yourself before, it can blow people up. Then let me ask you, have you tried to change some of your wall structures? Just like the origin force now, if the structure is slightly different, can it ignite and explode? Fong Ping said with some excitement, then this is considered a time bomb, not a self-destruct bomb. You said before that the explosion after compression is a lose-lose situation. What if we add a fuse? When you seal, it's a wall. When it ignites, it's a bomb. This is a multifaceted application. Look at the origin force here. When it's stable, it's good for body honing. When it's unstable, it's a high-end force that can kill even broken 8. And all this is because some of the power structures are different. Can you also carry out some modifications? On the other side, Xianxia could not help but say, Fong Ping, stop talking. What nonsense were you spouting? Were you teaching Fong how to kill people? Damned bastard. If Fong really modified his sealing technique, if it was really as Fong Ping said, this fellow Fong might become even more powerful. What was powerful was no longer the seal, but the killing spells. Feng's eyes flashed. Sealing technique, he had always been famous in the 3 realms for his sealing technique. However, today, Fong Ping had really opened up a new world for him. Humans were often like this. Even if you had unlimited wisdom, once you dug into a dead end, even 9 bulls could not pull you back. All these years, he had been constantly perfecting his sealing technique. However, his main thought was still about sealing. He wanted to seal stronger powerhouses, not killing. The appearance of the sealing technique was essentially to seal. He had also tried to kill, but the effect was not too good, so he did not think in that direction anymore. Today, Fong Ping's words made him waver. Thinking of this, Fong did not care how bitter the others were looking at him. He said in a low voice, what you said actually makes sense. If some key points of the sealing wall are changed, it might be like a city of blocks. When you remove one of the bricks, the entire city will collapse. However, this requires you to find that point, and you might even need to reconstruct the city. It involves a lot of things. It might completely change the entire sealing technique. This is easy. You have the experience of compression. Modifying on this basis is actually much easier than modifying without any knowledge. Fong Ping rubbed his chin and said, my current idea is that the martial artists we invade are all martial artists with lower mentality than us. If their mentality is stronger than ours, it will be very difficult for us to break through their origin defense. Of course, I can do it, but you know my situation. Someone might have given me some special ability. I can't always rely on this, right? Old Fong, how do you think we can break through the origin world of a powerhouse with a stronger mentality than us? I mean, if there are no other factors. Seal. Li Zhu was about to scream. Shut the F***ck up. If you continue to discuss with him and really research it, everyone will be in big trouble. Fong Ping frowned and said, we are discussing. Shut up. Moreover, I have this ability now. Actually, it doesn't matter whether he says it or not. If you really research it, it will be his benefit, not mine. I'm just nipping it in the bud. I might not need it in the future. Actually, everyone can discuss it. If old Feng research it out, all of us here can actually think of a targeted way to prevent this kind of situation from happening. Instead of him secretly researching it and giving you a surprise attack, you won't even know how you died. Reducing the flaws of our origin is also the direction of our research. As a martial artists are not boorish people. When it is time to discuss, when it is time to kill, then kill. Why are you guys like boorish people? Fang Ping said regretfully, in the past, I heard that Heavenly Emperor Zhan and the Emperor were discussing martial arts until the end of the battle. The Emperor also answered all questions. That's why these people can become emperors and achieve extremity. You guys are so petty. With such a small vision, how can you become emperors? Fang Ping shook his head and said disdainfully, martial arts is like this. If you don't improve, others will. Discuss together and improve together. Keeping things to yourself is the reason why martial arts are getting weaker and weaker. The reason why our human race is so strong is because some martial arts knowledge is open to the public and discussed among the people. Can one person's wisdom really surpass the wisdom of billions of people? You guys are overestimating yourselves. A bunch of fellows who don't dare to be surpassed by others and are afraid of being surpassed by others will be surpassed sooner or later. This is the eternal truth. Fang Ping's disdain was evident in his words. Everyone's expressions kept changing. At this moment, Feng suddenly said, actually, it's not that there's no way. In the past, I taught the ceiling sky technique to some powerhouses who have just entered martial arts. It was not for no reason. It was to exchange for their beginner martial world. Feng said in a low voice, my ceiling sky technique invades the source world. Their beginner martial world, on the other hand, seals their origin Dao from the outside to the inside. One is inside, the other is outside. To invade from the inside, you need to have a stronger mentality than the other party. But to invade from the outside, you don't need to break that layer of seal and seal at the end of the Dao. At this time, although there is a requirement for mentality, even if your mentality is lower than the other party, you don't have to care too much. But this is only a sealing technique, not an invading technique. Transform. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. We can completely transform the seal into an invasion. We can even use it together. Externally, it's probably because Origin Chi can't cast, and the other party is not casting the Origin wall. But we can attack from the inside and the outside. First invade from the outside, then start to cast the wall from the inside, then explode the wall. At that time, it won't be considered a wall anymore. Or we can simply condense the Origin wall on the outside and blow up his Dao. It will still be effective. Fang Ping licked his lips and smiled. Old Feng, teach me the beginner martial world, humph. Feng looked unfriendly. Teach you? Am I stupid? Fortunately, Fang Ping's mentality was not as strong as his. Even if it was an invasion, he could resist it quickly. However, what if this guy really learned the beginner martial world and began to invade from the outside, or even blow up his own Dao? That would be a big problem. Forget it. If you don't give it to me, I'll go ask Skyarm for it later. Fang Ping did not care. He more or less had a clue. This was a good thing, he thought it was a good thing. On the other side, Hong Kuan and the others' faces turned green. If this really succeeded, then they would be in big trouble. Fortunately, Feng still comforted everyone. The danger of breaking 8 is not too big. After breaking the door, the Dao is actually open, and the overflow is more open. Even if he invades from the end, he won't be able to find the direction to invade for a while. As soon as these words were said, the few breaking 8 were slightly relieved. As for Fang Ping, he rubbed his chin again, muttering, actually, the positions of the 3 virtual gates are fixed. In that case, if I find the location of the 3 virtual gates, maybe I can invade whoever I want. The virtual gate. I think I might know where it is. Yes, he really knew. The Vitality Gate's virtual gate should be in Wang Ruobing's source world. The end of those pipes should be the Vitality Gate's virtual gate. As for the rest, he was not sure yet. In that case, in the future, he could actually use Wang Ruobing as a transit to invade and kill some guys. Everyone's expression changed again. Fang Ping looked at them and smiled. Actually, everyone, you can also look around. If the Xianxia gate and the energy gate are included, there should be 4 virtual gates. Right now, I only know where one gate is. There are still 3 gates that I don't know. Everyone, look around and see where they are. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's also a good thing that you know the location. If you have nothing to do, you can go behind the virtual gate and steal some vitality force, mentality force, vitality force. Everyone was speechless. Fong Ping smiled again and said, "Old Feng, let's research together on how to change the structure of the source wall into the source bomb. You try, I'll try. 2 people working together is easier than 1. Don't think that your modification method is the best. Maybe mine is. Let's improve together. Maybe the ratio is different, and the explosive power is different too. I know this very well. The bombs that we humans have researched, the explosive power of the same size is completely different. The stronger ones can be 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the weaker ones." Li Zhu and the rest's expressions darkened even more. This bastard Fong Ping was going to be more and more difficult to deal with in the future. Sealing this idiot. Could the sealing technique really work like this? Was this still considered the sealing technique? Of all the people, you passed it on to Fong Ping. Didn't you know that this bastard loved to research explosions? From the time he was weak, he had been bombing all the way until now. The few of them were mentally exhausted, but they were also somewhat comforted. Fortunately, they knew. Fortunately, they were here. Fortunately, they knew in advance what this bastard Fong Ping was going to do. The next time Fong Ping invaded their source, no matter what, no matter how much they had to pay, they must kill him immediately and chase him away. They must never let him create a big explosion in their source world. Fong, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He did not reject Fong Ping's suggestion to research together this time. He said, "All right, we can exchange some structure plans. But don't think about deceiving me with those useless plans. Otherwise, you can only do it once at most. There won't be a second time." "Of course." Fong Ping smiled and said, "We can also set another rule. For example, the plan that I've researched. 1 cloud of origin chi can explode 10 clouds. Before you achieve this effect, don't think about exchanging with me again. Unless you surpass me, for example, when you achieve 20 times the explosive power, you can continue to communicate with me. This way, everyone will be improving. It won't be me trying to satisfy you, and you trying to satisfy me. How about this?" Feng was quite satisfied. He smiled and said, "Sure. Don't spread your sealing technique carelessly. I don't think most people can research this compression method. Fortunately, your sealing Sky Clan is finished. No, there are still some beginner martial artists who can do it." Fong Ping rubbed his chin and said, "Whatever. Let it explode. I think even if these guys know, they won't be able to kill me. You guys, on the other hand, don't tell others. Although beginner martial artists can't invade the source, the beginner martial heaven and earth has this effect. Whoever leaks it out, beginner martial artists will kill you. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Hong Kuan and the rest's faces turned green. He had researched a combat technique that could kill top-notch powerhouses just like that. What was this? Sealing Sky Technique. Why don't we change its name to Exploding Sky Technique? Fong Ping suddenly said. Everyone was silent. Feng's face was full of sorrow. "I didn't research this Dao technique to explode people. The 3 realms can be my witness. For 30,000 years, I have never done this." Why did it change in Fong Ping's hands? After discussing the sealing technique with Feng for a while, Fong Ping started trying on his own. He knew quite a few combat techniques. However, Fong Ping did not know combat techniques that involved the origin. It was just breaking into the origin and hacking. However, after so many attempts, everyone knew what he was capable of. Now, the sealing technique had actually made up for some of Fong Ping's shortcomings in this area. While Fong Ping was learning combat techniques, Feng was deep in thought. She started thinking about how she could modify her sealing technique to become an explosive one. Seeing that both of them had sunk into silence, the others could not sit still anymore. Hong Yu and the rest looked at each other. "Let's not waste any more time and leave as soon as possible." If they did not leave now, who knew what Fang Ping was going to do? At this moment, Hong Yu said, "Everyone, we're almost done testing. Let's try to break through together. To balance all the force, fangs, and my spiritual consciousness are the strongest. We can balance the power when they erupt. The rest of us will try to save the Donghuang disciples. If we do both, we should be able to break through successfully." He and Feng had broken the spirit gate and achieved breaking 8. Their mentality was indeed very strong. With strong mentality, their control would not be weak. Looking at the indifferent Fang Ping, Hong Yu frowned slightly and asked again, "Fang Ping, what about you?" "Me?" Fang Ping opened his eyes and said lazily, "You guys break through. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble. I won't go with you, lest I get killed by you. If you want to leave, then leave. If not, then stay here and wait with me." Having said that, Fang Ping smiled. "I'm studying the exploding sky technique. I can stay for a few months." Feng snorted softly. "Your whole family knows the exploding sky technique. This is my sealing sky technique." He was unwilling to help. Everyone could not help but frown. Hong Yu said in a low voice, "Brother Li and Hong Kuan might not be able to save so many people. We might have to send them back to their rooms one by one. If that's the case, we have to work together to break through. You can bring Moon Spirit along." Fang Ping yawned. "Don't try to trick me. Don't try to convince me. Can you, Jiang Hao, and the rest break through and leave?" Li Zhu said softly, "Even if you and the cat can balance the force, can Jiang Hao and the Thunder King send them back to their rooms? Then I won't leave." Fang Ping's expression was one of nonchalance. "I'll definitely make it to the final challenge anyway. What's there to be anxious about?" Impenetrable, the few of them did indeed have the intention to kill him. As long as they could lure Fang Ping out to the plaza, he would not be able to return to the safe house. Everyone would definitely surround and kill him. Unfortunately, Fang Ping did not take the bait. Fang Ping was not an idiot. These fellows were extremely wary of him. Even though he had broken through 8 now, he was still a beginner. He wasn't afraid of fighting Li Zhu one-on-one. He might even be able to kill Li Zhu. But breaking 8 out of 4? Forget it. He wasn't going to court death. He wanted to stay here and wait for King General. Although the few of them wanted to kill him, Fang Ping did not agree to it. The few of them were helpless. Without another word, they walked out of the safe house again. On the other side, Moon Spirit did not go out. Hong Yu looked at her. Moon Spirit opened her eyes and said coldly, "I will leave with Fang Ping." Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He looked at Hong Yu and coughed dryly. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't say that. Moreover, I'm only 21 years old. Stop staring at me. I don't have any ulterior motives." Moon Spirit's expression was cold. She looked at Fang Ping, feeling an urge to kill him. Fang Ping shrugged slightly. He did not understand Moon Spirit's thoughts. This woman. One moment, she hated him to the core. The next, she loved him to the core. The next, she kept her distance. Anyway, his relationship with Hong Yu was extremely complicated. If he said that he trusted Moon Spirit and treated her as a trustworthy person, that would be bullsh*t. Among the old antiques in the 3 realms, no one was worthy of his trust. Moon Spirit did not leave. Hong Yu did not say anything else. The 4 powerhouses who had broken through 8 walked towards the plaza again. This time, they repeated the scene from before. The Donghuang disciples gathered their force again. As soon as their force was formed, it felt like it was going to explode. Feng and Hong Yu were already prepared. They growled and quickly balanced the force. Both of them felt that it was not safe to balance such a large area alone. Of course, if there was no one else, one of them might be able to do it. The force that was about to explode was balanced in the blink of an eye. At this time, Li Zhu and Hongkuan quickly grabbed the shadows and sent them back to the safe house. However, this was not an easy task. After sending one person away, they had to continue to replenish the energy of another person. Otherwise, the force would be out of balance again. Feng and Hong Yu kept replenishing. They had to investigate clearly who they brought away, how much energy they needed to replenish, and what kind of energy they needed to replenish. Fang Ping was watching too. He wanted to see how these people were going to break through. The cat poked its head out too, watching curiously. As soon as it poked its head out, Hongkuan roared, "Cat, if you dare to cause trouble again, I will not let you off." He hated cats. Previously, the cat had blown him up. He still remembered this grudge. The cat looked at him innocently. Who was causing trouble? Really, the earthly emperor's son always wronged it. Hongkuan and Li Zhu kept sending people back to the safe house. Meanwhile, Hong Yu and Feng were feeling more and more pressure. In the beginning, one of them was in charge of mentality and the other was in charge of vitality. However, there was a third party who provided life force. If they were to multitask, they might fail. Seeing this, Feng shouted, "Hongkuan, you provide the life force. Li Zhu, slowly move away these guys who are providing life force." At this moment, the remaining two teams had already been moved away. In truth, this incomparably large mass of origin power was being supplied by these two people with spiritual power and blood energy. Fang Ping took a look and gave some guidance. Actually, you don't have to maintain such a large mass of force all the time. Right now, mentality and vitality force are all controlled by you guys. You can move one person away and weaken some of the energy. This will prevent you from maintaining such a large mass of force all the time. If the force loses balance and explodes, you guys will be injured too badly. Feng was embarrassed into anger. Do we need your guidance? As if everyone knew, isn't it just one person less and we have to reduce the supply of energy? Don't we understand? Do we need you to guide us? We've lived for tens of thousands of years. Don't we know this? Fang Ping curled his lips. What do you know? These old antiques have rigid thinking. If you really knew, would you let Hongkuan replenish his life force? What are you pretending for? After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said again, "Guys, I think we can actually try to kill Dong Huang now. If we kill him, maybe we can pass the level directly." As soon as he said that, Dong Huang, who was like a robot, suddenly said faintly, "If you kill me, you definitely won't be able to pass the level." Silence. Complete silence. Feng and the others' expressions changed again and again. They were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. Aren't you a robot? Don't you have a mind? After we've been bombed countless times, when Fang Ping said he was going to kill you, you actually opened your mouth. Fang Ping was also curious. He asked doubtfully, "You can speak? You didn't speak just now. Were you deliberately watching them get bombed?" "Not really." Dong Huang chuckled. Previously, the force was out of balance. I was also suppressed and had no choice but to remain silent. Now that the force is no longer out of balance, I can only say a few words to you guys. Fang Ping understood and said again, "Then can we pass the level now? We just have to send the remaining people away?" "That's right." Dong Huang looked at the few people left below and sighed. "In the past, in order to try to condense the force, I made a mistake. Many of my disciples died and were injured. It was also my regret. Since the force has been balanced and the disciples have been saved, we can naturally pass the level." Fang Ping laughed. "Then, are they going to pass the level or are we going to do it together? After all, we're all together. Participating can pass the level." Fang Ping nodded. "That means that if I save one person now, I can also pass the level?" "Yes." Fang Ping laughed. "Forget it. Let them do it. Moon Spirit, if you're interested, go and do it too. With me here, we have fewer people. We might not be able to pass the level and leave. Me and Cat might not be able to maintain the balance." Moon Spirit did not say anything. She did not want to pass the level with Hong Yu and the others. As for Wei, who knew what a woman was thinking, she did not say anything. Fang Ping did not say anything either. Li Zhu and the others had a definite answer. They began to continue. There were fewer and fewer people in the plaza. Gradually, there was only one person left. As for Hong Yu and Feng, the pressure was almost gone. Right now, they only needed to maintain a little bit of force. Li Zhu took the last person away. The two of them extinguished the force they released. The sky was clear and the air was clear. Everyone stood in the plaza. No more disciples came out and continued to release force. At this moment, a passageway appeared in the void. They could leave. This level was not difficult, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Without the ability to break 8, maintaining the balance of the force was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If they could not maintain it, the force would explode. If they were below 8, they could easily die from the explosion. Fang Ping was slightly puzzled. How did the demon emperor pass the level? The 4 who had broken 8 looked at Dong Huang. Feng also asked the question that Fang Ping wanted to ask. Did Unquestionable Sword pass this level many years ago? It was extremely difficult for them to pass this level. What about Unquestionable Sword? Dong Huang chuckled. That young man from back then? I think so. He passed. Dong Huang smiled. He was also a talented person. There might not be only one way to pass this level. Different people have different ways of passing this level. Feng cupped his hands, accepting this answer. It was normal that Dong Huang didn't say how he passed the level. After all, there were still people who hadn't passed. The few of them looked at each other before looking at Fang Ping. Hong Kuan hesitated for a moment. His gaze was still unfriendly. If you meet King Zhen, you can ask him to give you the seal of King Kuan. He will also give it to you. If you dare to kill him, I will definitely break the 2 gates after I come out of seclusion. You humans should be careful. He regretted giving the seal of King Kuan to King General. He hadn't met King Zhen yet. If he met Fang Ping, this bastard, he would kill King Zhen immediately. The divine sect's strength had declined greatly. There were only 3 kings left. There were many saints, but most of them were temporary followers. A few of them might have died this time. If King Zhen was killed again, he would die. Fang Ping smiled. Why would King Kuan think so of me? I'm not that kind of person. Humph. Hong Kuan snorted coldly. His gaze was cold. After breaking the 2 gates, even the heaven-suppressing king won't be able to stop me. If you dare to kill King Zhen, I will kill 1,000,000 of your humans. Ah Kuan, don't threaten me. If not, I will kill you in this mystic realm. Fang Ping smiled. You better believe me. I still have some helpers who can break the 8 gates. Even if you break the 2 gates, you might not be able to escape. Why are you threatening me? I don't like being threatened. I like to nip threats in the bud. Hong Kuan looked at him coldly. His gaze was cold and he didn't say anything else. At his realm, he wouldn't be threatened easily. If Fang Ping dared to kill King Zhen, he would dare to take revenge. If King Zhen died today, King Qian would die tomorrow. In a few days, it would be his turn. He wasn't willing to see his subordinates being weakened bit by bit. Fang Ping laughed again when he saw this. His laughter was a little depressed. Which eye of yours saw that I was going to kill King Zhen? You're wrongly accusing me, Hong Yu replied indifferently, Tianji too. That was all he said. He didn't say anything else. Too many formidable martial artists from the 3 realms were killed by Fang Ping. He had to remind them of the threat. If this continued and they were all killed by Fang Ping, would they have to fight alone? If this continued, the morale of his subordinates would be gone. So many of them had died. Dong Huang was slightly surprised when he saw the 2 of them threatening Fang Ping. He knew these 2 people, they were the sons of the earthly sovereign. They were all top-notch formidable martial artists who had broken the 8 gates, including Feng. He was a veteran formidable martial artist from the initial martial arts era. Why were they so afraid of this person? He had to admit that he was surprised. Feng and the others didn't say anything else. Just as they were about to leave, Fang Ping said in surprise, "Are you really not going to try and kill Dong Huang? Let me tell you, this might be a hidden Easter egg. Really, just give it a try." Their faces darkened. Easter egg Yuri *s, what's the point of killing Dong Huang? Only fools would believe you. They had finally passed the level and now they were busy moving on to the next level. They had obtained quite a lot of benefits from this level. What was the point of keeping it? If they killed Dong Huang and could not pass the level, that would be a real loss. They were too lazy to talk nonsense. They quickly entered the passageway and left. Fang Ping would play by himself here, after all, they had stayed here for more than a day. Nothing good would come out of it. Fang Ping, this bastard. Every word he said could make them lose their composure. After they left, the square regained its silence. However, this time, Dong Huang did not disappear. Before this, it was Dong Huang who disappeared. After disappearing, the previous scene would repeat itself. Fang Ping saw this and felt even more strange. You're still not leaving? Dong Huang chuckled. They've passed the level. I can still stay for a while. If the previous scene doesn't repeat itself, I can live forever. So, if I walk out, you'll be gone? That's right. Fang Ping smiled. All right then. Oh right, are you a clone or a projection? Origin memory fragment. Your clone came in. Do you know that? I'm just a memory fragment. Unless my clone comes to this level, I won't know either. I heard that you are ranked first among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Is that true? Dong Huang was slightly surprised and laughed. Is this what the outside world is saying now? Yes, I heard that you kicked the God Emperor with your feet and fought the Celestial Arch with your fists. You're the number 1 in the 3 realms, and you even fought the Celestial Arch without losing. You're known as the number 1 in the 3 realms. I'm quite curious. Fang Ping said with a smile, could it be that the rumors are false? I'm afraid it's all made up. Dong Huang laughed, how could this emperor have such strength? You're too modest. Fang Ping paused and said, seriously, can't I just beat you to death? I don't believe it. Indeed, I can't break through. What a pity. Fang Ping laughed. Suddenly, he stepped out of the safe house, smiling. Forget about the scene reenactment. This stage is actually easy to clear. I'm not as bored as them. Let's talk face to face later. Dong Huang took a deep look at him and quickly disappeared. At this moment, the people who were sent back to the safe house by Li Zhu walked out one after another. Moon Spirit, Jiang Hao, and the others also walked out, frowning. Was Fang Ping starting to clear the challenge just like that? Boom, force appeared in Fang Ping's hands, directly blasting a phantom who had just walked out of the safe house into pieces. These people could be blasted into pieces by force before, so naturally, they could be blasted into pieces now. Fang Ping punched one by one. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had killed more than 100 people, Fang Ping said with a smile, it's so simple. After killing them all, can they condense force again? Can they still explode? Li Zhu and the others are stupid. They never think too much. At this moment, Dong Huang appeared again. He looked at Fang Ping deeply and sighed, your murderous aura is too strong. Kill everyone. These people were killed by him the moment they left the safe house. Where did the force condense? Does this count as clearing the stage? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him and asked. Dong Huang was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, yes. Young friend, even if it's just a phantom, you know that there are other ways to clear the stage, but you still chose to slaughter people. This is against the harmony of heaven. At this moment, Cat, Jiang Hao, and the others walked over. Everyone was surprised too. Did he clear the stage just like that? Fang Ping killed those phantoms directly. Was that even possible? Of course, this was not something that ordinary people could do. These phantoms, without force, could not be shattered. However, Fang Ping's straightforwardness was indeed, as Dong Huang said, a little murderous. In the square. Fang Ping looked at Dong Huang and said with a smile, it doesn't matter if it's a real person or a phantom. If it's not one of us, then I can kill it. Let alone a phantom, even if it's a real person, if your disciples dare to block my way, I will kill them without hesitation. Hong Kuan and the others are so afraid of me because I killed along the way, killing them until they are terrified. Dong Huang's projection looked at him, speechless for a long time. Jiang Hao also looked at Fang Ping, frowning slightly, not quite understanding why Fang Ping said that. Fang Ping suddenly cast a mentality barrier, not letting them hear what he said. He looked at Dong Huang and asked with a smile, may I ask, do you know me? Dong Huang frowned at him and said slowly, young friend, you have always been here, I am also aware, I mean in the past. Fang Ping looked at him. Heavenly Emperor Xian and the other two might be someone else's pawns, do you know this? You are Xian's master, Heavenly Emperor Beishan's good friend. Heavenly Emperor Exterminating said that your strength is unparalleled, so I want to ask, are they pawns in your plan? What do you want to do, become the strongest person in the three realms? Dong Huang frowned and said nothing. Fang Ping laughed. Why are you frowning? You are an emperor, I don't believe that you don't have this little bit of willpower. Frowning means that you have a guilty conscience. So, is it really you? Young friend, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. Fang Ping looked at him again and said with a smile, then take it that I have misunderstood. Oh right, is it really useless to kill you? Young friend, boom, Fang Ping punched directly, his force erupted, terrifyingly valiant, bang, Dong Huang's projection did not seem strong, it was crushed directly. The mentality barrier dissipated, a passageway appeared in the void. Moon Spirit looked at him, Jiang Hao also frowned slightly. Fang Ping, there is no need to kill him, right? Fang Ping said nothing, glancing at the void, frowning slightly. After a while, he murmured, is it really not a clone? That's strange, then whose clone came in? Killing Dong Huang was not to gain any benefits. He just wanted to test if it was Dong Huang's clone that came in. Who was the one who came with Sherpa? Fang Ping needed to find out. Knowing that Emperor Renhuang and Emperor Spirit were both clones, Fang Ping was very curious about the third one. Not only curious, but also vigilant. Seeing that the passageway had appeared, Fang Ping was helpless, he stepped forward and said, let's go, it's not Dong Huang's clone. Forget it, I don't care. They did not say anything else, walking toward the passageway together. They entered the passageway one after another, Fang Ping was the last to step in. Seeing that the passageway was about to close, Fang Ping suddenly laughed and said, Dong Huang, see you later. We can cooperate, there is no need to keep people at a distance, why do you have to do this? Having said that, the passageway closed, everyone disappeared instantly. Just as they were teleported away, in the void, a figure flashed. A middle-aged man stepped out, a smile on his face, a little playful. In the passageway, the cat lay on Fang Ping's shoulder, asking curiously, liar, did old man Dong Huang come in? It should be him. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, after killing him, the passageway will appear, how can it be so simple? Moreover, under normal circumstances, after killing the emperor, there should be another projection appearing. Other than the beast emperor being a freak that only breaks through after being killed, other places resurrect after being killed. He did not continue to resurrect, probably also too lazy to waste energy to be killed by me again, because this is what I prepared. As Fang Ping said that, he frowned and said, why did this guy's clone come in? Is he in cahoots with the Dao tree? Thinking about it, Fang Ping shook his head. Forget it, ignore him. Whether it is 3 emperor clones that came in this time, it is still uncertain. Maybe there are more. These guys, they are not honest, can they not come in one by one? Even if they don't come in now, I suspect that when we go out, we may encounter emperor clones again, everyone be more careful. There were too many people paying attention to this place. So many people came in this time, some of them entered directly, some of them were probably planning to be the Oriole behind. Leaving this place safely was what Fang Ping needed to consider. He had already broken through 11 levels, the remaining 2 should not be difficult for him. Dao Tree, Emperor, Spirit Emperor, East Emperor, Fang Ping exhaled. This time it might not be easy. Here, he obtained a lot of benefits, directly allowing him to break through to the 8th stage, but there were more hidden powerhouses here, it would be troublesome. Which level is Oldly hiding in? I feel a little uneasy without him, Fang Ping lamented. Fang Ping sighed. He was still a little worried that the old devil was gone. With the heaven-suppressing king around, Fang Ping felt that he could let this old man deal with those emperor clones, he could just do the chores. King Zhen is not easy to kill. If I kill him, King Kuan will probably not let me off. Heavenly plants are not easy to kill either, it will be troublesome to kill. Really, why are all of you making life difficult for me? After thinking for a while, Fang Ping shouted, be careful, the next level is either Emperor of Heaven Reverse or Emperor God. Big Cat, Moon Spirit, be careful, if Feng and the others are also in this level. While speaking, Fang Ping suddenly took a step back. The cat on his shoulder opened its mouth, in the blink of an eye, a somewhat illusory Fong Ping appeared, and Fong Ping quickly disappeared into the cat's stomach. The cat's mentality spread out, covering Fong Ping's avatar. Fong Ping cut some mentality into the avatar's body. The real person had already entered the cat's world. To avoid the detection of powerhouses, the cat's world was a good choice. The cat's world was bigger and more beautiful than before. Sunlight, grasslands, rivers, clouds, countless fish monsters, this cat was getting better at enjoying life. Big cat, open a video call and show me the situation outside. Fong Ping shouted. This was the cat's world, it was okay for the cat to open a video call. Soon, the cat's world changed, and a living room appeared. There was a sofa, a chair, and a television. The television was showing the situation outside. A small cat also came in, jumped onto the sofa, and said with a smile, "Liar, who do you want to kill? Kill the big fish? Why don't you kill the big fish and divide the meat? 2 cat and 3 cat have never eaten a big fish that is less than 8. I said I wanted to eat the emperor fish, but they said I was bragging." The cat thought that it would be better to kill the monster emperor and get some meat. When it saw 2 cat and 3 cat, it would tell them that it was not bragging. Fong Ping grinned. Monster Emperor. Monster Emperor first. If there's a chance this time, I might be able to kill an emperor. Even if it's a clone, such a powerful clone, there will be many benefits. Having said that, he pinched the cat's ears and laughed. If you're capable, get close to the spirit emperor and jump into her arms. When that time comes, it's not impossible for me to kill the fake spirit emperor. The cat shook its head, shaking off his pinching. No way. If he killed the fake fatty, 3 cat would be sad too. Fong Ping smiled, did not say anything, and looked at the television. The teleportation was over. In the next moment, a scene of a farmhouse's courtyard came into view. The cat said, "This is Old Man Do's house. The Emperor God's house is slightly bigger, Emperor of Heaven reverse, incomparably mysterious, less information than the Emperor God left behind." They only knew that he was the head of the 4 emperors and created the path of energy. Other information was pitifully little. He broke through the 11th level. In a large hall, the young man murmured. This time, the young man felt a little uneasy. There were too many accidents. This guy had broken through 11 levels in a short period of time. His master's level had always been trapped. The 2 levels of Emperor and Spirit Emperor that no longer appeared, the level of Heavenly Emperor that he could not pry into, the level of Heavenly Emperor that had an accident, the level of Earthly Emperor that had dissipated. Before this, the young man felt that everything was under control. But now, he was very uneasy. There had been a huge change in the 13th level. He was also killed. Now, the young man was really uneasy. Should he continue to wait? Maybe it's time to stop. The young man murmured to himself. He gathered everyone into the mystic realm because he could not break through the last level. This level needed help. Waiting for the others to clear the barrier was also because the more people there were, the weaker the barrier would be. Even the entire Mystic Realm's defense system would be weakened, consume more rule power and break through more levels. But, some people were really too fast. Fong Ping had broken through 11 levels. Xianxia had also broken through 11 levels. Hong Kuan and the others had also broken through many levels. There was also the God Creation Envoy and the others. The powerhouses of the 3 realms were stronger than before. And there were a few levels, because of Fong Ping's interference, it was actually easier to break through. If this continued, someone might really be able to break through the 13th level. When that time came, it would be troublesome. Before this person breaks through the 13th level, we must stop him. The young man looked at Fong Ping and murmured. He could tolerate this person breaking through the 12th level, but he must not let him break through the last level. Thinking that his master was in charge of the last level and that he also had his own arrangements, the young man was slightly relieved. He could still wait until the rule power was weakened again. Otherwise, in the current situation, he might not be able to seize the seed. Wait a little more. The young man looked at Fong Ping again, a little helpless. This person did not die and broke through levels one after another, forcing him to interrupt the plan. Otherwise, the original plan was to slowly wear down the rule power. Now, the wearing down of the rule power was far from what he expected. Fortunately, this person had broken through a few levels and used up a lot of rule power. Otherwise, in such a short time, the rule power consumed was really too little. In the small courtyard. This time, Emperor Heaven Reverse was not mysterious at all, waiting in the small courtyard. It was Fang Ping's first time seeing Heavenly Emperor Reverse's true appearance. He had seen it once in Heavenly Wood, but it was too illusory, and he hadn't been able to see its face. This time, he saw it. What a kind old man, yes, old man. The other 4 emperors all had youthful appearances, but this fellow was actually an old man. In the cat world, Fang Ping said as soon as he saw it, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, those who purposely make themselves old men are all bad people. Needless to say, they're all bad people. The more kind he is, the more evil he is. This guy is so evil that he's oozing pus. Fang Ping pursed his lips. He was definitely a bad person. In any case, this was the first impression, perhaps it had something to do with the narration of the other emperors these days. As a matter of fact, in the past, Lu Li thought Emperor of Heaven Reverse was a good person. For example, Emperor of Heaven Reverse had a lot to do with giving life to the heaven wood and turning it into a plant. As he said that, Fang Ping frowned slightly. Big Cat, do you think this guy has a clone in the human world? Have you ever smelled him? Back then, Tian Mu said that he felt the aura of the 4 emperors on me, but he couldn't tell if it was the 4 emperors or the 3 emperors. Back then, Emperor of Heaven Reverse appeared with Emperor of Badian. Therefore, that projection could not tell if it was Emperor of Heaven Reverse's aura or Emperor of Batian's. If it was Emperor of Badian because of Iron Head, then it would not be surprising. But if it was Emperor of Heaven Reverse, then it was hard to say. Fang Ping felt that these people paid so much attention to the human world and felt that the seed of rebirth must be hidden in the human world. They might have made arrangements in the human world. If it were him, would he keep waiting for the results? That might not be the case. Most of the people like the Emperor God would appear in the human world personally to control everything, observe everything, and sense everything. Using himself to push others, he felt that people like Emperor of Heaven Reverse would have a clone in the human world. Their status might not even be low, this was because ordinary people might not be able to get any information. These clones of the emperors, unless your strength surpassed the emperors, otherwise, even if they were hidden, as long as they were not too ostentatious, it would be difficult to find out anything unusual. The cat ate the fish monster and muttered, I don't know. If they are clones, then it's definitely not the original smell. I can't smell it. If their real bodies are so strong, I can't smell it either. It could not smell the emperor's scent. Fang Ping nodded slightly and asked no more. In his heart, he was thinking, if it was him, one of them, what identity would he use to hide in the human world? Their status can't be too low to effectively grasp information. But they might not be too powerful. If they are too powerful, then the development of the human world will develop according to their wishes and not in line with their expectations. What they want is to let the human world develop freely, to slightly correct some of the inappropriate things. Before this, there were not many paragons on Earth. They were either paragons or around rank 9 strength. If they were rank 9, in order to keep up with the pace, they might break through to desperation and continue to participate in Earth's events. If they were not in desperation, in the current Earth, they could not continue to participate in some major events. If the other party was really hiding in the human world, it was very likely that they were newly promoted desperation powerhouses. When I go back, I still need to do a thorough investigation. Previously, Earth was too weak, like a sieve. Even if these emperors infiltrated it, they might not be aware. That guy, Heavenly King Subduing, did not care much about these. Even if he found out, he might turn a blind eye. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that this old man knew their identity. He had to ask him later. Fang Ping stopped thinking about these. He transferred his mentality to his clone while his real body began to cultivate the sealing technique. He would think about it after he passed through Emperor Celestial Reverse. Moon Spirit has grown so much. In the small courtyard, Emperor Celestial Reverse was like an old man next door, amiable. When he saw Moon Spirit, he greeted her with a smile. He looked at Jiang Hao and the Thunder King, especially Jiang Hao. He gave them a second look and said with a smile, "Young friend, are you related to that unquestionable sword who went through the trial years ago?" Xianxia was a little indifferent. He nodded slightly and said nothing. Emperor Celestial Reverse looked at Song Mao and Fong Ping and said with a smile, "Song Mao, long time no see. Young friend." Having said that, he looked at Fong Ping and said with a smile, "Young friend, your strength is a little weak. Have you just broken through?" Fong Ping chuckled. "I just absorbed too much vitality. I'm not used to it." "Are you Emperor Celestial Reverse, Senior?" "I don't deserve to be called Celestial Emperor." Emperor Celestial Reverse smiled and said, "Young friends, you are also the heroes of the three realms since you can come here. Since you are here, of course, you are here to pass the trial." Having said that, he waved his hand. In the courtyard, a stone table and stone stools appeared. There was also a pot of tea that was still steaming hot. "Since you have just passed the trial, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? I will explain to you how to pass this trial." Moon Spirit and the rest looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping took a look at the stone stools and stone table and raised his eyebrows slightly. Emperor Celestial Reverse was not weak in this trial, he could actually draw the power of the rule. This was an active draw, unlike the previous few trials. For example, Celestial Emperor Badian broke through the sky and challenged the rule. Only then did the power of the rule appear. Fong Ping did not stand on ceremony. He walked over and sat down directly. Seeing that, the others took their seats one after another. Emperor Celestial Reverse also sat down on one of the stone stools. The teapot moved by itself. A teacup appeared in front of Fong Ping and the rest. The teapot poured water automatically. As soon as the tea appeared, Moon Spirit could not help but look down. The cat also stretched its neck and jumped onto the table. It asked curiously, "What is this delicious food? Old dough, can it be eaten?" "It's just tea." Emperor Celestial Reverse smiled. A cup appeared in front of the cat and the teapot was quickly filled with tea. The cat sniffed. It smelled so good, it wanted to drink it. Fong Ping smiled. "No hurry. Senior, can you tell me about this material?" Fong Ping was also curious. "As far as I know, there is only the power of the rule and the force of life here. But this tea makes my vitality boil. What did you use to make it?" Emperor Celestial Reverse smiled. "My friend, you are too cautious. In the path of cultivation, there must be relaxation. You cannot always be tense. Senior, please explain. Otherwise, I won't dare to drink this tea." Emperor Celestial Reverse did not mind. He said slowly, "It's not a good treasure. You are all rare heroes in the three realms to be able to pass this trial. This tea is also one of the rewards for this trial. This tea, I call it the unification tea. It cleanses the flesh, purifies the bones, eliminates old ailments, and reunites the essence, spirit, and soul. It will help you break through the 8 unification in the future." Emperor Celestial Reverse smiled. "This is also a gift from the rules of this place. Since there are trials here, there will be benefits when you pass them. It is also an opportunity for you to pass this trial." Of course, Fong Ping knew that there were benefits in passing the trial. However, at this moment, Fong Ping still asked, "What is the purpose of the rules of this place? I don't believe that anyone will give benefits for free. This doesn't make sense." Emperor Celestial Reverse chuckled. "The rules, of course, have their own purpose. You all should have some understanding of this place. It can absorb vitality. I believe you all must have obtained some vitality. This land is the original rules of the three realms, the source of power, and the Tao seed." Fong Ping was a little surprised. The other emperors were very evasive, but this guy said it out directly. Emperor Celestial Reverse continued, "The purpose of the Tao seed is actually very simple. The three realms are strong, the rules are strong, it is to cultivate more powerhouses. The more powerhouses there are, the more complete the rules are. The Tao seed can also obtain something it needs from the rules. However, the power can't be wasted. That's why these trials are in place to select more suitable candidates. Young friends, since you can come here, you are the heroes of the three realms. You are qualified to become stronger, it's that simple? It's that simple." So this tea is actually formed by the rules? You can say that. The main substance is life force, but some other substances are added, Emperor Celestial reverse laughed. Like fusion force, or even some true blood force. Now that he said it, it was indeed good stuff. However, Fang Ping was still a little worried. At this moment, Emperor Celestial reverse laughed again. This tea, it's up to you whether you want to drink it or not. However, since I am the guardian of this trial, I still have to remind you that the last few trials are actually preparation for the final trial. This tea contains the power of the rules of this place. The damage force has been eliminated, leaving only the pure power of the rules. After drinking this tea, young friend, you can weaken some of the damage of the rules in preparation for the final trial. Weaken damage? Fang Ping was surprised. Emperor Celestial reverse laughed. That's right. In fact, every time you break through a trial, the damage of the rules will be weakened. If you can break through 13 trials in a row, then young friend, you can walk and move normally under the rules. Fang Ping thought of the Dao tree. He saw it with his own eyes that a leaf from this fellow had helped Heavenly King Yi avoid the damage of the rules. Moreover, the Dao tree must have been attacked by the rules to be able to take root in 13 trials, but it still did it. What Emperor Celestial reverse said might be true. The Dao tree could be immune to some of the damage of the rules. Of course, this was not too important to Fang Ping. He did not need it, he had true blood with him. The effect was similar to this, maybe even better. Who knew if there was a conspiracy? Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything. He drank it in one gulp, it was an avatar anyway. He could do as he pleased. It was impossible for the real body to drink it. Do I want to drink it? In the world of cats, the old cat asked. Fang Ping laughed. Drink it, it's fine. Anyway, you are just a mascot. I don't expect you to do anything. Even if you are restrained by this cup of tea in the end, it doesn't matter. If this place is broken, even if there is something else in this cup of tea, it will be ineffective. The old cat's face was dissatisfied. Who was a mascot? This cat was very strong. Humph. The proud cat humphed. You said it. I will drink it. Don't blame me for not helping you when the time comes. The old cat was proud. Forget it. Even if there was a problem, I will not care. I will cheer for you. Just nice, I don't have to fight anymore. As for poisoning it with a cup of tea, that would be underestimating powerhouses. The old cat drank the tea in one gulp, then burped, feeling that the taste was really good. Seeing this, the others thought about it and drank it too. As soon as Xianxia drank it, he felt that his brain was extremely clear. His flesh was also strengthening. It was a very gentle feeling, not the domineering feeling of force honing. He even felt that he understood the direction of Tao a lot. Not only him, the Thunder King was the same. Even Moon Spirit felt that she had gained a lot after drinking it. The three of them closed their eyes and began to experience this feeling. Seeing this, Fang Ping was about to close his eyes and follow suit when Celestial Emperor reverse laughed. Young friend, you don't have to experience it. Having said that, he said meaningfully, young friend, don't regret it. This tea, the unification tea, is indeed the treasure of the three realms. Once you leave this place, you won't be able to find it in the outside world. Fang Ping looked at him deeply. After a while, he laughed. Senior, you have sharp eyes. Much better than those guys before. Those guys, I feel that they are greatly restrained. Senior, you are not. Are you the representative of the rules? That's not it. Celestial Emperor reverse laughed. For the later stages, the gatekeepers are more relaxed. The earlier stages are tests. The later stages are mainly gifts. For example, this unification tea. Thank you, Senior. Fang Ping said courteously. He laughed. Senior, how do I pass this stage? Celestial Emperor reverse said slowly, as I said, the later stages are relatively more free. The main purpose is to make everyone more powerful and omnipotent. He looked at Xianxia and said slowly, young friend, you are already a saint. Your essence, spirit, and spirit are not weak. It seems that your daily cultivation is not too biased. But your origin seems to have suffered some damage. Having said that, the door of a room at the back of the courtyard opened. Celestial Emperor Reverse laughed. Young friend, cultivate in this room for a few days. There is a grotto heaven in this room. It can heal the injury of the origin. Jianghao's origin injury was caused by unquestionable cutting off the connection between him and Jianghao. Both of them used to share the origin. Later, unquestionable cut off the origin. That was why it was like this. Jianghao looked at Feng Ping. Feng Ping nodded. Go ahead. Since you said so, it should be useful. Your origin injury is indeed difficult to heal. If you can heal it here, you can strengthen your origin as soon as possible. Jianghao nodded slightly. Without another word, he quickly entered the room. Feng Ping asked, if he's healed, he can enter the next stage? That's right. That's indeed easier. Celestial Emperor Reverse laughed. He looked at the Thunder King and said slowly, you were Ji's disciple back then? The Thunder King Xiao Weiguo was indeed Emperor Renhuang's disciple back then. He had heard about this from Garrison Heavenly King. The Thunder King nodded slightly. Your problem is more serious than the young friend just now. Celestial Emperor Reverse pondered for a moment and said, although you have entered the saint state, your Tao is extremely superficial. You can enter this room and lay the foundation of your Tao. It may take a long time. If your Tao is not solid, the path ahead will be difficult. The Thunder King stood up, bowed slightly and said, thank you, Senior. Having said that, he looked at Feng Ping. Feng Ping nodded again. The Thunder King left as well. Celestial Emperor Reverse looked at Moon Spirit again and said with a smile, Moon Spirit, your flesh is strong and your bones are not weak. You have even forged jade bones. Your spiritual consciousness is also very strong. Your origin is also solid. However, both success and failure are due to jade bones. Bones are strong to begin with. They have suppressed the advancement of the Tao. Now that the jade bones have been forged, the suppression of the Tao is even stronger. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will be harder for you to break through 8 than regular martial artists. Forging jade bones in advance was a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. The good thing was that it was stronger. Moon Spirit was definitely not a weakling among those who had broken through 7. However, the strength of the jade bones had suppressed the advancement of the Tao. This was also a conflict between origin martial artists and beginner martial artists. Moon Spirit frowned. Celestial Emperor Reverse smiled. Enter this room. As he spoke, he opened another room. This room has the effect of suppressing the flesh. Enter this room and walk on the Tao of origin. You will advance 1,000 miles in a day. How far you can go will depend on your understanding and fate. Moon Spirit's expression was solemn. Will my flesh be affected? No. Celestial Emperor Reverse smiled. It is just temporarily using the power of the rule to suppress the strength of your flesh and bones. When you can't take it anymore, you will walk out of the room automatically. By then, everything will be back to normal. Understood. Moon Spirit nodded slightly. If that was the case, it was indeed a good thing. Feng Ping teased, Senior Moon Spirit, don't break through 8. If you and the palm imprint user also break through 8, then old Zhang will be the first to break through 7. That would be too easy for him. Moon Spirit did not know whether to laugh or cry. But to be honest, the palm imprint user was not far from breaking through 8. She had a long way to go before. However, if her Tao of origin improved greatly and her jade bones were forged successfully, maybe she could also break through 8. Then Zhang Tao would become the first to break through 7 without doing anything. No, he was the only one, other than the cat. Zhang Tao was the only one to break through 7. Wait a minute, Moon Spirit's expression changed. She looked at Feng Ping. Feng Ping smiled. Why are you looking at me? My Tao is just a little further away. I am not a heavenly king. I should be a rank 9 now. He knew what Moon Spirit was thinking. But I am only a rank 9, even Celestial Emperor Reverse could not help but raise his eyebrows. He lowered his head and drank his tea, pretending that he did not hear anything. Rank 9, which rank 9? His avatar already possessed the strength of a heavenly king. Do you think I am blind? The corner of Moon Spirit's mouth twitched. She did not want to say anything more. She entered the room quickly. Celestial Emperor Reverse suppressed the urge to curse in his heart. He looked at Fang Ping and the cat. The cat was also looking at him in a daze. Seeing that Celestial Emperor Reverse did not say anything, the cat took the initiative to say, "Old doe, I want to eat delicious food. Are there many delicious places here? When I am full, I will break through." Celestial Emperor Reverse burst into laughter. "Cat, your origin, my ability is limited. I can't see through it. Your flesh, bones, spiritual consciousness, and origin are all very powerful." For a moment, Celestial Emperor Reverse was in a dilemma. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, "You can break through this level and leave directly," but the cat shook its head. "No, I am flawed. I'm hungry. Old man, can you give me some delicious food? I haven't eaten for a long time." As he spoke, he drooled, "Why don't you make a room full of big fishes? Big Kuan Pung, big dragon, big fish-headed monster. Make a lot of them, the kind that can only break through after eating all of them." Celestial Emperor Reverse was tired. He ignored the cat and looked at Fang Ping, smiling. "Young friend, your body has many flaws. May I know where your real body is?" "I didn't come in." Fang Ping smiled. "This place is so mysterious. Do I dare to come in with my real body?" But Senior's eyes are really sharp. There were so many trials before, and no one noticed it. But Senior actually noticed it at a glance. Celestial Emperor Reverse looked at him for a while. He smiled and shook his head. "If that's the case, it is difficult for you to break through this level. There are too many flaws, Senior, can you make an exception?" Fang Ping smiled. "Besides, this is just a clone. My real body is very strong. Senior, you don't want me to miss this opportunity, right? It is meant to strengthen the strong in the three realms." "That's true. Young friend, if your clone can enter this level, your real body must be an outstanding talent. Then why don't I tell you some of my problems? Senior, can you help me solve them?" "That's doable." Celestial Emperor Reverse actually agreed. Fang Ping glanced at him with a grin. Without further ado, he said immediately, "My real body is actually already extremely strong. Vitality, bones, flesh, mentality, and origin are all very strong. But according to some powerhouses, it is still not the kind that can combine into one. In this case, how do you think I should solve it, Senior?" Celestial Emperor Reverse pondered for a while and said, "Different forces will indeed produce some isolation. No, I have integrated the force." Fang Ping said again, "My vitality, mentality, and vitality have all combined into one. But, the origin has not been completely integrated yet." "Young friend, you are very capable." Celestial Emperor Reverse praised, "If so, it is difficult for me to give you some advice." "Young friend, do you have a jade body?" "Almost." "Then let the jade body and jade bones become one first, Senior. You know that I have jade bones?" Celestial Emperor Reverse laughed. "If you can integrate the force, you would have exploded a long time ago if you did not have jade bones. Even if you can integrate it, it will not last long." "That's true." Celestial Emperor Reverse continued, "Let the jade body and jade bones become one. In this way, all of your abilities will reach a peak. In fact, this is already something that only some emperors can do. Many emperors can't even do it. If you want to go further, then you have to break the real door. It is best to break the real door at the same time and let the force cleanse your body. This way, you will be more complete." "And then?" Fang Ping smiled. "Is that all?" "No." Celestial Emperor Reverse looked at him and said slowly, "Everything about you is very powerful, but there is still something lacking. True blood. If you can replace your true blood, then you will be truly complete." "True blood?" Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Replace true blood. He had obtained a drop of true blood before, but not all of his body was true blood. At most, 1,000th of his blood was replaced with true blood. What is true blood? One of the initial rules of the Tao seed. You can understand it as the blood of the seed. Fang Ping looked at him. He always felt that this old man was too easy to talk to. He would answer every question, so much so that Fang Ping did not dare to kill him rashly. Could this be a clone? He knew a lot and had a good eye. Why did it feel like a clone? Was he being overly cautious? Celestial Emperor Reverse's clone should have no problem breaking 9, right? If this was the case, Fang Ping would not dare to kill him rashly. Celestial Emperor Reverse felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, but he did not express it. However, this guy's gaze was indeed strange. What kind of gaze was that? Their gazes met. Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Senior, I will cultivate here for a while. Can you help me break through at any time? That's possible. However, why don't you enter one of the rooms to take a look and observe? It might be beneficial. Senior, you are so easy to talk to. Fang Ping said happily, if I didn't know better, I would think that you are my senior. I thought this level would be especially difficult. Thank you, senior. Senior, if I may be so bold, what is your strength? It's just a memory fragment, Celestial Emperor Reverse said. Seeing Fang Ping's eagerness and anticipation, he suddenly laughed. I guess you can say I've broken peak 8. Fang Ping was instantly dispirited. He laughed dryly. So powerful. Was this old guy a clone or a projection? He was terrifyingly powerful. He had already said he had broken peak 8. Fang Ping felt that he had to think further. Broken 9, Sai, emperors, and venerable emperors were too complicated. Couldn't one be more simple? True blood, jade body, origin strengthening. Fang Ping ignored him. According to Celestial Emperor Reverse, his future strengthening still had to go in these 3 directions. It was considered a small gain, especially the matter of true blood. It seemed like he had to pay more attention. Forget it. I'll wait for someone else for this level. Fang Ping decided to ignore this level. He would wait for someone else to come and kill a heavenly king before leaving. Celestial Emperor Reverse saw that Fang Ping ignored him directly. He smiled and shook his head. He continued drinking his tea and said nothing more. For a moment, the small courtyard was extremely quiet. Only a fat cat with hidden bitterness kept glaring at Celestial Emperor Reverse. Why did he not agree to my request? Did I not have the right to speak? Damn it. Fang Ping closed his eyes and sat down. In reality, his real body was not idle. At this moment, he was rapidly activating the golden body technique. It was North King's specialty, after all. It was also the only complete and high-end cultivation method among the current physique cultivation methods. Cultivate the physique to the jade body level. Fang Ping did not know what effect it would have when the physique reached the jade body level, but no matter what, his vitality should increase a little. His physique was activating the golden body technique, while his origin was cultivating the sealing technique. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to learn the later parts. Instead, he learned the method of compressing origin energy. He wanted to forge his own origin world to be incomparably sturdy. The system could produce origin energy. The energy produced by the system included imperishable substance, vitality force, mentality power, including origin energy. Initially, Fang Ping did not really want to use the energy produced by the system. However, after careful consideration, the other energy might be the energy synthesized later, while origin energy should be extracted from the origin universe. If that was the case, even if he absorbed origin energy from the origin universe now, it would be the same. Of course, the main reason was that Fang Ping's short path could not absorb much origin energy from the origin universe at all. Without the system, he could not consolidate his origin world in a short period of time. Whether there was a problem with origin energy or not, Fang Ping had to use it now. Origin energy was very expensive. 100,000 wealth points could only be exchanged for 1 cloud. Fang Ping wanted to cast his own origin world. Fang Ping made a rough estimate. Even with the current origin world, he might need to consume more than 100,000 clouds of origin energy. That was 10 billion wealth points. If he were to compress and cast now, even if it was only compressed to 10 times, he would need to fill in at least 900,000 cloud origin energy. That was the consumption of 90 billion wealth points. Moreover, there would still be some losses during the compression process. 100 billion wealth points might only be able to compress it by 10 times. Of course, the amount of work involved was extremely huge. Compressing and transforming an origin world with a diameter of close to 1,000 meters would consume a lot of things. If it was successful, the benefits would naturally be terrifying. The whole thing would be more than 10 times stronger. Previously, Fang Ping's origin world stability was similar to a heavenly king with a broken 6. If it was cast after compression, it might be more stable than a normal broken 8. Fang Ping was constantly compressing. At first, he did not start with the 2 small cities, but the entire ground was modified. This was also a huge project. After busying himself for a while, Fang Ping walked out of his origin. Seeing the dumb cat beside him watching the television with great interest, he could not help but feel helpless. There was no need to compress this cat. Its source world was directly made of source Earth. Genesis Earth was a manifestation of Genesis Chi being compressed to the limit. It was a pity that Fang Ping could not find the origin soil now. Otherwise, using the origin soil to cover the source world directly would actually be much easier than compressing it himself. Seeing that Big Cat was still looking, Fang Ping could not help but say jealously, "Big Cat, stop looking. What's there to look at? Will that old man give you anything good? Come play in my source world. Let's have a competition to compress origin energy. Whoever compresses it faster will get to eat delicious food." He wanted to trick Big Cat into working for him. Big Cat's mental power was very strong. If it were to compress origin chi, its efficiency might be even faster than his. Moreover, this cat had a high level of control over its strength. It would not lose control and explode. In fact, it was safer than Fang Ping. The cat turned its head to look at him. Its eyes were filled with confusion, as if it did not understand what he had just said. Compressing the origin chi? How do I compress it? I'll teach you. I don't know how to read. I said, it's very easy for you to learn. I have a bad memory. The cat had a pitiful look on its face. It could not learn it. The liar was a fool, right? It was too lazy to compress itself. No, it was too lazy to absorb origin chi. If it was not for eating the fish monster, it would not even bother to absorb the origin chi from the outside world. Even so, the liar still wanted it to compress origin chi for him. Did he think that it was a cat that moved bricks? Fang Ping cursed in his heart, rubbing its head hard. Bad memory my ass, this cat was never stupid when it needed to be smart. I asked it to do some work, but it made all sorts of excuses. What a lazy cat, the cat grinned foolishly. It did not want to do any work anyway. Fang Ping did not say anything. He watched Heavenly Emperor reverse on TV, sipping his tea leisurely. Just as Fang Ping was watching from the cat's world, Heavenly Emperor reverse suddenly looked at him. No, it was not looking at him. Fang Ping's current vision was actually the cat's vision. The other party was looking at the cat. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, Heavenly Emperor reverse suddenly smiled and said slowly, "Young friend, you and the cat have a close relationship. Together, for better or for worse." With that, the other party did not speak anymore. Fang Ping's gaze changed. He knew now, the so-called together, for better or for worse, was obviously saying that once the cat's source world collapsed, Fang Ping would be finished too. Even if he was not finished, he would have to wander the source universe. He might not be able to return. This fellow had a sharp eye. Although the cat's strength was not too strong, its mentality was unparalleled. In addition, the source world was hard to find. Under the cover of the source soil and layers of obstruction, even a peak breakthrough 8 might not be able to detect anything. Yet, Heavenly Emperor Reverse found out. Did he sense something or see through something? Fang Ping frowned. At this moment, the avatar outside smiled and said, "Senior is right. I do have a good relationship with the cat." He was not testing anything. Perhaps Heavenly Emperor Reverse was testing something. Both parties continued to be silent. "Big Cat, don't you know anything about this old fellow?" "I don't really know." The cat shook its head and mumbled, "I haven't seen much." Fang Ping frowned. The cat thought for a while and said, "Didn't I tell you before?" "What? What did you say?" Fang Ping asked in return. The cat had actually forgotten about it. At this moment, it also asked back. Fang Ping's head hurt. Other than eating and not working, what else did it know? Soon, the cat's fat face looked embarrassed and said immediately, I remember, I said, the catacombs Tao was covered up by someone. Do you remember? As soon as the cat said that, Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, yes, you told me before. I even asked if it was unquestionable Jian who did it. But even if unquestionable Jian had broken 7 back then, he couldn't cover up the Tao. Fong Ping understood this all too well. Not to mention breaking 7, even breaking 8 was not possible. He had almost forgotten about this before. At this moment, after being reminded by the cat, Fong Ping, who had a deep understanding of the Tao, could not help but say in a low voice, to be able to cover up the Tao, can only be done by those who have a deep understanding of the catacombs Tao. The catacombs Tao is actually the origin Tao, but it's actually the energy Tao. Vitality Tao, mentality Tao. These paths are all connected to the real door. It's difficult to cover up. Of course, if someone has mastered the virtual gate, like Wang Ruobing, they can try going through the gate in the opposite direction. Maybe they can cover up the Tao. In that case, the one who covered up the catacombs Tao is either someone who has mastered the energy gate, or it's the person who created the Tao. The cat suddenly mentioned this, and Fong Ping could not help but think deeply. He frowned and said, the energy Tao was actually created by him. It's called the origin Tao, but it might not be the origin Tao. It's more like borrowing the chicken to lay the egg, using the origin Tao to incubate his energy Tao. Is the one who covered up the Tao himself or his enemy? Logically speaking, after creating the Tao, one would usually want others to walk on it, the further, the better. Back then, the catacombs Tao was covered up, and the progress was slow. Was it because someone had mastered the energy gate, but they had a grudge against Heaven Reverse Emperor, so they deliberately wanted to ruin his plans, or maybe it was he who covered it up? What was the reason for that? Big Cat, what do you know by saying this? The cat would not say too much about things that were not too important. So, suddenly mentioning this now, what did it mean? The cat scratched its head, ears, and cheeks. I just remembered. The catacombs is the old earthly emperor's territory. Liar, do you think the old earthly emperor is actually not dead, and then he secretly took away the energy gate, or a fake energy gate, and then covered up the Tao? Yo, Big Cat, your IQ is not bad. Fong Ping was reminded by it. He looked at it in surprise. Big Cat, when did your IQ increase? The cat was fuming, a little unhappy. You're the stupid one. This cat has always been very smart, okay. Also, the catacombs Tao was not covered up before I went to sleep. It was only covered up later. The cat had mentioned this before, or else Fong Ping would not have guessed that it was unquestionable Jian's doing. The Tao's cover-up was actually similar to unquestionable Jian's era. Fong Ping had a headache. There were many clues, but what could it prove? Heaven Reverse Emperor had an enemy. The enemy was the Earthly Emperor. Maybe the Earthly Emperor was not dead, but hiding in the dark, controlling the energy gate, and always going against Heaven Reverse Emperor, or did something else happen? Fong Ping exhaled. His eyes flickered. Big Cat, if I go out to test this old guy now, do you think he will fly into a rage and beat me to death? He wanted to test him. Also, it was not strange that Hong Kuan cultivated the Tao of energy. Back then, the Earthly Emperor and the Heaven Reverse Emperor had a good relationship. Otherwise, the Earthly Emperor would not have let the Heaven Reverse Emperor teach the Tao of energy in the land realm. But now, Fong Ping had a vague suspicion. Could it be that Hong Kuan was the fake Tao seed? He could not help but have this thought. Wang Ruobing was the fake Tao seed of the Vitality Tao. She was connected to the Vitality Gate and the Virtual Gate. She was a transit point. Wang Ruobing could even enter the world inside the gate. Could the fake Tao seed of the Tao of energy be Hong Kuan, if Hong Kuan was on the Heaven Reverse Emperor's side, or if the Earthly Emperor was the one who set it up, the one who covered up the Tao was actually Hong Kuan? Hong Kuan? Fong Ping's eyes lit up. It might be possible. This guy had been destroying everything in the catacombs. When Hong Yu founded the dynasty, he was destroying it. When the two kings were in power, he was also destroying it. He secretly instigated the war between the North and the South, which led to the annihilation of the catacombs' powerhouses. Of course, it was not obvious. For example, when the war between the North and the South broke out, many powerhouses on the Tao of Vitality were wiped out. Fang Ping took a deep breath. He paced back and forth in the cat's world, murmuring, Hong Kuan. Earthly Emperor. Heaven Reverse Emperor. Hong Yu cultivated the Tao of Vitality. I don't know if he is a pawn of the Divine Emperor or the Heaven Reverse Emperor. Hong Kuan cultivated the Tao of Energy. It might be the arrangement of the Earthly Emperor. Maybe the Heaven Reverse Emperor wanted to let the Tao of Energy shine. But the Earthly Emperor was not satisfied. So, Hong Kuan carried out his father's wish and secretly covered up the Tao of Energy in the catacombs? Such an inference was somewhat reasonable. In that case, Hong Kuan and the Heaven Reverse Emperor were enemies. The Earthly Emperor might have been killed by the Heaven Reverse Emperor. As long as the Earthly Emperor was alive, the land realm could not continue to cultivate the Tao of Energy. After all, the Earthly Emperor was the nominal leader of the land realm. He must have discovered the problem later and wanted to abolish the Tao of Energy. Fang Ping asked in a hurry, Big Cat, before the heavenly realm was destroyed, was there any rule to abolish the Tao of Energy in the land realm? The cat scratched its head. Is there? Does the celestial source count? The celestial source absorbed the energy. In the beginning, it was very troublesome for everyone to cultivate energy. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. When the Celestial Source project started, the Earthly Emperor was very supportive. He even fell out with the Heaven Reverse Emperor. He remembered these ancient books. Back then, the Earthly Emperor and the Emperor supported the Celestial Source project. In order to create the Celestial Source, the energy of the human world and the land realm must be extracted. If it went on like this in the beginning and persisted for a few thousand years, the Tao of Energy might be completely abolished. But then, something unexpected happened. After the heavenly realm was destroyed, the celestial source began to overflow with energy. The human world was absorbed by the Emperor's sword. The catacombs did not have this treatment. The energy began to overflow. Of course, it was easier to cultivate with rich energy than vitality. Referring to the human world and the catacombs, it was very difficult for martial artists to cultivate in the human world. On the other hand, the catacombs was very easy. This was the difference. If it was someone else in this situation, they would also choose the Tao of Energy. Maybe I should ask the God-crafting envoy if the celestial source was created to overflow with energy at the beginning. If there was no such plan in the beginning, then the change that represented the celestial source was most likely done by Emperor Celestial Reverse in the dark. He did not want the Tao of Energy to be destroyed, so he did something in the celestial source. The heavenly realm was destroyed, the Earthly Emperor died in battle, and the energy overflowed. In this way, the Tao of Energy would prevail. Who could stop it? No one could stop it. If Hong Kuan was the Earthly Emperor's backup plan and became the energy gate's transfer point, then Hong Kuan might follow the Earthly Emperor's last wish and destroy the development of the Tao of Energy. The information provided by the cat allowed Fang Ping to deduce many things in an instant. Fang Ping pondered for a while and frowned slightly. If he could think of it, what about Emperor Celestial Reverse? Could Emperor Celestial Reverse think of it too? At the thought of this, Fang Ping sat down with his legs crossed. He no longer cared about his real body and quickly shifted his attention to his avatar. In the courtyard, Fang Ping's avatar opened his eyes and looked at Emperor Celestial Reverse. He smiled. Senior, I have some questions to ask you. Is it convenient for you to give me some guidance? Emperor Celestial Reverse was easy to talk to. He smiled. Go ahead. Senior, you are the foremost in the Tao of Energy in the three realms. The Tao of Energy and the Tao of Vitality can actually be classified as the same Tao. Is that right? Emperor Celestial Reverse thought for a while. In general, you can differentiate them this way. But there are some differences in the details. Previously, I have been to the depths of the Source Universe. Vaguely, I saw 3 gates. Senior, if we are talking about breaking the real gate, are the Gate of Vitality and the Gate of Energy the same? Emperor Celestial Reverse looked at him and exclaimed, You are very knowledgeable. You even know this. Real gate, virtual gate. Actually, only those who have reached the extreme Tao or the Emperor realm will know a thing or two. Emperor Celestial Reverse laughed. The Emperor realm is breaking 3 gates. The three real gates are the Emperor realm. Otherwise, even if they break one gate, no matter how far they go, they will only be the extreme Tao. Fang Ping was surprised. Senior, are you saying that the Emperor realm has broken 3 gates? This was beyond his expectation. He thought that the Emperor realm had broken 9 gates in all aspects. He did not expect them to break all 3 gates. That's right. The reason why the Emperor realm is called the Emperor realm is that they have broken 3 gates. Their strength is relatively more balanced. As for the extreme Tao, under normal circumstances, only 1 gate is broken. For example, annihilation only broke the gate of spiritual consciousness. Of course, the existence of no gates back then is just a general reference. This is the general distinction. Emperor Celestial Reverse did not elaborate on this. He continued talking about the gate of energy. He laughed. The gate of energy was not built in the beginning. When I broke through the gate of vitality, it was in the direction of the gate of vitality. However, later on, the source, which is the 3 gates you see. Behind the 3 gates, there is a universe called the source. Later on, there were some changes in the source. A crack opened between the 3 gates. The 3 gates were no longer sealed or closed. At that time, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors worked together and built an energy gate. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. He said immediately, so, the energy gate does exist. It does. Then who is guarding it? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Today, there are some emperors guarding the 3 gates, but they did not see the energy gate. Senior, where did the energy gate go? Who is guarding it? Emperor Celestial Reverse frowned. You did not see the energy gate? No. Emperor Celestial Reverse pondered for a while. The energy gate was not built at the same time as the 3 gates. Maybe it is in a different location. That's why you did not see it. After all, I only saw a fragment. I'm not sure about these. Then, if people want to prove their Tao, must they break the 4 gates to become emperors? That's not necessary. Breaking one of the gate of vitality and the energy gate is enough. Fang Ping was silent for a while. He asked again, if, and I'm saying if, the energy gate is broken. In other words, the energy gate is completely broken. What are the consequences? Emperor Celestial Reverse sipped his tea and chuckled. That will affect the entire body. It may cause problems in the entire source. Therefore, the energy gate is the same as the other 3 gates. It cannot be broken easily. Don't emperors have to break it to prove their Tao? That's different. When emperors prove their Tao and step into the source, they can suppress some abnormalities. Fang Ping nodded. He said, speaking of which, Hong Kuan is the strongest in cultivating the Tao of energy in the 3 realms. The second is Li Zhu. Senior, do these 2 have any hope of becoming emperors? I know Hong Kuan. The Li Zhu you are talking about, one of the current leaders of the land realm. Emperor Celestial Reverse nodded gently. He asked with a smile, how far has Hong Kuan cultivated? He has broken the energy gate and the virtual gate. Emperor Celestial Reverse grinned. That is indeed fast. Back then, Hong Kuan wanted to learn the Tao of energy. I saw his sincerity, so I taught him the Tao of energy. I didn't expect that he has reached the state of breaking 8. Fang Ping's smile was a little despicable. He said slyly, Senior, I have a grudge against him. I've fought him countless times, annihilated his sect, and killed countless of his disciples. Do you want to tell me what flaws there are in the energy path? Let me see if I can take this chance to kill him. Fang Ping continued, Senior, don't think that he is your disciple and is on the same side as you. This guy has been spreading the news that his father was killed by you. He looks like he wants to seek revenge. I think he is tired of living. Senior, why don't you tell me where his flaws are and I will help you kill him? Emperor Celestial Reverse burst into laughter. Soon, he sighed. Has the earthly sovereign died? Actually, I have felt that the earthly sovereign would meet his doom sooner or later. He was too arrogant and offended too many people. These people all had the attitude that it was not surprising that the earthly sovereign was dead. Even Fang Ping felt strange. Was the earthly sovereign so hated? Listening to this old fox's tone, Fang Ping's head hurt. It was hard to judge some things. He did not hear anything unusual, he did not teach him anything either. However, Fong Ping soon thought of something. He said wickedly, "Senior, actually, I am your family. We are on the same side. Senior, you and the other 3 emperors are brothers. I am also brothers with the other 3 emperors. Do we count as family?" Emperor Celestial Reverse burst into laughter again. Next to him, the cat glanced at Fong Ping. Shameless. He was just scolding him and now he was calling him brother. Also, Senior, actually, we have a lot of connections. Fong Ping grinned. Senior, you have helped me many times. When Emperor Ren Huang and Emperor God attacked me, you were the one who saved me. Not only that, Senior, your avatar has also helped me many times. Emperor Celestial Reverse looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping smiled. Senior, stop fooling around. Don't pretend. Aren't you Taoist, Feng Yun? Even the cat could smell it. Heavenly Wood sensed it. You have helped me so many times and I haven't had the chance to thank you. Fong Ping's smile bloomed like a flower. He chuckled and said, Senior, to be honest, you don't have any ulterior motives for helping me, do you? Emperor Celestial Reverse paused and chuckled. I know nothing about the outside world. The Taoist Feng Yun you mentioned, is he my avatar? I don't know about this. Senior, stop fooling around. Fong Ping chuckled. I have communicated with the previous emperors. I don't know much about the outside world but I can sense something, more or less vaguely. Your avatar, Taoist Feng Yun, has been in contact with me many times. I don't believe you can't sense my scent. Emperor Celestial Reverse burst into laughter. You are an avatar. I really can't sense it. That's my mistake. Fong Ping nodded but he did not mind. He grinned. Senior, I am telling the truth. Taoist Feng Yun and I are close. You can ask him anything you want. Of course, I will not expose this. I know you must have something to do to hide your identity. Don't worry. I promise I will not tell anyone that Taoist Feng Yun is your avatar. Emperor Celestial Reverse looked at him, speechless. I was wondering why you looked so sage-like. At first glance, I found you familiar and intimate. Turns out you are Feng Yun. That guy is the same. Cough, cough, Senior, please don't misunderstand me. I am not talking about you. Right now, Fong Ping was looking at him with a smile. At this moment, Fong Ping had a conclusion. Taoist Feng Yun, Emperor Celestial Reverse, 8 or 9 out of 10, all along, Fong Ping had known that there was an emperor behind Taoist Feng Yun but he could not figure out who it was. Today, he had some conclusions. Maybe Emperor Celestial Reverse had been spying on Hong Kuan, some clues were connected by him. Taoist Feng Yun was either his spy or his avatar. The possibility of him being an avatar was the highest. That guy had lived for too long. He was too sensible, was this person. Feng Yun, Fong Ping looked at Emperor Celestial Reverse, squinting and smiling. Was it you? Did Feng Yun come in? He did not know, but if Feng Yun came in quietly and was Emperor Celestial Reverse's avatar, he might be able to enter alone because he might have broken 9. Feng Yun was a troublemaker. He created some ranking list every day. He even dared to rank people who had broken 8. His guts were not ordinary. Did a saint have the guts? Did he have the courage? Fong Ping licked his lips. He looked at Emperor Celestial Reverse again, grinning brightly. Feng Yun, you can't hide from me. Opposite him, Emperor Celestial Reverse was smiling too. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. The cat was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were these two idiots laughing? Heaven Reverse Emperor and Fong Ping looked at each other and smiled. The cat did not understand. It thought the two were stupid. Fong Ping, on the other hand, had a guess. There was a 60% chance that the Heaven Reverse Emperor here was Taoist Feng Yun. Of course, these old foxes could be extremely cunning. They might mislead you on purpose. Fong Ping was also very clear about this. Hong Kuan seemed like a filial son. But it was hard to say. Hong Kuan might be Heaven Reverse Emperor's chess piece. Hong Yu, on the other hand, did not look like much. Maybe he was Earthly Sovereign's backup. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash. That Feng Yun guy might be Earthly Sovereign's man. Heaven Reverse Emperor laughed for a while without saying anything. Both sides were silent for a while. Heaven Reverse Emperor said slowly, "Are you not going to pass the level?" "Let's wait." Fang Ping grinned. "You are so kind. When I see you, it's like I've returned home. I don't want to leave." Ew. Beside him, the cat seemed to have eaten too much. It suddenly made a vomiting motion. Fang Ping's expression froze. "Stupid cat, are you trying to sabotage me?" The cat put on an innocent face and said pitifully, "I ate too much. I ate a lot of small fish." Fang Ping cursed in his heart. "Stupid cat, you are here to sabotage me, how dare you vomit? You are a powerhouse above 7. How dare you say that you ate too much? Am I a fool?" Fang Ping glared at it and looked at Heaven Reverse Emperor again. He smiled like a flower. "Senior, during the previous levels, the emperors gave me a lot of life force. Can you give me some?" Heaven Reverse Emperor was tired. "How dare you ask?" He thought about it and said slowly, "Life force is the energy that keeps this place running. You cannot consume too much, Senior, this is not worth much." Fang Ping said immediately, "Spirit Emperor gave me tens of thousands of fish." "One fish? Big cat, show me a fish." Big cat quickly took out a fish and said happily, "This is it." Fang Ping smiled. "Senior, Spirit Emperor is much weaker than you. He can give you tens of thousands of fish easily, isn't that enough?" Heaven Reverse Emperor sipped his tea. "This is enough for you. You don't need to ask for more. Otherwise, it would be a waste." Fang Ping sighed. "It's enough, but wasn't it robbed? What kind of strength do I have? Those who have broken through to the 8th rank all want to rob me as soon as they see me. Earlier, when the Spirit Emperor sent me away, he was too careless and didn't pay attention to the others. I turned around and was robbed. Senior, there's no one here. Why don't you give me 30 to 50,000? The Emperor of Heaven Reverse kept looking at him. As he watched, he smiled. How shameless, 30 to 50,000, he could still consider 3 to 5 of them. Celestial Reverse Emperor smiled faintly. Fang Ping yawned and grabbed the cat in his hands. The cat looked at him strangely. Fang Ping pinched its ears and chuckled. "Fang Ping. If I remember correctly, when I introduced myself, I only said Fang. Senior, you're indeed the strongest powerhouse in the 3 realms. There's nothing you don't know." When he introduced himself, he only called himself Fang, Moon Spirit, and the others did not call him by his name. The cat kept calling him a liar. Now, Emperor of Heaven Reverse called him Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled. "This isn't a clone, good. Even if it was not an avatar, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse must know something about the outside world or what happened in other levels." The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor was slightly stunned. Soon, he chuckled. "Young friend, you don't know. I'm considered a part of the rules here." Fang Ping yawned. "Just now, I asked if you're the spokesperson of the rules. You said no." Having said that, Fang Ping smiled. "Senior, please don't think that I'm a contrarian. I was just saying. Please don't misunderstand." This old man was strong. Although he had exposed him, he immediately began to deny it. "I might have heard wrong. Senior, let's not talk about this. What do you think about tens of thousands of small fish?" The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor looked at him. The more he looked, the more he smiled. "Young friend, you're very interesting. A poor man's ambition is stunted. Besides, it has nothing to do with me." Fang Ping said indifferently, "Whether it's a seed or an emperor, it has nothing to do with me now. I'm just here to fish for some benefits. Isn't that right, Senior?" Fang Ping sighed. "What Dao Tree, Spirit Emperor, Human Emperor, East Emperor, it has nothing to do with me." Fang Ping looked innocent. He said it casually, but it made the Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor look at him again. His gaze was a little strange. These days, there are a lot of people who have broken 9. They're not valuable anymore. Don't weaklings like us just want a sip of soup? As long as there's soup to drink, who cares if they break 9 or 10? Anyway, I'm not familiar with them. I don't have any relationship with them. Why should I care about them? Just don't mess with me. I'll take a sip of soup and return to the human realm. I'll cultivate properly, work hard, and prepare to summon the real seed. How great is that? Fang Ping sighed. That's why, senior, don't think that I have any great ambitions. What do I want to do? I really don't. Tell me, a group of people who have broken 9, a large group who have broken 8. I'm just a martial artist who has broken 6. What am I? You can even blow me to death with one breath. Fang Ping continued to shake his head, extremely disappointed. He stroked the cat's head. Raising cats is too expensive. I can't afford it. I eat hundreds of fish every day. Where can I raise them? Tens of thousands of fish can at least be raised for a year. Senior, what do you think? Meow. The cat calculated for a moment, meowed, and said quickly, Old man Doe, give the liar, cough, cough. Fang Ping coughed softly. The cat came to its senses immediately. Give Fang Ping some fish. We're almost too poor to eat fish. Heavenly Emperor Reverse laughed. Both of you are indeed not greedy. That not greedy was a heavier statement. Fish, was this a matter of fish, a saint-level vitality? If he went to the 3 realms to kill tens of thousands of saints, he might have tens of thousands of fish, but he might not be able to condense successfully. In the end, the man and the cat spoke as if they were joking. So stingy. The cat muttered. So stingy. Not generous at all. Fang Ping pinched the fat cat's neck, ready to run at any time. As for where to run, Fang Ping felt that if he really had to make a move, he would rather shatter the void and enter the land of the rule. It would be better than staying here. This old man was really scary. The power of the rule might not be able to take his life. This person had a high possibility. However, if he could get benefits, then he would take it. If he did not, there would be nothing. If he did, then it would be hard to say. Previously, he had used up all of his life force, and he still had a big family to feed. This secret place would be destroyed this time. Fang Ping was sure. If he wanted to find a place with so much vitality next time, there were only 2 places, behind the Gate of Life and the Gate of Life. These 2 places might be shockingly dangerous. Fang Ping dared not go to the world behind the door rashly. He might really die there. At this moment, it would be best if he could blackmail Heavenly Emperor Reverse. If he could not, he would not lose anything if the other party did not make a move. If he did, he would run out of the void and take a gamble. Going somewhere else was a gamble with his life anyway. There were many Gate of Life here. If he made a big fuss, it might not be what Heavenly Emperor Reverse wanted to see. While Fang Ping was thinking about these, Heavenly Emperor Reverse continued to drink his tea. He chuckled. There's no hurry. Young friend, your cultivation time is too short. Why don't I tell you about the difference in strength in the 3 realms today? I'm all ears. Young friend, you also know that heavenly kings are divided into Gate of 6, Gate of 7, and Gate of 8. For Gate of Life, there are 1 gate, 2 gates, and the peak of the 2 gates. Breaking all 3 gates is called Gate of Life. Of course, there is a difference between the Gate of Life and the Gate of Life. Breaking 3 Gate of Life and breaking 1 Gate of Life are equal in strength. This is talking about when one has just broken through the Gate of Life. Heavenly Emperor Reverse chuckled. Take Heavenly Emperor Badian for example. When he proved his Tao, he did not break through the gate because there was no gate to break through. But in the later stage, it should be said that he broke through the Gate of Life. Not only that, when he was at his peak, even his vitality gate was broken. Also, after he broke through the gate, he cultivated for countless years in the Source Land. Heavenly Emperor Reverse exclaimed, his strength is not weaker than any of the Gate of Life's powerhouses. That is why he can fight an emperor. In terms of pure attack power, he can even defeat some emperor because he has gone too far on that path. Similarly, annihilation is the same. Heavenly Emperor Reverse said slowly, do you humans have a division of vitality force? Yes, this is 1 calorie. Fang Ping looked at him, laughed, and showed him 1 calorie of vitality force. The old man was pretending, 1 cal, then I'll be more direct. Martial artists who have broken through peak 8, that is, martial artists who have not broken through the 3 gate of life, should be close to 40 million calories, Fang Ping nodded. After breaking through the 3 gate of life, there will be some enhancement. Right now, even the weakest will have 40 million calories vitality. Those who are slightly stronger, Heavenly Emperor Reverse pondered for a moment before saying, there are actually some paths between the gate of life and the gate of life. If you can reach the gate of life on your own, I'm afraid your strength will be close to 50 million calories. Fang Ping nodded. So that was it. Then, breaking through 1 gate of life will require 50 million calories of vitality force? You can't say that. In fact, after breaking through the 3 gate of life, you can break through the gate of life. 40 million calories is also possible. However, the path is blocked, so you will need to spend more strength. Heavenly Emperor Reverse laughed. Therefore, if you really rely on the gate of life and walk to the gate of life, you can definitely break through 1 gate. If some emperor do not have much progress in the later stages, their strength will be on par with the latecomers. Understood? Fang Ping nodded. Heavenly Emperor Reverse said again, however, the emperor who really broke through the 3 gates are usually not useless, right? Before breaking through the 3 gates, they will usually walk further on one path. Therefore, you can say that 50 million calories is actually the starting point for the emperor. I understand. Fang Ping laughed. In that case, it's hard to say how strong they will be in the later stages because there is no clear quantitative standard. Even 60 million, 80 million, are possible? It's possible. Heavenly Emperor Reverse nodded. This is inevitable because the emperor is also improving and perfecting himself. For example, when the emperor first proved his Tao, he was only similar to the powerhouses who broke through the 3 gate of life. However, in the later stages, his vitality will change again and it will be completely different. The change does not mean that his strength will definitely double. However, if the original 40 million calories vitality is changed, it might be 50 to 60 million calories vitality after the change. Fang Ping took a deep breath. In that case, they are very strong. Oh right, I heard that the Spirit Emperor is the weakest among the 9 emperors. How strong is the Spirit Emperor's vitality? If all of them are vitality outbursts, I'm afraid it will not be lower than 50 million calories. This is the strength that the Spirit Emperor demonstrated in the past. That's really strong. He is the Emperor after all. Heavenly Emperor Reverse laughed. 40 million calories can be considered as breaking through the 9 gates. In fact, it can also be seen as a manifestation of breaking through the extremity. According to the classification of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors when they just proved their Tao, they can also be included and become one of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Not now? I'm afraid not. After all, it's been a long time since they proved their Tao. Heavenly Emperor Reverse laughed. I've said it before. Emperors and extremities are actually geniuses too. After tens of thousands of years, are they really stagnant? Those whose physiques were not perfected before, cultivate their physiques. Those whose bones were not perfected before, cultivate their bones. They are, in fact, perfecting themselves. In this way, after tens of thousands of years, they will naturally be much stronger than in the beginning. Fang Ping listened carefully and nodded seriously. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Reverse like an obedient baby. Heavenly Emperor Reverse smiled faintly. Breaking 7, according to the classification of the human race, is about 10 million to 20 million calories vitality. Breaking 9 means that the lowest vitality is 40 million calories. When the strength is doubled, it is no longer something that 1 or 2 people can resist. 10 peak breaking 7 martial artists working together are no match for 1 breaking 9. 10 breaking 8 martial artists are more likely. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. 10 breaking 8 martial artists can resist breaking 9 martial artists. Breaking 9 is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Yes, terrifyingly powerful. Heavenly Emperor Reverse exclaimed, otherwise, why would there be the saying of 1 emperor suppressing the 3 realms? Back then, how many breaking 8 martial artists were there? Heavenly Emperor Reverse shook his head and laughed. Even for beginners, there are not many breaking 8 martial artists. One emperor can wipe out all breaking 8 martial artists in the 3 realms directly. One emperor could kill all breaking 8 martial artists in the 3 realms directly. For breaking 7 martial artists and breaking 6 martial artists to be a match for breaking 9 martial artists, it would require all the heavenly kings of the 3 realms to work together for there to be any hope. Also, there would be heavy casualties. If that was the case, how could an emperor not be invincible? Fang Ping laughed. That is indeed terrifying. Is it? Heavenly Emperor reverse grinned at him. Do you know terror now? Do you know terror, and you dare to blackmail me? Do you know how big the gap is? Do you know that I might not even need 3 moves to kill you? What division of strength, the difference in strength, he said so much. Did Fang Ping not understand what he meant? Just shut up, what tens of thousands of small fishes? Don't forget who you are talking to. Fang Ping ignored him and calculated. Cast God Envoy, Hongkuan, Hong Yu, Monster Emperor, Li Zhu, King Qian, Luan, Heavenly Dog, Sherpa, Feng, plus himself and Heavenly King. Here, there were already as many as 12 people who had the combat strength of breaking 8, among them, a few were even breaking 2, no, there were also beginners. There were 3 breaking 8 martial artists, Underworld God, Heavenly Arm, and another breaking 8 martial artist who was good at mentality. 15 powerhouses who had broken 8 martial artists. The Underworld God was at least comparable to breaking 2 martial artists, plus the Cast God Envoy and the unfathomable Heavenly King. Fang Ping felt that if 10 breaking 8 martial artists could match 1 breaking 9 martial artist, then the powerhouses from the 3 realms who came in could match too. The premise was that they had to work together. This was equivalent to 2 breaking 9 martial artists, plus a few emperor avatars. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. There were really a lot of powerhouses in this mystic realm. Almost all the peak powers of the 3 realms were here. As for the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, many of them were here too. Their avatars had the combat strength of breaking 9 martial artists. They were not simple avatars. Maybe they had cut off some mentality or other things, even using their own divine weapons. Otherwise, how could there be breaking 9 avatars? Under normal circumstances, it would be good enough if the Emperor avatars could break 7 martial artists. Celestial Emperor was threatening him and did not want to give him any benefits. Fang Ping thought about it and decided not to speak. I'll wait here, wait and see. As long as another 5 or 6 powerhouses who had broken 8 martial artists came, you have to give it, you have to give it. If you don't give it, you have to give it. If you expose your strength, you will become the target of public criticism. It was that simple. Previously, Spirit Emperor was forced to compromise by the 3 of them. Fang Ping did not speak. Celestial Emperor looked at him for a while and suddenly laughed. Of course, I'm saying this to encourage you, young friend. Continue to cultivate hard. I can't take out tens of thousands of these small fishes. The vitality here is rich, but it is just a projection after all. The projection of the seed has not completely released the vitality. Tens of thousands of small fishes. I'm afraid this world will be emptied. Fang Ping was surprised. Tens of thousands of small fishes will empty the world? Of course. Celestial Emperor was surprised. A world with the vitality of tens of thousands of saints, thousands of breaking 6 heavenly kings, hundreds of breaking 7 heavenly kings, and hundreds of breaking 8 heavenly kings. Is this kind of vitality rare? What kind of appetite was that? 30,000 small fishes. In other words, 300 smithing jade bones were equivalent to hundreds of breaking 8 powerhouses. Of course, breaking 7 martial artists themselves had strong vitality. Even so, it was terrifyingly strong. Why would Fang Ping be so arrogant? Fang Ping coughed dryly and said, it can't be. Didn't the Spirit Emperor empty this world? Spirit Emperor really gave you tens of thousands of fish? Celestial Emperor put on a faint smile. Who was he fooling? The projections of the seeds were constantly overflowing with life force, but there was a limit to it. After so many years, even if the spiritual sovereign managed to harvest some of them, after deducting his own consumption, he would already be considered lucky if he had 2 or 3,000 of them. Tens of thousands. Who was fooling? Cough, cough, it's true. Fang Ping was not afraid of anything. If you did not believe him, ask Spirit Emperor. Celestial Emperor did not bother to continue. He smiled. I can use some rules and condense 100 of these small fishes for you to cultivate. But if I give you more, I'm afraid the rules will be unhappy. 100, he decided to give some to Fang Ping because some people were too greedy. He would not give them unless he killed them. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. However, Celestial Emperor did not consider killing Fang Ping. This was not Fang Ping's time to die. It was not even the death of other breaking 8 powerhouses. The 3 realms did not need such powerhouses to die. 100? That is not enough to forge one person's jade bones. Forging jade bones in advance may not be a good thing. Just look at Moon Spirit. Celestial Emperor laughed. Forging jade bones before reaching breaking 8 has its pros and cons. You should know the pros and cons. Do not forge jade bones for others recklessly. Fang Ping frowned. That was true. Where's Tai Tu now? It was not a good thing that the jade bones were too strong. If he was here, he might be able to cultivate quickly and achieve Heavenly King. Otherwise, if he was suppressed like this, with Ironhead's slow temperament, when would he achieve Heavenly King? Despite his thoughts, Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior, why don't you give me 1,000 of them? If I split it with the cat, each of us will only get 500. We will consume some of the 500 ourselves. I'm afraid we can only bring back about 300, just enough for one person to forge jade bones. Fang Ping sighed. There are billions of lives in the human race. The amount I can bring back is enough for one person to forge jade bones. That's not a lot, right? A thought occurred to Celestial Emperor Reverse at this moment. Why did Fang Ping say that only one person could forge jade bones out of 1,000? How did he figure that out? No matter how he looked at it, 3 people were enough. My friend, greed is a sin. Celestial Emperor laughed. He looked at Fang Ping with an inexplicable gaze. Fang Ping did not move. He rubbed his chin and thought. Back then, the cat self-destructed its golden body and ran away from Celestial Emperor Xian. I'm thinking, it self-destructed its body and the source world ran away. Does it mean that it's actually very difficult for someone to kill this fat cat? Fang Ping pinched the cat's fat neck. The cat looked aggrieved. He was threatening the cat again. Big cat, do you want to self-destruct your body for fun? Take the source and run. I don't want to. The cat said, agreed, I just forged jade bones. If I explode, it hurts. Then I have to eat it slowly. No matter how strong the bones are, I don't want them. But someone wants to kill you. Aren't you going to run? No one wants to kill the cat. There is. Fang Ping laughed. Isn't your cat known to be extremely sensitive to danger? Why don't I feel it? If I self-destruct my golden body and my clone, it will be useful. Even if I can't kill you, I can still scare you. The cat looked at Celestial Emperor Xian pitifully and said, Old man Do, give us 1,000. Otherwise, if I explode with a bang, I'll be the unlucky one. I don't want it. Fang Ping was hiding in its source world. If it self-destructed, it would run away in the source world. If Fang Ping ran away with it, then the cat would be at a disadvantage. Celestial Emperor Xian looked at Fang Ping, his eyes calm and still smiling. Young friend, you've offended more than one emperor in the 3 realms. It's okay. The emperor is magnanimous. The prime minister is magnanimous. So what? It's just a small matter. Will the emperor mind? Fang Ping laughed. Besides, who will swallow the silkworm baby and the 1,000 little fishes in the end? I think it's more than 100,000. Fang Ping licked his lips. Maybe there are other benefits, like true blood or something else. Compared to the silkworm baby, 1,000 little fishes are nothing. It's just a sprinkle of water. Celestial Emperor Xian laughed for real this time. Have you ever thought that this cat is not the only one who can roam the source universe? I know. But the source universe is huge. I think there's a high chance of running away. Do you like to gamble with your life? Celestial Emperor Xian asked again. Fang Ping said lazily, I'm a fugitive. I, Fang Ping, am a fugitive. There are too many powerhouses above me. I can't do anything about it. If no one is targeting me, I don't have to be a fugitive. I can be an insignificant character. But I'm too outstanding. So outstanding that someone is watching me. After today, I don't know if there'll be a tomorrow. Why don't I live more freely and happily? If no one is watching me, I can live. I don't mind being a grandson. But the condition is that you let me live comfortably for the rest of my life. But I can't. Fong Ping grinned until his teeth were exposed. His snow-white teeth glinted coldly. Everyone wants peaceful days. Who doesn't want peaceful days? Do they have nothing better to do and risk their lives every day? Are they stupid? But I can't do anything about it. Fong Ping's smile grew brighter. Why should he be afraid? How would he know if he could live to see tomorrow, offend people? He had offended too many people. If he did not offend you, you wouldn't treat me like I don't exist. Then he would offend you. Celestial Emperor Reverse closed his eyes and drank cup after cup of tea. After a long time, a small round ball appeared in his hand. Take it. Fong Ping took it and sensed it. He smiled. There's only about 500 of them. I can't draw any more. Otherwise, the rules will come. Celestial Emperor Reverse said calmly. He was not a spirit emperor. Of course, a spirit emperor could take out countless years of accumulation. He could not. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Thank you for your generosity. I thank you on behalf of King Wu. When your real body goes to the human realm, I'll let King Wu worship you as his godfather. Celestial Emperor Reverse said with a faint smile, King Wu's godfather, I can't afford to be your godfather. Fong Ping was shocked. Mother **Ker, you know a lot. It would be strange if you were not a clone, you even knew about Godfather. Maybe you had a good understanding of the human realm. They chatted with the Emperor of Heaven Reverse. Time passed by bit. Fong Ping let the cat swallow the 500 small fish. In fact, they entered the source world and were taken away by Fong Ping. He didn't give any to the cat. The cat was so angry that it wanted to kill him. Black-hearted, now it was greedy for the cat's food. This time, Fong Ping was not in a hurry. One day, he sat there for a whole day. No one came or came out. Fong Ping sat there for a whole day. He was really not in a hurry now that he had reached the 12th level. There was still the Emperor God level. Fong Ping was worried that after this level, the Dao Tree would take action. He could not let the Dao Tree take action now. He had not met King Zhen yet and he was getting anxious. If he met King Zhen and the Heavenly King Seal could transform his source world once, Fong Ping had nothing to be afraid of, a basic vitality of 14.3 million. This was his confidence. A qualitative change. Close to 30 million calories. This was his confidence. Breaking 2 gates was not as good as breaking 9 gates. But what if the Heavenly King Dao was useful? With the enhancement of combat techniques, the Heavenly King Dao could increase by 20%. With the 15% from combat techniques, it would be 35%. More than 10 million, breaking 9 gates, of course, this was under the most ideal situation. But Fong Ping felt that he was not far away from breaking 9 gates. The Heavenly King Seal was not enough. What about the 9 Emperor Seals? The Monster Emperor had not shown up yet. He was afraid that it had been breaking many gates. It might be coming soon. He could not do anything to the Monster Emperor now. But at the critical moment, if there was a chance to break 9 gates, Fong Ping did not mind working with his human allies to kill it. 2 days. Fong Ping was really calm this time. To other people, sitting for 2 days was nothing, but to him, not moving for 2 days was really enough to keep his cool. In the hall, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. This person did not break the gate. It was beyond his expectation. This was good. Let the others continue to consume the power of the rule. Otherwise, the final gate would not be easy to open. The Spirit Emperor and Human Sovereign levels were closed. The others could only pass 11 gates. Those who did not pass the first 2 gates entered the last 3 gates. Plus, some of the earlier gates were easier to pass. For example, the trial of the earthly sovereign realm could be passed as long as one found the token. No one would cause trouble for him. Of course, there were no benefits either. Actually, it was not difficult to pass. One by one, the martial artists broke through. King Jian, who Fang Ping had been thinking about day and night, had finally broken through Emperor Donghuang's trial. He wasn't the only one. There were quite a few experts who passed the trial together. Anyone who could reach Donghuang's level was no weakling. Under everyone's joint efforts, they still managed to break through the checkpoint. After waiting for 2 days, Fang Ping opened his eyes abruptly. He felt some fluctuations in the void. The ash cat also woke up from its nap. It had been 2 days and the swindler and old man Dou had not spoken to each other. It was also very bored. Someone had finally arrived. Rumble, the void opened, and figures appeared one after another. His aura shook heaven and earth, sensing the aura of an expert in this place. These people also released their auras to prevent themselves from being ambushed. Fang Ping sat on the stone bench and opened his eyes. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. So many people, there were his own people, and there were his enemies. It seemed that these people had worked together to clear the trial. There were a total of 8 experts. The first person Fang Ping paid attention to wasn't King Jian, but the demon emperor who had broken through to the 8th level. This was the first time he met a demon emperor after so many trials. Not only the demon emperor, but there was also another person, the god of the underworld whose body was like jade. If he wasn't mistaken, the god of the underworld definitely had a jade bone and a jade body. This fellow was much stronger than Sky Arm and definitely had the ability to break through 2 gates. King Jian was inconspicuous among the 8. As for the other 5, there were God Forge Envoy, Lu Shan, Yuan Gang who had a bitter expression, Heaven's Fate who was extremely depressed, and King Qian who had a gloomy expression. 8 experts, there were 3 who had broken through to 8, and all 3 of them were top-notch experts who had the ability to break through 2 gates. King Qian didn't seem to have broken through to 8. It was hard to tell from here because there was no gate to break through. If it wasn't for the jade bone forging, it would be hard to tell. Unless the opponent made a move, if he broke through to 8, there would be 4 experts who had broken through to the 8th level. As for the other 4, the weakest Yuan Gang seemed to have reached a peak and was about to step into the Heavenly King stage. His aura was a little unstable and it seemed like the Heavenly King was right in front of him. All 8 of them were experts. At this moment, these people also saw Fang Ping. Fang Ping saw that there were traces of origin power on their bodies and smiled. You all came from the East Emperor stage? These people should have come together. If there were no surprises, the few who had broken through the East Emperor stage with him would be here soon. Previously, they had been led by the Dao Tree and arrived at the East Emperor stage with Fang Ping. In reality, there weren't many stages left. After 2 days, they might be able to break through to this stage. God Forge Envoy smiled. Where did you come from? You're really fast, you actually arrived so quickly. Fang Ping smiled. It's normal. After saying that, he looked at King Jian and smiled lightly. Previously, I met Hong Kuan. Hong Kuan told me that if you see me and give me the King Kuan seal, I will spare your life. King Jian's face was gloomy. He was just 1 step away from breaking 7, very soon, he would break 7, and King Qian had really broken through to 8. Of course, he hadn't broken through yet. It was similar to Luan and Sherpa. When he exploded, he could explode with the strength of breaking 8. However, it was only an explosion and wouldn't last long. Under such circumstances, Fang Ping's strength was only at breaking 6. How arrogant, even if God Forge Envoy was here, so what? Fang Ping smiled. Don't refuse. Hong Kuan threatened me to kill you. He and I will not rest until one of us is dead. That's why I gave you a chance. Don't think that you can do anything just because King Qian is here. Hand it over and I will spare your life. I, Fang Ping, won't repeat my words many times. King Jian, if you want to die, I will definitely grant your wish. King Jian's expression was ugly. He looked at King Qian at the side. He was still a little afraid of Fang Ping. But with King Qian here, he had some confidence. As for the few people he ignored, the Monster Emperor said indifferently, Fang Ping, some things can be discussed after we leave the mystic realm. Fang Ping looked at the Monster Emperor and smiled. Monster Emperor, the 9 Emperor seal is in your hands. I gave it to you previously. I won't say anything now, just take it. Heavenly King Seal, Hong Kuan told me that if you don't believe me, you can ask Hong Kuan himself when you meet him. Fang Ping, wasn't lying. If you believe me, hand it over. If you don't believe me, then keep it. The monster emperor's expression changed slightly. If King Kuan really said this, he knew what it meant. Hong Kuan felt that Fang Ping could easily kill King General. One should know that King Zhen was just one step away from breaking through to the 7th stage. Even if Fang Ping was really at the peak of breaking through to the 7th stage, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill King General. Why was Hong Kuan so afraid of Fang Ping? The monster emperor frowned again and said in a low voice, I don't want to interfere in your matters. But King Qian and King Zhen are both here. If you want to fight, it's best not to disturb us. He calmly broke through the levels. Other than the level of Spirit Emperor, he had broken through all the levels of Human Emperor. This was the 11th stage of the trial. After breaking through this level, he only had 2 more levels left. If Fang Ping and the others fought with King Qian, he was worried that it would affect him. At this moment, the handsome god of the underworld said softly, Human Emperor, this place isn't simple. I'm afraid there will be trouble later on. It's fate that we reached this level together. Why don't we break through the levels first and then settle this? He also broke through the 10th level, the same as the monster emperor. He had the same thoughts. Break through the levels first. This place was extremely mysterious. If they started fighting now, it wouldn't be a good thing for anyone to die. He seemed to have been killed. If more people died, the losses would be huge. The God Creation Envoy also looked at Fang Ping. It wasn't that he didn't mind fighting, but King Qian had broken through to the 8th level. He had seen it before. If they fought now, of course, he could suppress King Qian. However, King Zhen was about to break through to the 7th level. He wasn't weak. Plus, there were a few powerhouses watching from the side. Did Fang Ping want to do the same thing as the Earth Emperor level and let these people be spectators like the beginner martial artists? Fang Ping didn't have the mood, time, or patience. This time, Fang Ping was very firm. This matter has nothing to do with the 2 of you. The 2 of you should break through the levels and do what you should do. Fang Ping's tone was calm. I'll only say one thing. The item is mine. Hong Kuan said that he wants you to give it to me. If you give it to me, you have to give it to me. If you don't give it to me, you still have to give it to me. Don't think that King Qian can do anything. I'll give you half an hour to think about it. After half an hour, give me an answer. You can drink a cup of Dao integration tea here. After drinking it, King Zhen will probably be able to break through to the 7th level. After that, give me an answer. I'm not in a hurry. When he said this, everyone's expression changed. The God Creation Envoy also said in a low voice, drinking a cup of tea can break through to the 7th level? He didn't understand what Fang Ping was thinking. If it was true, then he would either start a war and kill King Zhen now, or he would give up. Why would he wait for King Zhen to break through to the 7th level before forcing him? Fang Ping didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and pretended to be deep in thought. He was waiting for his first wall to be completed. He was still a little short. He was waiting for King Zhen to really break through to the 7th level. He didn't believe that King Zhen would have a huge change after breaking through to the 7th level. The difference between breaking through to the 7th level or breaking through to the 6th level wasn't too big. When the time came, he might be able to obtain a path to break through to the 7th level after killing him. If not, wasn't there a substitute for breaking through to the 6th level? Lu Shan and Yuan Gang would probably be able to break through to the 6th level after drinking the tea. These 2 were both substitutes. As for Heaven's Fate, Fang Ping couldn't be bothered with him. In the crowd, Heaven's Fate cursed in his mind. Fang Ping didn't even look at him. Although he hoped that Fang Ping wouldn't look at him, it was still sad to be ignored like this. This guy is getting more and more arrogant. Just now, he used his strength at the peak of breaking through to the 7th level. Could he have broken through to the 8th level? Impossible, right? It's hard to say. He got so much vitality from Spirit King. Maybe he succeeded in forging his jade bones. So, he might have broken through to the 8th level? So confident, never mind. Let's stay away from him. Heaven's fate muttered in his mind. Fang Ping was acting like a master now. Who knew how strong he was? No one spoke anymore. Even King Zhen and King Qian didn't say a word. Since Fang Ping said so, they would wait and see. King Zhen's eyes were filled with desire. Breaking through to the 7th level, if he broke through to the 7th level, it would be completely different. Now, he was almost at a standstill. Breaking through to the 7th level meant that he could start to improve again. Could a cup of tea really have such an effect? Everyone looked at Heaven Reverse, who was drinking tea. God of the Underworld bowed slightly and sighed, "Brother Do, it's been a while." The ancient beginner martial artists, Do, one of the oldest. God of the Underworld was just a few years behind, and he was also one of them. In the past, the beginner martial artists were terrifyingly powerful. Heaven Emperor, Young God, Do, God of the Underworld, the Trapped Fist God, God of Blades, God of Swords. In the past, this group of people had illuminated the ages, and their divine names had shaken the heavens. But now, the dead were dead, the missing were gone, and the Fist God and the others were trapped in the grave of heaven. Seeing Emperor of Heaven Reverse again, God of the Underworld had mixed feelings. Brother Underworld. Emperor of Heaven Reverse stood up and cupped his fists. He was a celestial emperor of the extreme path and was powerful, but this man was one of his good friends. It was a pity that the fight for the great path and the friendship of the past were gone. The two of them looked at each other. They both felt that things were still the same, but the people had changed. The blue sea had turned into mulberry fields. Nice to meet you, brother. Monster King bowed as well. His attitude was lower than God of the Underworld. Monster King was not as old as these two, but he was someone who fought against the Beast King. It was not out of line to call him brother. Kuanping, my friend. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse greeted him with a smile. On the other side, the God-forging envoy glanced at him and casually cupped his hands. Brother Do, I've been rude. Brother Zhao, long time no see. The God Creation envoy remained silent. Fang Ping's eyes widened. He thought he had misheard. He could not help but ask, Senior, what did you call Senior God Crafting Envoy? The God Creation envoy's face turned black. On the other side, the Underworld God was a little surprised. He looked at Fang Ping as if he was puzzled by his reaction. Don't you know the name of the God Crafting Envoy? Weapon Master, Palm Seal, God Forging, Sea Suppressing, these people had their own names. Guardian Sea, the current Demon Emperor, his real name was Kuanping. Of course, the Creation God Envoy wasn't her real name. Fang Ping looked at the God Creation Envoy in surprise. Stove? Which stove? Soap from soap? The stove on the stove? Or some kind of stove? The God Creation Envoy's face was ugly. He was a little embarrassed and angry as he coldly snorted, the creation of casting, the creation of creation, the creation of all things. I created all living things, and all living things came from my hands. Kid, speak properly. You are the soap, you are the stove, I am a man of good fortune, what do you know? Ignorant and incompetent. Hello, Senior Creation. Fang Ping cupped his hands, his face full of respect. There was a smile in his respect, a bright smile. Old Creation, bad old man, your name is so good, no wonder you didn't say your name before. It turned out to be such a lousy name. The God Crafting Envoy was convinced by him. What time was it? You brat still had the mood to waste time on this. You are the Senior Creation, the God Crafting Envoy could not be bothered with him. The others also bowed at this moment. Among them, King Qian was considered the oldest, but his qualifications were still slightly lighter than these few. The 8 kings were behind the 3 envoys. As for Yuan Gang and Sky Pole, they were even younger. After all, Sky Pole was younger than Hong Yu. Not to mention Hong Kuan, that guy was the new and tender among the 8 kings. Heavenly Emperor Reverse smiled and said, fellow Taoists, sit down. Fang Ping also said just now that he had come to this stage and drank a cup of unification tea. It would be beneficial. Especially Jen and this young friend, he glanced at Yuan Gang. He was not too familiar with Yuan Gang. After all, Yuan Gang was not a heavenly king in the past. Of course, Fang Ping knew whether he was really not familiar with him or not. As he said that, Heavenly Emperor Reverse said again, Sky Pole, back then, your talent was outstanding and you became a saint early. I thought you could catch up and surpass others. Previously, Moon Spirit had already broken through 7, and she was not far from breaking through 8, why are you only now? As he said that, there was some regret in his tone. Skypole looked indifferent. He said casually, is there any difference in breaking 6 or 7? Once the Emperor arrives, he will still be killed with 1 slap. If 1 slap doesn't kill him, 3 slaps will kill him. After responding lazily, Skypole asked curiously, Moon Spirit is here too? She is in closed-door cultivation. Heavenly Emperor Reverse smiled and said, this stage aims to make up for the weaknesses of fellow Taoists. It is also considered an opportunity for you. What about him? He pointed at Fang Ping. Fang Ping glanced at him and said lazily, don't point randomly. If you point randomly again, I will let the cat bite you to death. You are worse than a cat, and you have the nerve to point at me? The corner of Skypole's mouth twitched. Who was worse than a cat? As he was thinking, the cat flashed and landed on his head. It stepped on his head and said arrogantly, don't point randomly. Do you think I am someone you can point at? I am worse than a cat. Skypole's expression was interesting. You fat cat, don't you know how heavy you are? Damn it, his neck was almost broken by the weight, but it was scary. How could this cat move so fast? He did not feel it before. During the Spirit Emperor stage, although the cat had forged jade bones, it had been in the transformation stage and did not make a move. Now that it made a move, it was terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, the others were slightly shocked. The cat was arrogant to Skypole. It was not to bully him. It was looking at the Demon Emperor. The cat was smiling so widely that its mouth cracked. Big fish, what a big fish, it wanted to eat fish. It was a pity that it could not beat the big fish. It could only beat Skypole to relieve its boredom. Cats eat fish, dogs eat meat. Fang Ping beating monsters was a matter of course. It was the cat. It never hid its dream of eating fish. The Demon Emperor glanced at it. On the one hand, it was surprised by its current strength. On the other hand, it was annoyed. This stupid cat again. How many days had it stopped? How many times had it fished for the past 30,000 years? Moreover, the powerhouses behind the stupid cat were terrifying. Especially after it went to the human race and got involved with Fang Ping, the Demon Emperor, it was not hiding its desire for him anymore. The Demon Emperor could not be bothered with it, but he was more careful. This cat had broken 7, he had to become stronger as soon as possible, lest he was eaten by this cat one day. That would be a waste. Hee hee hee. Meow meow meow. Seeing that the Demon Emperor avoided its gaze, the cat was overjoyed. It stepped on Skypole's head and almost danced. It was so happy. In the past, when it said it wanted to eat this big fish, the big fish was very disdainful. Now, it dared not look at the cat. The cat was excited. Skypole pulled a long face. Damn, I'm leaving. If I knew this would happen, I would not have come here. I was bullied again. No, I was bullied by a cat. They were making a fuss. Heaven Reverse Emperor glanced at Fang Ping and chuckled. Young friend Fang Ping, you don't have many flaws. You can fix them yourself. You don't have to go into closed-door training. Everyone fell silent at his words. Not many flaws. On the path of martial arts, even emperors had flaws. It was even more obvious when it came to the Supreme Venerable Emperor. Fang Ping actually received the evaluation that Heavenly Emperor Reverse said that he did not have many flaws. What a terrifying thing. King Zhen and King Qian looked at each other and said nothing. They sat down. Skypole and the others avoided Fang Ping and stayed far away from him. At this moment, the God Creation Messenger sat down next to him and said, "What's going on? Why did you ask them to drink tea? If you really want to fight, do it now." "Oh, is there only in closed-door training?" "No." Fang Ping replied, "I'm just scaring King General. It's fine if you don't want to give it to me." "It's not like you have to give it to me," Fang Ping said casually. "If you really don't want to give it to me, you can stop King Qian." I will teach King Jen a lesson. With the big cat here, I can deal with a guy who just broke 7. Don't be careless. The Demon Emperor is here, Fang Ping said in a low voice. Let the Demon Emperor fall out with me. I can't find a reason to fall out with him. After all, he helped me last time and killed Tian Kuei even though he had to pay for it. The Demon Emperor killed Tian Kuei last time and returned the favor to the cat. He took the Beast King staff and the 9 Emperor seal. The Demon Emperor didn't lose anything. If Fang Ping was strong enough, he would never give it the things. The cat's favorite fishing rod was taken away. The debt of saving his life ended with him killing Tian Kuei. But the 9 Emperor seal and the Beast King staff were not necessary. It was not appropriate to fall out with the Demon Emperor now. But if the Demon Emperor fell out with him, Fang Ping wasn't afraid of it. The God Creation Messenger looked at Fang Ping solemnly. She didn't know what Fang Ping was thinking. Even if he was at most as powerful as the Demon Emperor. Was Fang Ping relying on himself or someone else? There was still King Qian who broke 8 here. Fang Ping didn't care. He said with a smile, if you really want to fall out with him, you can stop the Demon Emperor. Leave King Qian, King Zhen, and those who dare to intervene to me and the cat. I'm afraid the god of the underworld won't intervene. The battle of origin has nothing to do with him. You, Fang Ping said calmly, it doesn't matter. At this point, it's obvious that I want these things. You have to give them to me because I have to. If you give them to me, I won't kill them. If you don't give them to me, I'll kill all of them. This is the last stage. At most, I'll find a chance to leave. Fang Ping had his own considerations for not killing King General Hong Kuan, and King Qian might still have to work together in the end. But the premise was that King Zhen obediently handed over the things. He still had a backup, so he didn't have to kill King General, but if he didn't hand it over, he wouldn't be polite. So what if King Qian was here? King Qian might not be as strong as him. King Qian, who had just broken through 8, had not gone through the baptism of breaking through the door. Breaking through 8 could only last for a while. If he fought with Fang Ping would definitely win. When the God Creation Messenger heard Fang Ping say that the others would be handed over to him, his gaze changed again. What was this kid's strength now? Even he couldn't figure it out at this time. Just as Fang Ping and the God Creation Messenger were talking, a cup of tea appeared in front of these people. Of course, the crowd was not someone who would easily trust others. However, the silly cat went up to grab a cup and drank it happily, which dispelled some people's concerns. Just as they were about to drink, Fang Ping said quietly, be careful of the Emperor of Heaven reverse here. I made it. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. They cursed Fang Ping in their hearts. This guy was really disgusting. It was fine if he didn't say it, but now that he said it, it was really vague. However, there were some people who didn't care too much. Heaven's Fate and Yuan Gang drank it openly. Whatever, it was the same even if they didn't drink it. With their strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for Fang Ping to kill them. As soon as Yuan Gang drank it, his aura changed instantly. He, who was close to the Heavenly King realm, was now roaring in his body and bones. With a rumble, everyone could vaguely feel a huge star rising. It wasn't too clear because the perception of the origin in this place was slightly blurred. Yuan Gang had proven his Tao. This completely dispelled everyone's thoughts. Even the God Creation Messenger laughed and scolded, you have such a good thing and you are willing to use it as a trap. You don't even have enough for yourself. That was the truth. Fang Ping laughed and didn't say anything else. He stared at King Zhen and smiled brightly. King Zhen felt a chill in his heart. This guy was watching him break through the 7th level. Why didn't he feel any sense of security? He only felt that breaking through the 7th level was extremely dangerous. Maybe, he should just give it to him. It was King Kuan's anyway, not his. If he really met King Kuan, he could just say that it was robbed. At most, King Kuan would just scold him. What else could he do? But if he didn't give it to King Kuan and was really killed, it would be an unjust death. King Zhen was a bit scared, but he didn't say anything. He would drink it first. Fang Ping looked around and saw Monster God and God of the Underworld. They drank it too but didn't have much of a reaction. Fang Ping didn't know if they really drank it or if they just wrapped it up and hid it somewhere in their bodies. Fusion tea, Fang Ping murmured. He didn't know what Emperor of Heaven Reverse was trying to do. Yuan Gang drank a cup of tea and reached the Heavenly King realm. King Zhen drank the tea as well. His energy fluctuated and there were thunderous sounds coming from his body. In the air, the Tao appeared faintly but it wasn't obvious. King Zhen was excited. King Qian guarded him and stared at Fang Ping with vigilance. This tea was indeed effective for martial artists who were about to reach the next realm. The rumbling continued for a while before King Zhen opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he glared at Fang Ping. He was confident, breaking 7, Fang Ping grinned at him. When he saw him looking at him, he smiled and said, "Congratulations." This congratulation was said with great sincerity. King Zhen felt a chill down his spine, it was as if he was surrounded by wolves and his soul almost left his body. Fang Ping's gaze, he would never forget it. It was as if he was saying, "You finally broke 7 and I can harvest you now." Yes, that was the feeling. King Zhen felt a chill down his spine and quickly avoided his gaze. King Qian frowned. He thought about it and drank the tea as well. He had just broken 8 and hadn't officially reached the next realm. If King Zhen's tea was useful, it would be effective on him as well. Soon, King Qian drank the tea as well. At this moment, all 8 of them drank the tea. Heaven Reverse Monarch looked at them and smiled, "Now, you can enter, wait." Fang Ping interrupted Heaven Reverse Monarch and smiled, "King Zhen, are you going in as well?" "I can't wait that long." Moon Spirit and the others hadn't come out yet. He didn't want to wait. King Zhen frowned and looked at King Qian again. King Qian looked at Fang Ping and Fang Ping looked back at him. King Qian looked at the God-forging messenger again. The messenger grinned and King Qian had a headache. Then, he looked at the other 2 who had reached the 8th realm. As long as the monster monarch and god of the underworld were willing to come out, he wouldn't be afraid. The monster monarch frowned and looked at the God-forging messenger. He said slowly, "Create." God-forging messenger. The God-forging messenger interrupted him. The monster monarch didn't mind and said again, "Blacksmith, do you have to make a big fuss now?" It wasn't stupid and it didn't want to stand up for King Qian. Other than being afraid of delaying the breakthrough, these people also wanted to suppress the human race. The human race was getting stronger and stronger. When it was time to suppress it, it was necessary to suppress it appropriately. Now that Fang Ping had seized the last Heavenly King seal, who knew how much his strength would improve? It did not really want Fang Ping to get it. Moreover, the 9 Emperor's seal was in its hands. Now that the Heavenly King's seal was complete, had the saint ordered Fang Ping to collect all of them, after collecting everything, there might be some conflict between it and Fang Ping. Before the weapon god envoy could speak, Fang Ping was getting impatient. He said in a low voice, "I'll repeat myself. This is between me and King General, it's about Hong Kuan. A third party should not interfere, and it is not up to a third party to interfere." Fang Ping looked at the monster emperor abruptly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "You helped me when I killed Tian Chief that day, but I don't owe you anything. Demon the Arch, are you sure you want to interfere?" The demon emperor took a deep look at him and remained silent for a long time. Fang Ping was so domineering. In the past, he was also domineering, but his domineering was built on others, like the Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King or King Wu. Today, his domineering manner was different from the past. This time even Heavenly Emperor Reverse was looking at Fang Ping, deep in thought. Did Fang Ping break 8? If not, was Fang Ping bluffing or did he think that he could do whatever he wanted with the weapon god envoy around? Fang Ping didn't care what they thought. He took the teapot on the table and drank a cup of tea. Then, the teapot disappeared. Heavenly Emperor Reverse smiled and looked at him without saying a word. Fang Ping glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and pretended that nothing had happened. He said again, "Since I broke 7, I have to do what I have to do." Fang Ping took a deep breath. "My patience is running out. I have been waiting for you here for a few days. If it wasn't for you, I would have broken through a long time ago. King Zhen, this is your last chance." King Zhen felt a chill in his heart. Waiting for him, Fang Ping was actually waiting for him here. The monster emperor didn't say anything. At this moment, his mentality fluctuated slightly. King Qian, I will help you block the blacksmith. That was all. The monster emperor wanted to test Fang Ping. He wanted to test Fang Ping's true strength and what kind of confidence he had. King Qian's face darkened. When he was about to speak, King Zhen suddenly said, I'll give it to you. The monster emperor's expression changed slightly. King Qian didn't know if he should be relieved or scold this bastard. He was scared by Fang Ping. He was scared. A broken 7 powerhouse, one of the 8 ancient kings, gave up the Heavenly King seal because of Fang Ping's words. This was Hong Kuan's Heavenly King seal. Wasn't he afraid that Hong Kuan would be unhappy? King Zhen lowered his head and didn't look at King Qian. He felt the slight fluctuation of the monster emperor's mentality. He was not an idiot after living for tens of thousands of years. The monster emperor wanted to use him to test Fang Ping. But he didn't dare to, too many people had died. King Sun, who was on good terms with him, was killed in front of him. Fang Ping killed him personally. That day, he gave up the Heavenly King seal and escaped. Today, he made the same choice again. Give up, he could give up his own Heavenly King seal, let alone someone else's. Without saying anything, the Heavenly King seal floated in the air. However, King Zhen wasn't a kind person. He controlled the Kuan seal and didn't fly towards Fang Ping directly. Instead, he turned it slightly and flew past the monster emperor. If you want to test me, then take it. If you take it, then it has nothing to do with me. You can fight with Fang Ping. The monster emperor's eyes were calm as he looked at the Heavenly King seal flying past him. It was extremely slow and could be obtained with a stretch of his hand. Fang Ping wasn't in a hurry to take it. He just watched. The monster emperor snatches the seal. Let's work together to deal with him. At this moment, Fang Ping's voice rang in the God Creation envoy's ears. At the same time, Big Cat jumped onto Heaven's Fate's head silently. It was extremely close to the monster emperor. In the cat world, Fang Ping stood up. And a long rod appeared in his hand. It was formed from the Saint's Order. He had just obtained the strength of a broken 8. Of course, he wasn't the monster emperor's match. However, Big Cat was at the peak of broken 7. The God Creation envoy and the monster emperor were on par. He was also at broken 8. The others were happy to watch the show. If the monster emperor dared to take it, he would dare to kill the monster emperor and snatch the 9 emperor seal and Heavenly King seal. The atmosphere was a little tense. The monster emperor looked at the Heavenly King seal flying slowly in front of him and suddenly chuckled. Then, he said indifferently, heroes come from the young. The 3 realms have changed. He was also old. The old one was actually a little timid. If it was in the past, when he was still a beginner, he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. But now, he was really a little old. Of course, it was also related to the fact that the Heavenly King seal wasn't too important to him. If he could help him break through 3 gates and 9 gates, he wouldn't have any scruples at this moment. But after weighing the pros and cons, he still chose to give up. He felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow in his heart. This time, he gave up on the Heavenly King seal. Then next time, would he be like King Zhen and give up on the 9 Emperor seal? If he gave up once, there would be a second time. Fang Ping's avatar smiled and looked at King Zhen meaningfully. He reached out and grabbed the Heavenly King seal. King Zhen couldn't tell if he was disappointed or not. He was expressionless as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Fang Ping glanced at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang's expression changed drastically. He, who had just become a Heavenly King, felt his heart turn cold. Boom, Yuan Gang wanted to run. Fang Ping called him a jinx because of his strong sense of danger. This guy could always sense danger one step ahead. The danger of death, at this moment, he could feel it. But this was a checkpoint, and the place was only so big. Where could he escape to? Right at this moment, an invisible wall appeared and disappeared from where the cat was in the blink of an eye. The expression of Yuan Gang, who was fleeing through the air, instantly changed. No. Human King, spare me. Beast Monarch, King Qian, save me. Yuan Gang screamed. He didn't want to die. He had just become a Heavenly King. It had been tens of thousands of years. Death, revival, and becoming a Heavenly King, he didn't want to die now. Master, save me! Yuan Gang roared crazily. Master, save me! He had broken through the human sovereign realm. That was his master's avatar. It had to be him even though he couldn't see anything. Master, save my life. No, there was still someone who could save him. There was still someone. Heaven Reverse Monarch, save me, I have the secret of the human sovereign realm. Boom, Yuan Gang's aura weakened. He kept hitting the wall in the source world. No, Fang Ping knew how to seal the sky. The beast monarch moved his finger slightly. King Qian's aura fluctuated. King Zhen took a step back. Celestial Pole grimaced in fear. Lu Shan was more worried. Lu Shan was the first prince of the North King. He moved closer to the house at the back out of instinct. He heard that Moon Spirit was inside. Now, Moon Spirit had become his hope. Fang Ping's sudden attack on Yuan Gang was out of everyone's expectation. There were many powerhouses here. But at this moment, no one was willing to help. Yuan Gang screamed again, King Qian, King Zhen, save me. I pledged my loyalty to the divine sect. Fang Ping's avatar walked in the air. At this moment, Yuan Gang's aura dropped from the Heavenly King realm to the Saint realm, Emperor realm, Heavenly King, 3 times stronger. The limit of more than 5 million. In fact, his basic vitality was just over 1 million. He couldn't even reach the Emperor realm. Fang Ping spent 2 days to build a wall. It might not be enough to seal other people, but it wasn't difficult to seal Yuan Gang, a martial artist who had just entered the Heavenly King realm. Fang Ping's avatar also had the ability to break 6. The difference between a Heavenly King and a true god, the gap between them was huge. Fang Ping walked in the air and reached out his hand to grab Yuan Gang. At this moment, King Qian couldn't help but say in a low voice, Fang Ping, let people go when possible. No matter what, Yuan Gang had joined the divine sect. He was also a powerhouse of the divine sect. At this moment, Fang Ping killed someone in front of him. If he didn't say anything, he would lose face. Kill him or King Zhen? Hearing this, King Zhen's heart turned cold. King Qian was furious. His face was gloomy. Fang Ping laughed and reached out his hand. Boom! Yuan Gang exploded, but he couldn't block this hand. He screamed, no, Fang Ping, I have no enmity with you, is that so? Fang Ping said indifferently, you're really forgetful. Did you forget that you intercepted the humans' reinforcements? Fang Ping chuckled and clenched his fists tightly. Boom, his golden body self-destructed. Yuan Gang self-destructed his golden body and a trace of his mentality tried to escape. Fang Ping snorted and his mentality exploded. Instantly, Yuan Gang's mentality stagnated. Seal. With a clear shout, a barrier appeared in the void. Almost in the blink of an eye, Yuan Gang's mentality was compressed and turned into a crystal ball. Fang Ping grasped the crystal ball in his hand. He stared at the crystal ball for a moment. Inside, Yuan Gang's silhouette appeared very quickly. However, it had become extremely small, bombarding the surroundings madly. He roared, Fang Ping, you devil! You'll be punished by heaven for killing the innocent. Monster god, King Qian. You let him kill the powerhouses of the 3 realms. One day, you will follow in my footsteps. Are you still not awake? Yuan Gang roared crazily. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to. He had died once. He didn't want to die again. Fang Ping ignored him and didn't look at the reaction of the powerhouses. He thought for a while and suddenly closed his eyes. At this moment, Fang Ping appeared in Yuan Gang's source world. He broke into Yuan Gang's source directly. Fang Ping looked at the Great Path and pondered for a moment. Stripping Great Paths was a technical job. However, he also consulted the Azure Cat. Stripping Great Paths was not difficult. Especially now that it was sealed. Be careful and cut off Yuan Gang's Great Path. Don't let it collapse. Collect the Great Path completely and then strip it. Of course, it was not easy. If he could not completely control Yuan Gang and he self-destructed, Fang Ping could not do anything. However, the sealing sky technique had helped Fang Ping. At this time, a wall blocked the entrance of the Great Path. Yuan Gang could not break the wall and control his Great Path at all. His Great Path was completely sealed. Fang Ping took a step forward, ignoring Yuan Gang who was coming at him from behind. He walked directly into the wall. Yuan Gang, on the other hand, was blocked by the wall. He could not help but roar and attack the wall madly. Although he did not know what Fang Ping was going to do, he knew it was not good. At this time, Yuan Gang's source body trembled. His whole body felt like it was being torn apart. He screamed. You devil, you want to strip my source. No, I won't let you. Explode. Self-destruct. Yuan Gang roared in anger, but he could not control his source great path at all. His face was ashen. Fang Ping was slowly cutting off his great path. His movements were very light, as if he was afraid of breaking something. He was very careful. The more he did this, the more painful it was. Fang Ping. You will die a horrible death. The Emperor will not let you go. He won't. He's here. The human world is his dojo, his territory. He will never let you dominate the human world. You don't have to worry. Fang Ping replied calmly while cutting his great path, don't blame me. In this era, death might be a good thing. I've taken your great path. Maybe I can kill a breakthrough 8 or even 9. You should be proud, not resentful. In this life, you can spread your residual heat and kill a breakthrough 8 or 9. Isn't that something to be happy about? Yuan Gang, whose face was full of resentment, suddenly calmed down, revealing a sorrowful expression. In the next moment, it turned into resentment. He laughed harshly. Fang Ping, don't die. Don't die. Don't ever die. I want to see you kill all the powerhouses in this world. I want to see the human race destroyed. I want to see the 3 realms destroyed. Live a little longer. Watch them die with your own eyes. Watch the 3 realms turn into scorched earth with your own eyes. Fang Ping, live for 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, his figure slowly dissipated. The source world collapsed rapidly. There was a loud rumble, his great path was cut off. The source star exploded. In the void, Fang Ping compressed his great path into a crystal door with only a door. Standing in the silent source universe, behind him, the planet exploded. It was incomparably brilliant. Fang Ping laughed and said softly, the fireworks of the 3 realms are endless. A low sigh resounded in all directions. Fang Ping's figure slowly disappeared. In the next moment, the source was completely quiet, leaving only a flash of fire. The source star that existed before completely dissipated as if it had never existed. Yuan Gang, the former Realm Gate Marshal, the Emperor's disciple, who had just achieved Heavenly King Realm, died here in the blink of an eye. At this point, the Emperor's disciples, including the 2 saints that Yuan Gang had brought in previously, were all dead. The bloodline of the Emperor, except for the Emperor, was completely annihilated. In the small courtyard, it was quiet. Yuan Gang was dead. Celestial Fate's heart trembled. This jinx had killed him this time. The Heavenly Kings were like ants. In the past 6 months, too many Heavenly Kings had died. Their deaths made him feel a little hopeless and pessimistic. Fang Ping had killed Yuan Gang in an inexplicable manner. The speed at which he had killed Yuan Gang was beyond imagination. He did not know why Fang Ping killed Yuan Gang. Soon, he had some ideas. Perhaps it was for Yuan Gang's Heavenly King Great Path. Devil, Lu Shan's body was trembling. He was also a breakthrough 6. If Yuan Gang could not stop it, he could not either. At this moment, he was praying in his heart that Moon Spirit would come out soon. After all, he was the North Emperor's chief. He hoped that Moon Spirit would protect him for the sake of the North Emperor. No one could believe him here. Yuan Gang, who had surrendered to the Divine Sect, was killed by Fang Ping just like that when the Divine Sect had a breakthrough 8 and a breakthrough 7. No one said a word. How sad. Sealing Sky Technique. At this moment, the Demon Emperor opened his mouth and broke the silence. He looked at Fang Ping and said lightly, when did you learn this technique from Feng? Without the Sealing Sky Technique, Fang Ping could not kill a Heavenly King so easily. Fang Ping smiled and said, he gave it to me. King Qian's face was gloomy, his voice cold. Fang Ping, you killed the 3 realms' heavenly kings again and again. Don't you think about the future? Too many heavenly kings had died. The fox mourned for the rabbit's death. Now, all the 3 realms' heavenly kings were afraid of Fang Ping. However, it was also this fear that would soon make all the heavenly kings hostile to Fang Ping. The more he killed, the more difficult Fang Ping's situation would be. Fang Ping said slowly, I'll think about it. Isn't there no other way? Didn't I not kill those who had a strong backing? Didn't Yuan Gang have no backing? I don't know where his teacher, the human emperor, is hiding now. While he hasn't appeared, I killed Yuan Gang. Isn't that fine? Otherwise, if I kill King Zhen, Hong Kuan will find trouble with me. Fang Ping chuckled and said, moreover, to you, it's not you who will die. Why are you so concerned? Are you afraid that I'll kill you one by one? Then, you can join forces. I'm not stopping you. As he spoke, Fang Ping looked at Lu Shan. One heavenly king's origin Dao might not be safe. If he made a few more, he might have a substitute. Lu Shan's origin was much more stable than Yuan Gang's. After killing Lu Shan, it was not a bad idea to make another one. Lu Shan was scared out of his wits. There was nowhere to run. At this moment, Lu Shan shouted, Lord Human King, I'm Moon Spirit's senior brother. The North Emperor's bloodline and your human race have cooperated many times. Lord, don't kill me. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about the patrol either. Lord. At this moment, Lu Shan could only retreat. There was no one who could help him here. At this moment, the void trembled slightly. Moon Spirit suddenly walked out from the house at the back. She looked at Fang Ping and frowned slightly as if she knew what happened. She said in a low voice, Fang Ping, Lu Shan has never attacked humans before. He almost died when he first arrived. How about letting him go this time? Lu Shan was terrified. He hurriedly hid beside Moon Spirit. Yuan Gang died too easily, he was scared. That day, when the patrol arrived, there were many powerhouses. There were many of them who had broken through 7. But now, not many of them died. In the previous round, they heard that Heavenly King Yi was killed by Fang Ping. Now, there were only him, Yin Fei, and Xinghong left in the patrol. Fang Ping smiled and looked at Moon Spirit. He nodded slightly and said, of course, I have to give face to Senior Moon Spirit. I don't plan to kill him. I'm not that kind of person. Why would I kill him for no reason? Fang Ping looked at Lu Shan and smiled again. Lu Shan, follow Moon Spirit well. Don't mess around with Hong Yu and the rest anymore. This is not where you should be. If you've broken through 6, keep a low profile. As for the patrol, just pretend that they don't exist. Lu Shan was extremely uneasy. He did not dare to speak carelessly. Fang Ping smiled brightly. He looked around and looked at King Qian and the rest. He smiled and said, don't look at me. Think about whether you can survive this last round. Instead of worrying about others, you might as well worry about yourself. This place eats people. Fang Ping sighed. There were a few who had broken through 9. This place would indeed eat people. Everyone was silent. Yuan Gang was dead. After all, he was not one of them. Even if it was the divine sect, Yuan Gang was just a temporary shelter. Everyone was worried about Fang Ping's actual strength. They were worried about whether an even more intense battle would break out later. Fang Ping did not have time to care about them. Big cat, keep it first. I'll hone it later. Fang Ping threw the Heavenly King's seal to the cat casually. He continued to sit down, closed his eyes and began to wait. Everyone frowned. Heavenly Emperor Reverse, who had been silent all this while, suddenly laughed and said, everyone, let's continue. What happened just now was over. Very soon, Heavenly Emperor Reverse assigned everyone a room. Everyone was unwilling to stay here any longer. One by one, they entered the room. The God Creation Envoy looked at Fang Ping for a while. Seeing that he did not speak, he was a little worried. However, he did not delay any further. He also wanted to enter the room to see what was going on here. Everyone had left. Other than Moon Spirit, this place returned to how it was before. At this moment, In the cat world, Fong Ping watched silently as the 8 heavenly king seals began to evolve. Similar to the evolution of the 36 saint tokens, the 8 heavenly king seals gathered. At this moment, there was also a huge change. Fong Ping's source world was rumbling at this moment. Heaven and earth trembled. The 8 heavenly king seals began to merge. Fong Ping watched silently, waiting. The source world was slowly expanding. The speed was extremely slow. Fong Ping watched for a while. Before the evolution was over, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Looks like I need the 9 emperor seals to complete the final transformation. What a pity. As soon as he saw this momentum, he knew that he might not be able to complete the final transformation this time. The source world was expanding. The 8 heavenly king seals were merging. Very soon, the 8 heavenly king seals were merging successfully. At this moment, the long rod flew over. With a rumble, the long rod and the object that the heavenly king seal had transformed into fused together. Fong Ping looked over and could not help but laugh. He said helplessly, I gave up using this saber a long time ago. After going around in circles, I still used it. At this moment, the long rod was no longer a long rod. Yanue Dao, the 8 king seals had actually merged into a blade. This was also somewhat beyond Fong Ping's expectations. However, it was fine. He was a saber user. The long saber fell into Fong Ping's hands instantly. It was extremely heavy. It looked a little simple and unadorned. There was no cold light or anything like that. However, Fong Ping sensed it and could not help but laugh. 36 holy weapons and 8 semi-divine weapons. The saber that was ultimately formed was probably far better than some divine weapons. With a casual wave, the cat world actually trembled. One had to know that this was the Song cat source world. It was incomparably sturdy and was paved with the origin earth. But now, it was actually shaking. The ash cat swayed a little. The smaller ash cat shook its head and said in a daze, Don't cut, you'll break my cat world. Good saber. Fong Ping laughed and said quickly, Once the 9 emperor seal is integrated, what will it become? All that was left was the 9 emperor seal. Fong Ping was really curious. The saber had already taken shape, so what could the 9 emperor seal transform into? Combined with the 9 emperor seal, could this blade surpass the category of a divine weapon? No one could give him an answer. The ash cat did not know either. Ever since the seal of the 9 sovereigns was created, it seemed like it had never been fused. Perhaps only the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors knew. The source world was still expanding. A large amount of origin chi was consumed as he began to build his source world. The consumption was getting greater and greater. With a rumble, the source world stopped expanding. Although Fong Ping had expected this, he still could not hide his disappointment. He really didn't succeed. This step was truly difficult. Up until now, Big Cat was also stuck at a diameter of 999 meters. As for Fong Ping, he sensed for a while. It should be about the same. This last step was too difficult. Wealth, 150 billion points vitality, 350,000 calories, 5 million, mentality, 1,500 Hz, 73,000 Hz, force, 715 calories, 3 million calories, jade bones, 99%, vitality qualitative change, source world, 999 meters after obtaining the heavenly king seal, his wealth increased by 30 billion, but Fong Ping spent a lot of wealth to build the wall. Fong Ping did not care too much about the increase in wealth. This time, the gathering of the 8 emperors seal had expanded his source world and increased his foundation by a lot. 350,000 calories vitality and 1,500 Hz mentality were not considered small. However, this was far from Fong Ping's expectations, which made him slightly disappointed. He did not think too much about it. He should have expected it. Fong Ping quickly began to convert, balancing his vitality and mentality. Very quickly, he produced 250,000 calories vitality and 2,500 Hz mentality. Fong Ping continued to activate the vitality validation technique. It was not difficult to convert this little vitality and mentality into force. In the blink of an eye, the remaining vitality and mentality were converted into 25 force. Wealth, 150 billion points vitality, 0 calories, 7, 4 million, mentality, 0 Hz, 74,000 Hz, force, 740 calories, 14, 8 million calories, jade bones, 99%, vitality qualitative change, source world, 999 meters combat techniques, godslaying saber techniques, plus 15%, origin path, plus 28%, pseudo path, strength control, 98% limit outburst, 207400720 cal/211640000 cal. The limit had increased by about 400,000 calories from before. It did not seem much stronger, but the increase in the source world was slightly weakened. At this moment, a crystal door appeared in Fang Ping's hand. Yuan Gang's Great Path, the Heavenly King Great Path, was much stronger than the Saint Great Path. Fang Ping looked at the Great Path and fell into deep thought. Should he try replacing it now? His foundation was as high as 14.8 million calories. If he replaced the Heavenly King Great Path, if he could preserve more of it, his strength would increase greatly. If I can preserve 500 meters, then it will be amazing. Fang Ping licked his lips, a little expectant. He had to prepare for the last stage. The 9 Emperor's seal was now in the hands of the Monster Emperor. The Monster Emperor had retreated previously. He would wait until he met the Heavenly King. Fang Ping decided to try it out first. At least he knew how much the Heavenly King Dao could improve. He didn't want to make a mistake at the critical moment. Of course, he still had to change it back to prevent others from sensing anything. Maybe I shouldn't have used the Great Dao. I hid the Saint Dao and Heavenly King Dao. I'll change them bit by bit, from breaking 7 to breaking 8, from breaking 8 to even stronger, catching you all off guard. The eyes of the experts were very sharp. Celestial Emperor Reverse saw through Fang Ping's problem. He knew he was a clone. The others could see it too. The Creation God Envoy had probably already seen through it, but he didn't say anything. It was the same for the others. Without the Great Dao, I can only break 7. Will these people let down their guard? Fang Ping chuckled. Maybe he would. Try it. As for changing the Great Dao, it was very simple. The origin realm was in the source world, and he did not plan to return it to Sherpa. At a critical moment, it would only take a moment for him to replace it. Of course, if he was killed at this moment, he would be considered unlucky. I'll have to use my real body. Doppelgangers are too weak. Fang Ping did not think about it anymore. The Saint's Dao was installed. He was a martial artist who had just achieved Breakthrough 8. As for the Heavenly King Great Dao, he would give it a try. Fang Ping hesitated no more and dove into the origin realm in an instant. This time, Fang Ping spent some time. He waited until the Heavenly King Great Dao was compressed by his source world until it was almost completely broken. Only then did he walk out of the origin realm. Wealth, 150 billion points vitality, 0 calories, 7, 4 million, spirit, 0 Hz, 74,000 Hz, force, 740 calories, 14, 8 million calories, jade bones, 99%, with qualitative change of chi and blood, source world, 999 meters battle technique, god-slaying sword technique, plus 15%, origin Dao, plus 80%, fake Dao, power control, 98%, ultimate outburst, 28,282,800 calories per 28,860,000 calories. Fang Ping frowned slightly. The Heavenly King Avenue was 100,000 meters long. In the end, he was whittled down to only 800 meters. Fang Ping was depressed. Of course, with his current strength and the strength of his weapon and body, he was definitely comparable to an elite who had broken through 2 gates. The kind that had just broken through the 2nd gate, the Heavenly King Great Dao had only allowed him to break through 2 gates. This made Fang Ping feel slightly disappointed. Perhaps, King Zhen was more suitable. King Zhen defeated the 7th level. What did this mean? This meant that King Zhen's path was 200,000 meters long, breaking 600,000 meters, breaking 700,000 meters, breaking 800,000 meters and starting from 800,000 meters. The 100,000 meter range was reduced to 800 meters. Even if King Zhen's range was reduced, would it even be 1,500 meters? The stronger the expert, the more solid the Great Dao would be. Maybe it could even reach 2,000 meters. King Zhen, Fang Ping muttered. Yuan Gang's great Dao quality was not up to par. He had only just achieved breakthrough 6. He might not be able to sustain many high-intensity battles. Even if they were replaced, they would only be able to break through the second gate. Barely breaking through the second gate, if Fang Ping's words got out, it would probably cause a huge uproar. Now, how many people in the 3 realms had actually broken through 2 gates? In the Tao of Origin, there was only one person who had truly broken through 2 gates, Heavenly King Zhen, God Creation Envoy, Hong Kuan, Feng, Demon Emperor, Tian Shen. These people were only suspected, and most of them had only reached the stage of breaking through the second gate. At this moment, the second gate had not been completely broken through. Currently, Fang Ping's strength was actually on par with these few people. In other words, other than those emperor avatars and powerhouses like the Dao Tree, Fang Ping's current strength in the 3 realms was probably second only to Heavenly King Subduing. On the beginner's side, it was hard to say for the underworld god. The other 2 had broken through 8 gates, but they had clearly not reached the stage of breaking through 2 gates. Sigh, it's easy. Top 3 in the 3 realms. Fang Ping teased. At this time, he really had the right to be arrogant and savage. The Demon Emperor might have broken through 2 gates previously, or he might not have. No matter what, he might not have broken through for long. The difference in strength between them was not big, and they were evenly matched. Fang Ping was really not afraid. Heavenly King Subduing was still on the human side. In other words, in the 3 realms, other than the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, Fang Ping actually did not need to be afraid of anyone. It's been more than 3 years. Fang Ping sighed. Beside him, the cat meowed. Shameless, saying that every day for more than 3 years, aren't you embarrassed? Fang Ping looked at the cat and said with a smile, Big cat, why don't I try and install a great Dao for you too? That way, you can also break through 8? No. The cat muttered and quickly said, It's uncomfortable, it's uncomfortable. I don't want it inserted. Besides, even if you install it for me, it will be squeezed and broken. The cat knew itself better than Fang Ping. It muttered, the cat world is very exclusive. Unless you insert it into that little black pool, otherwise, it will all be squeezed and broken. As soon as the words came out, Fang Ping looked at the small, almost invisible pool from the corner of his eyes. The swamp, compared to before, it seemed to be much smaller. However, Fang Ping's heart still sank slightly. In fact, the cat had not killed for a long time. It did not even kill the weak. It was Fang Ping who did it. But this thing, it was still here. Fang Ping looked at the cat and said in a low voice, Have you dug it yourself? The cat said gloomily, No, I can't go near there. It's uncomfortable if I go near. Fang Ping exhaled. Forget it now. I'll go take a look later. This damn place. If it appears here, it's definitely not something good. Fang Ping looked at the swamp and said coldly, Maybe it's something like a passageway, or maybe it's simply a gathering place for negative emotions in the 3 realms. Don't tell me someone treats you like a garbage dump? He had also gone near that place a few times. Every time he went near it, the negative emotions were extremely heavy. There was no such thing as inner demons in the 3 realms. Fang Ping seriously suspected that the inner demons and distracting thoughts of the Origin's powerhouses were all absorbed by this cat. It was not an unfounded guess. He felt that his willpower was strong enough. In the end, when he went near the swamp, he also lost control. He wanted to destroy the 3 realms and kill all living beings. This place was not as simple as the cat's negative emotions. Maybe, you stupid cat, you were created by the Celestial Emperor to collect these things. The cat said gloomily, What about the big dog? The big dog seems to be the same as me, but the big dog doesn't seem to have it. Tengu, Fang Ping laughed. I suspect that this dog also has it. Otherwise, the 3 realms wouldn't have despised it. You may have absorbed negative emotions, but this dog may also absorb some other emotions. Of course, I'm not sure. It's hard to say. Maybe you're the only one. This dog is just a side effect. Fang Ping laughed. The cat was gloomy earlier, but now it could not help but grin. Yes, the big dog is just a side effect. I know. Fang Ping burst out laughing again. Soon, he exhaled and said, don't care so much. Right now, you and I are only one step away from the Origins transformation. After you transform, you should be able to reach peak 2 gates. After I transform, I should be almost there too. The premise is that all my Daos have collapsed. It's about there. My body is close to 30 million calories. My Daos won't be able to withstand it, unless it's a peak 8 breakthrough Daos. Even emperors might not be able to strip away the 8 breakthrough Daos. At the 8 breakthrough realm, how powerful and decisive would they be? It would be strange if they let you strip away their Daos. Fang Ping was also prepared. If the Origins changed qualitatively again, he could only rely on himself. That was good. At that time, even if he did not completely get rid of the restrictions of the Origins, he could no longer rely on the Origins for amplification. Fang Ping entered the Origin realm again and put the Daos back. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping put the saint-level Daos back. This time, Fang Ping wanted to try and rely on his own foundation to confuse a portion of the people first. Celestial Emperor Reverse had been staring at him. Fine, he would show him exactly what his strength was. Force, 740 original, 14. 8 million calories, combat techniques, godslaying saber techniques, plus 15%, power control, 99% ultimate outburst, 168500000 cal/170200000 cal. This was Fang Ping's current basic strength, an outburst close to 17 million cal, more than 15 million calories could be considered a peak 7 breakthrough. Right now, Fang Ping could rely on himself to be a peak 7 breakthrough powerhouse. After taking down the Daos, his power control was also as high as 99%. Unfortunately, it was still not 100%. According to North King, if he wanted to achieve 100%, his physique must also reach the realm of a jade body. That way, he could be 1. No Daos, peak 7 breakthrough. Saint Dao, beginner peak 8 breakthrough. Heavenly King Dao, just broken 2 gates. If I have a peak 7 breakthrough Daos, maybe I can get close to breaking 3 gates. At this moment, Fang Ping had a clear idea. This time entering the secret place, the harvest was really frightening. It's almost time to go to the next level. I haven't seen Heavenly King Zhen. I'm afraid that old guy is trapped at the God Emperor level. This showed how much Dao Tree feared Heavenly King Zhen. Dao Tree did not care about those who broke 2 gates. But Heavenly King Zhen was trapped as soon as he arrived. One should know that Heavenly King Zhen had never dealt with Dao Tree. Even if they met in the past, it was a long time ago. In that case, in Dao Tree's heart, even Heavenly King Zhen back then was worthy of fear. This old guy has been hiding a lot of secrets. Sooner or later, I'll beat you until you admit defeat. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. This old guy, Fang Ping was impressed. He was really tolerant, like an old tortoise. Fang Ping walked out again. This time, it was his real body. The avatar merged into Fang Ping's body instantly. Celestial Emperor Reverse did not seem surprised. He looked at him, nodded with a smile. It's really perfect. Just a little bit more. With a jade body, even if I can't break 8, I can get close to it. In that case, a jade body could probably provide Fang Ping with 1 or 2 million cal of basic vitality. Fang Ping looked at Celestial Emperor Reverse and asked with a smile, Senior, are you not surprised? There's nothing to be surprised about. Apart from the Emperor, how can others not enter with their real bodies? As he said that, he smiled again. If you relied on your previous Breakthrough 6 avatar, I'm afraid you won't be able to come here. That's hard to say. Fang Ping smiled. Senior, with my peak Breakthrough 7 ability, do you think I'll die here? Celestial Emperor Reverse gave him a deep look. If you don't mess around, the chances of you dying are not high. Because the Emperor Avatar would not go on a killing spree now. The scary thing was that someone would mess around. Fang Ping was such a person. Fang Ping chuckled. Senior, you've misunderstood me. I'm not that kind of person. Oh right, Senior, if I may be so bold as to ask, if Dao Tree swallowed the seed, can he become an emperor? Celestial Emperor Reverse pondered for a moment and said slowly, there's a great chance. You know, in the past, other emperors killed a beginner martial powerhouse and they were all top-notch beginner martial powerhouses. These people were actually close to Breakthrough 9. They absorbed everything from these powerhouses to overcome that hurdle and step into the door. In the past, there was no door. They entered the source directly and became emperors. Today, there's a huge gap between the virtual gate and the true gate. If Dao Tree swallowed the seed, there's a great chance for it to make the leap and step into the true gate and enter the source. It might even be stronger than the emperors who had just achieved Dao. Fang Ping got an affirmative answer. If Dao Tree got the seed, it might really become an emperor. The current Dao Tree could not even be considered an extreme Dao. It could only be Breakthrough 9. Its ability might be similar to the emperors in the past. But now, it was far from being comparable. Fang Ping nodded and said, then what do the emperors want the seed for? First, to strengthen itself. This seed projection can stay in the arcane realm for so long. It must have a strong vitality. Even the emperors can strengthen themselves. Second, to see if there's any true blood. This thing is precious. It can help the emperors refine true blood. Third, to find the location of the real seed. Celestial Emperor reverse chuckled. You have to know that this is just a projection, not the real seed. Even the projection is so powerful that it can create emperors. You can imagine how strong and terrifying the real seed is. The emperors and venerable emperors of the three realms are actually working hard to find this seed. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping knew that these people were determined to get it. It was related to the whereabouts of the real seed. How could they not look for it? Fang Ping understood. If he wanted to get the seed, he would have to fight to the death with these people. Celestial Emperor Reverse said solemnly, you better not think about getting this thing. When this place is broken, it's okay for you to take some vitality. But if you want to participate in the fight to get the seed, Fang Ping, your greed will kill you. Fang Ping laughed. I told you, I'm not that kind of person. Senior, let me ask you again. If I swallow this seed. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying. For example, if some powerhouse takes a liking to me and snatches the seed and forces me to eat it, what benefits will I get? Celestial Emperor Reverse was speechless. Moon Spirit was speechless too. Powerhouses force you to eat it? Do you think you are their father? Not even their father. This was related to the improvement of one's strength and the whereabouts of the real seed. What did you, Fang Ping, do to make people give this thing to you? Celestial Emperor Reverse chuckled. Of course there are benefits, a lot of them. But you, better give up on this idea. Peak Breakthrough 7, if he said it was weak, it was definitely not weak. However, if he said it was strong, it depended on where he was. This was not the place to show off his prowess. Understood. Fang Ping did not ask any more. He patted Big Cat's head and smiled. Senior, send me to the next level. What should be digested had been digested. What should be collected had been collected. Now, Fang Ping had done his best. Next, it was up to him to pull the chestnut out of the fire. Before this, Fang Ping did not have the thought of getting the seed. But now, he was close to breaking 2 gates. Why not take the risk? Thinking of this, Fang Ping turned around and said, Senior, one more question. When this place is broken, will the emperors come? The ones with their real bodies? Celestial Emperor Reverse said nothing. Fang Ping smiled and soon sighed. If that's the case, it's possible. The emperor's real body might really come. However, Celestial Emperor Reverse thought for a while and said, it will be here. Because this place is the boundary point, connecting the source universe, 9 heavens, and the 3 realms. Emperors can come and go without hindrance. There are still some troubles in other places. As soon as he said this, Moon Spirit looked at Celestial Emperor Reverse in surprise. How did he know this place was the boundary point? Fang Ping did not care about Moon Spirit. He nodded, understanding. In other words, if he left this place, even if there were emperors who wanted to seize it, they might not have the chance. As for offending the emperors, who cared? Those fellows were obviously against him. Did he need to care about how they viewed him as an enemy? He yawned and stretched. He stuffed Big Cat onto his shoulder and sat down. Fang Ping smiled. Senior, I'm fine. You can send me away now. Moon Spirit was about to take a step when Fang Ping pressed his hand down. Don't go with me. I'm a person who attracts hatred. I might fall out with them. Senior, you should wait for the others to come and go together. Moon Spirit frowned slightly but did not insist. Right now, she was stronger than before. Although she had not broken 8, the gap between her and Fang Ping's strength was not too big. Of course, that was referring to now. However, Moon Spirit had a vague feeling that Fang Ping could kill her. Do not ask why. A woman's intuition was this accurate. Celestial Emperor Reverse said no more. He waved his hand and a passageway appeared. Fang Ping looked at the passageway, took a deep breath, and laughed loudly. Everyone, I'm leaving first. I'll wait for you at the final challenge. It looks like everyone will be reunited soon. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed heartily and strode in. The final challenge was here. Maybe there was still the Celestial Emperor challenge. However, there was no need to challenge that one anymore. The Dao Tree should be waiting for everyone there. The 12th challenge. In the basilica, the young man murmured. Should it start now? This person only had one challenge left. If he passed the last challenge, it would not be a good thing. Maybe it was time to stop everyone's challenge and lead them to the final challenge. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. The young man opened his eyes quickly and looked at the challenges again. He murmured, wait a little more, or else, even. If I can open it, I will be seriously injured. The power of the rule was still very strong. Maybe I should go see him. He looked at Fang Ping in the image. At the same time, in the passageway, Fang Ping also turned his head to look at the young man. Maybe he was not looking at the young man but the scene outside the passageway. However, this time, both of them still looked at each other. Fang Ping wore a smile. Even though he had been through many battles and baptisms, he still could not hide the childishness on his face. Those eyes were full of vitality. Not so deep, not so vicissitudes of life. Young and scary, this was the first impression the Dao Tree had of Fang Ping. Too young. Looking at his performance in each challenge, young, flamboyant, domineering, these young people had their flaws. He had them too. Too young. The Dao Tree did not know whether it was envy or jealousy. He did not know this person. That meant that even if this person was not young, he could not be more than 10,000 years old. In reality, he should not be that old. With a chuckle, the Dao Tree suppressed some of the fear in his heart. Although this person was a monster, his strength was there. He had watched a few of this person's battles. His strength was between break 7 and peak break 7. He might be too vigilant. He should be more concerned about others. Suppress, create, Hongkuan, Hongyu, including the few challenges with abnormalities. Maybe these people were the ones he needed to care about. After all, this person's strength was still a little weak. Big cat. Fang Ping called out to the cat. The cat lazily swept his head with its tail, asking why he was called. If there's a chance later, eat that seed and run. If you eat it, there's hope for your origin to change. You can run better than me. At least you can run to the origin. Remember, if I can't go back, give these things to old Zhang and the others. Don't keep it all for yourself. Liar, the cat looked at him and said worriedly, you're already so strong. Why do you want to die? Even if the pseudo-emperor becomes stronger, he's definitely not as strong as you. It's not worth it. Stupid. I won't die so easily. I'm just saying what if I can't leave? I'll try. Fang Ping squinted and smiled. I'll try and see if there's anyone behind me, and if anyone will make a move. After plotting for so long, can they bear to see me die? Maybe I can take this opportunity to find out. I asked you to run after getting the benefits. That's because you're worried that if I can't leave, the benefits will be taken away in the end. Do you understand? Oh, got it. The cat nodded, drooling a little. Then I really want to eat that silkworm baby. At the thought that it was all vitality and true blood, the cat was also envious. It must be delicious. Thinking about it, the cat muttered, that old man must want to snatch it too. You mean Heavenly King Subduer? Yes. Don't give it to him. Fang Ping laughed. This old man is hiding it. If he snatches it, there's a high chance he'll keep it for himself. Unless there's no other way, I won't give it to him. Oh. The cat nodded, remembering it. The man and the cat did not speak again. Some things could only be said in the passageway. The checkpoints were not safe. Who knew if those people could eavesdrop? Emperor God Hall. Heavenly King Subduer was about to doze off. Damn it, where was everyone? There was no one. How boring. However, in order to maintain the emperor's demeanor, Heavenly King Subduer still sat on the throne like a puppet, pretending. At this moment, Heavenly King Subduer's eyes moved slightly. Finally, someone came. In this checkpoint, other than him, it seemed that there was only one person who came, Heavenly King E. Heavenly King E came early, but that must be because of the Dao tree. Soon, Heavenly King E broke through and left. Now, who came? In the next moment, he knew. Fang Ping, and that cat. Breaking Peak 7? One person and one cat both broke Peak 7. Heavenly King Subduer was slightly surprised. This kid got a lot of benefits. When he left the last time, he did not seem that strong. How many days had it been? He broke Peak 7 just like that. It was terrifying. Fortunately, this old man was stronger than you. Otherwise, how could you live like this? Heavenly King Subduer sat upright, waiting for Fang Ping's arrival. He was happy. Finally, someone came. This kid was usually very cunning. This time, he would drink my foot-washing water when he saw me. Yes, I'll drink the foot-washing water. Heavenly King Subduer thought viciously. I'll let you break through, drink the bejeweled nectar, but this bejeweled nectar is my foot-washing water. This old man was really not polite. Almost in the blink of an eye, a basin appeared under his feet. In an instant, his feet were washed. All of this happened too quickly. In the next moment, there was foot-washing water. Heavenly King Subduer was proud. In the end, he would expose everything and disgust this little bastard. If there was anything, he would call Godfather. If there was nothing, he would call Old Devilly. I'll let you be evil, at the same time. Fang Ping said to the cat, I'm afraid the last checkpoint will be troublesome. If the situation is not good, join forces and kill the Emperor God immediately. Once I make a move, you immediately intimidate him. Okay. The cat was excited. He was going to kill the Emperor again. He was looking forward to it. As the voice fell, the next moment, Fang Ping appeared in the Emperor God Hall, not the hall that trapped Heavenly King Subduer. Their gazes met in an instant. Fang Ping looked at Heavenly King Subduer on the throne, and Heavenly King Subduer was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Not good, this old guy might not be easy to deal with. Could it be another clone? The liveliness in his eyes was different. Mother ***, had these emperors gone mad? One by one, they brought their clones here. As for Heavenly King Subduer, he was also slightly stunned. Why were they so vigilant? Was it necessary for this kid? Moreover, when he just came in, he seemed to have a little murderous intent. Did he know that he was going to give him foot-washing water? Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Fang Ping looked at the Heavenly King Suppressing, and the Heavenly King Suppressing looked back at him. The next moment, Fang Ping stopped looking at him and started looking around. The main hall was simple and unadorned. Other than the Heavenly King Zhenwang, there was no one else. Fang Ping saw that the Heavenly King Zhen on the throne did not take the initiative to speak. He looked around, cupped his hands and smiled. Junior Fang Ping greets Senior God Emperor. Heavenly King Zhen looked at him and said slowly, Little friend, to be able to reach this stage, you are a pillar of the three realms. Senior, is Senior Heaven Subduing King here? Fang Ping could not be bothered to exchange pleasantries with him. He wanted to look for the Heavenly King. With this old ghost around, there would be one more person to block the spear. Heavenly King Subduing Heavenly King was touched. This kid still remembered this old man. Guard this pass and go into seclusion. As he spoke, he pointed at another hall outside and said with a smile, he has been in closed-door cultivation ever since he came here and has yet to come out. Little friend, are you talking about Zhen? It's him. Fang Ping also looked in that direction. Was the Heavenly King suppression in that hall? Fang Ping's eyes glowed. At a glance, his expression changed slightly. What a dense rule power. Could Old Ghost have been killed by the rule force inside? He hasn't come out yet. He didn't need to ask to know that the hall was most likely not a place for seclusion, but a place to imprison people. Imprisoning the Heavenly King, this rule power was so dense that even Fang Ping found it difficult to deal with. At a glance, the dense rule power surrounding the main hall had all exploded. It had at least the lethality of a peak break 8. Heavenly King Zhen looked at Fang Ping, wanting to see how Fang Ping would save him. Of course, he would forget about rescuing him. If Fang Ping really wanted to save him, he would not agree to it. In the end, Fang Ping acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had forgotten what he had just said and did not ask the Heavenly King Zhen at all. Fang Ping felt that the Heavenly King Garrison was powerful and cunning. If he did not come out all this while, he probably had his own plans. The destructive power of the rules at the peak of breaking 8 might be strong, but could it really kill that old man? Stop joking, since that was the case, if the old man didn't come out, he couldn't be bothered to care. If he went, he would be in danger. Using his own life to save a guy who wasn't in danger, wasn't that stupid? Fang Ping seemed to have forgotten what had happened just now. He changed the topic immediately. Senior, how do I clear this stage? The sky-suppressing Heavenly King cursed in his heart. Fang Ping, this bastard, his heart was really evil. The moment he heard that he was in danger, he didn't even mention it. Godfather? Is this how you treat your godfather? Heartless thing. Although he was furious, Heavenly King Zhenwan did not stand on ceremony and said with a smile, "There's no hurry. Why don't you sit down and have a drink?" As he spoke, a table appeared before Fang Ping. Heavenly King subduing looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping saw a teapot flying over from there. After thinking for a while, he did not waste any time and reached out to grab it. Seeing this, the Heavenly King Suppression smiled and said, "This is the era of the Heavenly Quartz." Before he could finish, Fang Ping took the teapot away, leaving nothing behind. Fang Ping sat down and looked at him with a serious expression. He continued to look at him. "Go on, that is what I did to the Emperor of Heaven Reverse." Regardless of whether it was something good or dangerous, he would know once he brought it back and let old Zhang have a taste. If it didn't work, he would let Heavenly King Zhenwang have a taste later to see if there was any problem. As for himself, forget it. Apart from life force, he didn't dare to eat or drink anything else. "Young friend, this is, senior, don't stand on ceremony. I won't be drinking tea. I just had a good drink at the Emperor of Heaven Reverse's place. This good tea, when I get out, I'll give it to my teacher. It's a token of my appreciation." Heavenly King Zhenwang was speechless. "Mother of asterisk Kerr, I gave it to you to drink. Who do you want to give it to?" He really couldn't say anything else. Forget it. Let this kid do whatever he wanted. He wouldn't drink it later anyway. It was not a bad idea to give it to Zhang Kid. That kid was also black-hearted, he might not want what he gave him. But if Fang Ping gave it to him, he couldn't wait to lick it a few more times. It would be good to let him have a taste. "Senior, how do I pass this level?" Heavenly King Zhenwang was also depressed when he heard this. Needless to say, he really did not know how to pass this level. At this moment, he had also mastered some power of the rule. However, after sensing it, it seemed to have no effect on Fang Ping. Heavenly King Zhenwang had some judgment in his heart. This kid might have passed other levels and could not go back. If it were someone else, if they did not pass all the levels, he might be able to send them away with the power of the rule. But Fang Ping could not be sent away. Heavenly King Zhenwang also did not know how to pass this level. "Little friend, don't be anxious. Since you're here, can you tell me about the situation in the 3 realms?" Heavenly King Zhenwang sighed. "I've been here for a long time. I've long forgotten everything in the 3 realms. I really hope to have a chance to go out and take a look." Fang Ping looked at him, frowning slightly. Did this old fellow really not know, or was he pretending not to know? Everyone he saw now looked like a clone. Fang Ping did not have time to care about him. He was also too lazy to talk to him about this. He smiled and said, "Senior, everything is peaceful in the 3 realms. In the previous few levels, I heard from the other emperors that you're the best at the path of convergence. The path of convergence is Senior's path. I have a question that I'd like to ask. I wonder if Senior can guide me. Heavenly King Zhenwang was speechless. He did not say any more. Alright, he would accompany this kid to waste time. He did not know how to pass the level either. He would just chat with Fang Ping and wait for the Dao tree to move. Why was that guy not moving yet? Was he really going to wait here forever? Ask away. It's not considered difficult. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. He still asked, Senior, you also know the difference between beginner martial and origin. One has a Dao, the other has no Dao. For beginner martial, there are powerhouses who are beginner martial. The strongest can even break 9. Even if they can't break 9, there are existences that can break 8. Fang Ping asked the question sincerely. He thought for a while and said, if they walk the path of the physique alone, their physique vitality can even reach as high as 40 million calories. This is 1 calorie. Fang Ping displayed the 1 calorie strength and said, they also have jade bones. At most, they have jade bodies and jade bones, but their maximum vitality is as high as 40 million calories. As for the origin path, it's almost impossible to reach this level. Even if the origin has also honed jade bones, honed jade bodies, and even the vitality has gone through many qualitative changes, it's still not as good as beginner martial. Fang Ping was puzzled. What's the difference? Moreover, even if your Dao is broken, it's still the same. There's no situation where your body will be released when your Dao is broken. On this point, he was still a little puzzled. Beginner martial could reach 40 million calories. What about him? Was he considered beginner martial or origin? Perhaps he was considered origin because the source world was still there. However, he was different from the normal origin. Why was he honed to this level? If it was force, he had not reached 20 million cal, even if he had a jade body. Fang Ping felt that he could not reach 20 million calories. This is the suppression of the origin, Senior. Fang Ping interrupted. It's not the same. I mean, under the situation where Dao is broken, under such circumstances, is there still suppression of the origin? The Dao is broken, but it doesn't mean that the source world is broken too. I don't think so. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Let me give you an example. I've killed some people before. In the end, their source world was shattered. According to the theory of suppression of the origin, after they were shattered, they were no longer suppressed. Logically, there should be a final radiance of the setting sun at this moment. At this time, the origin is no longer suppressed, and they should be stronger. I'm talking about the physique or mentality. But in reality, they didn't. These people were shattered. Even if they survived for a moment, there was no change. Why? Heavenly King Zhen felt very tired. He did not know, this question had been discussed by someone before. But, there was no answer. Origin martial artists, even if their source world was shattered, were not as good as beginners. This was the law. It might be related to suppression of the origin. Once they entered the origin, they would be the origin for life. However, this answer was uncertain. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen could only say, even if the source world is shattered, you are actually in the origin lineage, stepping into the origin. That is the origin. You can no longer return to beginners. In that case, even if we don't have the Dao of origin now, we can't go back? If the Dao of origin is destroyed, we, the origin martial artists, are destined to be inferior to those beginners? Fang Ping was like a curious baby. Heavenly King Zhen had a headache, but he still replied, yes. Then, the origin martial artists don't seem to have any advantage. Heavenly King Zhen pondered for a while, but still said, there are. The Dao of beginners has reached a limit when they break through 8 to become the strongest. They can't walk their Dao anymore. Other than a few people who found a direction to move forward, the others can't walk anymore. As for the Dao of origin, you can keep walking. Even if you walk to the Emperor realm, you can still continue walking along the Dao. In this way, when you walk far enough, you can keep improving your flesh and bones. Sooner or later, the strength of your flesh and bones will surpass those beginners. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, then I have another question. There are so many Dao in the world. Are they real or fake? In the origin universe, are there really so many Dao? Or is it actually just a Dao, and everyone has just walked a part of it, except that they didn't meet their companions. This, Heavenly Xianxia pondered. Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously. The first emperor didn't know, was he that ignorant? Heavenly Xianxia felt that he was being looked down upon, he cursed in his heart again. How would he know so much? Although he had walked to this point and was very powerful, he had not really walked the emperor's Tao after all. Who knew what was going on? He had not lived as long as the God Emperor, had not experienced as much as him, and had not seen as much as him. How would he know if you asked me? Are you 100,000 wise? You like to ask everywhere, from Earth to the mystic realm, can't you just sit down and have a cup of tea? However, there were some things that could not be answered carelessly. This was related to cultivation. If Fang Ping, this idiot, really followed his nonsense to cultivate and try, there might be problems. Since Senior doesn't know, then forget it. Fang Ping was about to continue when Heavenly Xianxia's eyes suddenly moved slightly. In the next moment, the void trembled slightly. At this time, the void shattered, and a man in green stepped down from the air. Seeing Fang Ping, the man nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Seeing the God Emperor, the man bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Disciple Yi Luo greets Master." Fang Ping revealed a suspicious look. On his shoulder, the cat's tail slapped Fang Ping. On the throne, Heavenly Xianxia cursed in his heart, "Yi Luo, damn you, the Tao Tree's avatar, how should he deal with it now? This guy actually came with his own avatar. Did he find out that there was something wrong with him? He was still waiting to plot against the Tao Tree, the Tao Tree did not suspect him. Without waiting for Heavenly Xianxia to reply, he looked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, the strength he revealed was only at broken 6. This was also the standard of a normal avatar. As for those avatars of broken 9, they were not normal." Fang Ping glanced at him and did not say a word. The Tao Tree was a little aggrieved. This was not a normal routine. Shouldn't you ask who I am if it's a normal routine? I've already prepared a big basket of words. I'm one of the God Emperor's disciples. The God Emperor really has a disciple named Yi Luo who was also a saint in the past. I can use the excuse of reviving and say that I sensed the opening of the mystic realm and followed it in. Go ahead and ask. If I don't ask, how am I going to get close to you? Fang Ping did not ask. The cat patted his head, and he realized something. Moreover, appearing at this stage, do you think I'm stupid? The Tao Tree, even if it was not the Tao Tree, it was the avatar of other emperors. Calling the God Emperor teacher, it was either the Tao Tree, the God Emperor himself, or Heavenly Emperor Xian. Anyway, it was these three. Heavenly Emperor Xian would probably not bother to do this. The God Emperor himself was also unlikely, so it was most likely the Tao Tree. Trying to deceive him with this little trick, Fang Ping was speechless. A tree was a tree. It was brainless. Yi Luo. I don't care if you're fallen leaf or Yi Luo. Cat, don't you recognize me? Fang Ping said nothing. The Tao Tree had no choice but to get close to the cat. The cat glanced at him lazily, feeling a little forced to respond helplessly. He said perfunctorily, I remember, Yi Luo. Yes, Yi Luo. I think I've seen you before. Cat, you still remember me? The Tao Tree laughed. Back then, you caused a lot of trouble at teacher's place. I even caught some big fish for you. Oh, I remember. The cat said weakly, it's you. Why are you here? The Tao Tree finally had a way out. He laughed. Back then, when the Heavenly Realm War broke out, I was unfortunately destroyed by the giant hand that covered the sky. A few days ago, I was lucky to revive. After talking for a while, he looked at Fang Ping and smiled. I haven't been in the 3 realms for a long time. Who is this fellow Taoist? Fang Ping. Fang Ping thought about it. Forget it, he would cooperate with it. Lest this fellow made up too many lies. He felt that they were full of loopholes, afraid that he would not be able to resist exposing him. Since the Tao Tree was here, he could have a chat. Maybe he could even pretend to be a good person. No, he was a good person in the first place. He could use the identity of a good person to fool this fellow. Anyway, this fellow should not be familiar with him. Heavenly King Yi was killed by him. Would someone still want to expose him? The God Emperor sitting on top was like a fake. He did not know anything. Fang Ping did not even want to talk to him. Fang Ping, the king of humans. I broke through Realm 7 at 21 years old this year. I will definitely break through Realm 8 at 22. Fang Ping introduced himself with a hint of pride. He was a young man, moreover, he was such an outstanding person. This was considered belittling himself. Senior, you're only at Realm 6? Then it's a little dangerous here. Fang Ping said lazily, but you're the God Emperor's disciple, and you've just revived. You didn't attack humans, so I can protect you. Of course, you need to get some benefits. It won't do without benefits. Fang Ping said, then said, those who attack humans, no matter how strong they are, no matter which side they are from, will not have a good ending. Although your strength is average, you're still a heavenly king at Realm 6. When we get out, you can follow me. What a domineering declaration. The version of himself that Fang Ping was displaying now was just that domineering. Having said that, he looked at Heavenly King Zhen above and said, Senior, since this is your disciple, I know that projections like you all have some self-consciousness. Your disciple's strength is not good enough. If he wants to get out safely, I will have to spend some energy too. It might even be dangerous. Senior, you're the emperor, the first emperor. You won't be stingy. Fang Ping took out a bottle and smiled. This amount of vitality, just give me a few dozen bottles. I'll protect Yi Luo. This was what Emperor Heaven Reverse had just given him, even Heavenly King Zhen wanted to snatch it when he took it out. Damn, he was so rich, where did this kid swindle so much vitality from? Fang Ping tossed the small bottle casually and smiled. This thing is just average. But for the weak, it's good stuff. I used more in the first few levels. About 10 bottles were used up in one go. This cat likes to eat this too. It eats a lot. Now I'm running out of cat food. How about you give me some? He looked at the God Emperor. With a relaxed expression. A bottle of 500. What he said was not too exaggerated. He got 1500 from Spirit Emperor and 500 from Emperor Heaven Reverse. Previously, he and the God Creation Envoy carried the fake Earthly Emperor on their backs and absorbed at least 400 to 500, including the cat. In total, he had obtained at least 5 bottles, including Sherpo's and the others. It was not exaggerated, right? This time, he only doubled it and said more than 10 bottles. Heavenly King Zhen cursed again in his heart. No wonder this kid and the cat seemed to have forged jade bones. They got so many good things. He had suffered a great loss. He was poor and had nothing, what a pity, but, this kid was a general. Where could he get him? Unfortunately, the Dao tree was here. Heavenly King Zhen was helpless. He should have greeted Fang Ping before, but now he had dug a hole for himself. He wanted to tease Fang Ping, but the Dao tree came too. Heavenly King Zhen pretended to be mysterious. He smiled but did not speak. The Dao tree did not care. He looked at Fang Ping and smiled. Brother Fang, life and death are determined by fate. I won't trouble you. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Fang Ping curled his lips and cursed. He said, forget it, I don't care about breaking 6. I'm still waiting to break through. Go away, I'll talk to your master, Senior Emperor God. While Fang Ping was talking, Heavenly King Zhen was depressed. Alright, he was exposed, how could I break through? Forget it, he would just get rid of the Dao Tree avatar. He would not pretend to be Emperor God. It was not fun. Not only did he not trick Fang Ping, but he was also burned by Fang Ping. This made him very frustrated. In the end, Heavenly King Zhen was just thinking of getting rid of the Dao Tree avatar when the Dao Tree's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Master, let him enter the Dragon Confinement Hall and accompany Zhen. Delay him for a while. As soon as this was said, Heavenly King Zhen was instantly confident. You don't want this kid to break through, right? That would be easy. When Fang Ping asked again how to break through, Heavenly King Zhen smiled and said calmly, the place to break through is not here, but in the Dragon Confinement Hall. It is also where Zhen is in seclusion. Fang Ping glanced at him. Who was he fooling? Was it for real? It felt very dangerous there. Did he want him to go to his death? He did not want to go. The Dao Tree avatar was here. The Emperor God might not be an avatar. Otherwise, there was no need for all of them to come. How about, he strike first and get rid of them all? He wanted to get close to the Dao tree and ask some questions, such as where the final barrier was, how to break through, and so on. However, now was not the time to ask as soon as he arrived. Now that the Emperor God asked him to leave, of course, he would not do it. If he left, then he would have come for nothing. Fang Ping was raring to go. He wanted to kill them. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Stop fooling around, kid. Hurry up and get lost. Go over there and play with your godfather. I'm here to get some information. Oh right, remember to come out and take the blame later, kid. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the Emperor God with a strange look in his eyes. F***ck, you old man, how dare you pretend to be the Emperor God? What are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost. You'll definitely take the blame. Later, my avatar will open up a gap. Come out quickly and seal the gap. I will continue to be trapped. You come out and kill the Dao tree quickly. Fang Ping understood immediately. If this old thing asks questions, I'm afraid I'll be exposed. If I'm exposed, he wants to kill the Dao tree and wants me to take the blame, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. He had always been the one who made others take the blame. How could he ever be the one to take the blame? Forget it. With this old fellow's fake identity, it would be easier for him to come into contact with the Dao tree than him. Since he pretended to be the divine emperor, he might have other motives. The two swindlers instantly reached a consensus. The Heavenly King garrison stayed behind to continue bluffing. Fang Ping went in to rest for a while to dispel the Dao tree's concerns. When he came out later, he just had to take the blame and kill the Dao tree clone. With that in mind, Fang Ping did not say anything else. He could not help but curse in his heart. That bottle of liquid might have been a trap for him. This old fellow had no choice but to reveal his identity to him. He didn't show it before, thinking about it was just thinking about it. Fang Ping seemed to hesitate for a while, but he still humphed and said, the rule power outside is so strong. How can I go there? Also, that old bastard Heavenly King Zhen is a lecherous demon. I usually can't even avoid him. If I go in, what if he tries to kill me? As soon as these words came out, Heavenly King Zhen also cursed in his heart. Ruining my reputation, who would have thought that the Dao tree would have a look of realization? Zhen had really become like this now. Previously, he thought he was deliberately trying to disgust him. Could it be? The Dao tree shuddered a little. Could those patterns earlier be Zhen's true thoughts? Was Zhen provoked in some way? It was not like this in the past, but now, Fang Ping said so. Combined with the patterns he saw before, the Dao tree really believed it. He also sighed in his heart. As time passed, people's hearts were not what they used to be. He did not expect a genius like Zhen to change now. It seemed that the people of the three realms had really gone crazy because they could not become emperors. He did not show it clearly, but Heavenly King Zhen seemed to sense it. He thought of something and could not help but curse again. That bastard Fang Ping, it was over. The Dao tree believed it. Previously, he was really trying to disgust the Dao tree on purpose. He did not have such a hobby. This time, he really could not explain it. The Dao tree itself won't know, right? If it knows, I have to kill it, lest this bastard thinks that I really have such a hobby. Heavenly King Zhen cursed again in his heart. He did not have such a hobby. This kid Fang Ping was just deliberately trying to disgust him. Unfortunately, there was really no way to explain it. How sad. The power of the rule will dissipate in a while. You can go in. Heavenly King Zhen maintained his calm, but he was ruthless in his heart. Once you go in, my clone will take care of you. Fang Ping curled his lips. So strong, you can even control the power of the rule. Previously, only Spirit Emperor could control a little. These guys, why are each more sinister and powerful than the other? Forget it, leave this place to Heavenly King Zhen. Hopefully, he could understand more about the situation and see how to deal with the Dao tree. Does a tree that breaks 9 bear fruit? Fang Ping rubbed his chin, thinking about things, and left with the cat. He kind of wanted to eat the fruit that broke 9. The gate of the dragon confinement hall opened instantly. Fang Ping went in and the gate closed again. The Divine Emperor Hall. The Tao tree heaved a sigh of relief. He did not think too much. Even for him, it was difficult to control the power of the rule. He could only avoid some damage. Who else could control this power but the Divine Emperor's projection? Finally, he had trapped Fang Ping in this stage. The Tao tree felt much more relaxed after locking Fang Ping in. He looked at Heavenly King subduing above and said in a low voice, "Master, Junri has fallen. I'm afraid the heaven-breaking jade that guided your real body has fallen into Fang Ping's hands." The Tao tree was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Master, why don't we lure Fang Ping out later and kill him to avoid delaying the important matter?" He could not say this when Fang Ping was there. Now that Fang Ping was in the bag, he was not in a hurry. Heavenly King subduing looked calm, but his heart was slightly moved. The heaven-breaking jade. The old man even had this, and let he bring it in. It seemed like he was prepared to come directly in person this time, determined to help the Tao tree prove. Or maybe the old man was not here for the Tao tree, but for something else. The effect was naturally different between the real body and the avatar. Even if this place was broken, it would not be a matter of time. If the Divine Emperor came in person, it would be useless even if the other emperors came in person. No hurry. Heavenly King subduing imitated the Divine Emperor's tone, smiled and said slowly, "This person came here and Zhen is also here. The two of them have a close relationship. Although Zhen is trapped, he is not powerless to break out. He just did not force him. Kill this person and Zhen will definitely break out." The Tao tree frowned and said in a low voice, "Master, what do you think of Zhen's current strength? He has the power to break 2 gates and not break 3 gates. However, this person walked the path of beginner martial arts in the past and forged jade bones. He broke his bones and recultivated, cultivating for another life. His flesh and jade bones were formed, and he is 3 times stronger than Origin." As soon as this was said, the Tao tree sighed and said, "That's true. Zhen is very bold. When he broke his bones and recultivated, even the emperors were shocked. At that time, Zhen was almost close to the supreme realm. At that time, it was not just a matter of cultivation. A slight carelessness could lead to death. How many people in the 3 realms had such boldness? He had gone from being one of the broken 7 heavenly kings. In the past, he would have been considered one of the hegemons of the 3 realms, but he had actually given up just like that. If it were the Tao tree, he would definitely not dare to do so, nor would he be willing to. And Zhen had done it back then. It was precisely because of this that he was fearful and thought of a way to trap Zhen the moment he arrived. He was one of the few ruthless figures in the 3 realms. He was ruthless enough to himself. Although the Tao tree was wary, it still said, "The heaven-shattering jade is in Fang Ping's hands. I'm still worried that something might go wrong when I'm welcoming you, Master." Fang Ping doesn't recognize the heaven-breaking jade, but he's afraid that the heaven-suppressing Heavenly King will find out, although the possibility was not very high. The heaven-shattering jade did not look impressive. It looked like an ordinary cultivation item. Fang Ping might not care about it, but he had to guard against it. With this in mind, the Tao tree casually waved his hand, and another image appeared in the hall. Heavenly King Zhenwang, on the other hand, was calm. He smiled and said, "It's fine. If the heaven-breaking jade is a gift from the real body, it must contain the source of the real body. There's no need to receive it. The real body can descend as it sees fit." The Tao tree thought about it and agreed. This was also the reason why he was not too anxious. That thing could be brought in. There was no need to do any ceremony. If the Divine Emperor felt that the time was right, he could descend directly. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhenwang was also cursing in his heart. This kid Fang Ping was really bold. He dared to take anything. With the heaven-shattering jade on him, it was equivalent to a spatial coordinate. The Divine Emperor could descend at any time. However, the final challenge had not been opened yet. The Divine Emperor's goal was not to kill anyone, so he did not descend at this time. "Is it fun to carry the Divine Emperor with you?" Heavenly King Zhenwang muttered in his heart. If he was not on Fang Ping's side, he would have wanted to watch the show. Seeing the Divine Emperor suddenly run out from Fang Ping's side, what was Fang Ping's expression? These old fellows, one more sinister than the other. Thoughts aside, Heavenly King Zhenwang looked at the image. At this moment, his clone did not open his eyes. He could not be bothered to say anything to Fang Ping, in case he revealed any flaws. He still wanted to ask more questions, such as this heaven-shattering jade. If the Tao tree did not mention it, he would not have thought of it. This was because this thing was very difficult to find. There were some in the past, but they were almost all used up. The stronger the descendant, the higher the grade of the heaven-shattering jade needed. Who knew that the Divine Emperor actually had this thing? The Divine Emperor descends, Heavenly King Zhenwang calculated in his heart. Forget about the Divine Emperor, he was too strong. The Tao tree wanted to become an emperor, Heavenly King Zhenwang wanted to rub his chin. Should I change it and think of a way to let the Beast Emperor descend? If the Tao tree wanted to become an emperor of monster plants, that would be stealing the Beast Emperor's business. It also had to share the demon's luck. Now, the demons were all under the Beast Emperor's jurisdiction. If another Yao monarch were to appear, the Beast Monarch would probably flip out. The battle of the Great Tao did not allow for soft-heartedness. Heavenly King Zhenwang calculated in his heart. If he could change it and let the Beast Emperor notice, wouldn't the Tao tree be hammered to death when the Beast Emperor descended? Thinking of this, Heavenly King Zhenwang said vaguely, "How are the preparations?" Hearing that, the Tao tree hurriedly said, "Everything is ready. With so many people coming this time, 30% of the nomological power has been obliterated. Obliterate a little more, I will bring all of them to the celestial the arch stage and obliterate the last of the nomological power together. At that time, we can enter the pseudo-heaven realm." Heavenly King Zhenwang said indifferently, "We still need to be more careful. The others are probably prepared." Master is right. The Tao tree said solemnly, "The other sovereigns are indeed difficult to deal with. Human sovereign, earthly sovereign, spirit sovereign, there are some problems with these stages. There are also some problems with the celestial the arch stage, but fortunately, the celestial thearchus source was obliterated. I suspect that there are also some problems with the battle stage, so I can't penetrate too deeply." As the Tao tree spoke, he also felt a headache. He quickly relaxed and said, "However, as long as Master's true body descends, everything will be fine." Heavenly King Zhenwang said softly, "Don't be careless. My true body can naturally resolve everything. I'm just afraid that my true body will change at the last minute and be entangled by others, unable to descend. That will be troublesome." Indeed. The Tao tree said cautiously, "There are more and more powerhouses breaking through Realm 8 in the 3 realms now. One person can't do anything to me, but I'm afraid that everyone will join forces." Heavenly King Zhenwang echoed a few words and continued to chat with the Tao tree. At the same time, in the main hall, Heavenly King Zhenwang ignored Fang Ping. Fang Ping knew that this was a clone and was not surprised. However, since he was already here, how could he ignore it? Fang Ping carried the cat on his shoulder and circled around Heavenly King Zhenwang. He smiled and said, "Old Zhen, open your eyes, I'm here." Heavenly King Zhenwang wanted to ignore him, but this guy was annoying and kept circling around him. He opened his eyes and looked at Fang Ping, a little speechless. Fang Ping chuckled and said, "You've never left this place? How miserable." Heavenly King Zhenwang's clone looked at him, a little speechless. "Don't force me to beat you up." Fang Ping was still looking at him with a smile. Heavenly King Zhenwang felt that it was necessary to teach this guy a lesson. Of course, fighting was fine. He was old and did not fight. "Kid, you're finished, do you know that?" Fang Ping sat down opposite him and smiled brightly. "How am I finished?" Heavenly King Zhenwang really did not want to tell him and let this kid be beaten to death. However, after thinking about it, he still sent a voice transmission. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. You dare to kill anyone, since he entered on Heavenly's orders. Do you really think that a broken 7 can help that guy?" Fang Ping was slightly stunned. That seemed to be true. Although broken 7 was not weak, it was still a little lacking to help the Tao tree, right? "What do you mean?" Heavenly King Zhenwang sneered and said nothing. Fang Ping's attitude was much more respectful. He smiled and said, "Godfather, tell me about it." Heavenly King Zhenwang looked at him disdainfully. "Was he a godfather now? What did you call me just now?" "Give me that bottle." "What? The one just now?" Fang Ping's face darkened. The corner of his mouth twitched. It's useless to you. My eldest grandson is useful. Fang Ping wanted to scold someone, but after thinking about it, he was not scolding him. This was said to Li Zhen. If anyone was angry, it should be Li Zhen. However, Li Zhen was indeed his eldest grandson's eldest grandson. Perhaps he was many generations behind. It did not seem to be scolding. Commander Li doesn't seem to be a saint now. Why is he in such a hurry to get these? It's a waste. Who said that he's not a saint now? He is already. Besides, there's a chance to become stronger this time. Heavenly King Zhenwang smiled and sent a voice transmission. Kid, this time we're doing a big deal. Do you dare? What big deal? Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He liked doing big deals. At his level, he was not interested in small deals. This old man knows very well what you're thinking, kid. You want to keep everything for yourself. However, this time it's too dangerous. Even those few are tempted. If you really want to keep it for yourself, the future will not be good. Even the Emperor God, Emperor Heaven Reverse, and the others came to this place. One could imagine how important it was. Fang Ping wanted to keep it for himself. Even if he did not say it, Heavenly King Zhenwang knew what he was thinking. This guy loved to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Kid, although you're not afraid of death, don't court it. I'm afraid of death. Heavenly King Zhenwang rolled his eyes and ignored him. He sent another voice transmission. You can keep it for yourself or share it with Kid Zhang. That won't do. Do you believe that the Emperor will descend directly and refine you? Fang Ping frowned. Old Zhang and I are still more important. Will they kill us now? Never overestimate yourself. Without you, Butcher Fang, will they not eat pork? Heavenly King Zhenwang looked at him disdainfully and said, there are people who can replace you. At most, they'll just delay it for a few more years. Then what you mean is, kid, do you know something? Do you know that this place is related to the seed? Yes, I saw it. I guessed so too. Heavenly King Zhenwang nodded and said quickly, this place is very strong. You can tell by looking at the power of the rule. The seed projection is here. There will be a lot of vitality and true blood in it. It will be troublesome for anyone to keep it for themselves. Moreover, you might not be able to digest it. You might even explode. I also want to share. Of course, I don't dare to take it all for myself, so, at the last minute, we'll do something big. We'll destroy this world in one go and bring it to Earth. We'll defeat the world and let the power of this world integrate into Earth. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. Integrate into Earth, of course, he knew how high-end this place was. The vitality was terrifyingly rich, it could forge jade bones, strengthen the body, transform the flesh, and prolong life, not to mention, there was also true blood in it. He knew the benefits of true blood. Heavenly King Zhenwang, this old fellow, was very ambitious. He wanted to destroy everything in one go. If it really integrated into Earth, of course, Fang Ping had no objections. If that happened, Earth would soon have a big explosion. A big explosion of martial arts, however, Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously. Can it be done? Besides, don't you have any ideas? Swallow it yourself and become an emperor? Idiot. Heavenly King Zhen scolded, do you really think that I want to become an emperor? If I really wanted to, I would have broken the 3 gates long ago. Kid, it's not that easy to become an emperor. Now that the situation of the origin is unknown, don't rush to become an emperor. Those old guys, I'm afraid they're waiting for someone to become an emperor. They're up to no good. The Dao tree wants to become an emperor. Xiong might not be doing it for the Dao tree. He might be doing it for himself. Fang Ping pondered for a while and nodded slightly. Spirit Emperor had actually said the same thing. He told Heavenly Dog not to become an emperor rashly. Because the emperor's path was flawed, according to the news that Fang Ping had obtained now, there might be emperors who wanted to find scapegoats to learn from Celestial Emperor and find these emperors to help him fill the hole. If that was the case, becoming an emperor now might not be a good thing. He did not dwell on this anymore. As for this old fellow saying that he did not want to become an emperor, Fang Ping could not be bothered. Godfather, can we really integrate into Earth? This place is too far away. It's countless miles away from Earth. Don't tell me we have to move as a whole? Won't we be beaten to death on the way? Since I said it, of course I have a way. Heavenly King Zhenwang was proud and said, you have a piece of jade on you. Don't look for it, listen to me. That thing is a space coordinate locator that can open a space tunnel. Now there are many choices. First, lure the Beast Emperor to come. I'm afraid that guy will not come and cannot leave. Second, lure the Spirit Emperor to come. I don't know if this cat can make the Spirit Emperor help you. Third, let the God Emperor come and see if he will slap you to death. Fourth, find a way to connect to Earth and move this place directly to Earth. Fang Ping's face turned green. How could he not understand that he had something that could summon the God Emperor to come after Heavenly King Zhenwang said that? Damn, this was not a time bomb. This was a super nuclear bomb. Don't summon the emperors. I don't trust them. If they kill me with a slap, how am I going to reason with them? There are a lot of people who have broken through 9 in this damn place. As far as I know, the Emperor, East Emperor, Emperor Reverse, and the Spirit Emperor might all come. There's also the Tao Tree and you, the old man whose strength I don't know, there are so many of them. If a few more come, won't the 3 realms be destroyed? Let's open the tunnel to Earth. Can it be opened? It should be possible. Heavenly King Zhenwang was not too sure. There might be something else at the last level. That unquestionable sword guy actually opened 3 tunnels in the past and guided the human race to this place. This is not something he can do with his ability. Therefore, there might be some spatial weakness at the last level. This place is the boundary point, so there might be a place that connects to Earth, or the Hall of Myriad Origins. At the critical moment, we can find this place and use the heaven-breaking jade to break open a bigger tunnel and directly transport everything to Earth. In this way, unless the emperors destroy the human world, they will have to admit defeat. If they really wanted to destroy the human world, they would have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Heavenly King Zhenwang continued, this way, we will actually be safer. The things are gone. Some of the emperors who were originally prepared to come may not come again. Even if they have come, there are no benefits. What's the point of staying? Do we really want to kill all the powerhouses of the 3 realms? Fang Ping licked his lips. It's very difficult. It's not very difficult. It's frighteningly difficult. I'm not confident. Heavenly King Zhenwang said indifferently, I'm just saying. I'll give it a try. However, if you really want to try, brat, be prepared to be beaten to death. Anyway, if I find that the situation is not right, I will immediately give up and leave this place, letting them snatch it. As Heavenly King Zhenwang said that, he laughed and said, haven't you and Brat Zhang always wanted to improve the overall strength of the human race? It can be said that this opportunity is 1 in a million. From now on, the human world's cultivation environment will be better than the heavenly realm in the past. The moment it fuses, it will release a large amount of vitality force and even true blood force. It can also transform the entire human race's cultivation physique. Heavenly King Zhenwang said temptingly, Brat, you are a human king, and you even walked the path of the emperor that day. If this is done, you will be the real emperor, the uncrowned emperor. It will be useless no matter who comes out of the human race. You will start a real new era. Have you thought about it? At that time, the human world will be completely different. Neo-martial arts or not, it won't be a problem if you want to change it to Yuan Ping Wu, Feng Wu, or MCMAU. Fang Ping bared his teeth and laughed, then his expression turned serious. Who was he fooling? How dangerous was this? It was more dangerous than him snatching it himself. Old man, what are you trying to do? You've become an old man now? Heavenly King Zhenwang snorted. Seeing Fang Ping staring at him, he smiled and transmitted his voice. What do you mean, what am I trying to do? Is it a bad thing to improve the overall strength of the human race? Just say it, what do you want? Heavenly King Zhenwang saw that he did not trust him and sighed helplessly. Very quickly, he transmitted his voice, actually, it's nothing much. First, I want to find out where the real seed is. Since this place is a projection of the seed, maybe it can attract the real seed and lure the snake out of its hole. Second, what I said is to improve the overall strength of the human race. This is indeed an opportunity that comes once in 10,000 years. Third, the survival crisis of the human race should not be shouldered by the few of you. If that was the case, there would be no neo-martial arts. You guys, don't shoulder everything on your own. Give the others a chance. Heavenly King Xianxia sighed. Actually, the current neo-martial arts is already somewhat imbalanced. Brat, this may not be a good thing, do you understand? Fang Ping frowned, nodded slightly, and did not say anything. He continued to look at him. After a while, he said, "Nothing else?" "Nothing." Heavenly King Xianxia did not say anything else. Actually, there was one more thing. Divert the attention. There were some things that he did not want to say. Fang Ping had gone too far, performed too excessively, and was too outstanding. Now, the human race was Fang Ping, and Fang Ping was the human race. Everyone's focus was on Fang Ping. If this went on, Fang Ping would die without a doubt, the kind that would not be buried. Originally, it should not be so fast. The emperors could still wait a little longer. Right now, they were probably anxious. This could not go on. The thing must not be given to Fang Ping anymore. To strengthen the entire human race, the catacombs and overseas forces would certainly not let it go. They could not afford to wait either. The race war. The war of the three realms besieging the human race should start soon. Otherwise, the human race would be the dominant force, and no one would dare to provoke them. This was not the outcome that the emperors wanted. If this went on, then Fang Ping or Zhang Tao would be killed in advance, weakening the human race, and then starting a war. Some things, Fang Ping and Zhang Tao did not necessarily not understand. However, these two people thought too much, wanting to shoulder everything themselves. The key was that they did not have the capital to shoulder it now. The human race also needed to face all of this, sooner or later. If they did not face it today, at least one of them would die. Sooner or later, they would still have to bear all of this. Heavenly King Subduer saw it too clearly. He had presided over the human world for 8,000 years, allowing the human world and the catacombs to fight, watching countless humans die in battle. Some things were gained only with sacrifice. If not, where would there be neo-martial arts? If not, he was afraid that he would be in danger. If not, the emperor's plan would fail, maybe they would start all over again. When that time came, the one presiding over the human world might not be him. "Kid, do you dare to try?" Heavenly King Subduer goaded him. "If it's done, the merit will be immeasurable. If not, the human race will be fine anyway. You'll just be in danger yourself. How about that? I keep feeling that you're fooling me." "Nonsense." Heavenly King Subduer said impatiently, "I'm just saying what you want to do. Let me ask you, do you want to do this?" "Yes." Fang Ping chuckled. "You're really extraordinary. You don't say. I really didn't think about this before. If this world really integrated with Earth, then Earth will indeed be developed. It's more than that. When the time comes, Zhang Lad's Renhuang path will definitely make great progress. If it's you, I'm afraid you've gained quite a bit as well. If you and little Zhang were to monopolize it, only the two of you would benefit from it." Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King transmitted his voice, "It's different now. Actually, the result is the same. But if you take a roundabout route, the two of you will be in much less danger, and more people will benefit. Do you really think that becoming a human king or human sovereign is just for show? When considering things, one had to think of others first before thinking of oneself. You do not have the breadth of mind of a sovereign personage at all." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about? Didn't I think it was impossible? I, Fang Ping, am so selfless." However, there was nothing wrong with what the subduing Heavenly King had said. One was for old Zhang and him to improve their strength alone, and the other was to improve the strength of the entire human race in return. In the end, they all improved their strength, but countless people benefited from it. Fang Ping was truly moved. This was indeed a big deal, but Fang Ping was still a little hesitant. "This deal is too big. I'm afraid I can't do it. A bunch of broken 8 and broken 9. It was a big deal, but Fang Ping felt that it would be difficult for him to complete it. It would have been fine if he had just snatched it and run, but he had to blend in with the world. There was still a difference in the difficulty between the two. Of course it's difficult. Otherwise, why would I say that it's a big deal? The subduing heavenly king said it matter-of-factly. If it was really simple, would it still be a problem for him? It was indeed difficult. Once the final barrier opens, those who have broken 9 will definitely snatch the seeds. Those who have broken 8 and 7 have a high chance of snatching some vitality. I'll think of a way to open the passageway. Your mission is to guard the passageway. When I'm in a critical moment, I'll throw the seeds in. You, kid, just have to stop people from entering. Of course, it's very dangerous. When the time comes, I'm afraid we'll all have to enter the passageway. Kid, this is a double-edged sword. If it succeeds, the human race will win. If it fails, which broken 9 will barge in and descend to the human race directly. They won't be able to restrain anything. Not only will the seeds be lost, but there will also be countless deaths and injuries in the human race. Fang Ping frowned. That was true. If someone really barged in, even if they did not kill indiscriminately, a broken 9's chi would overflow, and the human race within a 1,000-mile radius might be wiped out instantly. Too strong, they would not deliberately control anything. Once 2 broken 9 broke in order to snatch the seeds, they might not have too many scruples. Then, the casualties would be heavy. Let's wait and see. You really think highly of me. You actually let me guard the passageway. Fang Ping was depressed. You know that I've broken 8, otherwise, you're thinking too highly of me. It's okay. Find help. Heavenly King Zhen really did not expect him to complete it alone. Trick a few broken 8 to help. If you can say it, I'm afraid you can't trick them. Those broken 9, you're always carrying them? Fang Ping looked at him with some uncertainty. From what you said, you're going to do the broken 9. Heavenly King Zhen said casually, I'll try. It's not all against me. If there's any danger, I'll leave in advance. You think of a way to escape. There are many broken 9? What's wrong with that? We're involved. It's not just against us. Since you're not afraid of death, I'll fight with you. Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. He always felt that Heavenly King Zhen was leading him to death. However, thinking about it was still quite exciting. Hearing what he said, Heavenly King Zhen coughed softly and transmitted his voice again, Kid, I'm just trying. Don't take it seriously. If there's really danger, you can run directly to the human world from the passageway. Don't bring anything. Under normal circumstances, they won't make things difficult for you. Don't be so greedy for money. If you don't let go of the things, you're dead meat. I won't be able to save you either. Understood. Fang Ping's face was full of joy and excitement. This is what I like to do. Now there's an old guy who has to take the blame and restrain broken 9. Of course, I have to do it. In the Divine Emperor Hall. The heaven-suppressing Heavenly King and the Tao Tree chatted for a while. The Tao Tree was a little puzzled. He had always been the one talking, so why hadn't his master said anything? Although the Divine Emperor here was only a projection, the Divine Emperor had planned this for many years. He had also told some things to his master. The projection also understood the importance of this matter. Why are you so quiet today? Now that things had come to this, why didn't his master have any suggestions? Moreover, there were a few times when his master asked a strange question. He had already said it before, so why did he ask again? The Tao Tree looked at the God Emperor. He did not look at him directly, but secretly spied on him. He still had some doubts. Could there be a problem? There was already a problem with Renhuang's test. Could it be that there was also a problem with Master's test, but he had been paying attention to it all along? Just as the Tao Tree was thinking of this, Heavenly King Suppression also looked at him and sighed inwardly. The Tao Tree was really dumb. Did he only realize the anomaly now? I've asked so many questions, kid, it's time to go out and take the blame. Is it useful? Fang Ping asked suspiciously, I've already gotten out, but you can't. You're still trapped here. Only an idiot would believe you, right? The Tao Tree might really be stupid. Heavenly King Subduing said nonchalantly, even if we can't trick the Tao Tree, we can still trick others. Isn't that right? That makes sense. There are so many idiots in the 3 realms. There are bound to be people who will take it seriously. You're right. Scamming them one by one is another. Who knows, maybe we'll make a profit. Yes, that's the logic. Heavenly King Xian also nodded in agreement. Kid, you're not stupid after all. Since he could not deceive the Tao tree, he could deceive others. In any case, he did not lose anything. Both of them had come to an agreement. Fang Ping rubbed his palms together. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar and bellowed furiously, "How dare the Emperor God lie to me? Destroy him." As soon as he finished speaking, he tore through the air and charged towards the entrance of the hall. Behind him, Heavenly King Xian roared, "Brat, I'll help you break the door. Don't worry about me, you go first. I will definitely come back to save you." Fang Ping also let out a roar, almost crying. On his shoulder, the cat yawned. His acting skills were not good enough. The swindler and this old man were too fake. "I can't stand it anymore. Are you trying to fool a fool?" Rumble. Fang Ping threw a punch at the hall door. Heavenly King Xian also broke through the air, roaring with all his might. Crack, a small part of the palace door was torn open. "Go, quick, I can't hold on any longer. Godfather, I will come and save you." Fang Ping let out a loud roar. His eyes were blood red. His body was like a loach as he squirmed out of the narrow opening. Heavenly King Xian also wanted to escape, but his expression changed. With a rumble, the power of laws exploded, and Heavenly King Xian coughed up blood. "Bastard, how can this place stop me? Just you wait, I'll come out sooner or later." The old man let out a roar as he sensed for a moment. Then, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, snorted, and sat down cross-legged, as if he were recovering from his injuries. In Divine Emperor Palace, Fang Ping charged forward swiftly. The Tao tree was still sizing up the Emperor God when its expression suddenly changed. Heavenly King Subduing's expression also changed slightly as he said in a low voice, "Subduing actually tore the gate of laws, not good." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping charged toward him. Courting death. There was a rumble, Fang Ping's palm slammed down. The Tao tree avatar that had broken 6 was not a weakling either. Fang Ping's peak strength that had broken 7 was unleashed. Although he could not match it, it was not impossible for him to escape. He was an avatar. His real body was not far away, so he could still escape. At this moment, a cat's meow was heard. Meow. With a hint of a baby tiger's cry, the cat's mentality erupted, causing the Tao tree to stagnate for a moment. This stagnation was fatal to a powerhouse. Fang Ping's huge palm, white jade in color, landed with a rumble, bang. The avatar was blown up directly. Fang Ping's eyes moved, and he quickly grabbed a branch that was about to escape. It was also like white jade, crystal clear. "Fang Ping." On the branch, a majestic voice came. Fang Ping scolded angrily, "You and your disciple dare to bully me, courting death." Force outburst, gray energy spread rapidly on the white jade branch. A muffled groan was heard, like a bubble bursting. With a rumble, the white jade branch cracked slightly. Fang Ping grabbed the branch and unleashed his full strength, soaring into the sky. Holding the branch in his hand, he struck the sky with all his might, bang, the void was torn apart. Suddenly, a few white jade roots that were the same color as the branch in his hand appeared in the void. Fang Ping snorted coldly, tossing the white jade branch in his hand. "Explode. You." Boom, the void exploded. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of rule power gathered, and Fang Ping landed quickly. Above the firmament, the power of the rules erupted in an instant and charged toward the roots. "Bastard." With a hint of anger, the Tao tree was a little annoyed. At this time, in the Emperor Palace, Heavenly King Subduing also came through the air, growling, "How dare you!" Having said that, he slapped his palm toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping held, "Watch me destroy you." The two of them fought in an instant. The torn void gradually began to recover. Whether the Tao tree's roots were completely destroyed, Fang Ping could not be bothered. While fighting with the Emperor God, he transmitted his voice, "Old Zhen, do you think he believes it? Is he an idiot? I don't know." Heavenly King Subduing was speechless, saying casually, "It's up to him whether he believes it or not. Maybe he really is an idiot." Stop talking nonsense and quickly find the heaven-breaking jade. This guy is probably going to pass through all the checkpoints soon. It will take some time to pass through all the checkpoints. I'll get rid of this hidden danger first. Fang Ping quickly threw a storage ring to him. This is Yi's storage ring. Previously, there were some leaves from the Dao tree. I gave them to the God Creation Envoy. Don't tell me it's with him? If it's with him, then I can't get it now. He can only pray for himself. If it's with him, then he's unlucky. Who cares if he lives or dies? Heavenly King Subduing could not be bothered. If the God Creation Envoy summoned the Emperor God, then it was his own bad luck. Of course, the probability of the Emperor God killing him was not high. Heavenly King Subduing searched quickly. Soon, a crystal jade appeared in his hand. In Fang Ping's opinion, it did not seem to be much different from ordinary energy blocks. There were many of these things in Heavenly King Yi's storage ring. Now it seemed that he had been negligent. This is a good thing, used to open up a space passageway. In the past, there was an emperor who suggested that the three realms build a teleportation array, hoping to open up a space passageway. Unfortunately, it was discovered that this thing was very rare, so the matter of the teleportation array was put on hold. As Heavenly King Subduing spoke, he quickly struck out vitality handprints, one after another, mentality erupting. At this moment, in the void, there were faint signs of shattering. Someone chuckled and said, "Subduing, it's actually you. Why did you ruin my plan? This old man will not attack you when he descends, cut the crap. If you have the ability, just enter with your real body. What's the point of descending? Fellow cultivator, you must be joking." In the void, there was no one to be seen, only a voice. Once this old man's real body arrives, this place will instantly shatter. The seed also knows our strength. I'm afraid that even the projection will escape. Fellow cultivator, why do you have to make things difficult for this old man? When the emperor arrived, this place would immediately shatter. Not to mention the shattering, the seed projection would also disappear. Only by descending directly to the site of the seed would there be a chance of capturing it. Heavenly King Subduing was naturally clear about this. He sneered and said, "Then there's nothing we can do. Who asked you to not have the ability to come? Go play by yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he blasted out a punch. The surroundings shattered. With a rumble, a dazzling light erupted from the white jade. Pfft. It was also like a bubble bursting. Heavenly King Subduing said quickly, "I've already wiped out his aura. This guy can't locate here now. Unless he barges in from the outside, otherwise, he won't be able to come in. But be careful. If you cut off his idea of descending, this old man may very well send out a clone." Previously, the Divine Emperor could descend directly. Naturally, there was no need to send out a clone. But now, it was very difficult to say. Heavenly King Subduing did not delay either. Waves of mentality were released, densely covering the entire heaven-breaking jade. Very quickly, he threw the heaven-breaking jade to Fang Ping and said, "You take it. It's fine now. If you encounter the passageway that unquestionable sword opened up in the past, there will be some reaction. If you want to open up the passageway, throw the heaven-breaking jade in. If it doesn't work, just use it as a means of escape. Set a random location and then escape. Don't worry about anything else." At this point, Heavenly King Subduing still reminded him to run if he could. As for integrating the seed into Earth, it was just a casual remark. This place was going to be chaotic soon. At this point, Heavenly King Subduing said again, "I'm afraid the Dao tree can't monitor this side now. Since we're putting on a show, we should go all the way. I'll let you attack later. You kill me with one punch. I'll revive later." "Huh? Kill you?" Fang Ping said gloomily, "You're not a projection. If I kill you, won't you be gone? Get lost. Do you think I'll be killed so easily?" Heavenly King Subduing was speechless. He was just pretending, and you took it seriously. Do you think I don't know how to pretend to be dead and then condense again? He was just hiding it from the Dao tree. Of course, it was up to him whether he believed it or not. After all, Heavenly King Subduing did not really expect to hide it. At the same time that these two decided to continue the act. In the main hall. The Dao tree's expression fluctuated for a while. With a cold snort, he suddenly got up and walked out of the main hall. Fang Ping, this bastard, ruined his plans. Was the master in the Divine Emperor Palace still the master? At this moment, he was not too sure either, subduing, not necessarily, in the Dragon Confinement Hall, Zhen and Fang Ping worked together to break the gate of the rule. That gate of the rule could not be broken without the strength to break 2 gates. Fang Ping needed at least the help of a martial artist who had broken 8 to break through. If it was Zhen in the Divine Emperor Palace, did it not mean that the one in the Dragon Confinement Hall was a clone that had broken 8? This was the strength that only emperors had. It shouldn't be Zhen. Could it be another emperor in disguise? Or am I being too paranoid? The Dao tree was a little confused. He could not help but be confused. If it was Zhen in disguise, it was still possible. But Zhen's clone had broken 8, he still could not believe it. Fang Ping did not think much about this. He did not consider this either. The Heavenly King Subduing's clone went all out and tore the power of the rule in an instant. He was in a hurry to act, so he did not care about this. A clone that had broken 8, under normal circumstances, an emperor's clone could break 7. If there was a divine weapon as a foundation, it could break 8. If there was a divine weapon, coupled with some other precious treasures and some flesh and mentality, it might be possible to forge a clone that had broken 9. But below emperors, even a powerhouse that had broken 9 might not be able to forge a clone that had broken 8. The Dao tree was also a little hesitant, not too sure. But there was something wrong with that projection. At this moment, he could not care too much. Fang Ping should have discovered his existence, otherwise, he would not have deliberately broken the firmament and used the power of the rule to destroy his roots. I wanted to wait, but I can't wait anymore. The Dao tree could not wait anymore. He walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, it was a vast expanse. The Dao tree did not care about this, growling. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Between heaven and earth, the shadow of a big tree that covered the sky appeared. The tree was so tall that its top could not be seen. It was straight up, its whole body like jade. Even some of its leaves were like white jade crystals. At this moment, countless roots were rooted in the void between heaven and earth. Those roots were also incomparably thick, crystal clear. Break! A majestic roar sounded. In the next moment, countless roots spread. At this moment, if one stood on the tree crown and looked down, they would see a shocking scene. 13 light clusters, surrounding a huge light cluster, which was the light cluster where the Dao tree was located, circled, forming a circle. The light cluster where the Dao tree was located was the center of the circle. At this moment, the light cluster where the circle was located, white jade-like roots spread out. These roots quickly spread toward the 13 light clusters. Originally, there were already some roots spreading out. However, a few parts had already broken. Just as the roots were spreading in large numbers, rumble. In the void, waves of the power of the rule erupted, bombarding the roots of the Dao tree. On the roots of the Dao tree, a thin layer of the power of the rule also erupted, avoiding the destruction of these rules. This was the benefit of passing the 13th round, concealing the rule. This was also the reason why he was unwilling to let Fang Ping pass the 13th round. Because the power of the rule would become his powerful artifact in this round. He could avoid it, but the others had to bear it. Combine. At this moment, the majestic voice sounded again. Countless roots spread out from the light cluster in the center, like claws, instantly grabbing the other light clusters. With a loud roar, these claws grabbed the light clusters and converged toward the light cluster in the center. They moved slowly, battle heavenly palace. Heaven and earth shook. The roars were endless. Outside the battle hall, Battle Heavenly the Arch looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he laughed. He stopped patrolling the hall and walked toward a small house at the side, going back to rest for a while. 2Cat also followed him in. The boy looked at the sky, revealing a look of anger. He did not want to see these rounds combine. If they did, it would mean that his master was leaving. At this moment, in the small house where Battle Heavenly the Arch was, a voice came. Don't let anyone see you. Go to sleep for a while. Master. Go. A look of sadness flashed in the boy's eyes. He stared at the sky, as if he could see through the firmament, saw those branches, and let out a low humph. Dao tree, how dare you? I will settle this score with you sooner or later. However, his master had his own plans. This time, his master was also preparing. Although he did not know what his master was preparing, after preparing for so long, he could not ruin his master's plans. The boy did not say anything else and quickly burrowed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground returned to normal as if nothing had happened. At the side, the originally closed hall suddenly opened. Someone walked out. Warlord was still in this round. Yes, he was still there. In this round, he was fascinated by the battle techniques and had not left. Warlord walked out and looked at the sky, revealing a look of confusion. What's wrong? The doors of the hall suddenly opened. The sky changed color and there were endless roars. Was this place going to be destroyed? He was not the only one here. At this moment, King Kuan walked out as well. He was also in this round. After breaking through Dongwang's round, he was teleported here. King Kuan looked up at the sky and frowned slightly. He did not care about the people around him. Soon, he looked at the independent small house. Just as he was about to step forward, a voice sounded. Hong Kuan, long time no see. Let's not meet again. It's just a phantom. Seeing it will only add to my sadness. Battle, Hong Kuan frowned slightly and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. I did not take a look when I came to the battle hall back then. I missed many things. Thank you for the cultivation technique. Is this place going to be destroyed? Soon. Hong Kuan wanted to say something but stopped. He did not say anything else and continued to look at the sky. Battle Heavenly the Arch, in the past, he had also been to the battle hall. It was open to the public and anyone could read it. When he passed by the battle hall and saw those books, he glanced at them and did not care. Today, however, he had gained a lot. He felt a little regretful that he did not stop in the past. Otherwise, perhaps Hong Kuan could also break through 9 today. Of course, the past was the past. It was useless to regret it. Today's gains were not small. At least there were gains this time. That bastard Fang Ping had messed up the other checkpoints. Now that he thought about it, the other rounds were actually not important. To him, any treasure or life force was within his reach. Knowledge was priceless, especially this kind of extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor's martial Tao analysis method. It was a great reference for him. Unfortunately, you were born too late. Hong Kuan glanced at the small house and said this almost inaudibly. He still remembered his father's evaluation of Zhan. 3,000 years earlier, the talent of a heavenly emperor. Unfortunately, he was born too late. Zhan was born at the end of elementary martial arts. When elementary martial arts was about to retire from the stage, Zhan was born. The 9 emperors had all proven their Tao. The 3 emperors had already become extreme Tao emperors. Zhan became the disciple of the 3 emperors and sought guidance from the 3 emperors. He actually caught up with the others and proved his Tao before the myriad Tao battle came to an end. It was just a short 1,000 years. Thinking of this, Hong Kuan also felt a little upset. He was not much younger than Zhan. To be honest, he was also born at the end of elementary martial arts. They were both people of the same era. Zhan, on the other hand, had proven his Tao a long time ago. As for him, at that time, he had just become a saint. The heavenly court had been established for many years before he had proven his Tao and become a heavenly king, one of the 8 kings. His father was such a proud person. He looked down on this and that, but he looked at Zhan in a different light. He taught him and Hongyu that Zhan was also their goal. When they were young, they did not understand and were quite jealous. Now, when he thought about it, it was a different feeling. Just as Hong Kuan's expression was complicated, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the house. It said curiously, "Ah, so familiar. Is this the son of the earthly emperor? When I was young, I gave him cat urine to drink. Oh, also, Big Blackface spanked his butt. That's right, Old Man North spanked his butt too. This cat quite likes him. Letting him drink cat urine is a blessing to him." Hong Kuan's face turned green. Cat, why was that cat here? wasn't it with Fong Ping? Was Fong Ping here? At this time, someone in the house laughed and said, "Shut up, don't be noisy. Take a good rest." Alright. We'll see Big Cat later." Hong Kuan seemed to understand and was a little depressed. Cat's projection, exposing him once was not enough. He actually did it a second time. Back in the Spirit Emperor dojo, this stupid cat had also exposed him once. King Kuan was too lazy to say anything more. He continued to stare at the sky. At this moment, the sky seemed to be pierced by something. It was not as if. Very soon, a crystal-like root really pierced the void. At this moment, this crystal root began to expand. Like a water pipe, it became hollow. The Dao tree had to pass through all the checkpoints. The root was the channel, guiding everyone into the final checkpoint. Hong Kuan frowned. Dao tree, what was this guy trying to do? So powerful. In this place, it could actually pierce through heaven and earth. Moreover, the rules did not seem to attack him. He did not go up hastily. Otherwise, if the rules exploded, he would not be able to withstand it. After watching for a while, Hong Kuan casually glanced around and saw Warlord. Warlord was actually deliberately avoiding him. However, compared to Hong Kuan's strength, it was useless no matter how Warlord hid. Warlord saw Hong Kuan looking over and smiled. He cupped his fists and was extremely polite. "The Heavenly King is my godfather." "King Kuan, have you seen my godfather?" The corner of Hong Kuan's mouth twitched. "Godfather, your ancestor, what kind of godfather are you?" However, thinking about it, it seemed like there was such a thing. He had heard of it before. Harumphing, King Kuan was too lazy to care. He had lost the last connection with his King Kuan seal. Obviously, it was taken away by Fong Ping. King Zhen did not die. The one who died was Yuan Gang. He also felt it. Since Fong Ping did not kill King Zhen, he was also too lazy to deal with a weakling like Warlord. He was merely a peak emperor level, one step away from becoming a saint. He did not care about such a weakling. Moreover, Warlord's godfather was the Heavenly King. Fong Ping was considered his younger brother. He was also too lazy to fight to the death with those two fellows for such a small character. Seeing that King Kuan ignored him, Warlord grinned. Godfather was still useful at the crucial moment. At the same time, similar scenes were happening in the other stages. Emperor of Heaven reverses stage. King Qian and the others walked out and looked at the sky. They frowned and said nothing for a long time. The God-crafting messenger watched for a while and chuckled. "Good material. Cut it and you can make a relic artifact. It's not just one but a set." Hearing this, the underworld god and monster monarch's eyes flickered. Set, the path tree was powerful. If they killed the path tree and asked the God-crafting messenger to make a relic artifact, they might be able to make a set. Such a good material was probably hard to find in the three realms. Emperor of Heaven extermination stage. Skyarm and some beginner martial artists were stopped. At this moment, Skyarm looked at the sky and then at Annihilation. He snorted. "Annihilation, it's useless for you to stop us. Looks like someone still wants us to go over." Emperor of Heaven extermination said, "Skyarm, it's not easy to live to this day. Do as you see fit." Emperor of Heaven extermination frowned and ignored him. He was an old acquaintance. Emperor of Heaven tyrant stage. Feng had been sitting with her legs crossed. She opened her eyes and looked at the sky. Emperor of Heaven tyrant was also looking at the sky with vacant eyes. Feng looked at the sky and then at Emperor of Heaven tyrant. She shook her head. What a pity, this man was no longer Emperor of Heaven tyrant. Otherwise, given Emperor of Heaven tyrant's personality, he would have gone to the sky and asked who dared to extend their claws into his territory. It's not him after all. With a sigh, Feng slowly stood up and looked up into the sky. Was the Dao tree about to begin? At this moment, all the powerful warriors were looking at the sky. They were all waiting. Even if they could break the roots of the path tree, no one did it. Those who were capable knew a little. Those who were not capable didn't have the guts to break it. They were eager to stay away from the place surrounded by rules. Many tunnels were formed. The roots were hollow, revealing a tunnel. Warriors of the three realms, please enter this path. Opportunities are all here. A majestic voice resounded in all the stages. The path tree was about to open the final stage. What a good, all the opportunities are here. Divine Emperor pass. Fang Ping laughed and said telepathically, "Old ghost, are you really not coming with me?" Powerhouses are always the finale. The heavenly king that he had killed with one slap was now gone. Of course, he would appear again as a divine emperor soon. However, as a powerhouse, the heavenly king felt that he had to have a reputation. If he went now, would he not lose face? Psycho, go if you want. Fang Ping said no more. After waiting for a while, he stepped into the air. Waiting was to wait for the others to go together, lest he went alone and was killed by the Dao tree. When it was about time, Fang Ping stepped into the air and walked straight into the passageway in the middle, laughing loudly. Halfway there, break. Use the power of the rule to kill me, then I'll respect you. Otherwise, you're just trash. Fang Ping did not care after saying that. The power of the rule would not take the initiative to attack him. He had true blood, in that case, he was just testing the Dao tree. If he really took the initiative to break, he might be able to get rid of the surveillance and see if he could hide in the rule void. The Dao tree did not take the initiative to break the passageway. He did not want these people to come here to kill them now. If there was no purpose, why would he expose this place and lure so many people here? One by one, the powerhouses pondered for a moment and stepped into the passageway. Since they were here, they would meet the Dao tree. Soon, the figures of powerhouses appeared in the passageways. Fortune came from danger. How could the dangers of the three realms be less than here? Over the past year, the battles did not stop. One died after another. Even if the Dao tree broke 9, so what? The final pass. The roots were all connected to different places. Not long after the Dao tree sent out the invitation, someone arrived. The first to arrive was none other than the Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Hound walked out of a passageway. Its eyes were not eyes, and its nose was not a nose. It looked up at the towering Dao tree, tilted its dog eyes and glanced at the Dao tree. With a snort, its body suddenly grew. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, in the blink of an eye, a huge golden dog appeared on the spot. It's you. The Heavenly Hound seemed to have thought of this person as well. It slanted its doggy eyes and said savagely, I've seen you before. So you're the one who manipulated me in the dark. Tell me, were you the one who manipulated Spirit Empress to kill me? Say it, isn't it? The Heavenly Hound was infuriated. It didn't go too smoothly in the trials. First, it was beaten up by the Heaven Tyrant Emperor. Although it managed to retaliate, it was just an illusion and not the real body. Then, he was beaten up many times by Emperor Ling Huang, and was almost beaten to death. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he felt. Why did you beat me? It must be the tree trunk's doing. The Dao tree did not speak, nor could he be bothered to respond. The Heavenly Hound's eyes flashed with a fierce light. How dare you ignore me? It could sense the Dao tree's aura. It wasn't too obvious, as this fellow had restrained his aura. However, it was inevitable that he would be powerful. But who had the Heavenly Hound ever been afraid of? Just as Tengu was about to flip out, someone arrived. Luan Luan carried a huge sword and walked out with a smile. When he saw the Heavenly Hound, his expression changed instantly and he shouted, You dog, I can't believe I met you here. Watch my godly sword of killing dogs. Kill. With a loud shout, the huge sword pierced through the air. The Heavenly Hound was furious. Chaos, you still dare to provoke me. He had fought with Luan Luan for many years, and time again, Luan Luan fled in panic. This guy actually dared to provoke him. Come, I'll kill you and eat dog meat hot pot. You dog, you don't know, right? Recently, I've killed countless dogs and ate 100 of them a day. Bite you to death. The Heavenly Hound roared and bit towards him. At the same time, an iron chain appeared and instantly broke through the void. With a loud boom, it sent Luan Luan's sword flying. The big sword shot out. At this time, another person appeared. Sherpa grabbed the big sword and said with a smile, the two of you fight with each other. It's not appropriate for you to attack me, right? Brother Sher, let's join hands and kill this dog. The one guarding the bathhouse, kill him. The two of them spoke at the same time. Sherpa shrugged his shoulders. I'm not interested. If you guys want to kill me, then kill me. Don't drag me into the water. What's with the ruckus? Be quiet. The God Creation messenger walked over. At the same time, many powerhouses walked out of the tunnel. The high-spirited King Qian, the gentle Hong Yu, the cold Hongkuan, the weathered Feng, underworld god, heaven's arm, and the third beginner martial artist to break 8. Apart from these beginner martial artists, there were also several beginner martial artists that broke 7 and 6. All the powerhouses were here, Emperor of Heaven reverses level. Heaven's Fate was also watching. He did not plan to go. He just wanted to watch the show. Why would he go and court death? He was about to go back to Cultivate when he heard a bang. Heaven's Fate flew up, Emperor of Heaven Reverse took his foot back and murmured, no one will stay in this level. Someone did not leave, Emperor of Heaven Reverse was surprised. Why was Emperor West's son like this? Jiang Hao and King of Thunder had left but Heaven's Fate did not, he did not see this coming either. He had to give him a kick. F***CK, Heaven's Fate cursed. I'm not going, damn it. This place did not look like a good place. All the powerhouses had gone there. God knew how many beginner martial artists had broken 8. Plus, Fong Ping, the god of plagues would definitely go. A small matter would become a big one. God knew how many people would die this time. He would not go. Who kicked him? Emperor of Heaven Reverse, damn it. Was this old man a clone? Otherwise, why did he kick him in? I want to go back. He flew back quickly after he was kicked into the tunnel. He would not go back no matter what. However, after a short while, he found his way blocked. Yes, it was blocked. Heaven's Fate was flustered and exasperated. He was blocked. It was more dangerous to stay in the tunnel. If the tunnel was broken, the power of rules would erupt and he would die in an instant. Humph. Heaven's Fate snorted. He suppressed his pounding heart. Let's go. I'm not afraid, he would find a place to hide. He did not believe that there would not be a place to hide. Strong or weak, it was fine. At the moment, almost everyone who came to the secret realm was moving forward. Of the hundreds who came, not many were left. Not many heavenly kings died. Strictly speaking, there was only one, Heavenly King Yi. Yuan Gang was also a heavenly king who advanced to the later stage. But saints, emperors, true gods, many of them died. Especially the few stages that Fong Ping went through. He did not deliberately kill people, but some powerhouses still died. The final stage. This stage was very, very big. It was bigger than everyone expected. It was like a planet. On the planet, there was only one building, a temple. Which was the temple where the Tao tree stayed earlier. The others arrived one after another. At this time, Fong Ping walked out of the tunnel. Taking a look at the gigantic Tao tree and the equally gigantic heavenly hound, Fong Ping smiled and saluted everyone. At this moment, the others also looked at Fong Ping. Their eyes flickered, silent. This guy was here, the craziest guy in the 3 realms. Good place. Fong Ping exclaimed. He said as soon as he arrived, everyone, the rewards are not small. Looks like someone might become an emperor this time. Almost everyone who survived until this point had gained something. This included Boundless Force whom he had not met. This stupid bull, still in its bull form, ran toward Fong Ping excitedly. This guy was already an emperor, and a peak one at that. He was almost the same as a battle king. This was unexpected. Fong Ping had not met Boundless Force. His ancestor, Water Power, had met him a few times. His ancestor was still a saint, but this guy was already a peak emperor. Fong Ping did not know how he cultivated. Seeing Boundless Force running toward him, Fong Ping laughed. This stupid bull acted as if he had seen his father, forgetting his ancestors. No, why was he scolding himself? He was not a bull. Boundless Force, you're still alive? Boundless Force ran quickly, saying miserably, I'm alive, Lord King Human. I miss you so much, your cultivation is not bad. It's quite fast, Fong Ping praised him. Li Wuji responded pitifully. Before Fang Ping could ask anything, the cat on his shoulder leaped out. With a rumble, it pinned Li Wuji to the ground. He could not even struggle to get up. The cat sat on his head and asked curiously, "Little bull, how did you become stronger?" "Sky Emperor." Boundless Force struggled for a while and stood up with difficulty. He said shakily, "Little bull, I've been cultivating in South Palace until now." As soon as he said this, Water Power was a little surprised. This descendant of his had cultivated to this stage at Master's place? How did he cultivate? He was really fast. The cat also smelled it and said, "I went to Old Man Nan's place too." Why didn't he become stronger? Boundless Force wanted to say something but stopped. However, when he saw the cat looking like it was going to dig his flesh, he said hurriedly, Isn't there a bull there? I thought I wouldn't go and just stay here. That bull kept harassing me. In a fit of anger, I stewed it. Every time I stewed it, I ate it, and every time I ate it, it appeared again, and then I became so strong." The surroundings were eerily quiet. Originally, a weakling like Boundless Force was making a fuss here. They would have killed it with a slap. However, Boundless Force had a close relationship with the humans. Everyone pretended not to hear it. But now, how did it become stronger? Ate that bull countless times? On the other side, Water Power's old face was stiff. That was his projection, wasn't it scattered previously? Why would it appear again? Also, it was fine if it appeared, but this unfilial descendant of his dared to eat it. Water Power was about to vomit blood. He had eaten it countless times. Water Power was choking. Fang Ping understood a little. That bull was actually a combination of rule power and life force. He did not expect that Boundless Force would want to eat that bull. That bull more or less carried some of Water Power's shadow. Under the situation where they were of the same lineage, Boundless Force ate this bull and ate it countless times. No wonder his strength had skyrocketed. Among the crowd, some wanted to laugh. After thinking about it, they held it in. Stop laughing, Water Power's family's little bull was really daring. Even his own ancestors had been eaten countless times. Of course, this was just a digression. Among the crowd, there were some who had improved even more than Water Power. The inconspicuous Gong Yuzi had actually released the aura of a heavenly king. This demon emperor's teacher had silently proven his heavenly king Dao. The viceroy was still alive, but his aura was a little weak. He did not gain any benefits and even lost a lot of vitality. The 3 saints from the emperor's bloodline, including Yuan Gang, had all fallen. Weiyu Mountain's venerable Emperor Qing Tong was currently extremely low-key. Standing behind the crowd, he had actually become a heavenly king. It was unexpected, but not unexpected. This former southern sect leader seemed to have proven his heavenly king Dao. However, there was some fear in his eyes when he looked at Fang Ping. Heavenly King Yi was dead. As for Heavenly King Yi, he was actually his martial uncle. He was also considered a member of the Divine Emperor's bloodline. The number of heavenly kings did not decrease. Instead, there were more. Fang Ping saw Li Hansong, who had already forged his flesh and blood. At this moment, he was actually mixed in the ranks of beginner martial artists. As for Ji Yao, Hua Yu, and Hua Qi Dao, they were not dead either. They did not leave Heavenly Emperor Zhan's stage at all. They had been reading all this time. King Pingshan was also there. This fellow did not leave either. There was also the inconspicuous King Huai, his aura obscure. However, Fang Ping's strength was strong. At a glance, he sensed for a while. The Saint Realm was stable, much stronger than when he had just entered the Saint Realm. Many powerhouses had fallen. However, today's 3 realms' heavenly kings were more than in the past. Especially those who had broken through to 8th realm. There were really more and more of them. Tens of thousands of years of accumulation, until today, were all exploding. Fang Ping no longer cared about Water Power. He looked around and laughed. Everyone, why are you all looking at me? I'm not the mastermind behind the scenes. Really, what's the point of looking at me? Everyone was looking at him. Fang Ping also felt that it was very strange. What's wrong with me? Although I'm outstanding, I've just arrived. It's not like I came before all of you. Didn't you see such a huge heavenly dog and Dao tree? Everyone frowned. Hong Kuan said in a low voice, "Where's Heavenly King suppression?" "He's trapped." Fong Ping said casually, "This is the work of the God Emperor. It's probably done together with this Dao tree." "Whatever." King Kuan frowned again. "Trapped? How was that possible? You must be kidding me." Fong Ping did not want to say more. After looking around for a while, he said slowly, "This is strange. Back then, after unquestionable Jian came here, he returned in despair. I always thought that there was something here that made him despair. But this place is barren. What stimulated unquestionable Jian?" Fong Ping was really curious. What stimulated unquestionable Jian in the past? Although there was a tree in this place, it should not have made him despair, right? After returning, unquestionable Jian reincarnated not long after. This was not his style. Obviously, he was stimulated. As soon as he said that, the Dao tree that was still maintaining the passageway suddenly closed those passageways. Its huge figure shrank instantly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human form. Not quite the same as Yi Luo from before. Very young, dressed in a green Taoist robe, a smile on his face, very suave. Looking at Fong Ping, he said softly, "Fellow Taoist Mo did come here in the past." "Dao tree?" Fong Ping looked at him and said with a smile, not pretending anymore. "Wasn't it Yi Luo previously? Make it clear. Why did you ask you to let us come here? Making such a big commotion, don't say that it's a free gift. He schemed against us. I'm afraid it was also you who instructed him." Someone wanted to say something but stopped. Actually, Hong Kuan and the others really wanted to scold. "Did he ask you to come? Don't you know how you came here?" Heavenly King Yi did not expect Fong Ping to come at all. In the end, he even lost his life. Fong Ping, this fellow, came uninvited and shamelessly snuck into the divine sect. Now he was saying that Heavenly King Yi schemed against him. The Dao tree glanced at him and did not want to talk to him anymore. He glanced around and looked at the few broken eights. According to his plan, it would be enough to communicate with the few broken eights. In the end, everyone was looking at him and Fong Ping. No one interrupted. Including Li Zhu and the others, because this fellow Fong Ping could talk. He dared to say anything and would say anything. As powerhouses, they more or less had to pay attention to their demeanor. Fong Ping would not care. It was better to let Fong Ping do it. The Dao tree's expression did not change, but there was something strange in his heart. These people had a grudge against him before. He had seen them fighting in the main hall. But now, the Dao tree suppressed his emotions and looked at Fong Ping again, saying with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Fong, don't try to get close to me." Fong Ping did not approach him, saying with a smile, "Just say it. What do you want, how you should do it, how much you should get? Say it clearly and we'll do as we see fit. Although you've broken 9 and your vitality force is close to 50 million calories, you don't care about 3 to 5 broken 8s. But there are many broken 8s. Fong, King Kuan, Hong Yu, they've all broken 8, and 2 at that. They're not afraid of you." The few broken 8s who were mentioned were a little speechless. The Dao tree also frowned slightly, saying softly, "Fellow Daoist, you've misunderstood. I haven't broken 9 either." Fong Ping said lightly, "You're not an idiot." "Who here is an idiot?" You ask, who's an idiot? Who's an idiot who'll believe you've broken 8? It's fine if you bluff some weaklings, but which one of us hasn't seen it before? Fong Ping laughed again. It doesn't matter who's broken 8 or 9. Speaking of benefits, if the benefits are big enough, say you want to kill the Emperor God now, we'll do it with you. Boom, the Dao tree's aura erupted. His gaze was sharp as he looked at Fong Ping, saying in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, trouble comes from the mouth. How dare you say such words so easily? The Emperor is supreme, very strong." Fong Ping took a step back slightly, avoiding the aura lock, laughing. "I'm being serious. It's not like we haven't done this before. Just a few days ago, we finished killing the Emperor. Unfortunately, we didn't succeed. Of course, there weren't as many broken 8s back then as there are now. Now, with your broken 8s, there's hope of killing the Emperor. At this realm, what Emperor is supreme? Are you trying to fool a child? If others can become emperors, so can we." Fong Ping said impatiently, "Just say it. Kill the emperor or kill someone else. If you can't do it, I'll kill you. You've broken 9 anyway, and you're even the most difficult monster plant to break 9. There's a lot of good stuff. If I kill you, there might be huge benefits. Fellow Feng. The Dao tree's aura erupted, locking onto Feng Ping again. Spiky, with this guy around, he could not speak properly. Moreover, every word he said was against the world's will. He was too bold, daring to say anything. Kill the emperor, kill him, what an audacious person. Feng Ping's aura also erupted. The strength of peak broken 8s was undoubtedly revealed. This time, he did not retreat. He laughed. What? Kill to silence us? You want to kill us? Is this a trap? If I ask you to say it, just say it. What's so great about broken 8s? In Feng Ping's source world, the clone had already started moving the Dao, preparing to install it. Install the Heavenly King Dao. If the Dao tree really wanted to cause trouble, he would immediately become a broken 8s powerhouse, lest he was killed by him directly. The God Creation Envoy quietly moved closer to Feng Ping. Sherpa and Luan also revealed some of their aura with a smile, locking onto this side. The Heavenly Hound was still incomparably huge. However, at this moment, there was an additional cat on its head, stepping on its head, making it smaller. King Kuan and the others did not make a sound, nor did they show their attitude. However, the Dao tree was still a little surprised to be locked onto by so many broken 8s. These people, how dare they? They knew that he was a broken 8s. If it was in the past, he could be called an emperor or an extreme venerable emperor. Today, these people actually dared to unleash their killing intent on him. He had not returned to the 3 realms for 10,000 years. Had the 3 realms changed so much? Silence. The others, who were not heavenly kings, retreated one after another. Of course, there were also heavenly kings who retreated, such as the shame of a heavenly king, Celestial Pole. He was afraid, damn, there were too many powerhouses. It was really scary. Everyone ignored him. The lunatic Celestial Pole of the past was now dead. Only the coward Celestial Pole was still alive. They could just pretend that he did not exist. The atmosphere was a little tense. A little solemn, a great battle could break out at any time. The Dao tree suppressed the unhappiness in his heart. He, who had a broken 8s, could have become an emperor in the past. However, he was provoked today, which made him feel a little disappointed. However, business was still more important. At this moment, the Dao tree suppressed everything and said slowly, fellow Daoists, there is no need to be so nervous. This time, I asked all of you to come here for the opportunity. The Dao tree said slowly, this place was left behind by the Celestial Emperor in the past. Feng Ping interrupted directly, the real Celestial Emperor or the projection Celestial Emperor? The Dao tree's gaze changed slightly. A question that hit the nail on the head. The real Celestial Emperor. The Dao tree said in a low voice, this place is not completely illusory. It is in between reality and illusion. The Celestial Emperor really came here in the past. The Imperial Palace behind me was built by the Celestial Emperor. The mystic realm can be preserved until now also has something to do with the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, this place would have disappeared completely long ago, and it would not have absorbed the projections of the emperors to guard the various passes. This place really wasn't formed naturally. How could it be so perfect if it was formed naturally? The emperors and extreme venerable emperors' projections would not have intercepted some important content and memories. This was half natural, half man-made. Feng Ping was relieved. He said that the rules of this place were quite perfect. It turned out that it was really made by people. The others' eyes also flickered. The God Creation Envoy laughed and said, is the Celestial Emperor here? Of course not. The Dao tree laughed and said, if he was really here, it would not be our turn to come here. This place was a place where the Celestial Emperor cultivated in seclusion in the past. The Imperial Palace behind him was left behind by the Celestial Emperor. The Imperial Palace is actually the most important part of this mystic realm, and also the last part. What do you mean? In the Imperial Palace, there is a heavenly gate. Open the heavenly gate, and we can get everything we want. The Dao tree looked around, looked at everyone, and said in a low voice, "Behind the heavenly gate, there is another world. The projection of the heavenly realm, there is everything we want. However, the heavenly gate is difficult to break. The heavenly emperor forged the heavenly gate and locked this world. Now, the celestial emperor has long disappeared between heaven and earth, without a trace. This is already a land without a master. Everyone, this is the opportunity that I give to you." "Wait a minute." Fang Ping interrupted again, "This is not a gift from you. Besides, you haven't gotten it yet. How can this be considered an opportunity? Fellow cultivator, the opportunity is right in front of you. You have to rely on yourself to reap it. If it was really that easy to get, I would not have summoned everyone here, would I?" The Dao tree said it calmly. "The good thing was that whether you could get it or not depended on your ability. Who would really give the opportunity to you?" Fang Ping was deliberately finding fault. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He laughed and said, "All right, then I won't talk about this. I'm not in a hurry to get the opportunity now. I'm just curious, what exactly did unquestionable Jian experience? He probably did not break the heavenly gate, right? If that's the case, you were here back then too. Can you tell us, otherwise? I really wouldn't dare to open the heavenly gate recklessly. Unquestionable Jian is not a timid person. He's suddenly afraid. I want to see, what can scare the demon emperor so much?" As soon as he said that, everyone looked at each other, and their expressions became heavier. Indeed, this place was not that simple. Unquestionable Jian probably did not break the heavenly gate, then why would he be afraid? Also, where did he get the combat heavenly palace from? Could it be this? And, heavenly emperor battle's heart, the more they thought about it, the more scared they were. This place was definitely not as simple as what the Dao tree said. Breaking a heavenly gate would do. The Dao tree looked at Fang Ping, was silent for a while, and said slowly, "Since everyone must know, then follow me into the imperial palace and you'll know." The God creation envoy looked at Fang Ping. "Go in?" Fang Ping shrugged. "What's the use of looking at me? It's my first time here too. But, since I'm here, I still have to go in sooner or later. Come, let's enter this imperial palace and take a look." "Heavenly Emperor, hee, Heavenly Emperor." Fang Ping glanced at the big dog. On the other side, the heavenly hound saw Fang Ping glancing at him. He was a little embarrassed and suddenly roared, "Why are you looking at me?" "Heavenly Emperor. This emperor doesn't know him. This emperor is the heavenly emperor. Who knew that another one would appear?" It really did not know. Of course, there were actually not many present who knew about the heavenly emperor. Those who were in the early martial arts era actually knew. Seal, God creation, underworld god, heavenly arm, these people actually knew, but the heavenly hound really did not know about this. The heavenly hound was very angry. Where did another heavenly emperor come from? It was not stupid. Listening to this tone, it was very, very strong. Moreover, there were many people who knew it. Look, when the Dao tree was talking about the heavenly emperor, those guys did not even look at it. Obviously, they knew that it was a fake. Bah, the heavenly hound cursed in its heart. "I'm not a fake." The slightly annoyed heavenly hound glared at Fang Ping and said coldly, "I haven't given you the heavenly king corpse that you owe me, wait." Fang Ping said casually as he walked, "There's a lot here. They're all warm, no hurry. You can choose later." The surroundings fell silent again. "A lot, warm, you can choose, can't you say something human? Be a human." Fang Ping did not think there was anything wrong with what he had said. Once a great battle started, how could there be no deaths? Moreover, it was obvious that a great battle was about to break out here. Soon, however, Fang Ping thought of a problem. He turned around and looked at the guys who seemed to be following behind him like underlings. Fang Ping grumbled, "Everyone, so be it if you die. Can you not self-destruct your golden body? I promised Tengu a long time ago that I would give him a heavenly king's corpse, but what happened in the end? How many heavenly kings had been killed? Not a single complete corpse was left. You only know how to self-destruct every day. Is that useful? When a heavenly king self-destructs, the power of the golden body is only SOSO. Can you leave your corpse intact next time?" Was this something a human would say? If they could avoid death, who would want to die, when he was really about to die? no matter how powerful his self-destruction was, he would at least bite him. This B***starred Fang Ping. He actually told everyone not to self-destruct even if they died. Leave the corpse for him, bastard. Hong Kuan frowned at him and said in a low voice, Fang Ping, there's no point in talking nonsense. Fang Ping said innocently, I'm serious. At least let me fulfill my promise. Otherwise, the corpses of break 6 would be enough, and the next time, it might be break 8 and 9. King Kuan snorted lightly. The rhythm of Dao Tree's footsteps seemed to have been disrupted. What an arrogant human king, the god. Creation Envoy also looked at Fang Ping in surprise. Why are you so arrogant now? This brat's strength seemed to have improved a little compared to before, but with so many broken weapons here, aren't you afraid of being surrounded and killed? Of course, the possibility was not high. Sherpa, Luan, and Tengu all seemed to have some unspeakable relationship with this brat. He was also here, and that old fellow Sky Arm was also trying to curry favor with Fang Ping. Underworld God and Illusion would probably not attack Fang Ping recklessly. Thinking about it, it seemed like there was no need to be afraid. But the Dao Tree was still here. He thought of something and transmitted his voice, where's that old ghost? He said he'll come for the finale. Don't panic, there are a lot of broken 9 on the way, waiting for the finale. A small fries are here to scout ahead. A nobody, the God-forging envoy's teeth ached. When did he fall into the ranks of a small fry? As he thought about it, the God Creation Envoy reminded him, be careful, everyone treats you as the vanguard. Kid, don't just foolishly fall for it. Once the Dao Tree makes trouble, you'll definitely be the first one he'll deal with after provoking him a few times. I know, am I that stupid? Fang Ping said telepathically, I'm just a nobody. It's just a breakthrough 7. To a big shot who is breakthrough 9, it's nothing. Those who can surround and kill him are only those at level 8. Take it easy. If he wants to use underhanded means, he can kill me in one strike. The chances of him killing a level 7 aren't high. On the other hand, the possibility of him killing an expert who had broken through 8 was not small. You guys are the ones in danger, but I'm not. You think you'll waste the chance to kill me in one hit? If he was that stupid, how could he have broken 9? As soon as Fang Ping said this, the God-forging envoy thought about it for a while and suddenly felt that it made sense and could not be refuted. That makes sense. If the Dao Tree really wanted to launch a surprise attack, would it attack Fang Ping, who did not pose much of a threat to it? I'm afraid not, only a broken 8 could pose a fatal threat to him. Of course he had to get rid of a broken 8 first. After killing those broken 8 and broken 7, wouldn't Fang Ping be at his mercy? Thinking about it carefully, the God-forging envoy was tired. He was old. No wonder this kid was so fearless, being weak also had its advantages. Everyone walked all the way forward. The huge temple was in front of them. The Dao Tree suddenly stopped, turned around, looked at the people behind him, and said with a smile, everyone, no matter what strength you have, since you're here, why don't you come in and take a look? Sometimes, opportunities were not determined by strength. Brother Celestial Pole, why did you stop? Everyone turned around. At this moment, they all saw a strange scene. Celestial Pole was walking in the opposite direction from them. They did not know where he was going. Having his whereabouts exposed by the Dao Tree, the sneaky Celestial Pole stopped in his tracks instantly. He turned around and looked at everyone, cursing in his heart, but his mouth snorted coldly, this place is so big, who knows if there are people hiding in all directions. Once we enter this imperial palace, will we be surrounded and killed here? Not only do we have to explore in all directions, we also have to explore carefully underground. You guys are the real idiots to believe in the Dao Tree so easily. There was no way to refute. Although all the powerhouses had already explored this place, it did not seem like there was any life here, and there were no powerhouses hiding. But it had to be said that there was indeed this possibility. For example, this bastard Fang Ping often liked to conceal his aura to do this. Of course, this celestial pole guy, everyone was too lazy to expose him. He was probably trying to run away. The point was, this place was sealed, did you know? Could you run away? There were barriers all around the checkpoint, all densely covered with the power of the rule. Where could you run to? Fang Ping was also speechless. Was Celestial Pole scared out of his wits? It was very strange recently, a high and mighty heavenly king, He had not seen him fight for a long time, running away when he saw people. Did this guy really not want to see some opportunities to improve himself? The more cowardly people are, the more dangerous they are. Fang Ping thought in his heart. A dog that bites does not bark. Look at King Huai. There were so many true kings in the catacombs. Life King was dead, Sky Demon King was dead, Myriad Demon King was dead. Today, there were not many who were still alive. Li Zhu was considered an accident, reaching breakthrough 8. Other than Li Zhu, the strongest person in the catacombs for thousands of years was actually King Huai, who was now a peak saint. As for Tianji, this guy was also an old antique. Even the governor was not as strong as King Huai. This time, the governor was seriously injured. It was hard to say if he could leave alive. This celestial pole guy was so cowardly. Was he hiding something, like Heavenly King suppressing? Fang Ping rubbed his chin, glancing at him suspiciously. This was not a cripple, this was a guy whose talent surpassed Hong Yu's. Hong Yu had died for thousands of years, and after his death, he had reached breakthrough 8. What about Celestial Pole? Celestial Pole became a saint 100 years later than Hong Yu, but he was much younger than Hong Yu. Since Hong Yu was killed 3,000 years ago, he began to lie low in secret. Celestial Pole's family had always been alive, living in West Palace. The Emperor's dojo usually had a lot of benefits. Fang Ping was very clear about this. Take the Spirit Emperor dojo that was about to be destroyed. Old Zhang and the rest had actually obtained a lot of benefits there. What about the complete West Palace? Water Power had opened South Palace casually. It had not been opened for thousands of years. This time, after a casual walk, he had directly entered Saint Realm. Celestial Pole did not get any benefits. Were the divine weapons and jade bone pills left by his father still there? Fang Ping's eyes were a little doubtful. On the other side, Celestial Pole seemed to sense it, his face stiff. Why was Fang Ping looking at him? He did not provoke him. Whoever the Grim Reaper targeted would be unlucky. He did not want to be targeted. Celestial Pole twisted his body, avoiding Fang Ping. Don't look at me, Fang Ping smiled, no longer looking at him. Celestial Pole. Who cares? So what if it was hidden? There were many people in the 3 realms who hid their trump cards, each of them afraid that others would know their trump cards. In the end, it was hard to say if they could use them. Trump cards were not to be hidden, but to keep breaking through. He did not have any trump cards, and now he had reached breakthrough 8. Moon Spirit had hidden jade bones before, and now it was also exposed. While Fang Ping was thinking about this, the Dao Tree glanced at Celestial Pole. Seeing that he was walking in this direction, it continued to walk toward the temple. The huge temple was very simple. It did not have a gorgeous appearance, only grandeur, incomparably huge. Previously, everyone did not care. At this moment, when they arrived, the God-forging envoy took a look at the temple and could not help but exclaim, "What a good temple! This is not simply built with the power of the rule." The Dao Tree was not surprised that he could see something. The name of the God-forging envoy was known by all the powerhouses in the 3 realms. Yes, it's not just the power of the rule. The power is very mixed, but it's mixed into one, including some origin force and origin force. The Dao Tree also looked at the magnificent temple and exclaimed, "I've been here for a long time, and I've also studied this imperial palace, and I've learned a lot. It's of great help to us, especially the integration of power into one. The Celestial Emperor who started the Origin era is indeed difficult for us to reach, no matter who it was, as long as it was an Origin martial artist, no matter what they thought, they had to admit that the Celestial Emperor had started the Tao of Origin. Today's Origin martial artists were all considered his disciples and grand disciples. The Underworld God and the others also had complicated expressions. Celestial Emperor, the leader of the beginner martial artists, one of the true leaders. Even the Underworld God and the others had actually benefited a lot from the Celestial Emperor. Actually, the Celestial Emperor did not participate in the Battle of Myriad Tao. Logically speaking, it could not be blamed on the Celestial Emperor. However, the Tao of Origin he created had subverted the beginner martial artists. In order to become an emperor, the Origin experts under him had killed many beginner martial cultivators who had dominated a region in the past. Those people were all their friends and fellow Taoists. In the end, the Origin won, the beginner martial world had declined. Now, although there were still some beginner martial continents that had not been destroyed, the beginner martial world had actually declined a lot. It was no longer the grand occasion of dominating the three realms in the past. Looking at the powerhouses who had broken through 8, it could be seen how many beginner martial artists they had. Those who had broken through 9, there was not a single beginner martial artist. The underworld god and the others had complicated looks in their eyes. Fang Ping did not feel anything. His mentality overflowed and probed. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. With his mentality, he could not penetrate the temple and was blocked by the power of the forging temple. Can this temple be preserved? If it can, this is a war fortress, can it be broken through 8? His questions were always unique. Everyone was speechless. So you want to move it away? Why do you want to move everything you like? Is the three realms yours? The Celestial Emperor's palace has stood here for countless years and no one has moved it away. You came here and already have this idea? In front, the Dao tree was also speechless. Soon, he chuckled and said, the palace can't be moved away. The palace is built on the foundation of the mystic realm. Once the mystic realm is broken, the palace will probably collapse. That's a pity. At this time, the huge temple door slowly opened. Everyone looked toward the main hall. With this look, they were stunned for a moment. From the outside, the main hall was very spacious. There was almost nothing. But it was very big. There seemed to be a door thousands of meters ahead. Sky Gate, everyone looked around and did not see anything unusual. The secret that the Dao tree said was here. Seeing everyone's doubts, the Dao tree smiled and said, everyone, follow me in and you will know. This place, there are indeed many secrets. Actually, after so many years, it is no longer a secret. Everyone is the top powerhouse of the three realms. You are also qualified to know everything. Everyone looked at each other, then at Fang Ping again. Fang Ping looked up at the sky, pinching his fingers as if calculating something. Why are you looking at me? Am I an idiot? Who knows if it will be dangerous to go in first? Look at me, want me to be the pathfinder? Dream on, Li Zhu sighed softly. If there were benefits, they should count on Fang Ping to be the first. If there were no benefits, would he be the first? This guy was smarter than a ghost. Let's go together. Li Zhu spoke, they could not count on Fang Ping. The others were not stupid either. Who knew if something would happen if they went in alone? It was safer to go together. In front, the Dao tree did not care at all. In this place, he did not plan to plot against these people. There was no need, he lured them here to break the Sky Gate, not to kill a few people. For him, nothing was more important than him becoming an emperor. The Dao tree stepped in. Although he had clearly walked into the main hall, separated by only a threshold, everyone's gaze changed. The Dao tree seemed to be in a different world from them, as if they were separated by a world. Everyone, come in. The Dao tree's voice was a little ethereal. The God Creation Envoy took a step forward, his eyes emitting a golden light, sweeping over again and again, exhaling and saying, amazing. This mystic realm is originally a virtual realm, and it has already contained Sumeru in a mustard seed. I didn't expect that in this place, the Celestial Emperor would compress the space for the second time. When everyone heard this, they understood. This imperial palace was actually not as big as it looked. There was a universe inside. The Demon Emperor wore a crown on his head and held the Beast Emperor staff in his hand. He looked handsome. At this moment, the staff pointed slightly at the hall door, poked forward slightly, and said lightly, that's right, there is a universe inside. Meow. At this time, a somewhat dissatisfied cat's meow sounded. This cat's fishing rod, so angry, the heavenly hound had only just noticed it. At this moment, a fierce glint erupted in its eyes. Big fish, how dare you snatch the stupid cat's fishing rod? The Demon Emperor frowned slightly. This is the Beast Emperor's staff. The establishment of the demon court requires this item to summon thousands of demons. This emperor can't be bothered with this. The heavenly hound's eyes flashed fiercely. You better return it obediently, otherwise, we'll see. The heavenly hound did not start fighting anytime and anywhere, but the fierce glint in its eyes never disappeared. In front, Fang Ping smiled and said playfully, Brother Heavenly Hound, it's better not to have an internal conflict now. The one who broke 9 is still here, comparable to the emperor of the past. Although there are many who broke 8 in the 3 realms now, the hearts of the people are not united. It's not just one person. It's better to stop. The heavenly hound was about to get angry when Fang Ping said lazily, Demon Emperor, it's fine if you took the Beast Emperor staff. It's used to suppress the demons. The 9 Emperor seals. Isn't it unnecessary? It's useless to have that thing. It's fine if you snatched the cat's fishing rod, but you also snatched its 9 Emperor seals. How old are you? It's really inappropriate to snatch a cat's toy. Meow. The cat meowed and muttered, this cat wants the fishing rod. It did not care about the 9 Emperor seals. If it really cared, it would not have lost it. However, it really liked the fishing rod. From the first time Fang Ping met it, this cat carried a fishing rod and hooked the catacombs king pine on its first try. Fang Ping smiled indifferently. Fishing. The fish has been eaten. What's the point of fishing? The cat lay on the heavenly hound's head, looking at Fang Ping curiously. What did he mean? The demon emperor understood. His expression did not change as he said calmly, Fang Ping, I only want to protect the demon's peace, build the demon court, suppress the demons, and not participate in the 3 realms war. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Fang Ping smiled. Demon Emperor, you misunderstood. There's no such thing. However, some things are better said in the open than in the dark. There are some things that I need. Fang Ping's tone became solemn. Just like an imperial path is right in front of you, within your reach. Will you take it or not? To me, the 9 Emperor seals is this path. If you give it to me, I will break 8. If you don't, break my path has been broken. There's no way forward. I've lost my path. You broke my path. No matter if there's hatred or not, right now, it's a monstrous hatred. You, the Demon Emperor, are also one of the strongest in the 3 realms. You should understand what I mean. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart froze, even the Demon Emperor frowned. At this moment, everyone's heart was enlightened. Yes, Fang Ping's path was broken. Now, Fang Ping's jade bones were forged. His flesh was almost at its peak. Even his force was condensed. How could Fang Ping still move forward? Now, everyone understood, he still had a path to take. The 9 Emperor seals, if they gave it to him, he would break 8. Everyone was a little surprised about this, but not really. After all, Fang Ping had broken 7 peak. Now, the 9 Emperor seals were taken away by the Demon Emperor. This was indeed equivalent to breaking Fang Ping's path. No wonder Fang Ping's tone was very unfriendly when he talked to the Demon Emperor the 2 times they met. Putting themselves in the Demon Emperor's shoes, if the path forward of the people present was broken by someone, they would also hate him to the death. The Demon Emperor's heart was a little solemn. Breaking someone's path was more serious than any hatred in the 3 realms. To these powerhouses, what was the most important? Martial arts. Now, Fang Ping's path had collapsed. His path was unclear. He needed the 9 Emperor seals to advance and prove his path as a powerhouse. If he did not give Fang Ping the 9 Emperor seals, there would be a fight. If it were him, it would be the same. Even if Fang Ping's strength was not as good as his, he would definitely not give up. Break 8. Fang Ping's words were like a heavy hammer, making many people's hearts freeze. With the 9 Emperor seals in hand, he broke 8. This speed was frighteningly fast. Hung Yu and the others looked at the Demon Emperor, their eyes flickering. They could not give it to him. Fang Ping was the scourge of the 3 realms. Now that he had broken 7, he had disturbed the 3 realms. What would happen if he broke 8? Feng frowned slightly. Was he really only breaking 8? He seriously suspected that Fang Ping had broken 8, but he was deliberately hiding his strength. If he got the 9 Emperor seals, would he reach the stage of breaking 2 gates? Motherf ****, this kid is half telling the truth. He must have something up his sleeve. At this moment, the celestial pole was also cursing silently. It would be strange if he believed him. He said it was breaking 8, but it was breaking 9, right? Anyway, he had to stay away. These people were really getting more and more dangerous now. When he saw someone standing beside him, very low-key, the celestial pole frowned again and scolded, "Get lost, don't stand with me." The White King looked at him innocently, his face full of flattery. He bowed slightly and retreated a little. The celestial pole thought about it and immediately said, "This is my temper. I'm not scolding you. Don't trick me. If you want to trick me, go to Tianji and don't come near me." The White King was embarrassed and bowed again. He did not mean it. "Hurry up and go. Let's mind our own business anyway." The celestial pole did not want to stay with him. Of course, there was no need to offend him. It was better to ease the scolding earlier. This guy could tolerate it, but he must be thinking about it. He was also a saint now. If he accidentally entered the heavenly king realm, there was no need to offend such a sinister heavenly king. The White King felt a little innocent. He did not want to trick celestial pole to death. There was no benefit, he was just scolded a little. He was used to it. He was not angry. It was a pity that the other party despised him. After thinking about it, the White King still avoided him a little. Forget it. This guy had been guarding against him. He might be the first to attack him at a critical moment. After looking around, the White King finally moved slightly, walking behind the Heavenly Hound and the cat. The Heavenly Hound ignored him. The cat looked back at him. The White King bowed and smiled, not saying a word. He stood carefully on the side. It might be safer here. It was really not safe to be a saint, the three realms were now full of danger. The cat was immune to poison. If he stayed here, Fang Ping and the others would not come here to fight. If Li Zhu and the others wanted to fight, it would be against the Dao Tree and Fang Ping. After thinking about it, the White King still did not leave. He did not leave. On the side, King Pingshan, who had moved over a long time ago, was now fat and looked particularly funny. He glanced at the White King, feeling depressed. "What are you doing? You come here too." The powerhouses of the three realms were now smarter than the last. There was no way to survive, Fang Ping and the others could not be bothered with these people's little calculations. The monster emperor did not reply. Fang Ping did not say anything. His attitude was clear, if he did not give the 9 emperor seals, he would be cutting off his own path. At a critical moment, if he attacked the monster emperor, no one could say anything. Moreover, at a critical moment, he would snatch the 9 emperor seals with the strength of a 7th breakthrough. As long as the opportunity was right, no one would stop him. However, if he said that he would snatch it after breaking 8, then Li Zhu and the others would definitely not let him succeed. "Well, I still have to maintain a 7th breakthrough for a period of time. I can't be too strong. Otherwise, it will be too scary." Fang Ping had a plan in his heart. This time, he had to hold it in fiercely. Unless he was really going to be beaten to death, otherwise, he would be a 7th breakthrough. At that time, if he could get the 9 emperor seals, his origin would undergo a transformation. Fang Ping wanted to laugh in his heart. "Go in." The god-crafting envoy sensed for a while and found that there was no danger. Everyone looked at the god-crafting envoy. The god-crafting envoy sneered and stepped in. Fang Ping also followed in. As soon as he entered, Fang Ping instantly felt the difference. It was as if he had entered another space. There was a sense of spatial transformation. The seemingly ordinary Hall of Gods was different from what Xianxia had imagined the moment he entered. It was very, very big. On the walls on both sides of the main hall, there were many murals. Lifelike, however, there was a sense of illusion, which made people feel very contradictory. Fang Ping was not the only one who looked at the murals immediately. The others also felt that something was wrong and frowned. The Dao Tree was already standing in front, also looking at the murals. Seeing everyone looking at it, he sighed and said, "The secret is in these murals. This is actually not a mural." Instead, the Celestial Emperor used a secret technique to seal some of his ancient memories. If you look at it with spiritual consciousness, you will find some differences. You will know when you feel it for yourself. There are many murals here. Some can be seen, some can't. What everyone sees is not the same. In the past, fellow Daoist Mo left dejectedly after seeing these murals. Fang Ping suddenly said, "You didn't kill people to silence them back then?" The Tao tree said lightly, back then, fellow Taoist Mo did not see me. His strength was low. Even though I was here, he did not notice. In that case, I am not a person who kills innocent people. Fang Ping glanced at him. You are such a good person, I'm afraid you have your own plans. However, he had to take a look at these murals. This matter had always been suppressed in his heart. For a person like unquestionable Jian, what did he see that would destroy his faith? This was something that made people curious. Fang Ping glanced at the god-crafting envoy and did not let him look. He gestured for the other party to protect him. Fang Ping's mentality emerged and looked at the first mural. Teacher, Fang Ping was in a trance. He heard a familiar voice, but the language was not quite the same as it was now. Ancient language, of course, with Fang Ping's powerful mentality, he could understand it even if there were no mentality fluctuations. Teacher? Fang Ping seemed to think of something and opened his eyes suddenly. In the next moment, Fang Ping realized where he was. On top of a cliff. It looked familiar. At this moment, at the top of the cliff, there was a table, and someone was drinking tea. Fang Ping's gaze swept over, and his expression changed slightly. He knew these two people, he had just met one of them not long ago, Dong Huang, the other person. His face was still illusory, but Fang Ping recognized this style, this back. In the past, he had seen it once in the divine sect. On Enlightenment Cliff, yes, Enlightenment Cliff. Fang Ping remembered, wasn't this Enlightenment Cliff? However, the Tao Enlightenment Cliff that he saw was only a boulder, not a mountain. Obviously, this was not the current Enlightenment Cliff, but the Enlightenment Cliff in ancient times. Heavenly Emperor and Dong Huang, Fang Ping took a deep breath. He did not expect to see these two people just as he looked at the first picture. In his mind, these two were top-notch powerhouses who surpassed ordinary emperors. What did Heavenly Emperor leave here? What did he want people to see? Both of them gave Fang Ping the feeling that they were very young. Although he could not see Heavenly Emperor's face, he could still feel that this person must be young. Dong Huang was the same. Dong Huang was not too handsome, but he had a square face, and he looked very mature and steady. Among the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, he had always played the role of a good guy. Fang Ping calmed down and observed himself. He was also just an illusory image. Just beside the two of them. The teacher just now came from Dong Huang's mouth. Heavenly Emperor was indeed these people's teacher, the teacher of Origin Tao. Fang Ping did not say anything, watching quietly. This should be a scene in Heavenly Emperor's memory. What would these two say? Heavenly Emperor drank his tea quietly, not speaking for a long time. Fang Ping also waited quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Heavenly Emperor put down his teacup and said softly, "Is the immortal source forged successfully?" "It's forged successfully. He is indeed the #1 blacksmith in the 3 realms. With his help, the immortal source has been completed." Dong Huang replied respectfully. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Immortal source. The celestial source was forged 10,000 years ago, but it was said that the celestial emperor disappeared 30,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he was still around? This was big news. Previously, when Mo Wuji came in, he saw the Heavenly Emperor in the Myriad World Palace. He was also talking to those people about the immortal source. The series of changes in the 3 realms came from the immortal origin. The celestial arch fell silent again. Dong Huang waited for a while before asking again, "Teacher, must we do this?" "I have no choice." "Teacher," the celestial arch gently raised his hand and sighed. "Back then, I opened up my origin source, but I ultimately wanted to transcend it. In the end, I still left behind a huge hidden danger. If we don't get rid of the hidden danger, the 3 realms will suffer greatly." But, Dong Huang was a little depressed. "But if teacher does this, they might not agree." "I know." The celestial emperor's voice was calm. "But we have no choice but to do this. I also know that on the day the immortal origin is successfully forged, perhaps, that will be the end of our master and disciple relationship." "Teacher," Dong Huang said in a low voice, "there's still a way." "There definitely will be. Teacher's wisdom surpasses the 3 realms and surpasses all living beings. In the past, you opened up the immortal source. Now, there must be a way. We don't have to take this path. There's no other way. The celestial arch was a little annoyed. I didn't think so much in the past, but in the end, I harmed the three realms. Maybe Yang and the others are right. I was really wrong. I also implicated you guys to walk on this path. In the past, I had selfish motives. I thought I could succeed. Who would have thought, sigh. Is the gap in the immortal source really impossible to fill? When Dong Huang said this, Fang Ping was slightly shocked. The immortal source, he knew what the immortal source was. It was the world behind the door. What did it mean? It can't be filled. The celestial Thearcha's voice was a little bitter. The stronger the immortal source, the bigger the hole. Previously, you guys could still suppress it and fill it. Now, there are more and more powerhouses in the three realms. If this goes on, I'm afraid the immortal source will be completely destroyed. Not only that, those who step on the immortal source will probably all die. The celestial arch sighed. It's all my greed in the past. But the immortal source can't be stopped. If it is stopped, the few of you can't suppress it either. Your strength will decline. The celestial arch was even more bitter. He could not leave or stop. If he went on, the more powerhouses there were, the more serious the problem of the immortal source would be. If he did not leave, the result would be the same. But, no buts. The celestial Thearcha's voice was old, and he said slowly, since I caused this disaster, let me solve it. It's just that you've suffered. It's what I should do. Dong Huang also let out a long sigh. Teacher, if the 9 emperors are destroyed, will it reduce the burden on the immortal source? If teacher suppresses the immortal source, there might be enough time to solve the defect of the immortal source. At that time, teacher can also revive us. The 9 emperors are destroyed, the celestial arch chuckled. Are you willing? Will Qiong be willing? Will you be willing? Teacher, the celestial arch raised his hand and interrupted him. He said softly, do as I say. Among these people, you and I are not only friends, but also master and disciple. You are also the most like me. When the immortal source stands high in the 9 heavens, they will probably know what I want to do. At that time, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to survive. Teacher. It's fine. The celestial arch smiled. This is my disaster, it starts with me, and it will end with me. The celestial arch was silent for a while, and then said, but, even if I can suppress it for a while, it will be difficult to suppress it forever. The immortal source still needs to be eliminated. It's just that the living beings of the 3 realms will suffer, but now that things have come to this, there is no other way. When the war breaks out, we will destroy the physical bodies of the living beings of the 3 realms, let them die, and temporarily alleviate the immortal source. Teacher. Dong Huang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Why don't we just kill them? Destroy the immortal source martial artists of the 3 realms. No. The celestial arch shook his head. Now, billions of living beings in the 3 realms are cultivating the Tao of the immortal source. 20,000 years ago, I thought that the more immortal source left, the more we could suppress this disaster. In the end, I was proven wrong. Slaughtering all living beings now is in vain. If you and I don't die, the immortal source's disaster will never be solved. But you and I, who is willing to die? The celestial Thearcha's tone was somewhat bitter. Back then, I led you onto this path, it was wrong. I harmed your lives, and now, I want you to die, who is willing? If the living beings of the 3 realms die, wouldn't that be returning to the ancient times? Wouldn't this universe be destroyed? Chu-Wu can still live, Chu-Wu. The celestial arch pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, 20,000 years ago, Chu-Wu was defeated in the battle of the Great Tao, and he harbored hatred in his heart. If the immortal source is destroyed, the 3 realms will probably be destroyed too. The celestial arch shook his head. So this time, we still need to suppress the strongest of the Chu-Wu lineage, to prevent them from attacking the immortal source of the 3 realms after the immortal source is destroyed. Fist God and the others have long harbored hatred in their hearts, thinking that the immortal source is heretical. If we don't suppress these people, the billions of living beings of the 3 realms will die. Then we might as well just kill them. Kill. The Celestial the Arch sighed again, even more bitter. Never mind, how many years has it been? I don't know many of my old friends from the past anymore. Suppress them. Teacher, can the future really solve this problem? I don't know. Teacher, Dong Huang was shocked. You don't know. I can't predict the future either. But the seed is still here, and the seed bestows the three realms with power. Even the immortal source is related to the seed. The only thing I can do is give the seed some time. The seed might be dormant, and I can buy some time to let the seed wake up. When it wakes up, the seed might repair everything. Dong Huang was speechless, and his face was bitter. After a long time, he said, Teacher, you want to bet on another chance? The Celestial the Arch laughed heartily. You can say so. Otherwise, in the end, you, me, Xianxia, everyone will die. If the immortal source is really destroyed, can the Chu Wu really live alone? The Celestial the Arch shook his head. I'm afraid there's no hope. Besides, the immortal source universe will collapse, and the three realms will be in chaos. I'm afraid the Chu Wu won't be able to survive again. Everything originates from me, and ends with me. The future will be left to the people of the future. Teacher. Dong Huang was agitated. Must it be like this? Xiang and the others have wild ambitions, they will definitely make a move. When Teacher preached in the past, these people were not aware of the flaws, but they still chose to step on this path. Now that the three realms is in trouble, how can Teacher bear it alone? On the path of cultivation, every step is a mistake. The Celestial the Arch chuckled. And my mistake is that my ambition is too great, and I tried to surpass the limits of the three realms. In the end, I left behind a great disaster for the three realms. Let's not talk about this, since the immortal source has been forged, let's continue. Teacher, Dong Huang's expression was a bit conflicted. After a long time, he said in a low voice, what if someone can help Teacher fill this hole? The Celestial the Arch was silent. You mean, it's difficult for one person, but it's not difficult for many. Dong Huang said in a low voice, emperors are trapped inside. The stronger the Tao, the more trapped you are. So, Teacher feels that you can only fill it yourself, in case someone in the immortal source expands the hole again. But those who are not emperors, there are still a few. No. The Celestial Thearch's voice was low. The few of them, although they are not the same batch of people as you, they are also my disciples. If you are trapped, there is still a chance to escape. If they are trapped, I'm afraid this life will be goodbye forever. Teacher, the difficulties of the three realms are not Teacher's fault alone. Dong Huang's voice was sorrowful. Since they are Teacher's disciples, at this time, they should stand up and help Teacher. Sigh, forget it, if Teacher does not allow it, let me do it for you. Don't act recklessly. The Celestial the Arch scolded. Let's not talk about others, Zhan is still your disciple, how can you do this? Teacher, there is no other way. Don't mess around, go back. The three realms will be destroyed for a period of time, you wait for the opportunity, the seed will appear again, it will definitely. At that time, it will be the time to completely solve the immortal source. At that time, can Teacher still return? Maybe. Fang Ping's head was splitting. Hearing this, he could not hear the rest of the words. Fang Ping's mentality was greatly pushed out. Very soon, Fang Ping's eyes were in a trance. When he looked around again, he was already out. However, at this moment, Fang Ping's face was gloomy. The conversation between Dong Huang and the Celestial the Arch, Dong Huang, Immortal Source, Supreme Emperor, there were many things involved, thinking of some previous guesses and some clues, he vaguely knew something. Dong Huang. Fang Ping's eyes were cold, the Immortal Source plan was proposed by the Celestial the Arch, most likely to fix some problems in the Immortal Source. And the Celestial Thearch's plan was to fix this flaw himself. At this moment, Fang Ping thought of the incomparably huge figure he saw in the world at the doorway that day. Was it the Celestial the Arch? The Celestial the Arch was not suppressed, but he suppressed everything himself. According to the Celestial the Arch, he wanted to fix this hole himself. However, Dong Huang did not seem to want to let the Celestial the Arch fix it, instead suggesting that the Supreme Emperor do it. After the immortal source plan succeeded, Heavenly Emperor Zhan suddenly pointed an arrow at the emperors. Is it to save himself, or is it for something else? Was Heavenly Emperor Zhan deceived by Dong Huang, or was it something else? Could it be that Dong Huang instigated Heavenly Emperor Zhan, causing Heavenly Emperor Zhan to explode, eventually leading to the war between the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, and Heavenly Emperor Zhan and the others were killed, becoming sacrifices to fill the hole? Why is the celestial arch still there? Or is there something that I don't know? Fang Ping's expression became gloomier. Dong Huang was a formidable enemy, a ruthless person. Although Fang Ping was not from the same era as the 3 emperors, the 3 emperors were reincarnations, his friends, his brothers. Now that the 3 emperors were being plotted against, he was also a little unhappy. Especially Heavenly Emperor Zhan, he was Dong Huang's disciple. Dong Huang actually wanted the 3 emperors to fix the hole. According to the celestial arch, it would be better if the emperors did it, but the 3 emperors would probably die. Dong Huang. Fang Ping took a deep breath. The 3 realms matters were getting more and more complicated. The immortal source plan had started a series of conspiracies. They plotted against each other, plotted against each other. If the 3 emperors fixed the hole, why was the celestial arch still in the world behind the door? That meant that the 3 emperors did not fix it, or did not complete it. In the end, the celestial arch still followed his own ideas and went to fix the hole. Or, in the end, the 9 emperors forcefully suppressed the celestial arch and made him fix the hole. Fang Ping was still thinking about this in his heart when some people walked out of the murals one after another. What everyone saw might not be the same. Some frowned, some were solemn, and some were at a loss. What everyone saw was different. The God Creation Envoy looked at Fang Ping and said telepathically, "What did you see?" "You'll know when you see it for yourself." Fang Ping did not know what to say either. It was better to let the God Creation Envoy see it for himself. The God Creation Envoy did not say much and quickly probed with mentality. Fang Ping protected him. "If you go in and look at this place, your physical body will be in danger. If your mentality is all in it, it will be easy for others to plot against you." Fang Ping waited while looking at the others. At this moment, the powerhouses from all sides were the same. Some were protecting, while others were watching. As for the lone wanderers, they simply did not look. Feng did not look. He was afraid that if he got caught up in it and was killed by someone, then he would die unjustly. At this time, King Kuan, who had just walked out of the murals, began to protect King Qian and the others. Seeing Fang Ping looking around, he turned his head and said telepathically, "What did you see?" "What about you?" Fang Ping asked. King Kuan did not care and said slowly, "It has something to do with my father." "Tell me about it." "Exchange." "Whatever. We'll see it later anyway." Fang Ping did not care too much. Everyone would definitely go and see it later. King Kuan nodded slightly and said telepathically, "The scene of my father and the Celestial Emperor meeting. The Celestial Emperor told my father to forge the immortal source, absorb the energy of the 3 realms, build the 3 gates, and suppress the spread of the origin. There are hidden dangers in the origin. Only by suppressing it can the hidden dangers be reduced." Fang Ping frowned and asked, "That's it?" "That's it. That simple?" King Kuan was dissatisfied. "You can see it too. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself." It was that simple. Fang Ping frowned again. After a while, he said, "Your father is really unlikable." This is the scene of the Celestial Emperor meeting with Dong Huang. He said that there was a trap in the immortal source and that there was a big problem. People might die, but I don't think he said that the emperor would die. In the end, your father died. It's fine if he died. When the Celestial Emperor saw your father, didn't he say a few words? King Kuan's expression changed slightly. He was a little gloomy. He said telepathically, "Really? Nonsense." Fang Ping looked at him sympathetically. Then, he was shocked. Damn, the Celestial Emperor might not be a good person. He seemed to have said a lot more to Dong Huang than Earthly Emperor. Earthly Emperor did not seem to know much about it. Was he trying to trap the Earthly Emperor to death? Could it be that the Celestial Emperor did not want to die, and was still trying to trap the Emperor to replace him? According to Dong Huang, the 9 emperors' nirvana might be able to delay the loophole in the origin. Fang Ping frowned. In the 3 realms, it was really impossible to distinguish who was good and who was bad. The Celestial Emperor also had his own arrangements. There were some things that he did not make very clear. Fang Ping was thinking. At this time, the God Creation Envoy's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly woke up. No matter how many things happened inside, it was only a moment outside. When the God Creation Envoy came out, he sighed and said telepathically, "I didn't expect this. These bastards actually tampered with the immortal source that I created. I was wondering why the immortal source was different from before. It turned out that these bastards had changed a lot." Fang Ping was slightly taken aback. The God Creation Envoy did not care and continued, 2F** King Blackhearted. Was unquestionable Jian in despair because of this? This kid. He still lacks a bit of Dao heart. Fang Ping was stunned again. What did you say? Shouldn't you be lamenting the black-hearted of Dong Huang and the Celestial Emperor? Why did you only talk about your immortal source? Senior, you. What did you see? The God Creation Envoy looked at him in surprise. After thinking for a while, he said, transforming the immortal source. F***ck, a bunch of bastards. They transformed my immortal source into something that was neither fish nor fowl. A few of them actually became ruthless and made up for some things in the immortal source, the broken path. In the immortal source, I say. The God Creation Envoy said angrily, "Kid, we're in big trouble." F***ck, the immortal source seemed to be able to control the myriad Dao. No wonder these emperors did not panic at all. Those guys actually modified the immortal source to connect to the myriad Dao. Even if we become emperors, we will still be under their control. Damn it, if this goes on, we won't be able to get rid of everything. Furthermore, it seems to have other uses. I seriously suspect that a portion of the Great Dao's power has been devoured. It's in the immortal source, or somewhere else. Fang Ping was stunned. He was really stunned. The God Creation Envoy was different from what he saw. Let's not talk about it. If it was different, then it was different. What the God Creation Envoy meant was that everyone's Great Dao was actually under the control of the Emperor, stripping away a portion of the Great Dao's power. The power was being transmitted, teleportation. Celestial Emperor, Fang Ping was in a daze. What was going on? Was the Celestial Emperor absorbing the power of the 3 realms to replenish himself, or could it be that the power was used to suppress the loopholes in the source? He was not sure. If it was teleported to the Celestial Emperor, perhaps the Celestial Emperor would also borrow power to suppress the loopholes. Was the Celestial Emperor dead or alive? Fang Ping's expression became even more gloomy as he transmitted his voice. Is this what you're looking at? Yes. The Dao of the 3 realms is actually controlled by someone? That's right. The immortal source should have this effect. These guys have actually been teasing us all along. The God Creation Envoy gritted his teeth and sneered, Transcendence, Dao Validation, Emperor Ascension. Kid, they're all teasing you. I suspect that when we become emperors, it will be the time of death. Maybe when we become emperors, we will be killed, or used in other places. Fill in the loopholes. Fang Ping said nonchalantly. He seemed to have understood now. Previously, he thought that the 9 emperors wanted to find someone to become an emperor to replace them. Now, maybe it was even more ruthless. They did not expect others to replace them at all. They were more calculative and black-hearted. Let someone become an emperor, and then maybe they would be directly stuffed into the world behind the door to fill in the hole. Fang Ping thought more and suddenly laughed in a low voice. Interesting. The Great Dao does not go through the real door, but through the immortal source. Are you guys still cultivating the Dao of the origin? What? It must be fake. Fang Ping said coldly, the 3 realms has been cultivating for so many years. Could it be that the Great Dao of the origin is fake? It's easy to cause the immortal source's loopholes to expand. I'm afraid it won't be the case if we cultivate fake ones, right? Maybe it's half true and half false. A portion of the power did not disappear, but went to maintain their true Dao of the origin. A portion of it will be fed back to you guys so that you can prove your Dao and become emperors, and then the fake emperor is also an emperor, and it will not expand the loopholes of the origin. It's just right to fill in all of you. What? The God creation envoy seemed to have thought of something, and the look in his eyes changed drastically. What did he mean, the three realms? The Tao that he had cultivated for so many years was all fake. Fang Ping laughed and shook his head. Interesting. How interesting. Don't tell me that what I said is true. If it's true, then we're actually just a pile of sand. What do you mean? The God creation envoy actually thought of something, but at this moment, he did not want to believe it. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and smiled. The house is broken, and the cold wind is howling outside. It's winter, it's too cold, and people will freeze to death. There were many cracks in the house, and there was also the biggest hole, the kind that could freeze people to death. There were many people in the house. Some of them stood up and used their bodies to block the small cracks in the wall. But that big hole. I can't fill it up. Fang Ping sighed. The one with the biggest body can still barely block it at this moment, so he went to block it. However, this hole might be expanding all the time. The one with the biggest body can't be blocked by one person. The others don't want to block the hole. It's too big, and people will die. Fang Ping smiled and said, so, these people, you pay some money, I pay some money, buy some delicious food, and feed it to a group of ants on the ground. This ant can grow. The more it grows, the more it grows. It's equivalent to giving you a swelling agent. Very soon, a big ant grew up. It was so big, therefore, these people reached out and grabbed, sticking the ants on the big hole to block the wind for them. It was not enough for an ant to grow up. They continued to feed it, and continued to grow. However, just eating alone might not make them grow up. They had to let the ants grow up quickly. What should I do? Raise more, and then let the ants eat the ants. Maybe the effect will be better, and they will grow faster and bigger. The God creation envoy frowned and said in a low voice, you're saying, we are that group of ants? The strong man who blocked the hole. Heavenly Emperor? The ones who fed us were the few emperors who blocked the crack in the wall? More or less. Fang Ping smiled and said, according to the clues I have now, that's the case. Interesting. Of course, there are still some things that can't be explained. There's no hurry. I think I'll know soon enough. In addition, there are a few guys who might not be in the house at first. They rushed into the house and did not go to block the crack. In the end, they were killed by the other people who blocked the crack. Their flesh and blood were stuck to the wall. Let's see if we can make up for it first. Extreme Tao? More or less. The God creation envoy's face became gloomier. So, the next one whose flesh and blood are stuck to the big hole might be us? You're so smart. You might be right. The God creation envoy took a deep breath. This is a temporary solution. Haven't they thought about this problem? I thought about it. Fang Ping smiled and said, maybe there are other plans. For example, me? Fang Ping smiled and said, maybe, I, Song Mao, or Tengu, is the solution to the root of the problem? Or, what if the seed appeared? They might be thinking about something else, or they might be thinking about transcending themselves. Other people's lives and deaths have nothing to do with me. The God creation envoy stopped talking. Silence. Chess piece. This was no longer a chess piece, but a piece of meat on the chopping board. If he wanted to chop the meat, he could chop the meat. You could not resist. A chess piece could also overturn the chessboard. The meat on the chopping board might not have that chance. Unquestionable sword. Is this why he is in despair? The God creation envoy murmured. Because he could not escape, he could not get rid of everything, so he was in despair. The stronger the cultivation, the easier it was to be caught and used to fill the hole. Therefore, he gave up on the strength that was close to breaking 8 and chose to recultivate. He wanted to get rid of control. Could the Emperor Tao get rid of control? The God creation envoy did not know. Maybe Unquestionable Sword felt that it was possible, so he gave up on his own path and walked an uncertain path again. He could break 8. If he did not reincarnate, he might be a powerhouse who could break 2 gates now. But he gave up, because he felt that even if he broke 9, he still could not get rid of everything. At this moment, Fang Ping and the God creation envoy fell into silence. To Fang Ping, this piece of news was fine. He was not sure if he had been controlled by the immortal source. However, to the God-crafting envoy, even after countless years of hard work, he was still unable to escape the fate of being a chess piece. Breaking through 8, breaking through 9. Even if one really became an emperor, death would still be the only outcome. Was there still hope for the people of the three realms? The martial emperors had planned for tens of thousands of years, hoping that these people could fill this hole. The God creation envoy laughed at himself and muttered, "Immortal origin. I forged it. They can do it even without you." "No. Without me, they might not be able to forge it." The God creation envoy chuckled and shook his head. "Immortal origin, there are a lot of things that need to be grasped. The fighting strength of a king might be much stronger than mine, but they don't have the ability to create something like immortal origin." The God creation envoy laughed again. "I remember now. Maybe I asked for it. I remember that when I was forging the celestial origin source, the spirit emperor who never paid any attention to me seemed to have said something." "What?" "Walk the beginner's martial Tao properly. The origin's Tao may not be that beneficial." The God creation envoy laughed. "That's it. This is. Are you hinting to me not to walk the origin path?" What a pity, at that time, this old man had already lost his mind. "I thought that since the origin is so strong, I still have to change it. Maybe this is the commission." It's a pity that this old man didn't understand the commission to create the immortal origin back then. The God creation envoy mocked himself even more. "Do I deserve this? P.S. There are only 2 updates today." This kind of revelation is the hardest to write. It's so troublesome, it's not as good as talking. After cultivating for countless years, in the end, he took the initiative to enter the trap. It was no wonder that the God creation envoy was mocking himself. Fang Ping, on the other hand, thought differently. He smiled faintly and said, "Even if you don't cultivate the origin path, how good would beginner martial arts be?" Were the days of beginners easy? Not good. When the God creation envoy heard this, it was indeed so. He sighed and said, "That's true. If you don't enter the origin Tao, then you will be rejected or even killed." Why were the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors so cruel to Chu Wu? It was all because the myriad Tao's battle back then was too ruthless. However, the people from the path of origin were used by the 9 emperors to fill in the gaps. If the 9 emperors did not suppress the beginners, the people from the path of origin would probably be in deep trouble. That was why the group of people suppressed in the heavenly tomb existed. The forging god envoy thought for a moment and said, "Tell me, since you're worried about Chu Wu, why didn't you kill him?" "It won't be that easy." Back then, it was Fang Ping who asked the forging god envoy questions, but now it was the forging god envoy who did not understand. Fang Ping said mildly, "First of all, Celestial Emperor and these people are all beginner martial artists. They might not be able to kill beginner martial artists. Secondly, it's not like there are no beginners. We do have some powerful ones. The Young God and the Emperor of Heaven Reverse are at the beginning of the martial arts realm. Third, the elementary martial cultivator is an external threat. If they really destroyed the elementary martial cultivator, the origin would have had internal strife a long time ago. Once the war started, there would be countless deaths and injuries. Can the origin really maintain its current situation? Perhaps in the end, only one will be left. Chu Wu's existence made King Kuan and the others wary. These people were also suppressing Chu Wu, which was why the Heavenly King stage powerhouses did not fight much, as they were afraid that Chu Wu would be able to take advantage of them. Why were people like King Kuan still alive? Why was there not much difference between the number of beginner martial artists and the number of origin martial artists who survived? Balance the power of both sides. Both sides would be wary of each other, but they wouldn't fight to the death to prevent both sides from suffering heavy casualties. Suppressing a group of people and releasing a group of people was also one of the 9 emperors' methods of balance. Now, Fang Ping could see it. The God creation envoy nodded slightly, muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "Continue watching. There were many secrets in this place. He could explore more." Fang Ping waved his hand. "I'm not watching anymore." These are all Celestial Thearcha's memories. We don't even know if they are real or fake. Who knows if they are misleading us? The celestial emperor isn't a good person either. His memories might not be real. Some of them don't match up. For example, what he said to the earthly sovereign and what he said to the Donghuang sovereign were actually not the same. Fang Ping suspected that the celestial emperor was not dead. The one suppressed behind the door might really be the celestial emperor, but it might not necessarily be the dead celestial emperor. The immortal origin might be supplying power to the celestial arch. Among the 9 emperors, there must be someone working for the celestial emperor. Of course, there were definitely enemies of the Sky Emperor who wanted to kill the Sky Emperor. The Great War back then might not have completely gone according to the celestial emperor's plans. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Dong Huang said that he would let the 3 emperors patch up the hole, but in the end, celestial arch still lost his life. Previously, human sovereign said that he did it to suppress celestial arch, and it might not be a lie. The more he thought about it, the colder he smirked. The 9 emperors were not of one mind. The spirit emperor said that there were traitors among the emperors. He was probably talking about the god emperor and the others. The spirit emperor was most likely on the celestial emperor's side. The celestial emperor might have had the intention to destroy the 9 emperors and 4 emperors and used them to fill the hole. In the end, his true intentions might have been exposed, or even everyone would beat him at his own game and take advantage of the situation to trap the celestial emperor. Thinking of this, Fang Ping smirked again. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. At their level of cultivation, who would really want to die? Who would really be willing to become a puppet? They were not willing. There were many inside stories about the battle back then. However, this place definitely did not have the details of the battle back then. Fang Ping was clear about this. The time this place appeared was earlier than the time of the battle. About 10,000 years ago, when the immortal origin appeared, this place only appeared. Therefore, there was no hope of tracing the truth of the battle back then. As expected, the others also came back to their senses at this moment. Some were shocked, some frowned, but they were still calm. Of course, there might be people who saw the same scene as the God Creation envoy. At this moment, their faces were pale. At this moment, King Qian, who had just come back to his senses, suddenly laughed softly, laughing a little self-deprecatingly, looking at the Dao tree and said coldly, "You still want to become an emperor?" He might have seen something. The Dao tree put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Everyone, if I tell you that what you see here might not be true, what would you think? I've seen this place many times. Actually, it's just one of many possibilities. It's not fixed. Whatever you think in your heart, you'll see. After seeing more, you'll understand." "What do you mean?" King Qian frowned. What he saw was similar to the God Creation envoy. Since that was the case, if the Dao tree still wanted to become stronger, wasn't it courting death? The Dao tree said indifferently, "What you see and what I see may not be the same. What I see is that only when you become an emperor can you get rid of everything and forge your true self. If you don't go to the source, the Dao is an empty Dao, and your cultivation will be in vain. Once the immortal origin is broken, the great Dao will collapse, and you will be at the mercy of others. Transcendence, entering the source is the opportunity to forge the truth Dao. Everyone can understand my thoughts." As soon as these words came out, everyone frowned slightly. Some did not see it and did not quite understand. Some saw it, but they frowned. The God Creation envoy said in a low voice, "Entering the source can forge the truth Dao?" "Yes." The Dao tree said indifferently, "What we cultivate is not fake. It's just that, there are some restrictions. Only by transcending and proving the Dao can there be hope of success. Only then can there be hope of truly walking out of the shackles. Cultivating is also death. Not cultivating is also death. If you cultivate, you might even have the strength to transcend. Everyone, what do you choose?" As soon as these words came out, Fang Ping looked at him more highly. "That's right, if you don't cultivate, you will be imprisoned for the rest of your life, and you won't even have the chance to struggle. If you cultivate, you will become stronger. If you really become an emperor, it might not be the end of your life. There might be another way. At that time, even if the 9 emperors really attacked him, he might have the power to resist." This was actually similar to Fang Ping's thoughts. If he did not fight, then he would silently wait for death. If he fought, there might still be a chance. The Dao tree had been here for so long, how could he not see anything? He saw it, but he still wanted to become an emperor, wanted to transcend, wanted to leave the immortal source, plus his teacher, the divine emperor, might help him secretly. In this way, the Tao tree also had some confidence. The God creation envoy and the others looked at each other. Some did not see it and continued to frown. Those who saw it all had a thoughtful expression on their faces. They had lived for too many years, although it was difficult to accept some things for a while. After living for so long, they had some self-control. As they were talking, Fang Ping smiled and said, "I'm a little curious, why did the Celestial Emperor leave these memories here? Also, this place should have appeared before the Heavenly Realm Great War. Is this the Celestial Emperor's backup, or was it formed accidentally? The Celestial Emperor left these memories here. It seemed a little inexplicable." The Tao tree said indifferently, "Who knows, to show the Celestial Emperor's majesty, greatness? Or to let us share a common enemy and know the 9 emperors' dirty tricks?" At this moment, the Tao tree did not lose his composure like before. It seemed very calm. The Tao tree saw Fang Ping looking at him, and still said indifferently, "I've seen some of the memory fragments. What the Celestial Emperor told everyone was to use oneself to achieve Tao unification. And the 9 emperors all have their own plans. In the end, there is today's immortal source." The Tao tree sneered and said, "The Celestial Emperor really has good intentions?" His teacher, the Divine Emperor, did not have a very good relationship with the Celestial Emperor. Back then, the Divine Emperor was also one of the leaders of the beginner martial artists. In the memories left behind by the Celestial Emperor, everything revealed pushed the mastermind behind the scenes, which might be the Divine Emperor and the others. This group of people was unwilling to become puppets, unwilling to be restricted, so, the Divine Emperor and the others secretly modified the immortal source, killed the 3 emperors, and framed the Celestial Emperor. In these memories, the Celestial Emperor was compassionate. He was saving the common people, and the 9 emperors, some of them killed the powerhouses of the 3 realms for their own selfish interests. The Tao tree felt that he had to believe it, but he could not believe it completely. How to judge depended on them. If the Celestial Emperor was really so kind, how could the 9 emperors prove their Tao back then happen? Knowing that the origin had appeared, he still spread the origin in the 3 realms. From this, it could be seen that the Celestial Emperor was not really so selfless. He might have been thinking of finding a substitute in the beginning. Fang Ping nodded slightly. The Tao tree was still considered neutral. Some things could not be trusted completely. He was also too lazy to argue about this, smiled and said, "I'm just curious about one thing, cultivating the Emperor Tao, can it really be transcended?" The Tao tree looked at him, was silent for a while, and said slowly, "Maybe." The real human sovereign Tao was something that no one had ever cultivated before. But there were emperors in the past who studied it, and later made some deductions. The Tao tree looked at everyone, and said slowly, "The unification of the 3 realms is the true Emperor Tao. Once one cultivated the true human sovereign Tao, they might be able to completely transcend and even surpass the Tao of Source, because the Emperor Tao controls life and death, the origin Tao must also be governed by it." Fang Ping thought of old Zhang's borrowing power from the human race's origin Tao. It might really be so. The Tao tree suddenly smiled sarcastically, "Everyone here, do you really not know? Everyone has the descendants and disciples of emperors, how can you really not know? If you really did not know, would the 3 realms still erupt in chaos, and someone wants to unify the 3 realms?" As soon as the words came out, Fang Ping's eyes moved, looking at Hong Yu and the others instantly. Previously, these people had always wanted to unify the 3 realms, and Fang Ping was actually also guessing their motives. Later, he thought that it was probably necessary to become an emperor. But now, listening to the Tao tree, what did it mean? Hong Kuan looked at the Tao tree coldly, and said lightly, "The Emperor Tao is only a legend." Legend? The Tao tree laughed, "Not necessarily. Actually, in the past, the 9 emperors all had such an idea. They felt that it might be because the heavenly court did not have a single person's power, and there was no one who truly controlled the 3 realms, so they could not cultivate the true Emperor Tao. The Beast Emperor cultivated a small part of the Beast Emperor Tao, but in the end, it was still restricted by the other emperors. If the 9 emperors and 4 emperors all disappeared, there might be a chance that a powerhouse who truly walked out of the Emperor Tao will appear. The true Emperor Tao, not just controlling the human race alone, but also the entire three realms. This was too difficult. Fang Ping looked at the few of them suspiciously. Hong Yu, Hong Kuan, Demon Emperor, these guys might really know some things. For example, the matter of the immortal source, for example, the matter of the Emperor Dao might transcend. These guys, one more sinister than the other, all had ill intentions. The Dao tree also saw that these people were guarding against him. At this moment, he did not mind throwing out some things to make everyone wary of each other. The Dao tree also stopped there, and said with a smile, no matter what, being able to become stronger is what everyone wants to see, isn't it? At this point, even if you stop cultivating at this moment, do you think you have any other way to go? If we don't continue to become stronger, that will be the real danger. Becoming stronger, with strength, is the guarantee that we can transcend everything. The Dao tree was also quite good at talking. As soon as these words came out, even if there were thousands of thoughts in everyone's mind, they felt that there was only one way to go. At this point, there was no way out for everyone to speak of. The God Creation envoy exhaled, suppressed some of the thoughts in his heart, and said with a faint smile, "Stop talking nonsense, there is actually nothing to see in this place. Knowing more may not be a good thing, but it will shake our determination. How can the gate of heaven be broken? What good can it do to break it?" Shake their determination. As soon as he said this, Fang Ping seemed to have caught on to something. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor left these memories here to make everyone stop cultivating and give up on cultivation? Was the immortal origin helping the Celestial Emperor or locking the Celestial Emperor? There are a few emperors guarding the immortal origin, but they don't let the Spirit Emperor approach. The Spirit Emperor's attack that day was not from the immortal origin, but from another place in the ninth heaven. In that case, the immortal origin is not guarded by the Spirit Emperor. But according to my deduction, the Spirit Emperor is actually the one who wants to save the Celestial Emperor the most. In that case, the immortal origin. Maybe it's not to save the Celestial Emperor, but to trap him. The more powerhouses there are, the more dangerous it is for the Celestial Emperor. Fang Ping thought one after another. Then what is the use of Wang Ruobing and the others? The use of Wang Ruobing and the others seems to be to cut off some of the energy supply of the immortal origin. That is the final gathering place of the false Tao. Fang Ping thought of Wang Ruobing, and his eyes moved slightly. Could it be that these people might be the method to break the immortal origin? Or someone wants to cut off the harvest of the immortal origin? Fang Ping's head hurt. These were two completely different possibilities. One could be for the Celestial Emperor, the other could be for his own transcendence. Things were getting more and more complicated. Whether Wang Ruobing was a trap set up by the Divine Emperor was not certain. Dragonborn said that back when he went to look for the emperors for help, he only saw two emperors. Emperor East and the Spirit Emperor. These two might be on the Celestial Emperor's side. And the Divine Emperor and the Celestial Emperor might not be on the same side. Looking for Dragonborn might be because the other party knew that Dragonborn would only look for these two for help, and the Divine Emperor never appeared. Was Wang Ruobing arranged by the Divine Emperor, or by the Celestial Emperor? At this moment, Fang Ping thought more. Was it dark under the light? The Celestial Emperor deliberately placed his chess piece on Dragonborn. The Divine Emperor might have known that the Celestial Emperor had a backup plan, but he did not find it because he did not think that the Celestial Emperor would place a backup plan on his own side. It might not be impossible. Dragonborn would not publicize it, or else the three realms would know that Wang Ruobing was not his daughter. The three realms all thought that Wang Ruobing was his daughter. The first few descendants of the year of the dragon had many problems because they were created by blood essence, and they all died early. Wang Ruobing had been sick since she was young. Even if others knew about it, they would think that it was the same problem as before. That was because the Dragonborn had always shown signs of premature death. If that's the case, the Celestial Emperor must have made arrangements long ago. He left a way out for himself. The more he thought about it, the more headaches it gave him. Fang Ping suppressed these thoughts, not thinking about it for now. He needed to increase his strength first. Without strength, even if he knew the inside story, he could not change anything. Sky Gate, the fake heavenly realm behind the Sky Gate, including the Silkworm baby, were all his targets. Also, where was Heavenly Emperor Zhan? Heavenly Emperor Zhan had said that he could look for him after he had broken through the checkpoint. Where could he look for him? That fellow did not see him either, unless he had to go to Heavenly Emperor's checkpoint again. However, he had already started breaking through the sky gate. How could he go there? The Dao tree could connect to the 13 checkpoints. Did he need the Dao tree to send him there now, or would he have the chance to see Heavenly Emperor Zhan again? As Fang Ping was thinking, the Dao tree smiled faintly. Breaking through the sky gate naturally has its benefits. Unlimited vitality, unlimited power of the rule, they're all good stuff. After the sky gate, it's the projection of the seed of rebirth, the true projection. I think everyone should understand what it means. Fang Ping yawned. I'm sorry, I really don't understand. What does it mean? The Dao tree frowned slightly and smiled quickly. Young friend, you're too young. It's normal that you don't know. The seed of rebirth exists. The source of the three realms' power is the seed of rebirth. However, no one has seen the true seed of rebirth. In the past, during the early martial era, the seed of rebirth had appeared, but it was only a projection. Underworld God and the rest should understand. The Underworld God continued, that's right. In the past, when we cultivated to a certain point, we could no longer advance. At that time, the seed appeared. We pursued the power and guidance, arriving at a void in the Chua mainland. There, we received the seed's blessing. However, in the end, the seed disappeared into thin air. After that, we felt that the seed should be a projection of power. Not a true seed. This kind of seed that can project a large amount of true power is called a true projection. Then there are false projections? Something like that. The Underworld God said slowly, some projections do not possess any power. Or a very small portion of power. For example, the three realms origin Dao. When an origin realm martial artist breaks the gate, an extremely small portion of vitality will be projected. The Underworld God looked at the crowd, at the few breakers. You should know that the power projected from the spiritual gate and the vitality gate is actually not large. The vitality projected from the life gate is also very small. The reason why it can help you forge jade bones is mostly because you're already close to this point, so the power required is not too much. 300 small fish could help someone forge jade bones. In reality, the martial artist who broke the life gate might have already cultivated to the peak of half jade bones, or else he would not have been able to break the gate. Right now, the consumption of vitality was not too much. Of course, compared to cultivating on their own, it was still much faster. The Dao tree laughed. That's right. This is an unreal projection. It's just that the 9 emperors and the celestial emperor used great means to guide a portion of the power and project it here. After all, the void gate and the true gate did not exist back then. The forging of the 3 gates is only to help martial artists break through realms faster. If nothing goes wrong, in the world behind the gate, which is the origin, there will be a true projection of a seed. The power is drawn from there. Fang Ping thought for a while. Maybe. There, he met true blood. Where did true blood come from? It came from shattering the void. Could it be that the origin was actually in the body of a silkworm baby? The gate was to trap this silkworm baby. While Fang Ping was still thinking, the Dao tree continued, and everyone can feel the power of the projection here. It's terrifyingly abundant. The seed projection here is extremely powerful. The God Creation Envoy said faintly, you don't have to say this. Everyone understands. Fang Ping complained, I don't understand. These guys did not tell him a lot of things. He dug it out step by step, including the matter of the seed. Many people knew about it. Almost all the Broken 8 present knew about it, but Fang Ping did not know anything before. Even Li Hansong knew about it earlier than him. Skyarm told him. The God Creation Envoy glanced at him, somewhat speechless. What did he say? What strength did you have before? You improved too fast, you were not even a heavenly king before. Why would I tell you? Alright, before everyone could recover, you had already broken through peak 7. You would know everything very soon. What else could you say? It's not that I didn't tell you, it's that you didn't give everyone time to tell you. Okay, the Dao tree could not be bothered with the two of them. Continuing, breaking through the sky gate. All these years, I've also researched some ways. The sky gate, although it's called a gate, it's actually a passageway filled with the power of the rule, extremely terrifying. the Dao tree said in a low voice, even I can't break through alone. Otherwise, it's very likely that I'll be killed in the passageway. Everyone was shocked. So powerful? Li Zhu thought of something and asked, then we should gather the powerhouses. Why did we attract some weaklings? For example, these true gods present, the Dao tree smiled and said, sometimes, strength is not the key. Although the strong have a higher chance of breaking through the heaven gate, the weak also have the use of the weak. Breaking through the gate, everyone in front has seen it. It doesn't mean that the stronger you are, the easier it is to break through the gate. And the previous gate break also has a lot to do with this gate. Every time you break through a gate, it actually means that you have established some connection with that gate. The Dao tree said slowly, and to break through the gate of heaven, we need everyone to work together. The power of the rule in the gate of heaven is very strong, so we have to consume some of it, and the 13th stage is connected to the passage behind the gate of heaven. What do you mean? Actually, everyone is consuming some of the power of the rule to break through the gate. At the same time, everyone has established some connection with that gate. And what we need to do is to continue to consume the power of the rule in the passageway. The Dao tree smiled and said, and this, I need everyone's help. For example, the Beast Emperor level, if the person who breaks through the level joins forces with me, we can summon the Beast Emperor that guards the level, letting the Beast Emperor's projection enter the passageway and break through the door. The Beast Emperor can consume a large amount of power of the rule. So on and so forth, the other stages are also the same, so I need everyone to work together. When the power of the rule is exhausted, we can naturally enter the gate safely. Fang Ping said faintly, can't you avoid damage from the power of the rule? Do you still need our help? The Dao tree smiled and said, the power of the rule behind the passageway is a little different. If we can really break through the gate, I don't need to gather everyone here. If there are benefits, isn't it better for me to take it all for myself? As soon as the words came out, everyone felt relieved. However, a cat gave it a disdainful look and muttered, you're taking everything for yourself. You're not even human, pretending to be human, shameless. The heavenly hound said lazily, if a tree doesn't have a face, that means it doesn't have any skin. Everyone looked at the cat and dog, their heads aching. These two bastards, after a few thousand years, they were together again. He summoned the projections of the emperors of each level to help him clear the level. Everyone had their own thoughts. At this moment, Hong Kuan said in a low voice, these projections have their own consciousness. If you ask them to pass the trial, will they agree? Be careful, not only will these projections not listen to you, but they will also make things difficult for you. This was not impossible, it wasn't like those projections didn't have intelligence. At least Hong Kuan was in a miserable state. You think I'm a robot, and I think you're an idiot. I'm just teasing you. He didn't want to be the one who dug a pit for himself. Do you still dare to believe those projections? The Dao tree said softly, a projection is also a manifestation of laws. In this place, one had to follow the rules of this place. What's more, we don't need the projections to listen to orders. We just need to summon them here and send them directly to the back of the passage. Whether they are willing or not, they have no choice but to help us wear down the nomological force. Fang Ping said mildly, I'll ask one more thing. If the power of the rule is worn down, how will the benefits be distributed? The Dao tree chuckled. It all depends on one's own ability. Fang Ping frowned. You're a powerhouse who has broken 9. How can we compete with you? Wasn't that obvious? Also, what are those true gods fighting for? The Dao tree said calmly, True God, heed my command. If they don't move recklessly, there will still be a lot of benefits waiting for them in the world behind the passageway. Could it be that these people want to snatch that thing? It was obvious to the others, you have to accept the law of the jungle. There are so many experts here. Do you have the right to not recognize them? Go and collect a bit of life force. This is the greatest benefit for you. Ordinary true gods might not be able to condense the life force of a small fish in 1,000 or 10,000 years. This is your opportunity, the Dao tree spoke very calmly, and the true gods did not have any objections. At this point, it was no longer up to them. If he could do it, he would do it. If he couldn't, he would die. With a group of top-notch powerhouses here, how could it be their turn to question them, except for Fang Ping, those who did not see through it could not chime in. Fang Ping did not care about the benefits of these true gods. He asked again, let me ask one more thing. That seed projection, can it be disassembled, or is it a whole? The Dao tree looked at him, slightly surprised, and said in a low voice, you've seen it before? Guess. The Dao tree wanted to kill. In the past, he was the emperor, but now, someone actually asked him to guess. If there were not so many powerhouses here, he would have killed Fang Ping with a slap. Hong Yu could not be bothered to listen to their argument. All this while, everyone had been fighting for the benefits based on their own abilities. Fang Ping's question was actually pointless. What was there to distribute? If they were capable, they would snatch more. If they were not, they would resign themselves to fate. This was how the three realms was. The distribution plan that had been discussed beforehand had never been taken seriously. He did not want to waste time on this. Hong Yu coughed gently and interrupted their conversation. He said slowly, there are some things that we don't have to pretend to be ignorant about. Senior brother Dao Tree, since you said that you're summoning the experts guarding the various passes, then, some of them might not be projections. The moment these words came out, the Dao Tree's heart trembled slightly. You mean, Hong Yu looked around and said calmly, now that everyone is here, I believe that everyone wants to take all the benefits for themselves. Even if they can't, there must be one less person competing for it. The more people there are, the harder it is to get what we want. There are many powerhouses here to begin with. There are also people spying on us in the dark, wanting to snatch everything. Once the mystic realm is destroyed, or even if their true bodies descend, when that time comes, will we still have a chance? If they work together from the inside and outside, we might end up empty-handed. After so many times, it's not the first or second time that we've failed. As he said that, he even glanced at Fang Ping. Fang Ping said exasperatedly, why are you looking at me? Hong Yu said calmly, Fang Ping, you borrowed external forces a few times and snatched away all the benefits. Every time, we've suffered heavy losses, but in the end, we've gained nothing. Stop bullshitting. Fang Ping humphed. Look at the Demon Emperor. The Demon Court has been established, the 9 Emperor Seals and the Beast Emperor Staff are in our hands. Is there no benefit? If you insist on going against me, what benefits can I give you? Dream on. Right now, we're not the leaders. What are we doing here? Don't look at how you've broken 2 gates. It's nothing here. Do you think it's outside? Are you trying to screw me over? Idiot, you're either on the same side as the Emperor or the Dao Tree. You're trying to divert attention. As soon as he said that, Hong Kuan frowned. What do you mean? Idiot. Fang Ping scolded him directly. Didn't I say that the Emperor is a clone? I think I said it. Hong Kuan cursed in his heart. Did you say it? Did you really say it? Fang Ping remembered that he did say it. It seemed like he said it at the Earthly Emperor stage. However, Hong Kuan did not seem to have arrived at that time. Fang Ping directly diverted the trouble. Everyone, be wary of Hong Yu. Li Zhu and Hong Yu might not be trustworthy. Anyway, let me remind you that the patrol's line cannot be trusted. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. The Dao Tree said faintly, fellow cultivator, you're overthinking it. Fang Ping said disapprovingly, I'm not overthinking it. Think about it yourself. Here, so what if you've broken 8? It's not like the outside world where you're invincible when you've broken 8. It's hard to die even if you die. Here, maybe someone who's broken 9 will appear. Weaklings, think about it carefully. At the critical moment, should you watch the show or join forces? Those who watch the show until they die are not just 1 or 2, 9 out of 10 of those who were here to watch the show had their own confidence. Either join forces with the monarch, or join forces with one of the broken 9 present. You might as well just point out the names. Everyone was speechless. Who else could be the broken 9 present other than the Dao Tree? Fang Ping ignored them. He looked at the underworld god and the rest, smiling. Beginner seniors, don't think that you can just watch the show just because this is a dispute between the origins. To be honest, if the origin's strength declines, how can it not weaken the beginner martial artists? How many powerhouses from the origins will die this time? How many beginner martial artists might be sacrificed in the end? Do as you see fit. The underworld god and the rest were silent. There were some things that everyone knew in their hearts. Between the origins and beginner martial, only the origins could suppress the beginner martial, not the other way around. If many origins powerhouses died, it would not be good for them either. The Tao tree looked at Fang Ping, his gaze deep. After a while, he said slowly, "Everyone, let's not waste any more time. As for the emperor," the Tao tree said softly, "what do you think?" The emperor was a clone. On this point, Fang Ping might as well sell it out. Now that everyone knew, he had to bring it out and say it. Feng Xiao said, "Isn't it simple? Summon the emperor here and let him wear down the power of the rule. If he goes, that's the best. If he doesn't go, the real body was almost slaughtered that day. Why would he care about the clone? There were too many powerhouses in this place. There were many more who had broken 8 compared to last time. There was also an existence who had broken 9. Why would they be afraid of the emperor's clone? Of course, everyone was also guarding against the Tao tree. This guy was the real troublesome one. No matter how strong the emperor's clone was, it would not be stronger than the Tao tree. This was for sure. Both had the combat strength of breaking 9. A clone and a real body were different. Unless the Tao tree was very useless. However, could a useless person break 9? While they were discussing excitedly, Fang Ping was suspicious. Was it that simple? Which one of them was not a smart person? Would they listen to you so easily? Moreover, this time, it was not just 1 or 2 clones. There were too many. Emperor, Emperor Spirit, Emperor East, Emperor Reverse. Perhaps there were still some he had not discovered, including the Emperor God. They were all fake. There were so many imposters. How could they be schemed against so easily? Wasn't everyone thinking too simply? As Fang Ping was thinking, he suddenly paused. The God Creation Envoy suddenly transmitted his voice, "Kid, I have reached an agreement with Emperor West. At the critical moment, Emperor West will help us. Even if we summon him, we must put Emperor West last." Fang Ping almost cursed. What did it mean, Emperor West? Wasn't Emperor West a projection? How did they reach an agreement? Suddenly, Fang Ping was shocked. Am I very smart? Not necessarily. There were many smart people present. He discovered that the emperor was fake. He discovered that many people were fake. What about the others? A few of them had even reached an agreement with Emperor Spirit. Since they could, those emperors also seemed to want to find a few powerhouses to help. Did they not have a plan? Not good. Fang Ping suddenly cursed in his heart. Many of the people present might have joined forces with the emperors. No wonder no one seemed to be talking about an alliance. The Tao tree was here, but none of them secretly contacted the humans. Did they really want to form a temporary alliance? If it really came to that, there might not be a chance. Fang Ping was shocked and could not help but quickly transmitted his voice. You mean, Emperor West is a clone? It seems so, not too sure. Fang Ping wanted to curse. What the hell, weren't these the only ones who were clones? Why was Emperor West one too? What about the other emperors? Don't tell me that they were all clones, all pretending to be projections. What about Emperor Nan, Emperor Bei, and the Beast Emperor? The earthly emperor dissipated directly. The heaven exterminating emperor and the others seemed to have their true bodies destroyed. They probably did not have any clones. If that was the case, they might all be pretending to be confused. Fang Ping was speechless. It couldn't be, right? This place had become a sieve, and they still said that no emperor had come in. The Tao tree also had something to rely on. This guy was waiting for the Emperor God's real body to come directly. They did not expect to have a clone. One was more ruthless than the other. On the other hand, on the human side, although they had reached an agreement with Emperor Spirit, both sides were about to fall out. Was the so-called cooperation really considered cooperation? Fortunately, I still have Heavenly King on my side. Fang Ping comforted himself. Heavenly King should not be weak, right? At least he would not be weaker than those clones, right? This place was really getting more and more dangerous. The emperors were really not easy to deal with. The old man of the big fool celestial pole had actually sent a clone in. No, something's wrong. What I saw seemed to be a projection, but what the God Creation Envoy saw might be a clone. That means, someone secretly hid a clone and brought it in? Fang Ping frowned. It was not impossible, many people from Emperor West's side had come in this time. Celestial Pole, Xinghong, and Xingnan were all. These people were all alive, maybe one of them had brought it in. The more he thought about it, the more Fang Ping's head hurt. Also, the heaven-breaking jade did not respond. Where was the passageway? Where was the passageway that connected the human world? Could it be that it was not here, behind the door? How did the unquestionable sword get through back then? Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly interrupted their discussion and asked, back then, the unquestionable sword went back without breaking the door. The Dao tree glanced at him and said slowly, he opened the heavenly gate and wanted to try, but it was too dangerous, so he left. This was the thinking of a normal person. He would not return home without even trying the heavenly gate. If that was the case, the unquestionable sword would be an idiot. Could it be inside the heavenly gate? Fang Ping was a little suspicious. Did the unquestionable sword open up a passageway behind the heavenly gate? Also, was that guy's strength that powerful? He could actually open up a passageway that connected the human world here. One had to know that Fang Ping did not seem to have this strength now. Of course, if he had discovered the weak point of the space, it was not impossible. Damn, I'm not strong enough. Fang Ping cursed in his heart, if he was strong enough, why did it have to be so troublesome? One punch to death, one punch to death. Do I need to scheme with you guys? There were too many powerhouses. This time, he might fail to take the risk. If I can't do it, then I'll save my life. If I can't do it, then I'll destroy the silkworm baby. I don't have it, so don't even think about taking it. Fang Ping was determined. If he destroyed the silkworm baby, he might be surrounded and killed. He was also getting more and more troubled. This time, someone might not let him go. Hong Yu and the others might not be idle. They might have also contacted the Emperor Avatar to help. If they could not get the treasure at the critical moment, they might kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping was thinking about something. Someone looked at him strangely. It was none other than the God-forging envoy. The God-forging envoy realized that Fang Ping was frowning and gritting his teeth. He could not help but send a voice transmission, "You brat, what are you doing? Everything is exposed on the surface. Can't you be more reserved?" "I'm too lazy to pretend." Fang Ping snorted. He stared at the crowd and said in a muffled voice, "All of you are cunning. Maybe you are discussing how to kill me later." Everyone heard it. He did not send a voice transmission. The few of them looked at him indifferently and did not explain anything. "Killing you, Fang Ping, was it not normal? You are actually indignant." "That is strange." The Dao tree did not want to say anything either. He said, "Everyone, shall we go to the heavenly gate now?" At this moment, he was also a little impatient. He had been guarding here for too long. Today might be the day he would truly prove his Dao as an emperor. How could he not look forward to it? At this time, someone said faintly, "Let's be careful. The heavenly king suppression is not here yet. Everyone, be on your guard." As soon as this was said, no one said anything, but they were on guard. That old fellow did not come either. As for what the Dao tree said earlier about being trapped, no one took it seriously. The heavenly king suppression was cunning. He had been in charge of the human world for 8,000 years, and no one had been able to find out his background. How could he be trapped so easily? Everyone walked forward along the bronze path in the main hall. The door that looked like it was not far away was actually quite far away. After walking for tens of thousands of meters, an incomparably huge door appeared in front of everyone. It was not bronze, nor was it metallic. It was a crystal door. There was no frame. It was just a door, floating in midair. It was incomparably huge. The Dao tree said, "This is the heavenly gate. Behind the heavenly gate is the place where the sea projection is. Of course, you have to walk through the passageway to reach it. The most dangerous place is the passageway. Have you walked through it?" King Kuan asked. The Dao tree nodded. "I have tried many times, but I can't hold on for too long. The furthest I went was less than 1,000 feet. King Kuan frowned and said, "How far is the passageway behind?" "I have never walked to the end, but I vaguely saw the end. It's probably 30,000 feet. 10,000 meters, it was a very long passageway, but the Dao tree had only walked a third of it. The Dao tree said again, 1,000 feet is my limit, but I also walked 1,000 feet back. In fact, the danger is slightly lower. If I can erase a portion of the power of laws, I should be able to walk through. Soon, the Dao tree said in a deep voice, however, I have to remind everyone. There is only one chance. This time, we have summoned the sovereigns to erase the power of laws. This is the only chance. If we fail this time, the power of laws in the passageway will return to its original state within a month. Otherwise, after all these years of grinding, it should be worn through. But the power of laws will constantly recover. While everyone has been erased and has yet to fully recover, let's try once and try to break through. If we miss this chance, I won't be able to last beyond 20,000 feet. You guys are in even more danger. There is damage of breaking 9? Yes. The Dao tree exhaled softly and said, not only that, I don't know what other dangers there are in the road ahead. Maybe we need to work together to break through the checkpoint, not walk alone. Whoever wants to break through alone, unless you are a true sovereign, otherwise, there will be great danger. Very dangerous. As soon as these words came out, the few heavenly kings did not look too good. Even those who broke 9 did not dare to barge in. The danger of this place was beyond imagination. As they were discussing, Yuan, Sherpa, and the others also came over. The God creation envoy's mentality sealed off the surroundings. Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Fang Ping, do you have the confidence to kill the few of us? We don't need to share it with others. The God creation envoy said unhappily, do you know what's inside? Nonsense, I don't know what's wrong. Yuan did not think much of it. If even those who broke 9 want it, then it must be something good. The God creation envoy was speechless and quickly said, I'm afraid what the Dao tree wants is the endless vitality and the power of true blood that may exist. The others are about the same. At our realm, there are very few things that can help us. The projection of the seed is definitely a treasure of the 3 realms, and what the sovereign wants is probably the place where the true blood and the true seed are. This time, it is not only the Dao tree that is fighting with us for this item. There is also the sovereign. I'm afraid we can't eat it. He looked at Fang Ping and advised, Fang Ping, you can seize a portion of the vitality. Of course, for you and for me, the key is still true blood. After forging the jade bone, although the vitality is still useful, it is not very helpful to us at the moment. And true blood can help us be reborn once. That day, I asked the sovereign for the immortal source blood, also wanted to help myself be reborn and break through the vitality gate. However, the quality of the immortal source blood is far inferior to true blood. Yuan bared his teeth and said, break through the vitality gate? Good stuff. My vitality is not weak. If I break through the vitality gate, I will have forged the jade bone. After I go out, won't I break through 2 gates in a day? Yuan was a little excited, there were so many good things here that he couldn't bear to leave. After going out, directly break through 2 gates. I'm afraid there won't be too much true blood. If you want to use true blood to break through the vitality gate, let's see how much true blood you can seize. The God creation envoy said unhappily, do you think you are very strong? There are more than 1 or 2 people here who are stronger than you. What makes you so confident that you can seize enough true blood to help you break through the vitality gate? Tisk. Yuan disagreed. Fang Ping, what do you think we should do? You have a lot of evil ideas. Just divide the spoils after this. Let's do it. What are you afraid of? Yuan was so excited that he wanted to do something big. After breaking through the 2 gates, only the mentality gate was left. As for Sherpa, his eyes were also shining. He almost broke through the mentality gate. If he could seize true blood this time and break through the 2nd gate, he might be able to quickly approach the peak of the 2nd gate. He was just 1 step away from stepping into the breakthrough realm. This place was really a treasure land. Who would not be tempted? These people were all envious. Fang Ping was not so optimistic. He sighed softly and said, don't think too much about the good things. Living is better than dying. Let me tell you, the breakthrough realm in this place. I'm afraid there are more than a handful of people. Fang Ping sighed and said, maybe we can still be bystanders. If we want to seize the real benefits, it will be difficult. Sherpa said in a low voice, so many powerhouses? Yes. Luan licked his lips. Didn't that woman, Spirit Emperor, agree to join forces with us? Do you think she can make use of it? Everyone looked at each other. At this time, at the side, Tengu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly bared its teeth, the cold light of its teeth dazzling. What are you discussing? In this place, there are 4 of us who have broken through 8. That old thing from the town will definitely come. That will be 5. No matter what, he is still a powerful force. What's wrong with sharing a piece of the pie with him? If they don't give it, then let's do them. Tengu bared its teeth. There are a lot of good things in this arcane realm. It's not a waste to split 7 or 8 of them. As it spoke, the cat stepped on its head and said unhappily, Big dog, why are you so timid? Tengu was puzzled. Am I timid? There are a lot of people who have broken through 9 here. A few of us have broken 8. Logically speaking, we should get lost, but I didn't. I still want to share the pie with those who have broken 9. How am I timid? Am I being despised by a stupid cat? The cat slapped its tail on Tengu's head, making a loud smacking sound. It said happily, take it all at once. Haven't we always been like this? Tengu cursed in its heart. This cat was crazy. It depended on this situation. If it was so crazy, wouldn't it have been beaten to death long ago? There are so many powerhouses, and you still want to take it all at once. Are you crazy? Fong Ping ignored them. He looked at the sky gate in front of him and said lightly, as long as the sky gate is not broken, some fellows may not show up. Once the sky gate is broken, I'm afraid they will appear. It's useless to say more now. I just want to tell everyone one thing. Everyone looked at him. Fong Ping smiled. At the crucial moment, listen to me and help me stop the strong enemies. Don't worry, even if I don't give you any benefits now, I will definitely give you enough after this. Tengu bared its teeth. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Breaking 7 and you want to command me? Fong Ping smiled. Why? Based on the fact that I broke 7 in 3 years, based on the fact that I gave Luan and Sherpa enough vitality to hone their jade bones, based on the fact that I released you and Sherpa, based on the fact that there's still Heavenly King standing behind me, it's enough to deter me from breaking 9. Fong Ping said lightly, Tengu, listen to me, then let's do it together. If you don't listen, do as you please. Go wherever you like. Humph. Tengu's huge eyes were cold as it stared at Fong Ping. When had Tengu been ordered around by anyone before? Big dog, the cat's claws pinched the dog's ears and advised, listen to the liar, liars are very powerful. Humph. Tengu was still not convinced. At this time, the God Creation envoy said with a toothache, what do you want to do? I don't want anything. Fong Ping smiled. Senior, you listen to my command too. Don't worry, I've discussed it with Heavenly King. Why would I trick you? Kid, you're not planning to do it all at once, are you? The God Creation envoy looked at him suspiciously and had to remind him, Kid, it's really not that I'm a coward. I can't cover it anymore. Even old Devil Lee can't cover it. This is not the era of breaking 8 invincible. Choose an opportunity to move again. Fong Ping smiled. I won't deliberately court death. There's a 100% chance of death. Of course, I won't do it. If there's a 30% chance, then it's worth it, isn't it? At our realm, is 30% not enough? The God Creation envoy's teeth hurt so much that his head was about to explode. Kid, don't cause any trouble. Actually, this time, everyone had gained a lot. Here, take as much as you can. Don't tell me you're really planning to take it away? Don't worry, there's no hope. I won't do it. Fong Ping comforted him once again. Why was this old man so timid? Didn't he say that he wouldn't do it if there was no hope? Really, you don't believe me? Just as they were talking, the Dao tree opened his mouth and said, if we're done talking, we can break the door. Everyone, are you ready? Fong Ping and the others walked over, all of them extremely vigilant. Breaking the door. It was probably the beginning of the chaos here. The Dao tree wasn't in a hurry to summon Sovereign. At that moment, the Dao tree's aura was turbulent. With a low growl, whip-like roots appeared in the void and quickly took root near the sky gate. Open! A low roar resounded in all directions. There was a loud boom. The gate of heaven had actually opened a crack. Everyone, go in! Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Go in, the Dao tree quickly said. There is an empty space behind the door that is not covered by any rules. You can only break through the door if you enter. Everyone was still worried. The doctrine tree snorted and suddenly looked at Qing Tong and the venerable sovereign of the Medicine God Island. Of course, the two of them were no longer at the same level. A heavenly king and a saint. This was someone from the divine emperor's bloodline. Sovereign Qing Tong, or heavenly king Qing Tong, sighed inwardly. He had to take the lead. Heavenly King Yi, the heavenly king of the divine emperor's bloodline, was dead. If he didn't show up, would the Dao tree not open the door and enter? Qing Tong did not say anything else. He leaped into the air and quickly flew to the door. There was a crack on the door. Just as Qing Tong was about to enter, Fang Ping frowned and said, "If it's opened, does that mean we won't be able to come out?" "That's not it." The Dao tree looked a little strained. "It can be opened again from the inside, but we have to go in. We can't open the portal every time. If this goes on, I won't be able to take it." When Qing Tong heard this, he didn't say anything else and stepped into the sky. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others witnessed a shocking scene. Through the door, they saw Qing Tong, transparent. The Dao tree wasn't surprised, which was why he hadn't said much before. He smiled and said, "As you can see, he's fine. He's right next to the passageway." After saying that, he looked at Medicine God Venerable Emperor and shouted, "You go in too." The Medicine God Sovereign the Arch recognized the Dao tree, so how could he dare to hesitate? Without wasting any time, he soared into the air and quickly entered. The arrival of two experts from the Divine Emperor's bloodline dispelled some people's concerns. Fang Ping and the others did not leave. Fang Ping said lazily, "The rest of you can go first. We'll accompany the tree in later." What if this was a trap and they were trapped in it? Everyone looked at each other, but Eight Breaker didn't say anything. The true gods all looked at each other. They were a bit sorrowful, but at this point, they had no choice but to advance. Behind them, the celestial pole was also depressed. "I was thinking of waiting for you guys to leave before I go in." "What are you doing?" Tianji was truly depressed. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. The Dao tree didn't expect much from these people, but to summon the sovereign, he needed them. They had no choice but to go. True gods and sovereigns entered one after another. The sages also began to enter. Soon, it was the heavenly king's turn. Without spell 8 to oversee them, they had to go even if they didn't want to. The demon emperor's master, Gong Yuzi, Tianji, Xinghong, Lu Shan, and Yin Fei entered one after another. Soon, it was Moon Spirit's turn. After that, they stopped. The Dao tree growled, "Let's go in together." Once the door is closed, it's also a form of protection against ambushes from behind. The difficulty of opening the gate of heaven was not small. Fortunately, the Dao tree had broken through 9. Otherwise, if someone who had broken through 8 came, it would have taken a lot of effort to open it. Even if there were more people lying in ambush outside, it wouldn't be that easy. Everyone didn't delay any longer. In the next moment, a group of people flew up and flew toward the door. The Dao tree also no longer maintained the open state of the door. He soared into the air and quickly entered. Rumble, just as everyone entered, a loud rumble sounded, and the gate of heaven closed again. Just as they entered, another person entered the temple. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared outside the gate of heaven. Looking at the gate of heaven, figures appeared inside the gate. Those were the people who entered. The elites of the 3 realms are all here. After sighing, the figure chuckled and said, "I wonder if these guys will be lost after breaking this door." As soon as he said that, someone behind him said calmly, "Zhen, I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still so naughty." "Naughty?" The heavenly King Zhen put on a fake smile and turned to look at the person who came. He chuckled and said, "Gee, you're a few years older than me. Are you trying to show that your status is higher?" The heavenly King Zhen sneered and said playfully, "You came quite quickly. Why didn't you wait for them to summon you?" Human Emperor, the person behind him was none other than Human Emperor. Human Emperor seemed to have forgotten that the heavenly King Zhen teamed up with the others to kill his real body. He said calmly, "There's no need to summon me. Since Fang Ping knows my identity, why wouldn't he say it? He wants everyone to know that my clone is here." "You know him well." The heavenly King Zhen chuckled and said. "If you didn't deliberately expose yourself, he might not know anything." "Why, do you want to join forces?" "What about you?" Human Emperor asked. "Me?" The heavenly King Zhen sighed and said, "I'm an old man who's about to die. My strength isn't that great. Although breaking 2 gates is not bad, it's nothing to you. What's the use of asking me? You were about to break 3 gates. This is the Voidless Gate. You didn't break 3 gates?" The heavenly King Zhen felt wronged and said, "It's not that simple. My spiritual consciousness has always been mediocre. It was the same back then. Even after I switched to cultivating the origin, it was still the same. Sigh, that guy was so stingy. Otherwise, if he taught me the Great Tao, maybe I would have broken 3 gates back then." Human Emperor looked at him with bright eyes. After a while, he said calmly, "Is this your real body or a clone?" "Nonsense." The heavenly King Zhen rolled his eyes and said, "If it's not my real body, then what is it? Do you think everyone is like you, having powerful clones? What kind of strength do I have? Even if I break 9 gates, I can't forge a clone that can break 8 gates." As he said this, his aura erupted. Human Emperor's clone trembled slightly, so strong. At least the strength to break 2 gates. Human Emperor frowned slightly and stared at him for a while. He suddenly laughed and said, "Others don't have that ability and don't have such a powerful clone. But you might not. You really overestimate me." "I'm not overestimating you." Human Emperor said calmly, "In the past, you broke your jade bones, shattered your golden body, crippled your spiritual consciousness, and almost died. After that, you switched to cultivating the origin and advanced by leaps and bounds. Everyone thought that you had completely stepped into the origin and that the beginner martial realm was a thing of the past. I'm curious. What about those jade bone fragments?" The heavenly King Zhen was speechless and said, "I gave them to me to forge my jade bones." "Is that so?" Human Emperor laughed lightly. "Zhen, I won't ask how much other people know about you. But I'm not completely clueless. 10,000 years ago, someone wanted to pry into the origin of immortals. It was a beginner martial expert. He stirred up the 8th heaven and almost broke through the 9th heaven. He was soon discovered and disappeared." The heavenly King Zhen nodded. "I heard that it was Fist God who wanted to destroy the origin of immortals." "Is that so?" Human Emperor said calmly, "If you say so, then so be it. Anyway, Fist God doesn't get along with us and won't argue with us. In addition, all these years, someone has been prying into the 8th heaven. Not only did they pry into the origin of immortals, but they also searched the origin grounds of those awakened experts. You have always been under the surveillance of the inspector." "Who went to the 8th heaven? What does it have to do with me?" The heavenly King Zhen was speechless. "Gee, don't try to make me the scapegoat. Are you angry that I did something to you last time and you want to frame me?" Human Emperor laughed lightly. "If you say it's not, then it's not. That beginner martial expert might be an anomaly that appeared out of nowhere. Who knows, maybe it's Dark and the others." Human Emperor realized that the heavenly King Zhen hadn't changed much after so many years, but he was more shameless. He was about to say it out loud, but this guy still had an expression that said it wasn't him. "What do you want to do?" Human Emperor looked at him, his eyes burning. "What do you want to do after waiting for so many years?" The heavenly King Zhen said gloomily. "Why are you looking at me like that? I don't have such a hobby." "Heh, is this a beginner martial avatar or an origin avatar?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Human Emperor snorted. "Back then, did you really shatter your jade bones and beginner martial avatar? Why do you have to be so direct?" "Pfft." The heavenly King Zhen said disdainfully. "I thought you were going to say something. What beginner martial avatar?" "Beginner martial avatar was destroyed long ago. Even if there is, I can't step into the origin." "What are you thinking?" Human Emperor took a deep look at him. "You really didn't? Then maybe I'm wrong." However, although your avatar's strength has reached the second gate, I'm afraid it's hopeless if you want to take anything this time. I just came to take a look. Heavenly Xianxia said indifferently, the seed might be in the human world. Let me see if there's a familiar smell. Don't say, the heavenly hound is here, let it smell the seed, maybe it can find it. Human Emperor didn't want to say anything more to him. Heavenly King subduing was not sincere at all. He had always suspected that the heaven-suppressing Heavenly King's elementary martial body was not destroyed. Back then, he said that he had shattered his jade bones, destroyed his spiritual sense, and recultivated his essence. Indeed, almost everyone in the three realms believed him. This was because the subduing Heavenly King had truly stepped into the origin realm, but, did Jin really give up on beginner martial arts? Not necessarily. As for why he could step into quintessence, didn't Dao, Qiong, and the others also step into quintessence? He just had to force his way in. As long as a beginner was strong enough, they could tear apart their source and forcefully open a path. Why couldn't they? Back then, didn't the Celestial Arch also forcefully step into the origin realm from the elementary martial realm? Beginner martial body. Origin body. The human emperor looked at the heavenly King Jinwang again. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. Did he manage to cultivate both of his bodies to the limit of breaking 8, or even stronger? If he really did, then the two bodies as one would probably exceed everyone's expectations. The heavenly King Jinwang was a little annoyed by his stare. He said angrily, "Stop looking. If I really had that ability, I would have broken 9 in beginner martial directly. Would I need to switch to quintessence?" Humph. The human emperor sneered. Your ambition is no less than your master's. What ambition? Don't you accuse me wrongly. The heavenly King Jinwang's eyes were unfriendly. Also, my master doesn't have ambition. He just wants to find a way out for beginner martial artists. The human emperor sneered. Fang Ping, your master's pawn? Nonsense. Why deny it? The human emperor said indifferently, your master once found a place where the seed projection was. After that, it disappeared without a trace. Since then, there have been some abnormalities in the three realms. Later, I found out that your master was actually secretly evolving the Tao. He wanted to create his own world and take the three realms as his foundation. His ambition was not just a little big. That time, the Celestial Arch secretly attacked and destroyed his inner world. The life that he created almost all died and perished, but Fang Ping, the last time I saw it, there were some imprints. Wasn't it your master secretly setting it up? Nonsense. The heavenly King Jinwang said impatiently, if my master was that capable, he would have appeared long ago. Why would he be like this now, not knowing whether he's dead or alive, his whereabouts unknown? Fang Ping was born in Sun City and you thought of my master. What are you thinking? There are many cities with Yang in the human world. Are they all places where my master is secretly lurking? I've been to that place many times. If I really found it, would I still be as afraid of you as I am now? The heavenly King Jinwang snorted. Don't think that you're the only smart one. Some guys almost overturned Sun City. The human emperor frowned. Really? Definitely not. The heavenly King Jinwang said impatiently, my master is so capable. Does he need to hide it? He has just broken 9 at most. Otherwise, how could he have failed in the Battle of Myriad Daos back then and was defeated by the Celestial Arch in the end? The human emperor looked at him indifferently. After a long time, he said, the Celestial Arch. If the Celestial Arch really defeated your master, would your master's jade bones still exist? How would I know? The two of them talked for a while. The heavenly King Jinwang was really impatient. He said in disdain, don't follow me. Your avatar feels stronger than me. Stay away from me, lest others misunderstand. If I can't kill you, I'll be unlucky if they try to kill me. After thinking about it, the heavenly King Jinwang directly left the main hall. As he walked, he scolded, crazy, everyone else is hiding well in their own checkpoints. Why the F***ck did you have to follow me here? Did I kill your whole family? Why did you have to make things difficult for me? This old man scolded him as he walked. He was a little annoyed. The human emperor was very indifferent. He was not angry. He said in a deep tone, origin and beginner martial have something in common. However, if they are combined rashly, there might be rejection or even self-destruction. None of my business. The human emperor was still indifferent. He said slowly, in 10,000 years, you have cultivated jade bones and the vitality Tao. You are not far from the Tao of spiritual consciousness. I'm afraid not even in 10,000 years, 8,000 years ago, you might have this strength now. How did you cultivate to this level in 2,000 years? You walk the path of origin. You advance 1,000 miles in a day. You are unimaginably fast. Don't wrongly accuse me. I'm not as fast as Feng Ping. No, I'm not as fast as that bastard Zhang Tao. The heavenly King Zhen Wang explained and continued running. They are different from you. The human emperor said faintly, you, 2,000 years, is almost comparable to a battle. And you did not cultivate the beginner martial path that you are good at. As far as I know, in the past, someone stole something behind the Gate of Void. I'm afraid they are plotting something. The power of the Gate of Void projection is actually not as good as before. Someone stole the power of the projection. In the 3 realms, there should be 3 or 4 secondary seeds. You. Which one did you take, the seed of life or the vitality seed? The heavenly King Zhen Wang turned around and frowned at him. After a while, he said, I don't understand what you are talking about. Gee, if you talk nonsense again, I will not let you off. The human emperor's tone became deeper. Forging jade bones. Geniuses are also forged with divine artifacts. Beginner jade bones are all forged with the power of the seeds in the past. The jade origin bone is difficult to forge. Even though Moon Spirit has been hiding in the dark for many years and started forging jade bones since more than 20,000 years ago, it is still difficult to succeed. Battle, destruction, and forging jade bones is also something that happened many years after reaching the extreme Tao. You, the heavenly King Zhen Wang, are stronger and more terrifying than them. In less than 2,000 years, you forged jade bones from nothing and reached the breaking 8 realm. The heavenly King Zhen Wang stopped and turned around. He stood at the entrance of the hall and looked at him. At this moment, he was no longer laughing and scolding. He said coldly, gee, if you have anything to say, just say it. From what you said, you have been paying attention to me for a long time. What do you want? The human emperor looked at him and chuckled. I don't want to do anything. Survival is also what I want. The human emperor sighed and said self-deprecatingly, 8,000 years ago, the earthly sovereign thought that he could rely on his own strength to change the world. But he was too conceited, so conceited that he thought he was invincible in the 3 realms. That time, he failed. That time, the 3 realms truly understood that there is always someone stronger than you. The human emperor sighed. I only want to survive. I don't want to be like Brother Hong, an anomaly in the eyes of others and eventually die. But others, who can believe me? The human emperor looked at him. Brother Zhen, why don't we work together? On the day of your Tao, I will be your Tao protector. When our bodies merge, I am afraid you are already prepared to transcend and break the Tao above the immortal source, right? But without anyone's help, do you dare to break it? If I don't help you, who will? No one will help you. The heavenly King Zhen Wang's eyes were cold. He said lightly, you don't need to pretend to be deep in front of me. Everything is just your wild speculation. You have a bad habit. You like to guess randomly like that little guy Feng Ping. You are not Feng Ping. As a sovereign, guessing wrong is not cute, nor will it make people feel that it is harmless. Gee, there are some things that you can't decide. The human emperor chuckled. Why did you reject my good intentions? I have no ill intentions. Ridiculous. The heavenly King Zhen Wang straightened his back and said coldly, do you really think I know nothing? Back then, you secretly plotted to kill my brother. I am afraid that since then, you have guessed today and want to force me to take action. Sooner or later, this matter will be settled. The human emperor sighed. Zhen's death was not my wish. That day, I was not the one who plotted against him. Do you think others do not want to? You and your teacher did not appear. The battle of the 3 realms engulfed the world. You and your teacher avoided the battle and Zhen did not die. Who would believe you? Moreover, Zhen fought for Hong. How can you blame it on me? Although the earthly sovereign is hateful, he is already dead. You are the culprit. The heavenly King Xianxia sneered. Whatever you think is true. You want to trick me into being your shield. Gee, you are thinking too much. If you have the time, you should think about whether this avatar can walk out alive today. No matter how strong you are, losing a 9 destruction avatar will hurt your vitality. I really want to see your expressions when you lose your composure. The human emperor laughed and said no more. The heavenly King Xianxia also did not speak. He did not move, but the void shattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The human emperor did not care about him. He walked around the hall and stared at the murals for a while. He murmured, "Teacher, since you left this place and trapped the seed projection, didn't you leave anything for yourself?" The human emperor laughed and shook his head. "Maybe, you are also waiting for this opportunity." After saying that, the human emperor avatar gradually dissipated. At the same time, in the divine gate, everyone looked at a crystal passage not far from them. This was the path of rules that the Tao tree had mentioned. It looked like an undersea tunnel. It looked quite beautiful. Everyone was standing on a flat ground outside the tunnel. The place was not too big. The Tao tree said, "After this passage, it is the projection world." Fang Ping nodded. "Is the power of the rule really that strong?" "Very strong." "Will I die even if I break 9? "Maybe, because I have not broken 9. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. At this time, he was still going back on his words. The Tao tree was a little serious. He said slowly, "I know that you may not believe me even if I tell you, but here, you should know that the 3 gates do not appear, so I have not broken 3 gates. As soon as this was said, Fang Ping was stunned. The God Creation envoy's eyes moved slightly. Then, he sneered. "Indeed, it is not considered breaking 9. What great ambition, wanting to break 3 gates at once and directly prove the emperor path. Maybe you want to break 3 true gates directly. Even if you become an emperor, you don't want to be the weakest among them. The Tao tree has a big appetite." As soon as this was said, Fang Ping remembered something that Old Wang had told him. Old Wang had said that Dong Huang wanted him to break 3 gates at once. Breaking 3 gates at once would be more versatile. Dong Huang regretted that he did not reach that stage with 3 gates. He was missing something and not perfect enough. F***ck. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. In that case, the Tao tree's ambition was really big. No wonder this guy was unwilling to go out no matter what. He probably did not want to be projected by the void gate. He wanted to break the true gate directly, and break 3 gates at once. There was a lot of vitality in this place. It was not a big deal that there were not 3 gates here. Everyone looked at the Tao tree. The Tao tree said slowly, "On the path of cultivation, everyone wants to become stronger, everyone wants to transcend. I am no exception. What is ambition? If everyone has this opportunity, your ambition will not be smaller than mine." The Tao tree sighed softly. "This path is difficult and dangerous. Maybe I can try it for everyone. If I succeed, everyone has a chance. If I fail, the 3 realms. I'm afraid it will be difficult for a new emperor to appear." At this time, the Tao tree was as gentle as jade, with a hint of melancholy. Everyone's heart sank. If even the Tao tree failed, could he really become an emperor? Could he really transcend from the chess game? For a moment, there was a feeling of the fox mourning the death of the rabbit. Very soon, someone came to his senses. Feng gave the Tao tree a meaningful look and said, "Summon the emperor now? Who should we summon first?" The Tao tree also returned to its original state, smiling. "To prevent accidents, summon the beast emperor first. There should be no problem with the beast emperor." Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Why was he so sure? The beast emperor is an emperor after all. Emperors also have the majesty of emperors. It won't be killed dozens of times without a sound. Everyone looked at Fang Ping in unison. Fang Ping touched his nose and laughed dryly. Misunderstanding. I just want to clear the stage. I don't want to humiliate the emperor." Everyone was mentally exhausted. This kid was really evil. After killing the emperor dozens of times in a row, the Beast Emperor's real body was here, smacking him to death. Even if the clone was here, it might not let him go. This was too much of a bully. Thinking about it this way, what the Tao Tree said was not wrong. Of course, to clear the stage, one must find the least unexpected factor to prevent accidents from happening. The Beast Emperor was the most suitable one. Fang Ping, Tianji, Xinghong, the Tao Tree called out names one by one. Those who had cleared the Beast Emperor stage had to make a move and join forces to summon the Emperor. Fang Ping, however, did not move. Seeing everyone's unfriendly gazes, Fang Ping laughed dryly. I'll avoid it. After all, I have wisdom. If it sees me, I'm afraid the Beast Emperor will be angry. If it's angry, it will ignore the rules and kill me. Isn't this a waste of an emperor's resources? What he said. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. If the Beast Emperor saw Fang Ping, would it really kill him at all costs? Yes, the possibility was very high. Anyone who was smacked to death dozens of times would probably be annoyed, even if it was just clearing the stage. However, for the Beast Emperor stage, it was a voluntary fusion, not a real smack to death and turned into a meatball. This time even the Tao Tree was helpless. Alright, it made sense. It was better not to use Fang Ping. The few who had broken through the Beast Emperor were called out by the Tao Tree. Even Tianji stood out under Hong Yu's signal. They formed a circle at the entrance of the passageway. As for Hong Yu and the rest, they stood around them. Although they did not show anything, everyone was ready to attack at any time. No one knew if the Beast Emperor was a clone or a projection. Even if it was a projection, it was hard to say if it would listen. Some of these projections were strong and some were weak. If they met a powerhouse, everyone had to be careful not to be killed. Fang Ping hid to the side. The Tao Tree and the others were afraid that the Beast Emperor would see him and kill him at all costs, spoiling the big plan. Fang Ping was happy to be free and watch the show. The God Creation Envoy and the others joined the encirclement. At this moment, there were not many people around Fang Ping. Jiang Hao and the others were not strong enough. They were all at the back, plus a cat that was ignored. This cat, even if it was broken 7, even if it did bad things often, it was still so easily ignored when it came to the crucial moment. A harmless cat, even the Tao Tree did not pay much attention to the cat. Although this cat was bad and oozing pus, it had not killed anyone in so many years. Liar, cough. Fang Ping coughed lightly and reminded, call me by my name, don't call me randomly. Most of his reputation had been ruined by the cat. Who was a liar? Calling him a liar in front of so many people, was this not reminding everyone that he was not a good person, although he was indeed not a good person? The cat was too lazy to change its tune and stopped shouting. Looking at the people in the middle forming a circle, under the guidance of the Tao Tree, spots of light appeared on their bodies. It asked curiously, will Cat 2 and Cat 3 be summoned? I don't know. Oh, then will Cat 2 and Cat 3 die? Old Cat scratched his head with his claws. Liar, second cat and third cat are waiting here. If it's broken, won't they die? Fang Ping was silent. Definitely. The second cat and third cat here were just projections. Even if they were not summoned, once they entered the passageway and the mystic realm broke, these two cats would be dead. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. These two cats were not real lives. However, the ash cat felt that they were its companions, its little brothers. It would not think too much about it, but it was afraid that it would not feel good. The cat meowed. It lay on Fang Ping's shoulder and said dejectedly, does that mean that second cat and third cat will really die? Big cat, Fang Ping wanted to comfort her, but he did not know what to say. Lying on his shoulder, the cat looked at the people in front and mumbled, then. Should I summon them? I've prepared a lot of delicious food for them. Second cat still owes me 3 small fish. Fang Ping exhaled and nodded. Don't worry. Even if I don't summon it now, I'll go over there to take a look before the checkpoint collapses. He took Song Mao to say goodbye. It was not that the old cat did not really understand these things. It actually knew that these two cats would not live for long. The destruction of the mystic realm was almost inevitable. This time, the experts of the 3 realms had come out in full force for the sake of seizing the seed. Without the seed, how could the mystic realm not shatter? Once the mystic realm was destroyed, these projections would naturally cease to exist. Yes. The cat responded and lay down without saying another word. Second cat and third cat were about to die. The old cat was still a little sad. In this world, it was the only cat, a cat that had lived for tens of thousands of years. It had never met any other cat that had lived for a very, very long time. Gather! A low roar sounded. And the entire passageway trembled slightly. Wisps of the power of the rule emerged from everyone. The Dao tree let out a low roar and quickly shouted, "Summon the Beast Emperor." At this moment, in the passageway, a powerful light erupted, like a laser, piercing through heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone saw a very clear scene. Heaven and earth became transparent. And outside this transparent heaven and earth, there were 13 light spheres orbiting around. At this moment, this light beam was directly connected to one of the light spheres, just like the roots of the Dao tree that pierced through heaven and earth, connecting the 13 checkpoints. The Beast Emperor checkpoint. The Shiraba. With a loud rumble, a light beam pierced through heaven and earth. At this moment, on the previously empty Shiraba, a figure suddenly appeared. Beast Emperor, the Beast Emperor appeared. The moment the Beast Emperor appeared, he looked at the light beam and could not help but sigh softly, slowly walking toward the sky. At this moment, the Shiraba behind him also slowly began to collapse and dissipate. It still came. The Beast Emperor sighed, the aura on his body gradually becoming stronger. He stepped on the air, walking toward the light sphere in the center. At this moment, on the other side of the light sphere in the center, a transparent passageway appeared. The Beast Emperor followed the light beam, walking step by step. It seemed slow, but in reality, it was extremely fast. On Fang Ping's side, Fang Ping was still investigating the specific location. He had already vaguely sensed the weakness of the space. At this moment, he was carefully locating it, preparing for the next step. In just a short while, heaven and earth broke open, a figure descended slowly, Fang Ping fixed his eyes on it, and his heart trembled. F***ck, so powerful. It had broken 8, right? Wasn't the Beast Emperor trash that he could kill with one slap? Why was it so powerful now? Although breaking 8 was slightly weaker than the others, if it was this strength previously, how could Fang Ping kill the Beast Emperor? However, very soon, Fang Ping understood something. In the transparent heaven and earth, one of the light spheres was extinguishing. The Beast Emperor seemed to have absorbed the power of the Beast Emperor checkpoint, even including some power of the rule, which was why it had the strength to break 8. The Beast Emperor descended. Just as the Dao tree was about to speak, the Beast Emperor glanced over, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "There's no need for you to say more." The Beast Emperor's tone was domineering. He looked toward the crystal passageway, as if reminiscing about something. Suddenly, he chuckled. The Heavenly Realm. It's been so many years since I went to the Heavenly Realm. Today, I'll go take a look at the 3 realms. Ignoring everyone, the Beast Emperor walked toward the passageway with his hands behind his back. As he walked, he suddenly sighed. "Rock, be kind to the demons." The Monster Emperor's body trembled slightly. Very quickly, he said in a low voice, "I will. Then I have no regrets." Ha ha ha. "Celestial Emperor, are you over there?" The Beast Emperor laughed heartily and stepped in. As soon as he entered the passageway, there was a rumble. Countless lightning bolts descended from the passageway. Countless hands wielding all kinds of weapons slashed at him in a frenzy. Outside the passageway, everyone's expression was solemn, so powerful. These countless hands, each wielding a weapon as they attacked, were probably comparable to the power of a break-6 attack. This was not just 1 or 2 hands, at least 1,000 hands. No wonder Broken Nine's Dao tree said that it could not hold on. It was lucky that the Dao tree was not dead. Roar! The Beast Emperor punched out. His fist shadow was like a dragon. A dragon's roar was heard. There was a loud rumble. Lightning was destroyed in all directions, and the giant hand collapsed. However, this was only the beginning. With every step the Beast Emperor took, countless hands attacked, all of them bombarding with lightning. Fang Ping and the others' gazes were extremely solemn. Those broken 6 heavenly kings were even more frightened. These hands were only at the level of breaking 6. If it were them entering alone, 3 to 5 hands would not be a big deal. Their broken 6 would not be so weak that they could not even withstand a break 6 attack. They could even withstand 10 or 100 attacks. But now, was it a matter of 10 or 100 attacks? At the back of the crowd, Heaven's fate was trembling in fear. The momentum and power of these attacks had also improved a lot in breaking 6. However, if he were to enter alone, Heaven's fate suspected that he would not be able to walk more than 10 meters. And this passageway, according to the Tao tree, was probably 10,000 meters long. No wonder even breaking 9 could not walk through. The Beast Emperor seemed to want to pass through quickly. However, the faster he went, the more giant hands he faced. If he did not go forward, the giant hands in front of him would not appear. If he went forward, the giant hands in front and behind him would appear, increasing in number. If this continued, the Beast Emperor's broken 8 projection might not be able to hold on for long. Brother Tao Tree. Fang's expression was solemn at this moment. As he watched, he said in a low voice, if the Beast Emperor stayed where he was and slowly obliterated the power of the natural order, would it be safer? If he did not go forward, the giant hands in front would not appear. Then what if he stayed where he was and slowly cleaned it up? The Tao tree shook its head and sighed. I've tried it before. If you stay where you are, the power of the natural order will slowly recover. You can only continue to wear it down. The longer you drag it out, the weaker you will become. In the end, you might not even be able to go far. Wearing down the power of the natural order obviously would not work. The Tao tree said again, we can only let the power of the natural order be consumed a little. The purpose of summoning these emperor projections is to consume the power of the natural order here. The more we consume, the safer we will be. If we can consume 70%, we should have no problem passing through safely if we join forces 70%. Everyone frowned. Could it consume that much? The Beast Emperor was currently fighting a great battle in the passage, but it was not to the extent of consuming a lot of the natural order. The Beast Emperor had a combat strength of over 8. However, he still could not go too fast or too far. Everyone's mood was solemn. This place was not safe. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. The rumbling sounds continued. The Beast Emperor also swept through everything along the way. He was incomparably domineering, and the roar of the dragon was endless. Gradually, the Beast Emperor seemed to be a little weak. At this moment, a sigh sounded in everyone's ears. Fake, it's still fake after all. 3 realms, let me take another look. A loud roar sounded. The next moment, a giant dragon that covered the sky appeared before everyone's eyes. Dragon, it was too big, the large passage seemed to be unable to contain it. At this moment, in the outside world. Outside the 9 heavens. The Beast Emperor saw it. He saw a giant dragon appearing between heaven and earth. Not only did the Beast Emperor see it, but countless people also saw it. They saw the giant dragon that covered the sky. The Beast Emperor frowned. He roughly knew what it was inside. Then, he snorted coldly and his voice echoed in the 9 heavens. This scheme has nothing to do with me. It better have nothing to do with you guys. No one replied. At this moment, the giant dragon roared. Death of the divine dragon. Rumble, the giant dragon suddenly spat out flames. Its body rapidly collapsed as all its energy gathered towards the flames. Fight. A roar echoed in all directions. Rumble, another loud roar sounded. The giant dragon disappeared in the blink of an eye. The scene that appeared previously disappeared as if it had never existed. On the sea. Old Xiang was leading an army to surround an overseas immortal island, forcing them to hand over all their cultivation resources. At this moment, he also saw this scene. Wang Jinyang stood at the side and frowned. The Beast Emperor. Old Xiang did not need him to say it. He knew who it was. The Beast Emperor is dead? Zhang Tao frowned. It seemed to be Emperor Badian before, and now it's the Beast Emperor. They have already reflected the 3 realms. Looking at the power that erupted from the other party just now, even if I can't feel it and it's just a projection, I'm afraid it has the power to break 8? Yes. Old Wang's eyes were also solemn. Had the arcane realm started to reach this stage, even a broken 8 had died in battle, whether it was a real person or a clone. If a broken 8 died in battle, it meant that the situation in the arcane realm was not too good. Perhaps it was already the final stage of treasure snatching. What should we do? Old Wang looked at Zhang Tao and said solemnly, Fang Ping hasn't appeared recently. He must have gone in. Otherwise, he would not have ignored such a big matter. Now that he is inside, although the God-forging envoy and senior heavenly king subduing senior have gone, but Zhang Tao was also extremely solemn. Something big must have happened in the arcane realm. At this moment, only half a day had passed since he led the team to clean up the 3 realms. There were only 3 overseas immortal islands that had been cleaned up. Should he go to the Sky Cemetery to provide support now? The point was that even if he went there, he might not be able to find the place. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Tao was too lazy to pay attention to the venerable emperor who walked out of the island in fear. He thought for a while and said, why don't you and I go to the Sky Cemetery to take a look? This time, almost all the powerhouses of the 3 realms have gone there. I'm afraid that the human race will be surrounded and killed again. That's not what I'm worried about. Old Wang sighed and said, I'm worried about those emperors. The projections of 2 in a row seem to have been destroyed. It's related to the emperors. Not to mention that the beast emperor is not dead yet. Will they not pay attention to that side? Will the other emperors who are not dead not pay attention to that side? The emperors can't easily leave 9th heaven or the origin, but the boundary point is different. They can go there. Huh? Old Jing's eyes instantly became solemn. The boundary point, emperors can go. Old Wang saw that he had come to a realization and nodded slightly. Even if the emperor's true body can't go in, they can still guard outside. Previously, Fang Ping attacked the emperor. Not to mention the others, once the emperor's true body arrives, Fang Ping will be in big trouble. Old Zhang said, then what should we do? This kid just likes to run around. He's not willing to cultivate on earth. Zhang Tao cursed a few times and quickly said, why don't we go to the boundary point to help him? Although Heavenly King Suppression and the others are there, they might not be able to take care of him. Even if the emperors don't attack, with such a big movement now, I'm worried that the others will also surround and kill him. Old Wang saw that he was panicking and laughed. There's no use in being anxious. This guy is very smart. He might not be in danger. Although he said that, Old Wang pondered for a while and said, it's best to withdraw now and not clean up the 3 realms. Gather the powerhouses and be ready to provide reinforcements at any time. Let Lin Zi, Long Bian, and a few other seniors come, including Tian Mu, Gong Juanzi, Kai Dai, and other saints. At the critical moment, we can provide reinforcements in time. Zhang Tao cursed and said, this bastard kid, what's he doing? If he doesn't go, I'll directly wipe out the 3 realms while there are no powerhouses here this time. If he's here, we can still work together to kill the Palm Imprint envoy. Even if we don't seize the catacombs, we can still weaken the catacombs' strength. Bastard, how did this place break so quickly? It's only been 2 days. He was also very depressed. He thought that this place could trap everyone for at least 10 to 15 days, but it had only been 2 to 3 days. Old Wang glanced in the direction of the celestial cemetery and exhaled. It might not only be 2 to 3 days. That place, space-time is chaotic. Maybe some time has passed. Don't delay anymore. Gather the powerhouses and prepare to help. Old Zhang still felt a little distressed. Of course, they had to help. He was distressed about the resources. After sweeping through 3 islands, they had obtained countless treasures of heaven and earth. According to old Zhang's calculations, these things were enough for thousands of people to cultivate to high ranks. Although high ranks were not valuable now, it was only relatively speaking. There were countless living beings in the 3 realms, but how many of them had truly reached the peak? Countless of those old antiques had died. Other than those in the current arcane realm, there were less than 200 desperate realms left in the 3 realms, including the humans. Even if the ones in the celestial cemetery were included, there would not be more than 500. The 3 realms had accumulated for tens of thousands of years, but there were only 500 powerhouses above the desperate realm, and this was due to the resurrection of many people. Was a high rank very weak? Anyway, old Zhang felt that it was not bad. The harvest was huge. Unfortunately, he was worried that something would happen to Fang Ping. Now, he could only stop the sweeping plan, gather the powerhouses, and prepare for reinforcements. Old Wang laughed. Don't think about these small profits. Maybe Fang Ping will bring back more this time. When has he not gained a lot? That's true, but this time, the powerhouses have all gone. Old Zhang shook his head slightly. Forget it. He did not expect this kid to bring back anything. It was fine as long as he returned safely. In the arcane realm, Fang Ping and the others were swaying and trembling. After a while, the light in front of them dissipated. Under the Beast Emperor's desperate attack, all the rule power within 100 meters collapsed. The Beast Emperor had also disappeared completely. However, everyone's heart sank. A broken 8, even if the Beast Emperor's projection only had the strength to break one gate, it was still extremely powerful. What about now? Everyone sensed carefully. The Beast Emperor's consumption of the rule power might be less than 5%. This was too little. With 5% of the rule power, a broken 8 was exhausted to death. It was indeed terrifying. Feng and the others looked solemn. Looking at the Dao tree, Feng said in a low voice, "This passageway is too dangerous. Did the Celestial Emperor not prepare to let us pass at all? Was this even human?" The broken 8 died just like that. Although it was just a projection, it proved how dangerous the passageway was. The Dao tree also frowned slightly and said quickly, "According to my estimation, the Beast Emperor could at least break 2 gates after absorbing the checkpoint's power. It should be able to consume more, but now it's a little weaker. This is because the power consumption is slightly excessive." Everyone looked at Fang Ping at the back again. "What did you do?" Fang Ping looked gloomy and said impatiently, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything to the Beast Emperor. Stop giving me trouble. Hurry up, I see that the rule power here is replenishing." The Dao tree was not in the mood to argue with him. The rule power was indeed replenishing. If no one tried to break through for a long time, the rule power would soon reach its peak. Who's next? Everyone looked at the Dao tree. Who was next? Fang Ping asked. Can we summon more than one at a time? I'll look at them one by one. Even if it consumes a lot, the effect of 1 plus 1 is still greater than 2. 2 emperors together, taking care of each other, I think the effect will definitely be better. The Dao tree said in a low voice, "We have to be on guard. I also know that summoning them together will be better, but now, there are some problems with some checkpoints. If both of the summoned ones are clones, both of them have the power to break 9. He did not say the rest. Everyone's hearts were palpitating. That was right, one was better. If the Dao tree and them joined forces, they could still easily defeat the other party. But if it was 2, one against the Dao tree, one against them. Even if they won in the end, they would still die. If someone died, they would consume a lot of energy. If the summoned clones did not consume the rule power, then they could forget about breaking through this checkpoint. It's better to come one by one. The Monster Emperor said quickly, even if it's slow, it's better to be safe. Everyone nodded. The Dao tree said quickly, then we'll summon Celestial Emperor next. There was a problem on Celestial Emperor's side previously. Otherwise, if Celestial Emperor was summoned, he might have the strength to break 9. As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping again, a little sullen. Fang Ping had destroyed the Celestial Emperor's projection. The later Celestial Emperor was only created by the rules, not as spiritual as the previous one. Moreover, his strength was slightly reduced. It was Fang Ping's doing again. Fang Ping could not be bothered to look at him. He said casually, I killed Celestial Emperor previously, exploding his vitality. I have a grudge against him. I'm not going. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Killed by you again, is there anyone else you haven't killed? The reason why Fang Ping did not go was that summoning seemed to consume more of everyone's strength. Didn't you see that Tianji and the others had not recovered to their peak? He could not guarantee that someone would not take advantage of this time to attack him, although he could recover quickly. Emperor Nan and Emperor Dong were both killed by me. North Emperor and West Emperor were both fooled by me. You guys can summon at will. It's best not to summon me. The same goes for Spirit Emperor. He can't wait to kill me when he sees me, Fang Ping added a few more words. Everyone's faces darkened even more. This guy was really inhumane. When everyone was breaking through the checkpoints, they did not see anyone killed. Why was it different when it came to him? The summoning continued. This time, it was Celestial Emperor who was summoned. It was Celestial Emperor who was in a daze. Other than seeing Tengu, it did not have much of a reaction when it saw Iron Head. Fang Ping took a look. Previously, he felt that it was a pity to see Celestial Emperor smashed into pieces. At this moment, he did not have any reaction. This was not Celestial Emperor at all. There was no need to treat him as Celestial Emperor. What should I do if these people summon their clones? What are those clones doing now? Fang Ping also calculated in his heart. Were those clones really waiting to be summoned just like that, waiting to be surrounded and killed? It could not be that simple. While he was thinking about this, the robot that looked like Celestial Emperor rushed into the passageway foolishly. It did not have any emotional fluctuations, unlike Beast Emperor who even communicated with rock. This robot pushed forward all the way and was soon blasted by the power of the rule. Everyone did not have much reaction. They could see that there was something wrong with this Celestial Emperor. It did not have any spirituality. If it died, it died. Some of the power of the rule was consumed again. As for Fang Ping, he had already found the weak point of the passageway leading to the human world. It was a little strange. Did unquestionable Jian come in? Otherwise, how did he break through the passageway? Just as he was carefully locating the weak point, he heard the crowd's discussion, which made him slightly stunned. How's the summoning of Celestial Emperor this time? This was the Dao Tree's suggestion. Fang Ping could not help but think of the last words of Celestial Emperor in the previous checkpoint. Once the checkpoint was cleared, they would meet. Celestial Emperor was going to be summoned. Fang Ping's expression darkened slightly. This was a sentient being. Moreover, it was Old Wang's previous incarnation. Should he do something? Number 2 cat was still there. At this moment, Number 2 cat walked out of its lazy state and pricked up its ears as if listening to their conversation. End of chapter 1361. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.